Chapter 1. Shirley Slope. In front of the dilapidated mountain god temple. Master, is this truly the entrance to our esteemed sect, the finest immortal school in the realm? The ethereal young woman, her long black hair tied with a red ribbon, gazed at the crumbling temple before her, her expression teetering between curiosity and trepidation. The young man in tattered Taoist robes turned back, regarding the celestial seedling he had managed to coax along. With a handsome visage that exuded an air of mystery, Chu Xingchen declared, "A mountain need not be tall, it is the presence of immortals that bestows its renown. You are still young, do not let appearances deceive you." The girl clad in a pink flowing gown suddenly seemed enlightened, her eyes sparkling with realization. "I understand now, Master. Is it true that there is a hidden world within? I recall reading in the legend of Xishan that upon opening a worn door, one might discover resplendent treasures within." With an expression of uncontainable excitement, Yingling dashed forward, eagerly pushing open the dilapidated, drafty door. Her heart brimmed with anticipation for the wonders that lay beyond. Yet what greeted her eyes was a rather different scene. A shattered deity statue, reduced to mere fragments, and cobwebs clinging to the rafters, untouched and undisturbed. The former altar had been relocated to a rickety wooden plank, now serving as a makeshift desk. However, this altar was askew, propped up by a stone. Beside it stood a rudimentary stove, hastily constructed from stones, with a diminutive iron pot resting atop. Yingling could only conclude that this was an abandoned shrine, long forsaken, resembling the dwelling of a vagrant. Chu Xingchen also stepped into the dilapidated temple, his expression serene, showing no sign of embarrassment as he remarked, "In the future, refrain from reading the writings of those mundane individuals, they may corrupt your mind. Wait, Master will dismantle the side panel of the statue for you to use as a bed. This temple is quite spacious, you may choose to sleep wherever you wish." Yingling felt a wave of darkness wash over her, timidly inquiring, "Isn't cultivating immortality supposed to be different, Master?" Chu Xingchen asserted confidently, "Cultivating immortality. This is precisely how it is." Yingling hesitantly questioned, "But aren't the other immortal sects resplendent, with grand palaces floating atop towering peaks? Have you witnessed it with your own eyes? Or did you hear it from some fellow practitioner? Isn't that what the stories say? You are aware, they are merely stories in the present day. Cultivating immortality does not adhere to such notions as long as one can attain immortality. That is the true essence of cultivation." Chu Xingchen emphasized, "What do those mundane individuals understand about cultivating immortality? Do they grasp the concept of simplicity in the Great Way?" Upon hearing this, Yingling weakly replied, "But this seems excessively simplistic. Cease your idle chatter, will you cultivate or not?" "Cultivate." Chu Xingchen settled onto the wooden panel, cleared his throat, and revealed a hint of a smile as he said, "Then, why not hurry and bow to your master?" Hearing this, Yingling appeared somewhat reluctant to move her feet, yet there was no turning back. Now returning home would only lead to her father marrying her off to the foolish son of the Wang family. That fool required assistance, even to eat, and would babble incoherently upon seeing a woman. Let the dilapidated temple remain as it is certainly preferable to feeding a couple of fools. Yingling knelt upon the ground, suddenly prostrating himself before Chu Xingchen with a resounding bow, exclaiming, "Master, I humbly bow to you." Yingling. Completion of the novice task. Recruit a disciple. Reward granted. Immaculate golden elixir. Upon assessing Yingling, it was determined that his spiritual root was of a singular water attribute. Teaching materials issued. Supreme Tying True Mysterious Spiritual Water Heart Sutra. Items have been dispatched to the backpack. Chu Xingchen instantly felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. 3 years, an entire 3 years had elapsed before successfully enrolling a disciple with qualifications deemed adequate by the system. The system stipulated that only those with the potential for ascension could be recognized as suitable disciples. Wasn't this requirement absurd? A budding immortal must possess at least a second-tier spiritual root to be considered worthy of such a title. Not to mention, individuals of such caliber are exceedingly rare. Even if they exist, they're treasures coveted by the grand sects. As a mere foundation stage cultivator, Where could one possibly find such a blind disciple? After 3 long years, he had traversed the entirety of Xuanwu Kingdom, barely scraping by with his foundation stage cultivation. And finally at last had received his first disciple. Glancing at the system panel before him, he reviewed Li Yingling's details. El de disciple, Li Yingling. Cultivation, none. Golden attribute, talent for immortal cultivation. Purple attribute, fortunate destiny. Blue attribute, beautiful countenance. Though it was evident that this young girl intended to serve as a shield for herself, it is also known that her apprenticeship was motivated by a desire to avoid marrying the foolish son of the minister. However, what is there to find unacceptable about this entry attribute? The choice to reside in this dilapidated temple was also made to evade attention. In the desolate expanse of the 10-mile slope, where not a soul can be found for 30 miles, it was no easy feat to discover this ramshackle temple. Otherwise, who in their right mind would choose to dwell here? After 3 days of careful planning, I successfully brought Li Yingling out. At last, I have completed the novice task. With the sound of task completion resonating, a surge of spiritual energy infused into me, causing my cultivation to ascend rapidly. A golden elixir gradually formed within my dantian. As a prodigy with a singular spiritual root, Li Yingling was naturally very perceptive to the fluctuations of spiritual energy. Yet, she had yet to embark on the path of cultivation. All she could sense was the aura emanating from Chu Xingchen, which suddenly elevated a notch. "Master, what is this?" Chu Xingchen casually replied, "I am simply overjoyed to have you as my beloved disciple," and a bit of my repressed cultivation inadvertently leaked out. "All right, you need not kneel any longer, rise." Li Yingling nodded in realization, then stood up, somewhat perplexed, and asked, "What about the other disciples? As the foremost sect in the Xuanwu Kingdom, I would imagine you have many students. Master, where are they?" "At present, you are the only one." Li Yingling was momentarily taken aback. "Ah? Master, you mean?" Chu Xingchen maintained a calm demeanor, stating, "I follow an elite path, only accepting those with destined potential. Never taking in misfits. Is this sect truly worthy of being called the foremost sect of the Xuanwu Kingdom? My master alone could dominate the Xuanwu Kingdom. How could it not be deemed the foremost sect of the realm? Alas, I should have heeded my mother's words. Handsome men are often deceivers." If Li Yingling had not witnessed Chu Xingchen standing against the Shangshu family on her behalf, she would have been convinced that she had encountered a fraudster or perhaps a madman. "Master, please do not trick me." Chu Xingchen retrieved a tattered tome, the Supreme Taiyin True Xian Spirit Water Heart Sutra, from his system backpack. An ancient, yellowed book appeared in his hands, crumpled and worn. The characters on the cover, Supreme Taiyin Xian Spirit, were smudged beyond recognition. Fortunately, the remaining 3 characters were remarkably clear. He tossed the book to Li Yingling beside him. "Study this text. Once you do, you shall discern whether your master has deceived you." With his master's unwavering assurance, it must be an unparalleled cultivation technique. Li Yingling joyfully gazed at the cover of the book. The majority of the text was indecipherable. The remaining 3 characters left her astonished as she exclaimed, "Water Heart Sutra?" She then shot a look of disbelief at Chu Xingchen, as if to say, "You are deceiving me again. What kind of top-tier celestial art bears such a mundane title as the Water Heart Sutra? This is utterly absurd. If the cover appears so muddled, the contents inside must be a jumbled mess as well. Could it be that her master procured it from a roadside stall? Would the practice lead to a state of madness? In the tales, the supreme techniques are always accompanied by an aura of grandeur and a radiant spectrum of colors. If this wretched book were to be discarded on the street, it would likely be repurposed as mere toilet paper. Li Yingling gazed at the tattered tome in her hands and timidly inquired, "Master, how about we exchange it for another?" Li Yingling's unreasonable request was promptly countered by Chu Xingchen. The techniques provided by the system were capable of facilitating a perfect ascension. Moreover, they were impeccably tailored to align with her spiritual roots. Even the grandest sects might not possess such treasures. Li Yingling should count herself fortunate to be able to practice it. Yet she dares to be choosy. The truth was, he had no other cultivation methods to offer this girl. As night fell, Li Yingling lay on the cold wooden boards, deprived of the soft pillows of her home, making it exceedingly difficult for her to find slumber despite being clothed. The absence of a blanket to cover her small belly left her feeling utterly uncomfortable. Master, she called softly. A weary response from Chu Xingchen echoed. What are you doing awake at this hour? The draft at the temple door is chilling me, she replied. With a yawn, Chu Xingchen suggested, get up and take a few steps. You won't feel cold once you move about. Li Yingling weakly retorted, but won't I just feel cold again after lying down? With a hint of exasperation, Chu Xingchen replied, as I mentioned, that technique is called the supreme, true, mystical water heart sutra. Practice it boldly. You shall not feel cold once you reach the third or fourth level of qi. Refiningly, Yingling cast a sidelong glance at the sacred text of the Water Heart Sutra lying beside her. Master, your words are indeed difficult to accept. To hell with it. If death comes, then so be it. I have chosen this, master, and with tears in my eyes, I shall persevere. With gritted teeth, Li Yingling rose, seized the Water Heart Sutra, and approached the fire. She opened the first page and gazed at the first line. I, the true monarch of water spirit, declare that this heart method is the exclusive technique of the true immortal realm's water spirit, true monarch. What? A true immortal heart method? Li Yingling's mood lifted slightly as she glanced at the second line. I, the true monarch of raging waves, have inscribed this genuine water method. I have made revisions for enhanced efficacy. Rest assured in your cultivation. What? A great power has thoughtfully modified it. Li Yingling nodded in satisfaction and turned her gaze to the third line. I, the true monarch of oceanic tides, assert that the previous two are fools, having penned nonsense that misleads disciples. I have amended it. Li Yingling's eyes swiftly scanned the first page. Good heavens! The entire first page was filled with proclamations beginning with I and denunciations of the previous author's incompetence. According to the first page, this Water Heart Sutra had been revised by at least 17 great powers. This implies that it is a compilation of 17 versions of a cultivation heart method. With trembling hands, Li Yingling turned to the next page. Please do not let there be further revisions. Li Yingling felt a wave of darkness envelop her vision. Yet she persevered, continuing to read with one handy. The Emperor of the North Sea, implore you to cease any further alterations. Your lack of skill coupled with reckless writing nearly led me astray in my cultivation. This version, having undergone my meticulous revisions, is the final edition. It is devoid of toxicity. Rest assured in your practice. Allow me to reiterate, no more changes. Turning my gaze to the subsequent section, I was relieved to find that indeed, no further modifications had been made. However, a series of bold strokes of ink obliterated the text that once adorned the page. The sole line that remained untouched read, Water, the very essence of the heavens and the earth. A rather superfluous statement. I must say I swiftly turned to the next page. The entire sheet had been rendered black, marred by vivid strokes of red ink, which in turn had been largely obscured. A cacophony of colors transformed the paper into an inky abyss before being forcibly inscribed upon with white paint. These formidable beings are indeed quite tenacious. The kaleidoscope of colors in the script left Li Yingling feeling quite dizzy. She lifted her gaze towards Chu Xingchen, who lay upon the wooden plank, and weakly inquired, Master, have I succumbed to the madness of my cultivation? Is there still time for you to save me? Chu Xingchen propped himself up, directing his attention to Li Yingling, who was crouched beside the fire. Cradling the water sutra in her hands, he sighed and reassured her, just focus on your cultivation. You will not fall into madness. How could your master possibly harm you? Master, is this not the very text you scavenged from the roadside? Li Yingling asked, her voice tinged with concern. Did you not see? Do you truly believe such a profound technique could be found by the wayside? Upon hearing this, Li Yingling cast her eyes downward. Indeed, the counterfeit currency spent on this text seemed exorbitant. She timidly replied, Master, I truly wish to cultivate. Please protect me. Rising from the plank, Chu Xingchen approached her, nodding, rest assured, I will ensure your safety. Once you begin your cultivation, you shall comprehend the true power of this Water Sutra. Master, you yourself have named it the Water Sutra. What can be done now? Li Yingling steeled herself and persevered through the text, which had likely strayed far from its original form. Subsequently, she began her practice according to the sutra as she cultivated. She felt an instant shift. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth rapidly coalesced, rushing towards Li Yingling, absorbing the energy in accordance with the sutra. It flowed through her meridians that a sense of natural ease enveloped her entire being. Chu Xingchen stood in astonishment, watching as Li Yingling swiftly broke through to the first level of qi refinement, and then, with a sudden surge, ascended to the second level. This prodigious talent was indeed terrifying. How enviable it was to be graced with the title of genius. Disciple Li Yingling has broken through to the second level of qi refinement. Returning 100% of her cultivation, Chu Xingchen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such fortuitous happenings. A faint, pure spiritual energy entered his body. He eagerly attempted to sense this energy, but discerned little, as he was far beyond the second level of qi refinement in his golden core stage. Ah well, at least there was no need to worry about this girl surpassing him. He would always remain a golden core level ahead. In the dead of night, after observing Li Yingling for a while and finding no major issues, Chu Xingchen returned to the wooden plank, stifling a yawn as he prepared to sleep once more. After all, this technique was produced by the system. It should pose no problems. However, Li Yingling seemed to have developed an addiction to cultivation. Practicing from the dark of night until the break of day, sunlight streamed through the broken door, illuminating the temple. Master! Master! Chu Xingchen groggily opened his eyes to find Li Yingling's large, adoring eyes fixed upon him. What is it? He asked, puzzled. I have reached the 5th level of qi refinement. I achieved it in just one night. This water sutra is truly a top-tier celestial technique. Chu Xingchen yawned, turning away to resume his slumber, but still offered a perfunctory compliment. Well done. Observing Chu Xingchen's intent to return to sleep, Li Yingling quickly interjected, Master, I have yet to establish my foundation and cannot undergo fasting. I have been hungry all day, and there is nothing to eat in this desolate wilderness. Master, do you have any solutions? Chu Xingchen sighed in resignation. Did you not say this is a remote area? Go outside and catch some wild chickens that you've reached the 5th level of qi refinement. Surely you can catch at least one wild chicken? Li Yingling was taken aback at his words. This was not how he had persuaded her to become his disciple. How had he changed so drastically upon accepting her as a pupil? She was utterly incapable of catching wild chickens. Yet seeing Chu Xingchen lying motionless on the plank, she thought perhaps this was simply the way of cultivation, much like the water sutra itself. After comforting herself, Li Yingling picked up a wooden stick nearby and stepped out of the temple, determined to hunt a wild chicken. Just as she exited, Chu Xingchen's voice echoed behind her, Remember to leave 2 chicken legs for your master. Li Yingling, who had just stepped into the 5th level of qi refinement, nearly stumbled in shock. When Li Yingling returned to the dilapidated temple, her face covered in dirt and grime, it was already noon. Her pink flowing skirt was stained with mud, and her face bore several streaks of soil that in her hands. The wooden stick had been replaced with a wild rabbit. Her original target had indeed been a wild chicken. But they perched high upon trees, proving difficult to catch. Thus, she had settled for a poor rabbit, though her heart ached at the thought. The rabbit was undeniably adorable, yet was not the stomach more pitiable. Pushing open the door to the dilapidated temple, Li Yingling's gaze fell upon her master, who was boiling water. Chu Xingchen glanced at the dirt-streaked Li Yingling and sighed, asking, You went out to hunt, yet you appear as if you had been hunted yourself? Li Yingling, taken aback by his words, nearly lost her temper. She had intended to retort, but recalled the remarkable prowess of the Water Sutra. Perhaps her master was indeed a sage. Perhaps he was merely honing her skills? With a weak rebuttal, she muttered, It's not that easy to catch them. Chu Xingchen approached and took the rabbit from her hands, examining its ears, too skinny. Next time, catch a fatter one. They taste better when roasted. Noticing Li Yingling's crestfallen expression, Chu Xingchen confidently declared, No need to wear that face. Once I demonstrate my skills, you'll be motivated for your next hunt. Li Yingling's expression turned to one of confusion as she watched Chu Xingchen produce a dagger. Skillfully displaying how to prepare a delightful rabbit, he then summoned a sphere of water, using his elemental technique to wash it clean. The benefits of traveling throughout the Xuanwu kingdom were indeed plentiful, for he had an abundance of spices and seasonings, all neatly stored within his spatial ring. The ring preserved freshness remarkably well. As there was no movement within, he retrieved garlic and scallions, preparing to make a spicy rabbit head. The left side braised while the right side infused with garlic. Soon, 3 plates of dishes made from the rabbit were placed upon the table, each a feast for the senses. Chu Xingchen pushed a plate of rabbit head towards Li Yingling, saying, "This is your first hunt. This exquisite rabbit head is yours to enjoy." As she gazed at the once adorable rabbit transformed into a delectable dish, tears of frustration welled in her eyes. Yet her instinctual revulsion towards the rabbit head was strong. After all, as a young girl with a compassionate heart, consuming rabbit meat was already pushing her limits. How could she possibly eat its head? However, this reluctance crumbled swiftly as the flavors of the spicy and fragrant dish overwhelmed her senses. Before she knew it, the ordinary rabbit meat had vanished from her plate after just a few bites. Yingling soon realized her master had been correct. This rabbit was indeed too lean. It hardly sufficed. Her gaze then fell upon the rabbit head, the very embodiment of her moral struggle. Yingling's internal conflict did not escape Chu Xingchen's keen observation. Seizing the opportunity, he remarked, "Are you really not going to eat it? If you don't, I will eat it." Li Yingling felt a wave of shame wash over her for her lack of principles. Eating the rabbit was one thing, but how could she possibly gnaw on its head? Cursed be her master, how delicious it was. Ever since Li Yingling had experienced Chu Xingchen's culinary skills, her enthusiasm for hunting had surged significantly. Coupled with the exhilarating progress in her cultivation, she found herself restless at night. Diligently practicing her techniques, Chu Xingchen wished to fulfill his role as a guiding master, but found little opportunity to do so. Everything appeared to be going smoothly. This disciple seemed relatively easy to manage. However, the living conditions in the dilapidated temple proved intolerable for someone of Li Yingling's noble upbringing. She meticulously tidied the temple, sweeping away cobwebs from the ceiling, repairing the drafty door, and even dismantling the last 2 wooden planks of the altar to create a separate sleeping space for herself. Chu Xingchen had no objections, understanding as he did the plight of a sheltered young woman. However, he mused that if he were to take on a new disciple in the future, he might find himself relegated to sleeping on a pile of straw. Half a month later, under the cover of night, Li Yingling leaned beside the fire, savoring a roasted chicken leg with an expression of bliss. Yet, she still languidly remarked, "Master, I have been stuck at the 9th level of chi refinement for quite some time." Chu Xingchen sprinkled seasoning on the roasted chicken, saying, "Practice more, and you shall ascend." Yingling cleared her throat lightly and said, "Master, when I read the stories, don't they always mention miraculous elixirs and spiritual herbs to aid in breakthroughs? As the foremost sect in the Xuanwu kingdom, and you, Master, being the greatest cultivator in the realm, surely you possess a fair share of fine elixirs." Chu Xingchen raised his eyes to look at Li Yingling, who was displaying an expression of eager anticipation. Put it succinctly, her words implied, "Master, hurry up and reveal those elixirs." Amusingly, he thought to himself, where would he procure such elixirs? After all, he was still in the foundation establishment stage himself. How could a master at this level provide her with miraculous elixirs? However, it wasn't entirely hopeless. Chu Xingchen glanced at the night sky. The Xuanwu kingdom was situated in a remote area, far from the abundance of golden core cultivators in the central continent. In this secluded place, a golden core cultivator was already considered an elder. Regardless of his circumstances, he was now a flawless golden core cultivator. And actions he once refrained from were no longer out of reach. Resolutely, Chu Xingchen declared, "Hurry and eat. Once you finish, I'll take you to our sect's medicinal fields to gather some spiritual herbs for you." Li Yingling's eyes brightened with excitement. "Our sect has medicinal fields? I've wandered these desolate outskirts, and haven't seen a trace of them." Chu Xingchen replied with a hint of annoyance. "This wretched place lacks spiritual veins. Do you think spiritual herbs grow like radishes, just waiting to be buried in the ground?" At that moment, Li Yingling was no longer concerned about radishes. She realized that her sect was not merely a dilapidated temple. It possessed medicinal fields. With this revelation, her spirits soared. It seemed that her breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage was within reach. Li Yingling found the roasted chicken leg in her hand even more delectable, disregarding decorum as she voraciously devoured it. "Master, I'm full. Let us hurry." Chu Xingchen could only shake his head in disbelief at the girl's unabashed desire for his elixirs. Nevertheless, it was best to leave promptly. Timing was of the essence. With a sigh, he said, "Let us go." Under the dark night, the master and disciple ventured southeast. An hour later, while traversing the rugged mountain path, Li Yingling could not suppress her curiosity. "Master, isn't this medicinal field a bit too remote?" "That is how spiritual veins are. We're almost there." After another half hour, Li Yingling finally glimpsed the medicinal field Chu Xingchen had mentioned. Indeed, the spiritual herbs were unlike any other, illuminated by the moonlight. They shimmered with a radiant glow, harmonizing with the silvery light. The protective measures around the field were quite impressive. A pale yellow barrier safeguarded this modest patch of medicinal herbs. Yingling's eyes sparkled with excitement as she turned to Chu Xingchen. But her enthusiasm waned when she saw what he was doing. Chu Xingchen was cautiously using his own spiritual energy to stealthily create a large opening in the barrier. After surveying the surroundings, he handed her a burlap sack. "I'll keep watch. You go in and take whatever catches your fancy. No need to be polite. It's our field." Upon hearing this, Li Yingling felt dizzy, unable to believe her ears. "Master, are you trying to set me up?" She stared at the burlap sack thrust into her hands this moment. She was no fool. She knew very well this was a medicinal field belonging to another sect. As a well-bred noblewoman, the idea of stealing was a significant challenge to her moral integrity. She intended to voice her concerns, but a silencing gesture from Chu Xingchen startled her into silence. "Keep your voice down. Don't wake up the brothers inside. Hurry, take whatever you see." With the sack in hand, the spiritual herbs inside, and her master's urging, Li Yingling felt a surge of adrenaline. She had to act. Gritting her teeth, she cautiously slipped through the opening. Hadn't the stories always said that the world of cultivation was rife with deception? Achieving immortality meant others must be denied their chance. Stepping into the medicinal field, her anxiety faded as she grabbed the first glowing herb she saw. Pulling it up by the roots, she paid no mind to its effects or the proper technique. Stuffing everything into the burlap sack, before long, she grew increasingly excited, specifically seeking out the brightest, glowing herbs. These could serve as candles when she returned home. Li Yingling finally filled her sack to the brim, ready to return, but it was now Chu Xingchen's turn to be taken aback. The medicinal field was already small, belonging to a minor sect, and he dared not provoke the larger ones. Yet, she had been rather indiscriminate, nearly uprooting a quarter of the herbs. Just as Li Yingling emerged, perhaps too exhilarated to be cautious, she inadvertently woke one of the sleepy disciples guarding the medicinal field. Blinking groggily, he quickly noticed the missing herbs, particularly the essential ones for their master, which had been uprooted without a trace. Which foolhardy thief dares to steal the herbs painstakingly gathered by our master? The guard roared, sounding the alarm bell. "Thief! Someone, come quickly! There's a thief!" Li Yingling's heart raced. Chu Xingchen, reacting swiftly, seized her hand and immediately used Earth Escape to flee. In her daze, she heard the guard exclaim, "That scoundrel is stealing the precious, immortal herbs I painstakingly gathered." Chu Xingchen's Earth Escape was specifically designed for quick escapes, and his diligent practice allowed him to move with great speed. When they reemerged, they found themselves in an unknown location. Chu Xingchen skillfully set up diversions to mislead their pursuers before leading Li Yingling in the opposite direction. He repeated this maneuver at least 8 times before carefully returning to the dilapidated temple. Taking the burlap sack from the still-shaken Li Yingling, Chu Xingchen began sorting the spiritual herbs. After identifying a couple, he frowned. "Why did you only bring back those for replenishing yang energy?" Li Yingling, still shaken, asked, "Master, do you think we'll get caught?" Chu Xingchen remained calm and assured, "No, I've made adequate preparations. We're safe." Recalling Chu Xingchen's practiced movements and rapid Earth Escape, Li Yingling noted his unruffled demeanor. He seemed like an experienced hand. She inquired, "Master, do you often do this?" "Not frequently, I simply practiced during my travels through the Xuanwu Kingdom when my cultivation was lower and trouble was easy to find. Then your cultivation must be quite high now. Why still run? What else can we do? Should we just eliminate anyone we encounter? Chu Xingchen continued sorting the herbs and explained, no need to overthink it. That sect has had minor grievances with me before. Today, a little theft will settle the score. Curious, Li Yingling asked, what grievances? With a sigh, Chu Xingchen recounted, the sect leader had a partner who was quite attractive but of questionable character. Unfortunately, the leader was deeply infatuated. Later, the partner attempted to seduce me multiple times, but was caught by the leader that I explained that I was the only one being targeted. His top disciple was also involved. This only infuriated him further, and I ended up being chased for 3 days and nights. I could this. Li Yingling couldn't help but laugh. Chu Xingchen glanced at her, but said nothing, continuing to organize the herbs. He selected a few of suitable age, removed their roots, and tossed them into a pot. The other herbs, temporarily unnecessary, were stored away in a spatial ring, lighting a fire, adding water, and bringing it to a boil. The beginner's gift from the system included basic alchemy and crafting techniques. Unfortunately, one required a furnace and the other a stove. However, upon careful examination, he discovered that while crafting required a stove, alchemy could be performed in a pot, albeit with slightly inferior results. Focusing intently, he commenced the alchemical process. Do not speak. After the golden core stage, the manipulation of spiritual energy became increasingly effortless. The essence within the medicinal herbs was swiftly extracted. A pot of water quickly transformed into a vibrant green hue. Then came the fierce heat to concentrate the essence, preserving its efficacy that a pot of water was condensed into a droplet the size of a pill. Chu Xingchen cautiously enveloped this droplet with spiritual energy and then turned to Li Yingling, saying, "Open your mouth, my good disciple." Yingling was left dumbfounded. Wasn't alchemy supposed to yield solid pills? Why was her experience a liquid one? Moreover, the green liquid resembled poison at first glance. How was she supposed to open her mouth for this? Li Yingling weakly inquired, "Master, are you sure this can be ingested? If it weren't for the poor effects and side effects of consuming the spirit-cultivating grass directly, I wouldn't bother refining this for you." Chu Xingchen replied impatiently, "Hurry up and open your mouth. Finish it and go practice." Hearing this, Li Yingling reluctantly opened her mouth and swallowed the green liquid pill. As the liquid burst within her mouth, an intensely bitter flavor contorted her expression, almost causing her to regurgitate. However, the effect was indeed remarkable. The spiritual energy within her began to surge. Yingling hurried back to her bed, promptly sitting cross-legged to commence her cultivation. After observing her situation and confirming there were no issues, Chu Xingchen also returned to his bed. He then opened the system interface. There were 2 novice tasks. One was to recruit a qualified disciple, and the other required the disciple to reach the foundation establishment stage. Once Li Yingling reached foundation establishment, the second novice task would also be completed, rewarding him with a divine ability. Subsequently, formal tasks would be unlocked. It was disheartening. Who would have thought a novice task would take over 3 years to complete? The effectiveness of the iron cauldron in alchemy proved to be quite impressive. Yingling began to absorb spiritual power voraciously. Preparing for her breakthrough to foundation establishment, Chu Xingchen quickly retrieved several spirit stones from his spatial ring, arranging them into a simple gathering formation to ensure Li Yingling had sufficient spiritual energy for her breakthrough. He had also studied the Water Heart Sutra. Although it appeared somewhat convoluted, it was undoubtedly a product of an emperor's wisdom, designed according to the perfect path for foundation establishment. After all, one could not become an immortal with an unstable foundation. Only by having a full reservoir of primordial energy and a clear divine platform could one smoothly establish their foundation. As a superior celestial seedling, Li Yingling's cultivation speed was rapid, but her foundation remained solid. After all, she was his first disciple, and he would not be negligent. Observing Li Yingling's gradually converging aura, Chu Xingchen understood that this time it was certain. Half an hour later, the system notification sounded. The grand disciple Li Yingling has successfully broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Rewards granted. Divine ability. 3,000 weak water sword. Formal task released. Recruit 2 qualified disciples. Reward. Spirit Gathering Formation. Formal Task 2. Recruit 3 qualified disciples. Reward: True Martial Hall. The mainline tasks were within expectations. However, finding disciples was no easy feat. Chu Xingchen could not help but let out a sigh. Upon completing her meditation, Yingling opened her eyes, brimming with joy, ready to say something, only to see Chu Xingchen staring vacantly at her before sighing. Was her cultivation method flawed? Yingling quickly scanned her inner condition. But everything appeared perfectly normal. What could be wrong? Was her foundation establishment method incorrect? However, after several careful observations, she found no issues at all. This was indeed the gravest concern. Yingling weakly said, "Master, am I doomed?" Coming back to his senses, Chu Xingchen cast a bewildered glance at Yingling. "What nonsensical words are you uttering?" He retrieved the divine ability from the system space and tossed it to Yingling. "This is a divine ability, the last resort of a cultivator. Practice it diligently." Receiving the flying divine ability, Yingling glanced at the cover, which was clean and tidy, with 3,000 weak water, soared beautifully inscribed. She cautiously opened it, finding it different from the several modified versions she had imagined. This divine ability was immaculate. Even the characters were elegantly written. It resembled a wild chicken divine ability one might stumble upon at a roadside stall. However, Yingling dismissed this thought, having experienced the Waterheart Sutra. As long as she had not ruined her own practice, she now held an unreserved trust in her master, joyfully flipping through the divine sword technique. She felt she was still short of something essential. Yingling inquired, "Master, do you have a sword?" This question seemed to carry an air of mockery. Nevertheless, Chu Xingchen understood her intent. He glanced at Yingling, then swiftly tore off a small piece from his wooden bed, using spiritual energy to carve it into a wooden sword before tossing it to her. "No worries. Practice more. If it breaks, I'll make you a new one." There are plenty of trees outside. After more than half a month, Yingling had adjusted to her master's ways and quietly picked up the simple wooden sword that had been discarded on the ground. She then silently retreated to her own wooden bed, seemingly unfazed by her breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. Chu Xingchen let out another silent sigh. Where could he find such a celestial seedling disciple? In the past, betrayal. In the past, deep-seated enmity. In this lifetime, I shall exact blood for blood. Xingtian's gaze was calm and composed, the straw sandals beneath him already worn and bloodied in his previous life. He had mediocre talent, joining the Qingfeng sect and enduring humiliation. After a hard-fought battle, he finally obtained a treasured item to turn the tide. From the southern Jiang continent, he surged into the vast central continent. Even in the land of gathered geniuses, he was hailed as a prodigy. Alas, in his youthful ignorance, he was deceived by a wicked demoness, leaving him with nothing. Even the nascent soul he had cultivated was drained by that demoness. The most infuriating part was that wicked demoness. She never even held his hand. Truly damned. Since he had been granted another chance at life, in this lifetime, his heart shall have no room for women. The destination for Xingtian was a mountain temple in the Tenli Slope Woods. Within the mountain temple lay a stone containing a millennium of bone jade. If one could absorb and melt it, subduing the inner demons within, they could undergo a complete metamorphosis. The reason for the construction of a mountain temple in this desolate area with no signs of human life for miles was that a powerful being had left this opportunity for a fated individual in future generations. In his past life, he was that fated individual. In this life, he arrived even quicker than before. He was still that fated individual. Indeed, fate is truly unfathomable. Xingtian climbed over a familiar steep slope. His heart swelled with excitement, for beyond this slope lay the mountain temple. Xingtian eagerly raised his gaze. The mountain temple was in sight, but not only that, it also revealed a young and stunning female cultivator clad in a flowing pink dress. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, her face like a peach blossom, wielding a wooden sword, gracefully practicing her swordsmanship. The aura of spiritual energy around her surged, radiating unparalleled beauty. If an ordinary person were to see her, how could they refrain from exclaiming about a celestial maiden? But Xingtian was different. Damn it! A woman, Li Xingtian cursed inwardly, yet he did not rush forward. Undoubtedly, the girl before him was already a cultivator. Having embarked on the path to immortality, he, at present, was merely a lowly second-tier chi refinement cultivator. Better to observe first. Upon closer inspection, however, Li Xingtian discerned a clue. This girl was clearly practicing an extraordinary sword technique. A divine ability, no less. Moreover, her compatibility with it was exceptional. A divine ability. How many cultivators dream of such a thing? In the central continent, only by mastering a divine ability could one be called a prodigy. Li Xingtian had a divine ability as well, but it was vastly different from the techniques he cultivated, significantly diminishing its effectiveness. Nonetheless, even so, within the same realm, as long as his opponent lacked a divine ability, he could easily crush them. What made Li Xingtian even more envious was that the spiritual energy displayed by this girl was merely at the foundation establishment stage, that a foundation establishment girl possessing a divine ability compatible with her. Even with his reincarnation and the memories of his past life, he would not dare to entertain such a beautiful dream. Which top-tier sect's core disciple from the central continent was out here, traveling? Surely there were elders from the sect accompanying her to provide protection. Li Xingtian's heart raced. His movements could very well have been detected. He quickly and cautiously slid back down the slope. Indeed, seizing opportunities at the right moment was crucial. He had arrived too early. With his self-deprecating curse, Li Xingtian resolved to make his exit. Just as he turned away, a wooden sword was thrust directly against his throat. The young girl, practicing swordplay, wore a frigid expression, her tone icy as she inquired, "Who sent you? Was it the minister of the Xuanwu kingdom, or has the Taichin sect discovered our whereabouts?" Faced with the wooden sword pressed against his throat, Li Xingtian promptly capitulated. After all, he had often yielded in his previous life within the sect. He raised his hands high and declared, I did not know the people you mentioned." Yingling's gaze sharpened as she coldly asked, "Then what is your purpose here?" Li Xingtian's mind raced as he sought a plausible excuse. From the direction of the temple, a voice drifted over. "Surely our sect has gained a renowned reputation. This young talent must be here to join us, right?" Li Xingtian turned his head to discover a handsome young man in tattered robes leaning against the doorframe. A smile gracing his face as he regarded him, Yingling, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "Master, I think that is rather unlikely. If she were still oblivious to the nature of their so-called sect, she would be nothing short of a fool. Her master might possess considerable strength, yet it was doubtful he could easily dominate the Xuanwu kingdom. His identity was ambiguous, and it was unclear where he had acquired such top-tier techniques. To suggest they were famous enough to attract followers was merely the stuff of dreams." Chu Xingchen approached leisurely, his gaze scrutinizing the young man before him. Short hair, slightly gaunt, and despite the sword's threat to his throat, his expression remained unflustered that a glance at the system revealed his target. Li Xingtian. Cultivation level, chi refining second layer, golden attribute. Reborn, purple attribute. Decisive and slaughter, blue attribute. Loyal and righteous. Conditions for accepting a disciple met. The system had just indicated that a candidate fulfilling the criteria had appeared nearby. A sweep of his consciousness revealed that Li Xingtian had indeed been apprehended by Li Yingling. Chu Xingchen regarded the youth with a mix of intrigue and admiration. A reincarnate, indeed. This one clearly fits the mold of a protagonist, especially the attribute of loyalty and righteousness. It screamed of being the sect leader's favored disciple. Though regrettably, he was male, given the rare opportunity of having a disciple delivered to his doorstep. It was only fitting to take him under his wing. Xingtian, feeling exposed under Chu Xingchen's penetrating gaze, was taken aback. To his astonishment, it was not a guardian who had arrived, but rather his master in person. Taking a deep breath, Li Xingtian slowly asked, "Might I inquire the name of your esteemed sect?" Upon hearing this, Li Yingling's curiosity piqued, and she turned her gaze towards Chu Xingchen. As she too was unaware, whenever she had asked, her master had always evaded the question. This matter had troubled not only Li Yingling for some time, but also Chu Xingchen, who, as a sufferer of naming difficulties, had long wished to give his sect a name that was both meaningful and elegant. Now, Observing Li Xingtian's puzzled expression, he understood that silence was no longer an option. Otherwise, this prospective disciple might slip away. Gazing skyward, Chu Xingchen leisurely proclaimed, "Our sect is named the Heavenly Tao Alliance." Heavenly Tao Alliance? Li Xingtian's pupils constricted in disbelief. How audacious to claim such a name. It dawned on him that his previous narrow-mindedness had clouded his judgment. He had long heard of various hidden immortal sects in the central continent, and he surmised that these two were likely from one of them. Quickly clasping his hands in respect, Li Xingtian declared, "I am merely passing through and mean no disturbance." Chu Xingchen swiftly raised a hand to interrupt him, his eyes narrowing as if he had discerned something. "You carry the scent of causality. Is this time itself?" At these words, Li Xingtian's heart raced, and he dared not meet Chu Xingchen's gaze. This man could perceive the threads of time and causality? What level of cultivation was this? Transformation or tribulation? In this remote area of southern Jianbu, to encounter such a formidable figure was astounding. Could it be he had also come for the bone jade? Yet in his previous life, he had obtained the bone jade, which implied that this elder had not found it. What further thoughts could he entertain at this juncture? This person had already seen through his temporal causality. Did he know he was a reincarnate? Surely this great figure would not bind him for research. Would he? As Li Xingtian's mind spiraled in turmoil, another individual was equally engrossed in devising a way to bamboozle the reincarnate before him. After a moment, Chu Xingchen spoke with an air of profundity. "Young man, bearing great causality can be both a blessing and a curse." Xingtian paused, sensing the elder was hinting at something, and eagerly pressed, "What do you mean, senior?" "Feigning wisdom," Chu Xingchen replied. "Time is a torrent, a grand force, a law. To swim against it is to either shatter into oblivion or achieve great renown." Xingtian inhaled deeply, seemingly grasping Chu Xingchen's veiled message, and resolutely stated, "Regardless of whether I shatter or shine, I have come to understand my purpose in this life." Nodding in satisfaction, Chu Xingchen exhibited an approving countenance. As if to say, the path of cultivation is, after all, an act of defiance against fate. A flicker of conflict crossed Chu Xingchen's features before he sighed. "Very well. It seems fate has intertwined our paths. Would you be willing to join my sect?" Li Xingtian was momentarily taken aback, gazing incredulously at Chu Xingchen, hesitating to respond. The latter perceived his trepidation, which stemmed from the fear of being ensnared in a trap. Given that Li Xingtian was a reincarnate, and currently at the qi refining second layer, with his feet bloodied from wear, it was evident that the dilapidated temple held something of great significance for him. As for what that something was, did it require further contemplation? It was clearly the pivotal opportunity that Li Xingtian cherished most. Chu Xingchen, as if reading Li Xingtian's thoughts, scoffed, "You underestimate the world too much. What you perceive as a treasure is, in our eyes, merely an inconsequential trinket. Go inside and claim your destiny." Xingtian felt his inner secrets laid bare. Astonishment etched upon his features as he gazed at Chu Xingchen. The latter continued to exude an air of superiority, saying, "It is a pity your vision is too narrow. You fail to recognize what constitutes true fortune." Xingtian wrestled with his thoughts, but ultimately clasped his hands in gratitude, stating, "I appreciate your leniency, senior, but I am not accustomed to the constraints of a sect. I hope for your understanding." Chu Xingchen silently shook his head, turning away to disregard him. Yingling, let him go. Though uncertain of her master's motives or the cryptic exchange between them, Yingling was unwavering in her respect for her master and would not hesitate to show it. She retracted her wooden sword and respectfully inclined her head towards Chu Xingchen, saying yes, master. At the same time, from a vantage point unseen by Li Xingtian, she discreetly winked at Chu Xingchen, signaling her compliance. Chu Xingchen nodded in approval. Xingtian once again bowed in thanks, then ascended the small slope, daring not to look back that he stepped into the temple. The space bore traces of life that had transformed significantly since his initial arrival. Even the wooden boards beneath the deity's statue had been thoroughly dismantled. The thrill coursed through Li Xingtian as he hurried to the statue and reached out to touch the floor, only to find the small stone he remembered had vanished. What had happened? Did the elder take it? Yet he spoke so nonchalantly, and his cultivation was unfathomably deep that this moment, Li Xingtian was merely at the qi refining second layer. There was no need for him to play tricks. Where could that object have gone? The item you seek has been repurposed as a table prop. Chu Xingchen's voice echoed from behind him once more. Li Xingtian refrained from turning to look, but instead followed Chu Xingchen's suggestion and glanced towards the side of the table. Indeed, the Millennium Bone Jade he had longed for was being used as a table stabilizer. Although he saw it, Li Xingtian did not immediately seize it. Instead, he turned once more to bow in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Senior." Chu Xingchen waved a hand dismissively, his expression indifferent. Li Xingtian slowly rose and strode towards a Millennium Bone Jade he had yearned for since his rebirth. Lifting the table leg, he reclaimed the stone-like Bone Jade, feeling as though a heavy weight had finally lifted from his heart. After once again expressing his gratitude to Chu Xingchen, he hurriedly exited the dilapidated temple. Yingling watched as Li Xingtian departed, then stepped into the temple, her tone somewhat perplexed as she asked, "Master, are you really just letting him go?" The master, who had always been reluctant to move without benefit, was surprisingly generous this time, allowing someone to take something and leave. Upon hearing Li Yingling's words, Chu Xingchen hastily abandoned his lofty demeanor. "You should practice at home first. I shall step out for a while." Li Yingling displayed a look that suggested this was how a master ought to behave. However, before Chu Xingchen departed, she curiously inquired, "Master, is our sect truly called the Heavenly Tao Alliance?" After all, not everything the master said was the truth. It was possible he was merely deceiving that foolish lad. Indeed, Chu Xingchen replied curtly, transforming into a streak of rainbow light as he took his leave. Yingling pondered thoughtfully, stroking her chin. Shortly after, with a wave of spiritual energy, her wooden sword flew in her hand, which she caught deftly. "I should practice first. I'm close to mastering the 3,000-week water sword." Yingling felt that once she grasped this challenging technique, there would be a qualitative leap in her abilities. Having been called a genius her entire life, it was the first time Li Yingling felt exasperated by this seemingly insurmountable challenge. It had already been 5 whole days. She found herself lingering at the threshold of mastery. It was no wonder the master was eager to take on new disciples. Perhaps her innate talent seemed insufficient in his eyes. With a sigh, Li Yingling resolved to work harder. Xingtian, determined, headed straight for the nearest town. Refining the Millennium Bone Jade required a quiet and secure space, as well as a full day's time. The once helpless sect of sand sculpture had become a distant memory. She could not return, having secretly slipped away from the sect. Now, she was likely marked as a fugitive in their records. She planned to rent a tavern in a nearby town and offer a generous sum to ensure the attendants would not disturb her. Once she refined the Millennium Bone Jade, she would swiftly make her way to the central continent, where opportunities awaited her. Yet, one matter weighed heavily on her mind. The words of a certain elder continued to echo in her thoughts. Had she truly missed her genuine opportunity? With a sigh, she reflected on how the previous sect had left her utterly disillusioned. In her past life, hadn't she become a renowned figure in the central continent without relying on a sect? Surely, she could do it again in this life. Why should she be bound to a so-called sect? Resolutely, she cleared her mind of distractions that if she were to commit, she would not look back a day later. After crossing mountains and rivers, Li Xingtian finally arrived at his destination, a considerable town. Upon reaching the tavern, he did not hasten to the second-floor guest room to refine the Millennium Bone Jade. Instead, he ordered a table full of dishes. After all, he was merely at the second layer of qi refining. Having trekked such a long way, the provisions he had brought had long been consumed. He was ravenous, a sensation he had not felt in quite some time. Xingtian chuckled lightly, finding the experience refreshingly genuine. However, his amusement was short-lived. He encountered disciples from the Qingfeng sect, who had previously crossed paths with him. On the second floor, several disciples dressed in white and blue garments of the Qingfeng sect descended the stairs leisurely. Noticing them from the corner of his eye, Li Xingtian quickly lowered his head to avoid detection. Cursing his misfortune inwardly, alas, The more one feared something, the more it seemed to manifest. One of the Qingfeng sect disciples scanned the first floor and caught sight of the bowed Li Xingtian. He felt a sense of familiarity and suddenly seemed to recall something, promptly tugging at the sleeve of the leading senior brother ahead of him. Seeing the puzzled look from his senior, the disciple urgently gestured for him to look towards Li Xingtian. The senior brother followed his gaze, squinting his eyes before striding confidently towards Li Xingtian's table with his four companions. As he reached Li Xingtian's side, the senior brother boldly sat down, his gaze sharp as he fixed it on Li Xingtian. Are you the notorious Li Xingtian who is on the fugitive list? Realizing he could no longer hide, Li Xingtian abruptly raised his head, surveying the five brothers. None were at the foundation establishment stage. He assessed 3 were at the 3rd layer of qi refining, 1 at the 4th, and the leading brother at the 5th. Although he was only at the 2nd layer, the formidable techniques etched in his mind from his previous life were enough to vanquish these mere novices at qi refining. If he were to eliminate them first, he could then escape. Otherwise, relentless pursuit would surely lead to his capture. It was better to strike first and revel in the success rather than be beaten later. Li Xingtian decided to take the initiative, seizing a pair of chopsticks nearby, his spiritual energy surging within him. Grabbing the leader first was essential. However, the senior brother was already prepared for Li Xingtian's sudden move. He merely sneered at the oncoming chopsticks, unleashing the full force of his 5th-layer qi refining cultivation. A powerful palm descended towards Li Xingtian's head. How could a mere 2nd-layer waste comprehend the 5th layer's domain? The chopsticks clashed with the palm, yet the outcome astonished everyone present. Li Xingtian's chopsticks pierced through the palm, the feeble spiritual energy demonstrating an unexpectedly strong penetrating force. After breaching the palm, Li Xingtian did not relent, continuing his assault towards the senior brother's head. Just as victory seemed imminent, a fierce and menacing aura of golden core energy erupted suddenly. A casual strike shattered the 2nd-floor room, and a massive surge of spiritual energy surged towards Li Xingtian like a rampaging dragon. But a sense of alarm surged within him as he turned to see an elderly man with snow-white hair gazing at him silently. Li Xingtian recognized him as the 2nd elder of the Qingfeng sect. Mid-level golden core. This was it. The thought barely registered his mind before the immense spiritual energy transformed into a crimson dragon. Lunged at him, he felt his internal organs shatter from the impact, and Li Xingtian coughed up blood. The 2nd elder rose slightly, his expression neutral, for betraying the sect and assaulting its disciples. According to Qingfeng sect's rules, you shall face the consequences. Li Xingtian found himself without any room to struggle. His meager spiritual energy had long been dispersed. His meridians had also sustained grave injuries. The words of the elder echoed in his mind once more. The flow of time is a great force governed by laws. All actions that defy the past lead to currents flowing against the tide. He had been overly complacent, forgetting that when causality is disrupted, all outcomes would diverge. Perhaps the elder had already forewarned him. To recklessly alter history would exact a price. That suggestion to take on disciples might have merely been an attempt to save his life. After all, a being capable of perceiving the flow of time would surely be able to foresee his predicament. Wouldn't they? Li Xingtian did not regret his actions. He simply felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. Please spare me in consideration of the next. A familiar voice interrupted his thoughts, and he turned to see Chu Xingchen, wearing a look of regret, delicately sipping tea from a cup. The 2nd elder's gaze swiftly shifted to the speaking Chu Xingchen. Unable to sense the young man's cultivation, his expression finally shifting. Who might this esteemed friend be? Chu Xingchen shook his head slightly, picking up a pair of chopsticks and extending them forward. An enigmatic sword energy surged violently from the chopsticks, intertwining with spiritual energy to form a small white dragon that danced around them. Was this a divine ability? The 2nd elder suppressed his astonishment, inhaling deeply as his attitude softened. This person is a traitor to our Qingfeng sect and has harmed our disciples. Friend, by both reason and sentiment, you should not impede me. Chu Xingchen sighed. I do not wish to exert my influence over you. However, this individual possesses a certain connection with me. Might you consider sparing his life? I can offer compensation. The second elder pondered for a moment, but ultimately shook his head. If I were to let him go, our Qingfeng sect would lose all credibility in the outside world. Spare me. Li Xingtian, collapsing on the ground, burst into laughter. Since I entered the Qingfeng sect as an outer disciple, have you ever treated me as one? For 3 years, I'm mind spiritual, or, of the 17 disciples recruited from my village, I'm the last one standing. Your notion of sparing me is simply to prevent me from mining while sending me to the wilds where even inner disciples fear to tread for spiritual plants. The second elder's heart skipped a beat as he hastily interrupted, angrily exclaiming, "Traitor! How dare you slander the Qingfeng sect?" Upon hearing the words, Chu Xingchen was momentarily taken aback, then let out a cold laugh. It turned out that I was indeed the one in the right. How could a person like Li Xingtian, who was known for his deep sense of loyalty and righteousness, betray his sect? He directed his gaze towards the elderly man on the second floor using the system's attribute panel. Supreme Elder Shangwan Hong Cultivation. Mid-Golden Core Blue Attribute. Deep Schemes White Attribute. Acceptable Talent Black Attribute. Growing Old Black Attribute. Haunted by inner demons the instant he beheld the attributes. Chu Xingchen's confidence surged. It appeared he was dealing with a frail opponent. With superior martial strength and a favorable position, was he not invincible? Chu Xingchen scoffed and bellowed. I once thought that the Qingfeng sect was a prestigious righteous sect in the realm of cultivation. It seems, however, that you are merely blood-sucking vermin. How could the Tiandao alliance of Zhongzhou sully itself by associating with you? Now, you old dog can either scurry back with your tail between your legs, or today, I shall twist your head off and kick it like a ball. As he spoke, the sword energy entwined around his chopsticks roared fiercely, expanding rapidly, then glaring ominously at the second elder, poised to attack at the slightest provocation. The remaining patrons in the tavern had long since fled, leaving only the disciples of the Qingfeng sect cowering in a corner, observing the standoff to that moment. The second elder did not dare to strike. He could not perceive the true cultivation level of the seemingly youthful individual before him, which indicated that this person was at least in the mid-golden core stage, even setting aside the true cultivation level of this ostensibly young man. The display of such divine abilities meant that even if his opponent was merely a fledgling in the early golden core stage, he would still struggle to contend with him. Moreover, the term Zhongzhou was akin to a thunderclap in the southern region of Zhangzhou. What sect could possibly compete with one that had established itself in Zhongzhou? Although he suspected that the young man might be bluffing, who would dare to gamble on such a matter? The second elder maintained a composed expression, but was already contemplating how to speak without losing face. Just then, a fawning voice echoed from outside. "Honored friends, please do not fight." Chu Xingchen's spiritual sense swept over, identifying a middle-aged man clad in the official garb of the Demon Suppression Department of the Xuanwu Kingdom, whose cultivation was at the mid-foundation establishment stage. The middle-aged man continued, "Respected seniors, is there not a more civil way to resolve this? Moreover, this is a town of mortals. Should you engage in battle, it would not only cost countless innocent lives, but you would also incur an unfavorable karmic burden. What do you think, esteemed seniors?" The second elder's heart instantly relaxed. He gently stroked his beard and replied, "Since the director has spoken, then the Qingfeng sect shall give you face." Chu Xingchen slowly retracted his chopsticks. Although it would be easy to kill him, it would inevitably lead to complications later, especially since they were within the territory of the Xuanwu Kingdom. Offending the authorities for the sake of this old man was hardly wise. Besides, given that this elder was both aged and plagued by inner demons, he might not last long after returning. With that in mind, Chu Xingchen said nothing further, merely lifting the incapacitated Li Xingtian and transforming into a streak of rainbow light as he departed. The second elder also sighed in relief, thanking the director of the Demon Suppression Department with a gesture of respect before soaring down the stairs. His sharp gaze fell upon a brother in the 5th layer of Qi refinement, who still had chopsticks stuck in his palm. Silently, the second elder reached out and removed the chopsticks from his hand. The brother let out a pained grunt, but did not dare to react too strongly. The second elder cast a sidelong glance at this disappointing outer disciple and ordered, "You lot should return to the sect." The 5 outer disciples hurriedly responded in unison, "Yes." The second elder's gaze lingered on the direction in which Chu Xingchen had departed, remaining silent for a long time. Meanwhile, Chu Xingchen took measures to confuse the enemy, moving to several locations before leisurely heading to the dilapidated temple with Xingtian. Enduring the pain, Xingtian spoke. "Thank you, Senior, for your timely rescue." In response, Chu Xingchen said, "You should thank my eldest disciple first." Xingtian's expression was one of utter confusion. However, Chu Xingchen offered no further explanation. After all, it was largely due to his eldest disciple's efforts that he could reveal his divine abilities at a crucial moment. Truly, a prodigious disciple imbued with a golden talent attribute. Remarkably, she had grasped the divine abilities in such a short span of days. Moreover, it was at a pivotal moment that she had mastered them, leading Chu Xingchen to receive a corresponding reward from the system, allowing him to acquire that divine ability as well. Otherwise, he feared he would not have been able to easily intimidate the elder of the Qingfeng sect. He resolved to reward her handsomely upon returning. Today's chicken leg was entirely hers. Having attained the golden core stage, it was but a brief time before Chu Xingchen brought Xingtian back to the dilapidated temple. At that moment, Yingling was manipulating a wooden sword amidst a swirling dragon, with several streams of water coiling around it, appearing to be quite entertained. However, she soon noticed the arrival of the two and quickly retrieved her wooden sword. Rushing out to greet her master, as she watched the two descend. Before Chu Xingchen could speak, Yingling glanced at the seriously injured Xingtian and, with a conflicted expression, said, "Master, even if they refuse to cooperate, you need not bring someone back in such a grievously wounded state, right?" Chu Xingchen retorted, "You truly understand my style, don't you? Next time, I shall leave such matters to you." Yingling's expression grew more troubled as she timidly replied, "Master, I lack experience in such matters. If I fail to handle it well, you must not blame me." Xingtian quickly interjected, "Please do not misunderstand. I was not injured by this, Senior." Chu Xingchen directly supported Xingtian into the dilapidated temple, casting a glance at Yingling. "This girl is quite mischievous and enjoys deceiving others. She was merely toying with you." Yingling chuckled and followed Chu Xingchen into the temple. Chu Xingchen laid Xingtian down on his wooden bed and swiftly assessed the condition within Xingtian's body using his own spiritual energy. A slight frown creased his brow, for Xingtian's condition was indeed far from optimistic. After all, the elder of the Qingfeng sect was a golden core cultivator, even if he had held back, intending merely to capture him. A Qi refinement stage cultivator like Xingtian would still struggle to withstand such an attack. At present, Xingtian's internal organs had suffered severe damage, and his meridians were in shambles from the overwhelming spiritual energy. Yet, upon observing Xingtian's expression, he found no signs of pain. Truly, a tough individual, worthy of being a reborn soul. However, relying solely on his own recovery would likely prove insufficient. He would need to provide him with some meticulously crafted healing elixirs. "Kid, you certainly can endure," Chu Xingchen praised, then turned his gaze to Yingling. "Disciple, prepare the cauldron for alchemy." Yingling's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although she despised consuming her master's elixirs, that did not hinder her desire to see others partake of them. With an excited expression, she promptly replied, "All right, master," and made her way to the cauldron to start the fire and boil water. Chu Xingchen rummaged through the remaining spiritual herbs to see if any could be used for healing. In the spatial ring, he happened upon several herbs suitable for healing that he would prepare a batch for his future disciple. After he consumed it, he would surely be grateful and bow in reverence. After simply removing the roots from the herbs, Chu Xingchen began the alchemical process in a straightforward manner, but a pot of clear water began to turn murky green as several vibrant green spiritual plants were added. And a pungent herbal odor began to permeate the air. However, Yingling felt no discomfort. In fact, she was quite pleased as she watched the potion gradually cloud over, for the one who was to consume it was not her. As the water in the pot reduced by half, Chu Xingchen added the last ingredient, the blue moon flower. With the addition of the striking blue flower, dark green bubbles began to rise in a murky concoction. Chu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction, then raised the heat to extract the final healing elixir, enveloping it in spiritual energy as he removed it. Yingling gazed at the droplet of deep green liquid, which was even more vibrant than her own, feeling a sense of relief that moment. She believed her master had not been trying to play tricks on her. This was simply how alchemy was done with an iron cauldron. Her master was indeed right. One could not trust the tales of mortals. One must experience cultivation firsthand to truly understand. Meanwhile, the pain-ridden Xingtian propped himself up and beheld the murky green droplet wrapped in spiritual energy. An unsettling thought began to rise within him. Surely, this was not meant to be ingested? Chu Xingchen maneuvered the potion till Xingtian's lips with a smile. Open wide. My alchemical skills are quite decent. Swallow this, and you will be safe and sound. Faced with pain, yet maintaining an unflinching demeanor, Xingtian's countenance finally betrayed change. What lay before him was merely a lump of murky green liquid. How could this possibly resemble a true elixir? He had never heard of anyone refining medicine in such a manner. A true man can confront bloodshed and agony, yet cannot bear the sight of a broom sullied with filth. He was conflicted and resistant, teetering on the edge of speech. Were it not for the person before him who had saved his life, Xingtian would have undoubtedly rebelled and forced this peculiar concoction down the other's throat. However, upon seeing the resolute expression of the elder, he could not bring himself to refuse. He shut his eyes, adopting a visage of heroic sacrifice, and opened his mouth. After all, what was life if not a trade? Indeed, the potion's flavor was as dismal as its appearance foretold. A nauseating stench accompanied an astonishing bitterness that erupted from his tongue, piercing straight to his very soul. Xingtian's expression grew increasingly ghastly. Yet, to his surprise, as the intense rejection and burning sensation surged through his esophagus, the ingredients within the liquid began to nourish his veins and mend his internal organs. The agony within his body receded abruptly. Nonetheless, Xingtian felt that consuming this potion had only exacerbated his discomfort. His mouth was overwhelmed with bitterness, and, as the liquid traveled down his esophagus to his stomach, his body vehemently rejected it. Chu Xingchen, naturally aware that this concoction would not be particularly palatable, cleared his throat and offered some comfort. After all, good medicine is often bitter. Endure it, and it shall soon pass. As the first test subject. Yingling resonated with this sentiment, saying earnestly, "Master, this is not something one can simply endure." Chu Xingchen turned and cast a lingering glance at his eldest disciple. Sensing the master's gaze, Yingling promptly reassured herself. The flavor is actually bearable. There is no need to endure. Chu Xingchen, not wishing to dwell on trivial matters, acknowledged that their successful outing was largely due to this eldest disciple. After confirming that Xingtian was not in dire straits, he began to inquire about Yingling's progress. "I see that you have begun to grasp the essence of your abilities. How does it feel?" Upon hearing her master's question, Yingling reflected on the many days she had spent merely scratching the surface and assumed that her master was being cryptic, yet felt it inappropriate to retort. She unconsciously twirled her lustrous black hair with her right hand, her exquisite face flushing slightly as she turned her head, muttering shyly, "It is indeed quite impressive, though somewhat challenging." Chu Xingchen was taken aback. "You have only practiced for a few days and already find it challenging. Truly, you are a remarkable disciple, endowed with talent, performing a display of humility before your master." Clearing his throat, he assumed an authoritative tone. "Ahem, diligent practice is all that is required." "Yes, master." Before the flickering campfire in the dilapidated temple under the night sky, Chu Xingchen distributed the roasted rabbit head to the day's most commendable contributor, Yingling, and allocated half a rabbit to Xingtian. Xingtian had recovered sufficiently to sit upright. The potion, while unpleasant in taste, proved remarkably effective. He believed its healing properties surpassed those of ordinary medicinal pills. Gazing at the half-rabbit on his plate, he glanced at Yingling, who was joyfully devouring the rabbit head. It was undeniable that a beautiful fairy consuming a rabbit head left a lasting impression. Xingtian refrained from taking action, instead fixating on the steaming half-rabbit before him. It was not that he was not hungry, but rather that he felt no justification for consuming it. "Please eat," Chu Xingchen gently urged the silent Xingtian. "This rabbit is not bound by a contract." Xingtian understood the underlying meaning in Chu Xingchen's words, yet at that moment, he had not contemplated this angle. He hastily explained, "No, It is not that I am ungrateful. I simply have yet to repay my savior's life debt. Observing the fervent explanation from Xingtian, Chu Xingchen smiled and nodded in agreement. However, beneath the table, his hand gestured frantically towards Yingling, my beloved disciple. Swiftly come to the rescue. Happily gnawing on the rabbit head, Yingling caught sight of her masteress signals and understood his intent. Ever the devoted disciple, she would never undermine her master's authority at a critical moment. Setting aside the rabbit head, she replied coldly, "Enough with the explanations. You are currently destitute. It is not merely your life that my master saved, but even your precious opportunities have been afforded to you by him. You might think that the renowned Tiandao alliance seeks to deceive you, but ask yourself, do you truly deserve such consideration? The opportunity my master offers you is a privilege. I do not comprehend what he sees in you, but personally, I believe you are unworthy of entry into our Tiandao alliance." Yingling's icy demeanor, coupled with her merciless words, left Xingtian silently regarding her. Had she not been gnawing on a half-eaten rabbit head, he might have felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Nevertheless, he mustered the courage to clarify. "It is not that I lack appreciation. Rather, I have many matters to attend to and cannot remain long within the sect. Otherwise, I would have already accepted my elder's offer. I understand that you do not view me with particular favor. Rather, you wish to save my life by offering me your mentorship." Listening to Xingtian's sincere explanation, Chu Xingchen nodded in agreement. Indeed, most sects prefer to bind their disciples. As he spoke, he shifted the conversation, saying thoughtfully, "Yet our Tiandao alliance is different. As long as you hold the sect dear, you may roam to the end of the earth." Upon hearing this, Xingtian looked once more at the enticing rabbit before him, and, without hesitation, picked up his chopsticks. He understood the unspoken implications of his elder's words. Being a disciple was a reasonable trade. His principle of repaying kindness dictated that perhaps accepting mentorship was indeed a fortuitous opportunity in this new life. If the sect turned out to be lacking, he could always seek another opportunity. Taking a tentative bite, he was astonished. He genuinely believed this rabbit was the most delectable he had ever tasted. Indeed, the more expensive the rabbit, the more exquisite its flavor. Xingtian felt as though he was selling himself short with each bite. He smiled and praised, "Master, your culinary skills are truly exceptional." With the successful initiation of his second disciple, Xingtian, and the dissemination of the Hunyuan magic bone refining body technique, he was instructed to pair it with the Tiandao body. Task 1 was completed, and a reward of the spirit gathering array was granted. All rewards were deposited into the system backpack. Observing the system's summary page, Chu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction, saying, "If you enjoy it, feel free to indulge." Xingtian replied humbly, "Yes, master." Watching the beginning of Xingtian's humility, Yingling coughed lightly, straightened her posture, and encouraged as master's second disciple, "You must strive diligently." Noticing Yingling's posture, Xingtian understood her intentions and promptly cupped his hands, declaring, "Certainly, I shall not disappoint my senior sister." Yingling's face lit up with satisfaction. It seemed her new junior brother was quite amenable. She resolved to look after him, for a mere day outside had nearly cost him his life. Indicating he might not be the brightest of disciples, that it was perplexing what her master saw in him. Perhaps the sect was simply in dire need of members, however, as the first time she assumed the role of an elder sister. Yingling felt an exhilarating thrill. She cast a lingering glance at her master, wondering if he would finally relax and smile. Yet, the reality was starkly different. A hint of worry clouded his expression. What could be the cause of this? Not only Yingling, but Xingtian also noticed this peculiar shift. Cautiously, Yingling called out, "Master." Upon hearing his name, Chu Xingchen closed the system panel and turned to Yingling, inquiring, "What is it? Master, are you all right? What could possibly be wrong with me? If all is well, you appeared somewhat disheartened just now." Realizing his earlier expression had been detected, Chu Xingchen quickly replied, "Oh, I was merely contemplating your junior brother's cultivation technique." Xingtian interjected, "Master, there is no need. I possess my own cultivation method." Chu Xingchen said nothing further, simply extracting the Hunyuan magic bone refining body technique from the system that a book with a blood-red cover materialized in his hand, which he offered to Xingtian. reassuring him, "No worries. Take a look at this technique first. If it does not suit you, you may always revert to your own." Hearing was not a mandatory requirement. Xingtian let out a sigh of relief within, extending his hand to accept the book that faintly emanated the scent of blood. After handing the book to Xingtian, Chu Xingchen silently rose and returned to lie on his wooden plank. His two disciples exchanged puzzled glances at their master before silently looking at each other. Xingtian raised an eyebrow slightly, casting a questioning glance. "What is the matter with the master?" Yingling understood this look as well, but merely offered a faint smile before resuming her gnawing on a rabbit's head. "If I knew what was wrong with the master, I wouldn't be inquiring about his unusual expression. This second junior brother really lacks wit. Xingtian found himself somewhat perplexed, yet he refrained from voicing his confusion. Lowering his gaze to the dark red-covered book in his hands, the characters on the cover were written with great vigor, carrying a hint of an ominous aura. Curious, he touched the cover, only to discover it was made of ordinary paper. Is it a rubbing? But how could a rubbing possess such a bloody scent? Not dwelling on it further, Xingtian turned to the first page. Soon, he felt a jolt of energy, swiftly scanning the text with remarkable speed. Before flipping to the second page, the more he read, the more alarmed he became. Seeing his astonished expression, Yingling, adopting a tone of seasoned individual, tried to reassure him. "Junior brother, it is normal for cultivation techniques to have multiple versions. It is also common for the script to be somewhat unclear. Do not hesitate to practice boldly." Xingtian silently raised his eyes to Yingling, then glanced back at Chu Xingchen, who lay on the wooden bed. With incredulity, he lowered his voice. "Senior sister, are we members of the Evil Cultivation Alliance?" Furrowing her brow, Yingling refuted. "Evil cultivation? What nonsense are you spouting? We practice the righteous path. Where could there be any evil cultivation?" Upon hearing this, Xingtian silently handed the book titled The Mixed Yuan Demon Bone Refining Body Technique to Yingling. After receiving the cultivation technique, Yingling curiously opened the first page. The characters were clear, written with a vigorous hand, indicating the work of a master calligrapher, and the script was exceptionally neat. What could be wrong with this book? Just this alone looks far superior to my own. With such doubts, Yingling continued reading, soon becoming equally alarmed. After flipping through several pages, she shoved the book back to Xingtian. "Damn it, which cultivation technique is this bloodthirsty?" "Senior sister." Coughing, Yingling replied, "I'm tired. I want to sleep now. You find a place to lie down and rest." Without finishing the rabbit's head she was eating, she hurried over to her bed, pushed aside the wooden planks obstructing her view, entered, and then closed the planks behind her. Chu Xingchen, being a golden core true person, naturally overheard their conversation. "That book is not an evil cultivation technique." Xingtian lowered his gaze again, reading about the requirements for cultivating during the foundation establishment stage. First, kill 1,000 blood offerings, dismember bodies to refine the bones. "Master, is your definition of evil cultivation a bit too lenient? Blood offerings do not necessarily imply humans. We could easily find a few mindless beasts in the woods of Shirley Pa to make up the numbers." Hearing this, Xingtian looked at the book in his hands again. If what the master said was accurate, this could serve as a substitute. The power and effectiveness of this technique were indeed far superior to those he practiced in his previous life. Moreover, it was exceptionally compatible with his heavenly demon body after assimilating the Millennium Bone Jade. Xingtian was not one to dwell on dilemmas. After all, during the chi refinement stage, one had to use blood offerings for cultivation. Once he refined the Millennium Bone Jade, he would give this technique a try. If something fell amiss, he could simply abandon it. Thus, Xingtian's worries dissipated. However, Chu Xingchen's concerns remained, and the earlier frown on his face had its reasons. The system's reward of the spirit gathering array was merely a blueprint that it was not a matter of placing it wherever one wished after extraction, nor was it something that could be constructed without consuming materials or exerting effort. It was not like it could be erected from the ground up instantly. The spirit gathering array was simply a plain blueprint. Not only did he need to prepare the materials and spirit stones himself, but he also had to do the construction. Did this not feel like a scam? Where would he find the money or spirit stones to build such a thing? Surely the Jinwu Great Hall was not merely a blueprint that also required self-construction. Right? At dawn, Chu Xingchen meticulously compared the system's blueprint, surveying the area, and then inserted a small twig as a marker. Although one could not conjure items out of thin air, the blueprint had its advantages, namely that it could be reused. After all, if he had to build it himself, that would be far too much of a scam if it were a one-time use item. This meant he might be able to construct a spirit-gathering array at Shirley Po first. After all, Shirley Po was not a place where spiritual energy gathered, nor did it have a vein of spiritual energy. While there was some spiritual energy present, it could not compare to places where spiritual veins converged. In simple terms, it was not an ideal location for cultivation. Under similar circumstances, the effects of cultivation in areas with converging spiritual veins were naturally superior. Thus, most reputable sects would choose a mountain with a spiritual vein running through it to establish their sections. Previously, when the Yingling was cultivating, Chu Xingchen would roughly construct an array with spirit stones for her USEIT was feasible for one person. But now with the addition of Li Xingtian, such extravagant behavior had to cease. Merely supporting Li Yingling's cultivation had nearly drained his resources. With the addition of Li Xingtian, continuing this way would clearly deplete his spirit stone reserves. A steady and gradual approach was the solution. Constructing the spirit-gathering array was still quite necessary, as it would facilitate the future acceptance of disciples. Although the materials on hand were not yet sufficient to complete the spirit-gathering array, some foundational work could still be initiated. Chu Xingchen accurately determined the range and inserted another twig. Boom! A distant gust of wind surged forth, followed by a flurry of dirt rising and scattering in all directions. Irritated, Chu Xingchen waved his hand to dispel the windstorm and hurried 2 steps forward, directing his gaze towards Li Yingling, who was valiantly wielding a wooden sword to excavate the pit. Having reached the foundation establishment stage, Li Yingling had no issue maintaining a protective barrier of spiritual energy around herself, thus avoiding any dirt from staining her clothes. At that moment, she was seriously focused, repeatedly striking the ground with her wooden sword. Another fierce wave of sword energy slammed into the earth, accompanied by a resounding crash and a fierce tremor. Chu Xingchen quickly raised his hand to halt her. Wait. Hearing the master's call, Li Yingling paused her actions, looking at him with confusion. Master, what is it? Is this really how you dig a pit? Li Yingling was quite puzzled. How else should I dig? Chu Xingchen replied with irritation. If you dig like this, you'll have to backfill the dirt after laying the array's foundation. With all the mess you've made, what will you use to backfill? Your little head? Hearing her master's words, Li Yingling silently glanced at the dirt that had scattered around. Yet, feeling slightly wronged, she said, but if I don't dig like this, it will take too long. Chu Xingchen comforted her. I didn't say you had to finish in one day. Just dig a bit whenever you have time after your cultivation. Once your junior brother has refined that broken stone. You can dig together, don't be anxious. I'll make you something delicious later. Yingling raised her gaze to meet Chu Xingchen's gentle expression, nodding slightly. I understand. With that, Li Yingling began to control her wooden sword to dig the pit, then piled the excavated soil neatly. Putting everything aside, when Li Yingling needed to be obedient, she was indeed very compliant. After observing for a moment and finding no issues, Chu Xingchen departed, continuing to mark other array points. Setting array points according to the blueprint was quite swift. Before long, all points were established. Subsequently, Chu Xingchen stealthily returned to the dilapidated temple. At this moment, Li Xingtian was seated on his knees, the Millennium Bone Jade hovering above his head. The Millennium Bone Jade continuously poured forth energy, cleansing Li Xingtian's foundation. After a careful observation and confirming that his second disciple was not facing any mishaps, he slowly returned to his wooden plank. As for the materials lacking for the spirit-gathering array, they were not particularly precious items. As long as one had spirit stones, they could still be purchased. Although he was poor, Chu Xingchen had some ideas as for what those ideas were. They naturally revolved around his second disciple, who was currently refining the bone jade. As a reborn individual, he surely knew of some profitable ventures. Or perhaps had not yet stumbled upon the tombs of powerful cultivators? While grave robbing was unethical, it was indeed a quick way to earn money. The treasures left behind by formidable beings are likely sufficient to construct formations. Moreover, the realm of cultivation uniformly refers to these tombs as secret realms. Typically, sects send elders accompanied by numerous disciples to excavate graves together. Reflecting on this, I find my moral standard align with those of the cultivation world. After all, the ambition of our Heavenly Tao Alliance is to become a reputable sect. Chu Xingchen leisurely reclined back upon his wooden board. Now, he merely awaited Xingtian to finish refining before inquiring if he had any promising leads. At noon, Xingtian returned, panting heavily, nearly drained of her spiritual energy. She cast her gaze at the two individuals inside the dilapidated temple, particularly noting her master's relaxed posture on the wooden board. With a perplexed expression, Xingtian asked, "Master, why am I the only one digging? Aren't you going to help?" Chu Xingchen straightened up and regarded Xingtian, who was puffing her cheeks in apparent frustration. Clearing his throat, Chu Xingchen replied languidly, "Do you think your master is being idle?" "Isn't that so?" Xingtian retorted. "You yourself said you would join me in digging after marking," faced with his disciple's accusation. Chu Xingchen deftly shifted the conversation's direction, exclaiming, "What are you saying? Is it wrong to contribute to the sect? Do you understand the sacrifices I make for your future?" Upon hearing her master's words, Xingtian fell silent, realizing she had inadvertently placed herself on the moral low ground. Yet, she recognized how to navigate her master's current state. With a pitiful expression, her doe-like eyes glimmering with unshed tears, she lamented, "If you choose not to dig, then so be it. After all, I cannot refuse the task assigned by you that I wasn't angry. I simply didn't expect you to deceive me. I never imagined you would think me such a person." Chu Xingchen, observing his eldest disciple's theatrical display, found himself somewhat speechless. However, he quickly pointed to Xingtian's younger brother, Xingtian, who was meditating and absorbing bone jade. "I was merely concerned that your junior might encounter difficulties while absorbing bone jade. Hence my presence here. After all, it takes him quite a while to refine a bone jade, and his aptitude pales in comparison to yours, which naturally causes me concern. Unlike you, my eldest disciple, who is capable and intelligent, allowing me to rest easy." Yet, Xingtian's reaction was not as anticipated. Her demeanor shifted to a more aloof posture, her tone devoid of previous grievances, as she coldly stated, "Master, there is no need for further explanation. Since my junior has joined our sect and possesses the lowest cultivation level, it is only proper to extend him our guidance." Chu Xingchen, discerning that Xingtian's younger brother had awakened, retorted, "While I can still bear it, hurry and go hunt for me." "Understood, master." Xingtian swiftly clasped her hands in salute and departed the crumbling temple. "My apologies, master. My cultivation and aptitude are lacking, and I greatly trouble you," came Xingtian's slightly apologetic voice from behind. Chu Xingchen lightly coughed, not turning to face his disciple. "As long as you understand, it's essential to put in more effort." That moment, Xingtian had successfully refined a millennium bone jade. Feeling the smooth flow of meridians within him, he let out a heavy sigh. It felt as if things were not as easy as they should be. Why did this rebirth seem less smooth than his previous life? As for his sister's words, he paid little heed. He was well aware of his own capabilities. This did not imply that his newly appointed master was inadequate, having faced tremendous storms and encountered a myriad of individuals. He sensed that his master genuinely cared for him, especially in regard to that cultivation technique, of such a caliber that it could stir great waves even in the central continent. He gradually rose, stretching his body, only to meet his master's eager gaze. "Master, what is the matter?" Xingtian inquired, feeling a twinge of unease. Chu Xingchen first extended his spiritual sense to confirm that Xingtian was no longer nearby. It was not that he could not let her overhear, but if she were to discover that Xingtian was a reborn individual, who knows what chaos might ensue. For now, it was best to proceed cautiously. A smile graced Chu Xingchen's face as he spoke earnestly. "Disciple, you must have had quite a few extraordinary encounters in your past life, correct?" "Indeed, there were some," Xingtian replied. "Then are there any secret realms or heavenly materials and earthly treasures in our vicinity? Hearing this, Xingtian let out a sigh of relief. These were manageable issues. The secret realms near us have long been completely cleared by the nearby sects, as for extraordinary encounters, upon careful reflection. I must admit that true fortuitous events can only be encountered upon reaching the central continent, for that is where the world's spiritual veins converge. They're truly not a single place to earn spiritual stones. Master, do you lack spiritual stones? There's no need to hide anything. Chu Xingchen replied decisively. I intend to construct a gathering formation and require some spiritual stones to purchase materials. Xingtian pondered for a moment before responding. If you trust me, there are plenty of spiritual stones to be found at the Qingfeng sect's mining site, that I have mined there for 3 years and understand how the site operates. It is guarded by only one golden core cultivator. If Master is confident, there may be profit to be had. Chu Xingchen did not hastily agree, but merely regarded Xingtian thoughtfully, noticing his master's gaze. Xingtian clasped his hands. I harbor no intentions of seeking revenge for myself. No. Chu Xingchen shook his head. Remember, we are not here for spiritual stones, but to seek justice for you. Additionally, we aim to uphold justice for the many who have suffered at the hands of the Qingfeng sect. Chu Xingchen's expression turned serious, and his tone earnest. As a disciple of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, your perspective cannot be so narrow. Xingtian gazed at his master in bewilderment. At this moment, he found himself puzzled, unsure whether his master was seeking both wealth and honor or simply desired a righteous reason. However, regardless of the reasoning, it was clear that his master did not harbor any doubts about him. Xingtian involuntarily smiled as he replied, Yes, master. First, tell me the location of the mining site. I shall go scout it out. Picking up a half-burnt branch from the ground, Xingtian began sketching a map on the floor. From the Beishi mountain range heading north, crossing this small stream, and then westward, it should be around this vicinity. Xingtian's drawing was quite adequate, marking notable landmarks as well. Very well. Time is of the essence. I shall investigate the situation while you and your sister focus on your cultivation at home. Chu Xingchen nodded, then took out 2 teleportation talismans and handed them to Xingtian. These are 1,000-mile teleportation talismans. If you encounter any issues, do not heed your sister's words. Just take her and run. Remember to use both. Do not be greedy. They bear the marks I inscribed. I will sense the teleportation location and come to find you. The 10-mile slope is desolate and sparsely populated. It is unlikely anyone would venture here. After all, the spiritual energy is thin, and there are no spiritual herbs or plants to seek. Ordinary mortals would not come here idly. If someone were to come, it would likely be to seek trouble. According to Xingtian's guidance, even he would require a day's journey, that a round trip would take 2 days. Previously, Minister Wang was merely a mortal and could hardly summon a formidable being to locate Xingtian. Yet, considering the enmity with the Qingfeng sect, it is wise to keep a backup plan in mind to avoid returning only to find 2 corpses hanging at the temple's entrance, especially with that elder, who is already tormented by inner demons. Who knows how deranged he might be now? Xingtian did not decline, accepting the teleportation talismans decisively, stating earnestly, I shall remember Master's instructions. After all, the individual before him was also a reborn person, having experienced numerous storms and tribulations. Surely, he could manage things meticulously. Yet, still feeling a twinge of concern, Chu Xingchen handed Xingtian a protective talisman that he had pinned to his waist. This talisman can withstand the attacks of golden core cultivators. If things go awry, use it immediately to teleport. When Chu Xingchen was still at the foundation establishment stage, he managed to avert danger multiple times, largely due to the protective talisman he possessed. However, now that he has attained the golden core realm, the efficacy of this talisman has diminished for him, that it would be more prudent to entrust it to Xingtian. Xingtian accepted it without hesitation. Chu Xingchen then cautioned, there is little more to say. Your senior sister is still quite young, so it is imperative that you take good care of her. Above all, remember never to abandon your senior sister. No matter the circumstances, that I will bear this in mind. Xingtian replied earnestly. Chu Xingchen nodded and proceeded to exit. With Li Xingtian's strong sense of loyalty, it seemed unlikely that any mishap would occur. After all, he owed him a life debt. Feeling somewhat reassured, Chu Xingchen utilized Earth Escape and departed, adhering to the principle that an early return is always best. As Chu Xingchen left, Li Xingtian took a deep breath, lowering his gaze to the talisman in his hand. Having met with his master for only a few days, he felt honored by the level of trust his master bestowed upon him, unafraid to leave behind such valuable items. While a talisman capable of withstanding attacks from golden core cultivators might not be considered exceedingly rare in Zhongzhou, it was indeed scarce in this region. As for whether his master hailed from a sect in Zhongzhou, or what his true cultivation level was, Li Xingtian found himself indifferent. He had always been discerning in his affections and aversions. For Li Xingtian, cultivation was merely about achieving a clear and profound understanding. The trust his master placed in him was more than sufficient. Taking a deep breath, he tucked the talisman into his robe and retrieved the Hunyuan magic bone body refining technique that his master had given him. Initially hesitant, he resolved to practice it without delay. As he sat down to meditate, he decisively began to cultivate this technique. Remarkably, he felt a distinct difference. He could sense that his innate Dao body was being fully activated. This was something he had been unable to achieve in his previous life. The cultivation method seemed to align perfectly with his being. Indeed, his master had provided him with a remarkable treasure. Engrossed in his practice, he lost track of time. When he finally opened his eyes again, night had fallen, and his senior sister was already back, seated beside the fire. Yingling, noticing that Li Xingtian had completed his training, inquired, "Where is master? Where did he go?" Li Xingtian did not conceal the truth. Instead, he replied earnestly, "Master went to the Qingfeng sect's mine to investigate the situation and is expected to return in 2 days." Upon hearing this, Li Yingling seemed somewhat disheartened, but she did not press further and instead picked up a wild chicken they had caught earlier. "Junior brother, you have yet to establish your foundation and cannot fast. You must be hungry, right?" "A little," he admitted. "Then you should cook this chicken," she suggested. Li Xingtian, unfamiliar with cooking, hesitated to accept, but he remembered his master's instructions. "You must take good care of Yingling, as she is still quite young." With a sigh, he took the chicken and began to prepare it. Half an hour later, he heard his senior sister exclaim, "Junior brother, what on earth have you cooked? Are you trying to poison your senior sister?" It was the first day since their master had left the dilapidated temple. Xingtian slowly opened his eyes and rose from the makeshift wooden bed he had fashioned from a few planks. The main hall was nearly occupied by his master and senior sister, leaving no space for another bed, which is why he had to sleep in the space behind the statue. However, his senior sister had plans to construct a small wooden house outside the temple, as she was the only female, and it was only natural to maintain some distinction between the sexes. This had already received their master's approval, and she had begun construction a few days prior. Making swift progress, this arrangement would spare him from having to sleep in the cramped quarters behind the statue. The reason for his disdain for that area was the presence of a hole that allowed mosquitoes and unknown insects to invade at night. At present, Li Xingtian had yet to establish his foundation and could not protect himself with spiritual energy, making the mosquito onslaught quite bothersome. Thus, he wholeheartedly supported his senior sister's initiative to build a small house and even lent her considerable assistance. It was likely that in 2 or 3 days, the small dwelling would be completed. After observing the gruesome remains of the chicken he had prepared, his senior sister had not eaten a single bite. Nonetheless, she insisted that he finish it. Xingtian understood this request. After all, it was her catch, and he was responsible for cooking it, so it only made sense that he should consume it. Initially, he had expected the chicken to be inedible due to its tragic demise. However, to his surprise, it was quite palatable. Perhaps it was a result of his prior experience with his master's crude yet effective healing medicines, but he found the chicken slightly gamey, somewhat bland, and a bit tough, yet still within the realm of edibility. His senior sister, however, was less than impressed, referring to the pot of chicken as the water in which a dead chicken bathes. Yet since she had established her foundation and was able to fast, he did not worry about her going hungry. After all, he had promised their master to take good care of her, and Li Xingtian was not one to break his word, even if the notion of a junior brother caring for his senior sister felt somewhat peculiar. Outside the dilapidated temple, several powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy suddenly erupted. Xingtian stepped outside and turned his gaze toward Li Yingling, who was wielding a wooden sword and skillfully striking a large tree with her techniques. With perfect precision, the tree fell as she guided the sword's energy. It was evident that her ambition was commendable. She was not only building their shelter, but also honing her skills. Moreover, her progress was remarkable. It was clear that her innate talent could be considered extraordinary even in Zhongzhou. He had sensed during their first meeting that she had yet to fully grasp her abilities in such a short time. She had already begun to wield her techniques with ease. With such talent, it was no wonder their master had come from Zhongzhou. Yet Li Xingtian couldn't help but wonder why his master was so impoverished. Could it be that he had fled from a certain sect in Zhongzhou, much like Li Xingtian himself? However, he did not dwell on this thought, for at this moment, the Heavenly Tao Alliance was beginning to resemble the sect he had envisioned. Although it currently consisted of only 3 members, his master and himself. Noticing Li Xingtian's presence, Li Yingling turned to face him, her gaze fixed upon him. Despite the lack of trust he had in women in this life, he managed to muster a somewhat strained smile in response to his master's little junior sister on the first day after her masteress' departure. Li Yingling rose early, determined to neatly gather the timber for constructing a small cottage. After all, being under the same roof as 2 men was something that a lady of her upbringing found quite difficult to accept, even with wooden planks providing a semblance of separation. It was tolerable only in emergencies. Residing there on a daily basis was absolutely out of the question. Fortunately, her master quickly acquiesced to her conditions, to be honest, during her time with her master. It was rare for Li Yingling to perceive the youthful and handsome man before her as her mentor. Instead, he often resembled a close friend, rarely adopting the demeanor of an elder in her presence. On occasions when she felt upset, he would even concede his faults to her. As a woman from a scholarly family, it was almost inconceivable for her to imagine an elder bowing their head in apology. The masters depicted in the novel she had read were always portrayed as formidable figures, unyielding and serious, wielding absolute authority over their disciples, issuing commands without revealing their reasons. In contrast, her own master occasionally appeared as if he had never matured, encouraging her to reflect on her own dilemmas before arriving at her own conclusions. Even with the water scripture, she had not initially embarked on her cultivation, and her master had never expressed dissatisfaction regarding this. Moreover, Li Yingling suspected that her master was somewhat indolent, as he had never disclosed the extent of his own cultivation. However, as a foundational practitioner, she could go an entire month without sleep, relying solely on her nighttime cultivation to restore ample energy. Her master must undoubtedly be far stronger than she. Yet, perhaps due to the influence of her master, Li Yingling had developed a rather unproductive habit of indulging in lengthy slumbers each night. Of course, unproductive was her own definition. Her master referred to sleep as a means of spiritual nourishment, espousing his own peculiar rationale. Though she found his reasoning unconvincing, she unconsciously began to adopt her master's sleep schedule. Perhaps it was the sight of her master lost in slumber while she toiled diligently that instilled an imbalance in her heart. As thoughts flashed through her mind, Li Yingling struck down the tree before her. Her recent mastery of her powers becoming increasingly adept. Sensing a gaze upon her, she turned to find her rather dim-witted junior brother, Li Xingtian. Although she did not fully comprehend her master's reasons for accepting him as a disciple, she held great respect for his decisions. However, upon witnessing the somewhat foolish smile of her junior brother, she felt an overwhelming urge to suggest to her master that in future recruitments, a simple intelligence test might be beneficial. "Are you hungry, junior brother?" she inquired, observing his vacant expression. "No, not hungry," Li Xingtian replied awkwardly. Upon receiving his answer, Li Yingling furrowed her brow slightly. Having been regarded as a talented woman in the mundane world, she had never encountered individuals of lower intellect. She was uncertain how to properly interact with a junior brother of such limited understanding, especially considering that he had been cultivating for quite some time, yet still lingered around the 4th layer of chi refinement. His potential appeared mediocre, and his diligence in cultivation seemed lacking. It's the elder sister. It was her duty to encourage him in her master's absence. "How is your internal injury? Have you recovered?" she asked. "Almost healed," he replied. "Very well. Since our master is away, I shall oversee your cultivation today. I Yingling gestured to the fallen tree beside her. Use your spiritual energy to carefully manipulate it into wooden planks. This will greatly enhance your control over your spiritual power. Xingtian felt somewhat speechless. It was merely a task of labor, yet she presented it as an exercise in control. He recalled his master's admonition to take good care of his elder sister. Yes, elder sister, he replied. With that, Li Yingling did not linger, swiftly transforming into a streak of rainbow light and departing. She had reviewed the cultivation method practiced by her junior brother, which required a significant amount of blood from magical beasts. As a chi refinement practitioner, he could not possibly gather such resources alone. Therefore, as his elder sister, it was only fair that she assist him. He was building her house, and she would procure some blood resources for him in return. However, she silently pleaded, "Master, please return quickly. The meals prepared by my junior brother are truly inedible. He even savors the water used to wash the chicken." The Xingtian sect spirit stone mine was located in a secluded mountain area. The scenery was quite pleasant, surrounded by lush green mountains and clear waters, with numerous magical beasts possessing rudimentary intelligence roaming among the trees. It was uncertain whether the simple confusion array surrounding the mine was to prevent miners from escaping or to guard against attacks from magical beasts. Those below the foundation establishment level would find it exceedingly difficult to leave the mine enveloped by the formations. According to Li Xingtian, most of the miners were practitioners of exceptionally poor talent. The Xingtian sect had recruited individuals from remote villages and impoverished regions. First, such individuals were unlikely to possess significant backgrounds and would not attract dangerous attention. Second, in such desolate places, even if they could not return home, they would not face scrutiny as long as they possessed a trace of spiritual root. No matter how muddled, they would be accepted, with the aid of medicinal baths that forcibly burned their potential. They would be pushed to the second or third layer of chi refinement and sent directly to the mines to toil until death. Thus, the Xingtian sect, while masquerading as a righteous sect, was, in reality, engaging in nefarious practices. After all, how could such actions escape the notice of the sect leader and high-ranking officials? Chu Xingchen cautiously avoided the areas patrolled by the sect's disciples, scaling the side of cliff. He concealed his presence and began to observe the situation in the mine below. Several rudimentary wooden cabins were haphazardly arranged without any semblance of planning. However, at the highest point stood a beautifully constructed building, within which disciples clad in Xingtian sect attire could be seen. There were few in number, 2 men and 1 woman. Without employing divine sense for scanning, it was impossible to ascertain their cultivation levels. It was likely they were at the foundation establishment level. Once a practitioner reached foundation establishment, they could easily manipulate spiritual energy within their bodies, rendering it invisible. Without divine sense scanning, one could not discern the golden core level with mere eyes. At this moment, the daylight was prime for mining, and the cave echoed with loud sounds of excavation. Occasionally, tattered chi refinement practitioners could be seen transporting the crude spirit stones with simple carts. The mining practitioners indeed had low cultivation levels, with scans revealing them to be at the second or third layer of chi refinement. Watching them haul cartloads of rough spirit stones to a processing shed. Several chi refinement practitioners wielded large hammers, vigorously striking the stones to separate the ore from the spirit stones. The Xingtian sect disciples leaned against the railing, their expressions mocking as they observed the laborers. Chu Xingchen's gaze swept over the area, quickly identifying a large warehouse-like building devoid of any guard. It seemed likely that a golden core practitioner was stationed within, that a direct assault would be unwise. This location likely possessed means of communication with the sect. It would be prudent to either achieve a swift victory or employ tactics of deception. However, his purpose for this visit was merely to gather intelligence. He had no intention of engaging. Chu Xingchen retrieved paper and pen from his spatial ring. He swiftly sketched the layout and buildings he intended to return to discuss the details with Li Xingtian. Upon finishing the sketch and stowing it away, he prepared to leave when suddenly, someone entered his alert range. A long sword materialized in Chu Xingchen's hand, and he quickly scanned the area with his divine sense. To his surprise, The individual intruding into his awareness appeared to be an utterly unremarkable mortal, devoid of any cultivation. What was going on? Chu Xingchen concealed his presence and cautiously approached the direction of the newcomer. Soon, he beheld the individual who had entered his divine sense. A small, frail girl dressed in tattered hemp clothing, her body caked in dirt and her long, dry hair tangled, though her face was grimy. Her eyes sparkled with vitality. Chu Xingchen observed as she struggled to walk in a particular direction, only to unwittingly circle back to her original position. Was she trapped in a confusion array? Had she stumbled in, or was there another explanation? Chu Xingchen chose to utilize the system to examine her attribute panel. Xingtian's cultivation, none. Blue trait, indomitable. Blue trait, loyal and righteous. White trait, clever. Does not meet the requirements for accepting disciples. Nearby, there are disciples of the Qingfeng sect patrolling the mountains that it seems that the emaciated girl before him is certainly not one of their group. She is most likely a person who escaped from the mind that it is estimated that Li Xingtian, too, was deceived by the Qingfeng sect into mining. After a brief contemplation, Chu Xingchen decided to take her away first. Perhaps he could extract some useful information from her. He took out a mask to cover his face and stretched out his hand to swiftly pull the little girl into the ground to escape. Great immortal, celestial being, Xingtian, tied to a tree, cried bitterly, "I truly just got lost." As she spoke, she furtively lifted her gaze to observe her captor, who was wearing a terrifying mask and gazing at her with chilling eyes. Indeed, the Qingfeng sect is suspicious. Father must have been deceived by those immortals from the Qingfeng sect. Chu Xingchen looked at Xingtian with a sense of exasperation. If she had cooperated, he would not have wanted to tie her to a tree. It was simply that this girl was too uncooperative, spitting, throwing tantrums, and pretending to be mad. If he hadn't exposed her, she would likely still be feigning ignorance. With a hint of irritation, Chu Xingchen said, "Stop crying. I am not from the Qingfeng sect." Xingtian continued to wail, "Great immortal, I know nothing of the Qingfeng sect. I truly am just a lost person." Chu Xingchen chose not to respond further. Instead, he retrieved a large flatbread from his spatial ring and, under Xingtian's terrified gaze, stuffed it in her mouth. "Look at you, as thin as a willow stick. How long has it been since you last ate?" Fearing that the flatbread contained some mystical powers, Xingtian hastily shook her head in refusal. However, as the soft crumbs of the flatbread entered her mouth, after days of hunger, she soon abandoned her struggle and began to devour the bread without reservation. After all, it seemed unlikely she could escape from this immortal, so she might as well fill her stomach before facing her fate. "Father, I'm useless. I can't save you, and now I might die first." Watching Xingtian ravenously consume the flatbread, Chu Xingchen silently retracted the ropes and handed her a water flask. That moment, Xingtian, feeling somewhat resigned, paid little heed to anything else, eagerly drinking from the flask. The large flatbread, accompanied by the water, was quickly consumed. Afterward, Xingtian looked up at him with longing eyes. Chu Xingchen sighed, "You haven't eaten in a long time. You can't consume too much at once." However, Xingtian clearly did not believe this, gazing at him with a look that suggested disbelief at his supposed stinginess regarding just one flatbread. Nevertheless, Chu Xingchen did not offer further explanations, but continued to inquire. "What exactly brings you here? Are you one of those who escaped from the mine?" Xingtian timidly glanced at the masked man before her, and with trepidation, she replied, I am truly lost." Chu Xingchen scrutinized Xingtian for a moment, then chose not to press further. Instead, he took out some loose silver coins and another flatbread from his spatial ring. He handed these items to Xingtian and gestured in a direction. "If you are unwilling to speak, I will not press you further. Just walk straight ahead. There's a small town nearby. This place is dangerous. Do not approach here again." Xingtian stared in astonishment at the items thrust into her arms before lifting her gaze. She saw that Chu Xingchen had turned and was leaving without another word. Unable to restrain herself, she called out, "Great immortal, wait." At the sound of Xingtian's cry, Chu Xingchen halted. He slightly turned his head, casting a calm glance at the conflicted Xingtian. Though she had called out to him, her wariness seemed undiminished. The delicate balance was necessary to elicit the truth from her. "What is it?" Chu Xingchen inquired, then turned fully to regard Xingtian with a tranquil expression. Xingtian appeared conflicted, but cautiously asked, "Great Immortal, which sect do you belong to?" Without hesitation, Chu Xingchen replied, "Zhongzhou, Wan Faxiamen." He felt no shame in lying. After all, the girl had never spoken any truth to him either. Deception was mutual, especially since the details of this frail girl remained unclear. Moreover, the name of the Tiandao alliance was so grand that he feared it might frighten her. Xingtian displayed a look of admiration. However, being an ordinary person, she had never stepped into the world of cultivation and knew nothing of Zhongzhou. To describe this vast world as boundless might be an exaggeration. Yet it was indeed immense. Even the small border states spanned thousands of miles. The southern region of Zhongzhou was already a significant domain, though the Qingfeng sect resided in a remote area. It was still quite well known here, as for the gathering place of spiritual veins in the southern region of Zhongzhou. It was home to numerous sections for her. Zhongzhou felt as distant as the heavens. Had Xingtian's father not instructed her to go to the Qingfeng sect, she, as a daughter of a rural farmer, would not have even known the name Qingfeng sect. Her inquiry was merely an attempt to subtly inform the masked man that she was not as ignorant as she appeared and to discourage any attempts at deception. While it might not yield results, it was certainly better than remaining silent. However, she had heard her father mention that Zhongzhou was a legendary holy land for cultivation. Furthermore, the name Wan Faxiamen sounded quite formidable. Wan Faxiamen, in comparison to the Qingfeng sect, the distinction in strength was clear. Moreover, it was widely believed that dealing with such prestigious sects required a certain level of self-pity to elicit sympathy and assistance from these great immortals. Similar to beggars on the streets. Although Xingtian was reluctant to resort to such tactics, as her father had told her that it would bring shame to their ancestors, she pondered that between losing face and losing her life, her father would likely choose to maintain his dignity. As for herself, she would undoubtedly choose survival. Especially given her current circumstances, relying solely on her abilities was insufficient to save her father. Thus, she had no choice but to take a gamble. Xingtian adjusted her emotions from the past few days, tears suddenly streaming down her face. She recalled the expressions of beggars she had encountered, and, taking a cue from their demeanor, she spoke with a hint of tragic resolve. "Great Immortal, do you know about the Qingfeng sect?" It seemed she was about to choke up, and with a sudden wail, she began to lament. However, as Xingtian poured out her heartfelt grievances, the face hidden behind Chu Xingchen's mask twitched involuntarily. At that moment, Xingtian's expression had contorted into an almost grotesque display, her sobs appearing more like exaggerated theatrics. Her weeping bore the unmistakable marks of performance, especially when she scrutinized him with her eyes, giving off an impression of shifty cunning. Tears and snot mingled on her dirty face. Did she truly believe her performance evoked pity? Did she not realize her acting was subpar? Who could cry so abstractly? Yet, since Xingtian chose this path, should he not play along? Suppressing his urge to scoff, Chu Xingchen took a deep breath and, with a tone of astonishment and curiosity, asked, "What happened to them?" with a heart-wrenching wail. Xingtian began to spill her story. "I live in Xingtian with my father, and my mother passed away early due to illness, and my father has worked hard to raise me. This year, our village suffered a disaster, and we barely had one meal every 2 days. Then, the people from the Qingfeng sect appeared, deceiving my father into pursuing cultivation. They promised that once he became an immortal, he could have everything he desired. My father, naive as he is, believed them and only asked for food for me before leaving with them. He abandoned me just like that, and many other brothers were deceived alongside him." Chu Xingchen looked at the dirty, emaciated Xingtian and sighed softly. Her father was not foolish. Perhaps he merely wished to leave a glimmer of hope for his daughter. "How did you come to realize they were deceivers?" Upon hearing the question, Xingtian quickly retrieved a tightly wrapped bundle from her tattered, hole-riddled clothing. Her trembling hands hastily unwrapped the cloth, revealing not some precious item, but a handful of dry yellow earth. Chu Xingchen frowned slightly at the sight of the yellow earth. Xingtian clutched the yellow earth in her trembling hands, her expression filled with genuine sorrow as she lamented, "Not long after those immortals left, all the food they left behind turned to this yellow earth. The neighbor, Auntie, and Yozi consumed the white buns bestowed by the immortal, and before long, they succumbed to the weight of this yellow earth. Countless lives were lost in the village, my father was deceived, and my brother too fell prey to the same fate. They are utterly incapable of achieving immortality. That group from Qingfeng sect are not virtuous individuals. They too shall meet their demise, leaving me with only my father, but he may forsake me. Yet I cannot abandon my father. I must show him this. Only then will he believe me. Chu Xingchen remained silent, merely extending a hand to grasp the yellow earth before him, which still retained traces of dissipating spiritual energy. His surprise, Qingfeng sect was so ungracious as to withhold even the life-saving provisions. Faced with Ning Qianqian's hopeful gaze, Chu Xingchen felt a pang of helplessness. This moment. If he were to gather a few spiritual stones from the mine and discreetly depart, it should pose no significant issue. However, to attempt a rescue with the backing of a Golden Core Master in Qingfeng sect would indeed be a formidable challenge. It was likely that he would be unable to safeguard a mere mortal. Yet, nothing is absolute. Rash actions are bound to result in failure. With a sigh, Chu Xingchen cast a sincere glance at the frail girl before him. Beneath her feet lay no true footwear, only a few vines bound around her soles, stained with dried, dark red blood. The weathered Ning Qianqian bore the marks of hardship upon her face, her slender form appearing as if it could topple with a mere gust. The rugged mountains were treacherous, fraught with perilous cliffs. One could only wonder what trials the young girl had faced to arrive here, and how long she had been ensnared in this labyrinth, especially with beasts prowling these woods. Gazing at Ning Qianqian, Chu Xingchen spoke earnestly. The matter of rescuing your father cannot be rushed. I must first return and devise a plan. Are you willing to accompany me? Regardless, Chu Xingchen still had a need for spiritual stones. With a well-crafted plan, it should be feasible to rescue Ning Qianqian's father as well. Ning Qianqian hesitated slightly upon hearing this. She wished to remain here in hopes of finding her father, although she knew the chances were slim. Yet, she did not want to forfeit even that faint glimmer of hope. Can I wait for you here? She began, but Chu Xingchen raised a hand to interrupt. You are not foolish. You should understand that staying here may not be in your father's best interest. Ning Qianqian fell into a brief silence before nodding, her tone pleading. Then if you decide not to rescue my father, can you bring me back here? The path she traversed was not akin to that of an immortal. It was fraught with difficulty. Chu Xingchen lowered his gaze upon the girl, who at this moment seemed to shed all pretense. Only a pair of eyes, brimming with endless supplication, remained. Together, they traversed the earth at a frantic pace. At this juncture, he paid no heed to conserving his own spiritual energy, only wishing to return to the dilapidated temple as swiftly as possible. However, bearing a mortal without any cultivation would inevitably slow him down. Particularly, Ning Qianqian's resistance to the Golden Core level Earth escape technique was notably weak, necessitating periodic breaks for rest. After a day's travel, they found themselves but a single earth-shifting distance from the temple present. Ning Qianqian leaned against a great tree, nibbling on a flatbread, while Chu Xingchen stood vigil, eyes closed, extending his consciousness outward. Upon finishing her bread, Ning Qianqian took a couple of sips of water. During their earlier rest, she had posed numerous inquiries regarding Chu Xingchen's intended destination and purpose, as well as whom he sought. Chu Xingchen, exhibiting considerable patience, answered her without reservation, explaining that he was on a quest to find his disciple and to formulate a plan with him. Along the way, Ning Qianqian would often inquire about matters pertaining to the realm of cultivation. Although her understanding was still rudimentary, she endeavored to grasp concepts through her own interpretations. Observing Chu Xingchen with closed eyes, she stuffed the last crumbs of bread into her mouth and, with a hint of disbelief, asked, Immortal, is Qingfeng sect truly a reputable sect in your world? According to the reputation of nearby sects, it is perceived as such, replied Chu Xingchen without opening his eyes. They even accept commissions from the government to exorcise demons. And they excel at concealing their misdeeds. I, for one, had never heard of them committing wrongs before. Ning Qianqian comprehended the reasoning behind this. Her lack of experience did not equate to ignorance. Yet, recalling her father's departing figure, she still felt a sense of despondency. Raising her gaze, she inquired, "Then what of your sect, immortal? Do they engage in such activities as well?" Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen could not help but lift his gaze, retorting somewhat irately, "Had I intended to engage in such activities, I would not have shown compassion by taking you with me." Throughout their journey, confronted with Xingtian's relentless questions, Chu Xingchen remained remarkably patient. After all, once he had successfully rescued her father, it was likely he would never see this girl again. Xingtian, upon receiving his response, nodded in agreement, for the truth was as he stated. Yet, an undercurrent of unease lingered within her. In truth, Xingtian was not particularly loquacious. Her chatter served merely to alleviate her inner turmoil. Chu Xingchen, perceiving her disquiet, recognized her tender age through her appearance and stature, encountering matters beyond her comprehension. It was natural for her to feel anxious, especially as, in her world, immortals belonged to a realm altogether distinct. Chu Xingchen took the initiative to speak. "As for my sect, I assure you, we conduct our affairs with utmost transparency and integrity, eschewing malevolent deeds that would incite public ire in the realm of cultivation. We are known as the leaders of the righteous path. After all, boasting bore no consequences, particularly in front of one so unversed as Xingtian, who could not discern truth from fabrication." Setting aside the veracity of his claims, Xingtian's expression was one of rapt admiration, her demeanor filled with longing. "Then, immortal, your disciples must surely be paragons of virtue." Without hesitation, Chu Xingchen affirmed, "My eldest disciple is a prodigious talent in cultivation, kind-hearted, caring towards peers, and deeply respectful of his teachers. As for my second disciple, he has traversed the mundane world and yet remains true to his essence. A loyal and trustworthy companion who values his word. Moreover, they practice the righteous path of cultivation, adhering strictly to noble principles, never straying into dubious practices. Our sect can only be described as one of integrity." Xingtian, once more, expressed her enthusiastic support, exchanging pleasantries and engaging in light conversation as they took a brief respite. The two then resumed their journey. After approximately half an hour of earth-shifting, they neared the vicinity of the dilapidated temple. However, Chu Xingchen refrained from directly burrowing back, instead guiding Xingtian back to the surface nearby that a potent stench of blood wafted toward them from the direction of the temple. Chu Xingchen's expression darkened. Could they have encountered misfortune? Yet, the teleportation talisman had not activated. Such a strong scent of blood could only indicate a fierce battle. It was unlikely they had been swiftly overpowered, which would have triggered the talisman. Xingtian, lacking cultivation, could not sense the ominous aura ahead, but she cautiously lifted her gaze to observe Chu Xingchen. Although she was unaware of the unfolding events, she understood the necessity of silence and prudence at this juncture. Chu Xingchen's consciousness swiftly sought out the dilapidated temple, soon identifying two familiar auras within. They were very much alive and animated. But what was the source of this bloodshed? Had his two disciples caused yet another uproar? Xingtian, having been reborn, should not still be engaging in reckless antics alongside Yingling. Chu Xingchen reassured Xingtian, "Fear not. It is merely my two disciples being a bit mischievous." Xingtian nodded in response. As the journey ahead was drawing near, Chu Xingchen opted against continuing with earth evasion. Instead, he harnessed spiritual energy to carry Xingtian into the skies, experiencing flight for the first time. Xingtian could not help but exclaim in astonishment. However, she quickly acclimated to the exhilarating sensation of soaring freely through the air, finding herself at ease, though her face had never graced a smile. An involuntary, gentle smile began to bloom upon her lips. This was the innate longing for freedom that resides within every human heart. This flight unknowingly alleviated much of the pressure that weighed upon Xingtian's spirit. Yet, upon catching sight of the dilapidated temple, especially as Decisive headed straight towards it, her joy dissipated entirely. The temple appeared to be in a state of disrepair, exuding a chilling aura. However, the mere presence of this ominous energy did not instill fear in Xingtian. What truly terrified her were the countless remnants of flesh and bone strewn about the entrance, almost carpeting the threshold of the crumbling edifice but a row of eerie skeletal remains, accompanied by uncleaned, crimson flesh lay scattered about, with several animal heads carelessly discarded nearby. There were various types, including bear, tiger, and wolf. Even rabbit and wild chicken heads could be seen, forming a grotesque mound. The sight was utterly horrifying. The pungent scent of blood wafted into Xingtian's nostrils with the wind, causing her stomach to churn and a wave of nausea to wash over her. More unsettling was the flickering of dark red energy within the temple, creating an aura of the uncanny, as if some malevolent beast lurked within, preying upon the unwary for its own dark ascension. Xingtian swallowed hard, timidly inquiring, "Decisive, do you intend to vanquish demons and eliminate evil?" After all, at that moment, this was the only explanation she could fathom for Decisive's reckless approach towards the perilous temple. However, Chu Xingchen's response nearly made Xingtian lose her composure. "Ah? Vanquish demons? We have arrived. What nonsense about righteous sects? Which leader of the righteous path resides in a place littered with bones? The stench of blood has yet to dissipate." Xingtian felt utterly deceived. Not a single one among these cultivators seemed virtuous. Their words were all lies. It was over. She was destined to be captured by some evil cultivator for their nefarious practices at that moment. Chu Xingchen was too preoccupied with his own irritation to notice the pallor of the young woman beside him. Just as they had departed amidst verdant mountains and clear waters, returning home felt akin to entering a den of demons. Upon reaching the entrance of the temple, Chu Xingchen set Xingtian down, raising his voice to bellow, "What are you two little rascals doing?" Inside the temple, Yingling was the first to burst forth, her face alight with excitement as she rushed to embrace her master. "Master, you have finally returned." Before Chu Xingchen could question her, Xingtian emerged from the temple, his body stained with blood, his eyes ablaze with an overwhelming killing intent, dragging along a tiger's head in his hands. Upon seeing Chu Xingchen, his first words resonated with a hint of lamentation. "Master, you have finally returned." Releasing Yingling from his embrace, Chu Xingchen pointed towards the gruesome scene of animal heads nearby, questioning, "What is the meaning of this?" Yingling, understanding her master's ire, promptly deflected blame. "This is all the result of my junior brother's cultivation." Standing nearby, trembling with trepidation, yet clinging to a sliver of hope, Xingtian's heart sank upon hearing this. Though she was unfamiliar with the world of cultivation, surely a prestigious sect would not engage in such sanguinary practices? Xingtian turned her gaze towards the grotesque display of heads, feeling an ominous certainty that her own might soon join their ranks. Chu Xingchen's gaze shifted to Xingtian, who still clutched the tiger's head, his expression stern and questioning. Under his scrutinizing gaze, Xingtian silently turned his attention to his senior sister. Caught between words, most of the animals had indeed been captured by his sister, and she bore a greater share of the responsibility for the current situation. Initially, Xingtian had intended to find a more secluded spot to bury the remains, as the sight was indeed ghastly, and the odor was unbearable. However, his sister deemed it too troublesome and suggested they accumulate a larger quantity before disposing of them. Xingtian felt his sister's abode, positioned away from the wind, had shielded her from the foul stench, leading her to voice such a suggestion. Yet, this was merely a minor issue. He acquiesced, becoming engrossed in his own cultivation over the past few days and neglecting the growing pile of corpses outside. Witnessing the scene upon exiting, it was no wonder his master was incensed. Nevertheless, as his sister had indicated, the root of the problem indeed lay with their cultivation practices. Hence, Xingtian could only bow his head in apology. "Forgive me, master. I have recently become somewhat overzealous in my training. I shall address this at once," Yingling, casting a glance at Xingtian as he went to deal with the remains, directed her attention to the petite and pale Xingtian, who appeared frail and ghostly, her small hands trembling incessantly. She thought to herself that the girl seemed even smaller than their second junior brother. "Master, is this your new disciple?" "No, she is a victim of Qingfeng's sect's actions," Chu Xingchen sighed, then gestured for Xingtian to follow him into the temple. Faced with the invitation, Xingtian was too intimidated to comply. Timidly responding, "I can stand at the entrance to make tea that moment." Chu Xingchen realized that her pale complexion was a direct result of the gruesome scene before her. He quickly reassured her, "Rest assured, we are indeed a righteous sect. Not some evil cult. My second disciples' cultivation method requires the use of beast blood and flesh to solidify the foundation before establishing their base." Upon hearing this, Xingtian's gaze shifted back to the pile of heads, and she noticed there were no human remains, allowing her tension to ease slightly as she followed Chu Xingchen's lead into the temple. Inside, the temple was surprisingly tidy, devoid of the hellish imagery Xingtian had envisioned. The floor was clean and ordinary, with no accumulation of heads or sanguinary scenes. Only two simple wooden beds, modest and neat. There were two iron pots, one large and one small. The large pot contained a simmering pool of crimson blood, while the smaller pot remained spotless. Yingling followed closely behind. Ever since they began cultivating that dubious technique, both she and Xingtian had hunted every creature they could find in the vicinity. After all, the 10-mile slope was not a convergence of spiritual veins, devoid of extraordinary or spiritual beasts. They could only rely on the most mundane creatures for their cultivation. The efficiency was low, necessitating an accumulation of numbers. "Master, how is the situation over there?" Yingling inquired, pouring a cup of water from a kettle on the table and handing it to her master. Chu Xingchen shook his head slightly. "The situation is manageable, but Xingfeng's sect has indeed gone too far." "What do you mean?" Yingling asked, puzzled. Chu Xingchen briefly explained Xingtian's circumstances, then recounted his own observations from the mining site. After listening to the unfolding events, Yingling nodded calmly. A noblewoman from a prominent family. She had heard plenty of stories about such ruthless practices, where the devourers left no bones behind. Her own family had likely engaged in similar acts. However, this did not mean she condoned such behavior. More often than not, she found herself powerless to intervene as a daughter born out of wedlock. Her status in her original family was barely above that of a servant. Otherwise, her father would not have attempted to marry her off to a fool. She cast a sympathetic glance at the silent and downcast Xingtian, offering words of comfort. "We will do our utmost to assist you. Do not worry." Xingtian nodded silently, her eyes filled with gratitude as she looked at Yingling. "Thank you, sister." Chu Xingchen refrained from saying much more, gesturing with his eyes for Yingling to continue comforting Xingtian, knowing that women could empathize more deeply in such matters. Stepping out of the temple, Chu Xingchen observed Xingtian laboring to handle and transport the animal remains. Without uttering a word, he joined in to assist. In truth, the remains were not numerous. The larger size of the animals made them appear more voluminous. Chu Xingchen raised his hand slightly, conjuring a ball of flames that reduced the remains to ashes. With a wave of his hand, he sent the ashes scattering far away. Once the task was complete, he said nothing further, merely producing a simple map of the mining area he had sketched and handing it to Xingtian. "If we intend to rescue anyone from the mining site, will it be difficult?" Xingtian scanned the map and replied, "If Master has attained the Huashan level, it will be a piece of cake." Chu Xingchen remained silent. Xingtian cleared his throat lightly and said, "It is indeed feasible to expedite matters regarding the words of the nascent soul. Yes, your master. I can currently only utilize strength at the level of the flawless golden core." After neatly rolling up the terrain map in his hand, Xingtian did not ask further questions nor exhibit any hesitation. Instead, he earnestly stated, as long as the plan is detailed and well thought out, it shouldn't be particularly difficult. Within the dilapidated temple, Xingtian was diligently cultivating. According to his own strategy, he needed to swiftly break through to the foundation establishment stage, based on the system prompt. His current cultivation was at the 8th level of Qi refinement, estimating that it would take him about 2 more days. Meanwhile, Yingling and Xingtian were sipping chicken soup at this moment. Even if Yingling were to make a last-minute effort, she could not achieve significant improvement akin to that during the Qi refinement stage. She had previously been a genius in cultivation, not a reincarnated formidable being. As for Xingtian, she could not even meet the requirements for accepting disciples, suggesting her aptitude was rather lacking. Practicing was futile, and drinking more chicken soup was indeed a more practical approach. At present, Her cultivation was at the mid-stage of the flawless golden core. Once Li Xingtian achieved foundation establishment, he should advance to the late stage of the golden core. Thus, within this sect, the individual exerting the most effort was undoubtedly Li Xingtian. Once he reached foundation establishment, the sect's power would undergo a qualitative leap. Furthermore, Chu Xingchen had naturally gathered some intelligence regarding Qingfeng sect, noting that there was a supreme elder within the sect at the nascent soul stage. Even if trouble arose, this supreme elder might not necessarily intervene. However, having navigated this world for a few years, Chu Xingchen understood the importance of preparing for the worst and refraining from harboring overly optimistic expectations for his plans. For everything would inevitably cascade towards the most unfortunate outcomes. Hence, Chu Xingchen specifically reminded Li Xingtian to prepare for the worst-case scenario, ensuring that, even if they could not save anyone, he and his companions could retreat unscathed. After all, saving others was merely a side quest. Chu Xingchen was not benevolent enough to risk his own disciples' lives for strangers. Nevertheless, speaking of misfortune, Chu Xingchen's gaze fell upon Li Yingling, who was drinking her chicken soup. His eldest disciple certainly possessed the trait of strong luck. However, having spent considerable time with her, he had not observed any signs of her good fortune, nor had he seen her stumble upon any ancient treasures while walking. Even hunting a wild chicken seemed to turn into a debacle. Could it be that his own luck was poor, thereby neutralizing hers? Noticing her master's gaze upon her, Li Yingling set down her bowl and looked back at him with a puzzled expression. "Yingling, how do you feel about your luck?" Chu Xingchen inquired with a smile. Yingling tilted her head slightly. Contemplating, "It's not bad, I suppose, since there was nothing else to occupy their time," he decided to test the level of not bad that his disciple spoke of. Chu Xingchen produced 2 dice cups from his spatial ring. When it comes to luck, nothing could be more straightforward than this. He handed one of the dice cups to Li Yingling and suggested, "Shall we play? A game of chance? I don't really know how to play, and there shouldn't be any penalties for losing, right?" Li Yingling shook the dice cup casually, eyeing him warily as she asked. Pulling out a piece of firewood that had not burned completely from the fire pit, Chu Xingchen shook the end of the charred stick that if you lose, you draw a line. Upon hearing this, Li Yingling's eyes lit up. After all, she was still in the youthful phase, and naturally found such activities quite intriguing. However, she cautiously confirmed the integrity of their dice cups and dice to ensure her master wasn't cheating. The competition between master and disciple soon commenced. Yingling vigorously shook her dice cup while murmuring softly, seemingly reciting some incantation. Then, with a powerful motion, she slammed the dice cup onto the dining table before her. Her gaze sharp as she looked at Chu Xingchen, as if victory was assured out on the surface. Chu Xingchen appeared calm, yet internally, he was filled with apprehension, for at that moment, he had indeed not cheated. After carefully shaking his own dice cup, both revealed their results simultaneously. Yingling rolled 3 dice. 6, 6, 5. Chu Xingchen, on the other hand, rolled 6, 6, 6. Master, did you cheat using spiritual energy? Li Yingling exclaimed incredulously, her expression one of disbelief. "I did not cheat," Chu Xingchen responded, equally astonished by the outcome. How could Li Yingling, who possessed the trait of strong luck, lose to him at dice? Yet, with suspicion still lingering in her gaze, he added, "Then let Ning Qianqian roll for me." Ning Qianqian, who had been enjoying her soup, set her bowl down and cautiously glanced at the dice cup. I don't know how to play." Without hesitation, Li Yingling handed the dice cup to Ning Qianqian, who dared not let her master roll again. "Just give it a shake." Ning Qianqian looked up at Chu Xingchen, and upon receiving his nod of approval, she shook the dice cup casually before placing it on the table. Li Yingling's confidence surged. As long as her master didn't cheat, her luck should surely paint his face black. The previous results were merely a humble display of her modesty. Ever since childhood, she had never lost in games associated with luck. From a young age, she had relied on small games in the courtyard to accumulate quite a bit of silver. The children from noble families would steer clear of her upon seeing her. At this moment, Li Yingling's confidence was soaring, and with renewed bravado, she declared, "That last round doesn't count. Now it truly begins." Approximately 10 minutes later, Li Yingling sat in her chair, her face smeared entirely black. Seemingly lost in thought, for a full 10 minutes, she had not won a single round. Even when she rolled 3 sixes, Xingtian managed to casually match that. Initially, she suspected her master had cheated with the dice cup. But upon switching, there was still no change. This was the first time she had lost so utterly. Moreover, judging by her master's expression, he seemed not to have cheated at all. The branches on the ground that were used to draw on faces had been utilized several times. Carelessly discarded by Chu Xingchen. Not a single mark marred his face as he gazed at Li Yingling with equal perplexity. Could it be that her trait of strong luck was a mere illusion? How could she have failed to win a single round? Chu Xingchen's gaze shifted to Xingtian, who lacked any luck-enhancing attributes. Could it be that his own luck was overpowering hers? However, recalling the misfortunes he had faced upon arriving in this world, he quickly dismissed such thoughts. Take tea that time. Even sipping cool water had led to calamity. This stroke of fortune must have been triggered by other circumstances, he mused, with her face covered in black. Li Yingling rose, casting a forlorn glance at her master. It wasn't that she couldn't accept defeat. Rather, she was simply frustrated by her losses. Master, I'm going to sleep in my room. Over the past couple of days, Li Yingling had nearly finished arranging her small quarters, which were located in a spot sheltered from the wind, quite close to the dilapidated temple. Chu Xingchen waved goodbye to Li Yingling. Xingtian, who still held the dice cup, cautiously inquired, Master, did you really cheat? No, Chu Xingchen replied, glancing at her before pointing to the bed where Li Yingling had initially lain. Which bed will you sleep in tonight? The wooden partition separating the beds had yet to be moved, and the bed where Li Xingtian had slept previously should be his. After all, Li Xingtian needed to practice diligently, so he might as well not sleep there or continue sleeping behind. It wouldn't do for him, as the master, to sleep in the back, would it? Xingtian said nothing. She simply returned the dice cup to the table and obediently made her way back to the separated wooden bed as instructed. After collecting the items, Chu Xingchen also lay back on his bed. Closing his eyes to rest. One cannot deny that the enhancement of Li Xingtian's physique after refining the Millennium Bone Jade was indeed substantial. Coupled with the greater compatibility of Li Xingtian's cultivation method, he had already reached a cultivation pace in the qi refining stage that rivaled that of the talented cultivator Li Yingling. After several days of intensive training, Li Xingtian was finally on the verge of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. That moment, he sat cross-legged with a refined blood food, a viscous, dark red coagulated mass, before him. Once he entered the foundation establishment stage, he would no longer need to go through the trouble of capturing blood food. The focus would shift to refining his own flesh and blood. Thus, it can be said that this method is somewhat cumbersome, but it is merely the qi refining realm that presents such challenges. Chu Xingchen, feeling a tinge of reluctance, took out all the remaining spirit stones from his spatial ring and set up a simple gathering formation for Li Xingtian to ensure he had sufficient spiritual energy for a smooth breakthrough. This was all the spirit stones he could muster. He truly felt drained by his disciple. It seemed impossible that there could be a sect in the world poorer than his own. Meanwhile, within the dilapidated temple, Li Yingling was boiling water by a small stove, her expression somewhat peculiar, as if she were anticipating something. Xingtian had already changed into Li Yingling's attire, a light blue-patterned woven skirt. Although it was a bit oversized, it was certainly an improvement over the tattered and filthy hemp garments she had worn before. Li Yingling, who had a touch of cleanliness obsession, had scrubbed Xingtian thoroughly. The sounds of water in the small room had echoed from morning until noon, occasionally interrupted by Xingtian's cries, suggesting that Li Yingling had been rather vigorous. The results were remarkable. At least Xingtian no longer appeared like a refugee. Dressed in this outfit, she bore a striking resemblance to a child from the slums adorned in princess attire. However, donning this new outfit made Xingtian somewhat uneasy. She was now cautiously adjusting her somewhat baggy sleeves to avoid soiling them. Although Li Yingling had repeatedly assured her that it was of no consequence, Li Xingtian, on the brink of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, wore a grave expression as he gazed at Li Yingling and the pot of water that was beginning to boil. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Chu Xingchen and said earnestly, Master, I am confident I can manage without those elixirs, a bitter pill to swallow. Chu Xingchen replied as he placed the final spirit stone into position. As he did so, dozens of spirit stones began to emit a radiant glow. Rest assured, I am aware that my elixirs may not taste quite right. This time, however, you need not worry. I have researched which flavoring agents can make the elixirs exceptionally palatable. Master, are you sure you are referring to elixirs and not the leftover chicken legs from Senior Sister? Chu Xingchen retrieved the last remnants of genuine spirit herbs from his spatial ring, enough to barely concoct another batch. While you may doubt my alchemical skills, you cannot question my culinary prowess, dear disciple. Reflecting on his master's cooking, Xingtian found this claim somewhat convincing. He shifted his gaze to his master. Hopeful that he would deliver on his promise, as he spoke, Xingtian observed his master employing his usual alchemical techniques. When the green liquid began to bubble, he felt his face turning an equally sickly hue. What difference could this possibly make? However, as the elixir neared completion, Chu Xingchen swiftly extracted honey and cooked flour from his spatial ring, blending them with some peculiar seasonings. After mixing the flour with honey, he carefully allowed the flour to absorb the medicinal liquid. Soon, the meager amount of liquid was absorbed, and a rather unappealing green elixir materialized in Chu Xingchen's hand. He shook the elixir and found it surprisingly solid, devoid of any indication that it might fall apart. Excellent. This represents a new milestone in my alchemical endeavors. I can produce flawless elixirs using just a pot, Chu Xingchen declared proudly as he presented the unappealing green elixir to Xingtian. Here, give it a taste. Gazing at the elixir before him, Xingtian had to admit that while its solid form might make it slightly more palatable, the vibrant green color was hardly indicative of a legitimate elixir. It resembled a toxic concoction more than anything. With a resigned sigh, he considered that rather than pondering whether it was poisonous, he was more concerned about whether it would taste so dreadful that it would be intolerable. Faced with his master's encouraging gaze, Xingtian steeled himself and decisively swallowed it whole. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of his sister's scrutinizing gaze, as for the flavor upon entry. Xingtian exclaimed in his mind, "Damn it! It is clear that alchemy and cooking share no common ground, especially with the addition of that infernal flour. Perhaps it was the honey's influence." But the flour lodged in his throat, paired with the horrific taste of the elixir. More accurately, the intense aversion emanating from his body. It was a torment far worse than merely swallowing the liquid. It was akin to torture. Struggling, Xingtian rasped, "Water! Master, I need water!" Xingtian quickly seized a cup of water and handed it to the struggling Xingtian. After gulping down a few mouthfuls of water to wash away the sticky flour, he took a moment to catch his breath, saying little more. Although the taste was horrific, the elixir's effects were swift. Xingtian rapidly entered a meditative state, absorbing the spiritual energy from the spirit stones. It appeared that this latest experimental product was not particularly successful. Was the flavor insufficiently masked? Chu Xingchen pondered briefly before glancing at the relieved expression on Yingling's face. Yingling hastily shook her head, saying, "Master, from now on, let my junior brother try such fine products first. You are his senior sister," Chu Xingchen remarked, stroking his chin. Yingling replied with a look of grievance, "Master, if you wish for me to perish, you could simply say so." Xingtian's breakthrough proceeded relatively smoothly. As the spiritual stones ceased to emit their dazzling light, the sun began to set. The spiritual energy that had previously radiated from him solidified within his body. He opened his eyes slightly, his aura subdued, and a glint of brilliance shone in his gaze. The breakthrough was remarkably seamless. With virtually no hindrances, the effects of his master's elixir were commendable, perfectly complementing his cultivation technique. Compared to his previous life's breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, this one was far smoother. One could only describe it as a natural progression. Noticing Xingtian's awakening, Chu Xingchen, who was grilling meat for his prized disciple, turned his gaze and inquired, "How does it feel?" Xingtian nodded, replying, "Very good. I meant the elixir I concocted." "Yes, it is good, but master, if possible, I would prefer you refrain from further concocting Xingtian earnestly suggested. "If it must be made, I believe it could serve well for coercive interrogation rather than being fed to me and senior sister." Upon hearing this, Yingling's eyes lit up, and she raised the skewer in her hand in agreement, saying, "Yes, I think second junior brother has a point." Without hesitation, Chu Xingchen's large hand came down on Yingling's small head. After reaching the foundation establishment stage, one could already abstain from food, yet Li Xingtian still walked over and picked up a skewer to eat. He glanced at Xingtian before declaring, "Master, we can commence the plan." Around the Ling mine of Qingfeng's sect, the master and disciple lay in wait. Yingling cautiously raised her head to observe the situation below. Her gaze fixed anxiously on her second junior brother. "Master, is this too risky for second junior brother? Theoretically, you are in greater danger than he is." Hearing this, Li Yingling looked at her master with a hint of confusion. Chu Xingchen had his reasons for saying so. The talismans capable of withstanding golden core attacks were still on Li Xingtian's person, along with 2 teleportation talismans that, if any issues arose, it was Li Xingtian who would surely escape first. Thus, if one were to assess danger solely based on severity, Li Yingling, who stands close by, would indeed pose a greater threat. At this moment, Li Xingtian has disguised himself as a miner to infiltrate the mining site. As Li Xingtian had surmised, the core disciples of the Qingfeng sect would hardly take the time to seriously compare the number of ants present within the mine. Moreover, having spent several years mining, Li Xingtian navigates this environment with ease, blending in seamlessly. Currently, he is pushing a cart, his gaze sweeping over all those passing by, in search of Enchantress' father. Within the dilapidated temple, Chu Xingchen has sketched a portrait of Enchantress' father based on her descriptions, achieving a level of realism that has garnered Enchantress' approval. Therefore, as long as her father remains alive within the mining site, there should be no chance of encountering an unfamiliar face. Chu Xingchen feels a slight relaxation. It seems that the contingency plan will not be needed for the time being. Now, they merely await Li Xingtian's signal. Given Enchantress' lack of cultivation, her presence would serve no purpose and might even require distraction, making it more prudent for her to remain within the temple. Thus, only the 3 of them partake in this operation. Xingtian assumes the role of observer, meticulously surveying the mining site, while also seeking out Enchantress' father. Chu Xingchen takes on the role of the assailant, poised to strike directly at the spirit stone warehouse guarded by the golden core. His aim is to draw the attention of all, thereby providing cover for his disciples' retreat. Yingling acts as backup, ready to step in should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Furthermore, if all proceeds seamlessly, Li Xingtian has devised an ultimate plan to shatter this accursed mining site and liberate all those trapped within. Although Chu Xingchen harbors reservations about this plan, believing that releasing these individuals may not be the wisest course of action due to the inevitable pursuit and interrogation by the Qingfeng sect, Li Xingtian argues that remaining there guarantees death, and attempting to escape offers a chance at survival. He merely intends to provide an opportunity for those who wish to flee, emphasizing that those who do not wish to run are free to stay. In response to Li Xingtian's proposal, Chu Xingchen suggests a more direct approach. Once sufficiently powerful, they should simply obliterate the Qingfeng sect. Li Xingtian does not oppose his master's decision, but hesitates before ultimately nodding in agreement, seemingly doubting the reliability of his own plan. In any case, at this moment, all strategies hinge on Li Xingtian's signal. Only after the operation commences can they adapt based on the realities they face. It is even possible that they may not locate Enchantress' father at all. One cannot help but acknowledge how much Li Xingtian despises the act of pushing this dilapidated cart back to the Spirit Stone mine, especially along this route. Even after years of memories, he has traversed realms far more perilous than this one. Yet, as he steps back onto this path, his heart remains unsettled. At this moment, a singular thought dominates his mind. In his previous life, after achieving the nascent soul stage, he should have eradicated the Qingfeng sect without delay. The trauma inflicted by this wretched mind is no less than that caused by the abhorrent demonic woman. Lowering his gaze, Li Xingtian quickly scans the workers hauling and breaking stones, but fails to spot Enchantress' father. It is highly probable that he is mining deep within the tunnels and must find an opportunity to blend in. Li Xingtian glances briefly and subtly gestures towards his master. After a moment of waiting, a sharp sword cry pierces the air from afar. The 3 Qingfeng sect disciples engaged in casual conversation suddenly turn their attention towards the source of the sound. 2 of them spring into action, racing towards the sound of the sword. while the remaining disciple sounds a massive bell situated at the center of the mine. The resounding clang of the bell quickly reverberates through the area, causing numerous miners to halt their activities, their expressionless faces betraying a flicker of fear. They are puzzled by the sudden disturbance, but it is clear that it bodes ill. The clamor rapidly escalates within the valley, and the crowd begins to stir, instinctively clustering together, with Xingtian resolutely merging into their midst. Before long, two Qingfeng sect disciples come sprinting from a distance. They are on high alert, having rushed here the moment the bell rang. Vigilantly, they scan their surroundings, working to control the agitated crowd. Meanwhile, a Qingfeng sect disciple emerges from the mine, sprinting towards the exit, trailed by a number of miners. His sharp gaze sweeps through the panicking throng, and he barks, "Everyone, fall into your designated positions." At his command, the once restless crowd quickly settles down, searching for their assigned spots. Xingtian's gaze swiftly scans the emerging crowd, and he soon spots Xingtian's father. In that moment, he appears almost gaunt, and were it not for his cultivation and chi refinement, he likely would have perished long ago. Yet he remains alive, which is a small mercy. Xingtian then subtly glances towards the warehouse, awaiting the appearance of the golden core cultivator within, the key figure determining the extent of their planned success. At a quarter of an hour later, the two Qingfeng sect disciples return from their reconnaissance. Having disarmed the alarm and restored safety, Xingtian swiftly melds into the crowd of miners, progressing towards the mine as directed by the Qingfeng sect disciples. However, the anticipated golden core does not materialize. "I shall return to the sect to report to the sect master and the elders. Stay vigilant," commands an older Qingfeng sect disciple, taking charge. "This is a critical moment. We must ensure the mine operates normally. Everyone, stay alert." The other Qingfeng sect disciples promptly bow in acknowledgement. "Yes, senior brother." Having successfully infiltrated the mining crew, Xingtian follows the main group as they gradually enter. Swiftly approaching Xingtian's father, he discreetly slips the token he had carried into Xingtian's hand. In the dimly lit mine, Xingtian locks his gaze onto Xingtian, tightly gripping the coarse cloth-like material in his hand. Xingtian does not meet his eyes, but softly utters, "Xingtian." Xingtian's eyes light up, only for his expression to shift dramatically as he anxiously inquires her. Before he can finish, Xingtian raises a hand to interrupt, his gaze scanning the area. "No matter what, stay close to me." "What are you all doing?" "Hurry up," barks the supervising Qingfeng sect disciple, urging the miners with urgency that if you don't complete your tasks, you won't even get a sleep. Xingtian disregards Xingtian for the moment, quickly grabbing a pickaxe that had been left aside, and strides forward. After taking a few steps, he encounters a corner to the bend. A faint yellow candlelight flickers unsettlingly. Xingtian's heart skips a beat as a chill runs down his spine. An ominous feeling washes over him. What is amiss with this mine? Such circumstances did not present themselves during his previous excavations. He swiftly grasps the long-distance transmission talisman his master had given him, cautiously following the crowd as they turn the corner. What unfolds before him is not the anticipated mining tunnel, but a bizarre and terrifying scene. Instead of a narrow vein awaiting extraction, he finds an expansive ceremonial ground, where several grotesque heads hang ominously from the highest altar. Six figures clad in voluminous black robes sit cross-legged at various positions, drawing in the blood energy from the surrounding pools. The blood-soaked altar bears witness to the countless lives lost here. Surrounding this altar is a vast artificial blood pool, facing four extraordinarily peculiar statues, each bearing a different expression, yet all exuding a sinister glare towards the central altar. The blood pool is littered with corpses, both beast and human alike, their bodies desiccated yet pulsating with a dark crimson energy. To a narrow path, barely wide enough for two to walk side by side, leads directly to the altar's center, continuing through to the opposite side. His pupils widen in shock as he surveys the surrounding crowd, only to realize that they all appear utterly unfazed. They seem to believe they are still navigating through a congested tunnel, inching deeper into the mine. Is this a widespread illusion? Do those in the Foundation establishment stage possess immunity to such enchantments, or is there something here that allows him to resist this environment? Suppressing his unease, Xingtian resolves to continue following the throng, determined to discern the true intentions of the Qingfeng sect and comprehend what lurks behind him. The plan may very well be on the brink of collapse upon witnessing this scene. Could it be that the essence of the Qingfeng sect is truly that of a cult? Xingtian lowered his head, cautiously following the crowd as he slowly traversed the central altar. Beyond the altar, delving deeper, lay the ordinary mining site where everyone gripped their tools, poised for extraction at first glance. The mining site appeared genuine. However, what was the purpose of that sacrificial ritual? This perplexity struck Xingtian with clarity the moment the first miner wielding a pickaxe commenced his work. With each swing, a faint, dark red energy wafted upward from the miner's crown, flowing towards the blood pool. All the miners exhibited the same phenomenon, with wisps of dark red energy gradually coalescing into a force not to be underestimated. Xingtian's gaze fixated on one particular miner, suddenly realizing that this dark red energy seemed to be extracted from their spiritual roots. The toll was not merely on the miner's flesh and vital essence. Even the foundation of their cultivation, their spiritual roots, was being eroded, and oh wonder the miners appeared so emaciated. To labor daily while being drained of their very life essence would surely leave them gaunt. This was a purely malevolent technique, unprecedented and encompassing such a vast array of formations. Xingtian dared not commence his own excavation, for it appeared that the blood energy provided was contingent upon one's spiritual root and cultivation level. Should he engage in mining, risking the depletion of his own cultivation and spiritual root, he would certainly attract attention, standing out like a sore thumb amidst the crowd. He needed to devise a means to exit and inform his master. As for Xingtian's father, per his master's instructions, self-preservation was paramount in uncertain circumstances. All he could do was hope for the man's safety. Xingtian discerned that the 6 robed figures possessed cultivation levels around the foundation establishment stage. If the necklace they provided was indeed reliable, breaking through might be a feasible plan, especially since he felt quite confident that on the day of a successful foundation establishment, his master had bestowed upon him a technique that resonated deeply with him. One of exceptional quality, seemingly prepared in advance, awaiting his foundation establishment. This left Xingtian, who fancied himself as having unraveled some of his master's mysteries, feeling even more shrouded in intrigue. Yet, these thoughts paled in comparison to his gratitude towards his savior. As long as his master had not truly wronged him, unlike the Qingfeng sect, Xingtian would remain loyal to the sect, repaying the debt of gratitude. However, through the time spent together, this humble sect of merely 3 individuals had enveloped Xingtian in an overwhelming sense of warmth. Though the senior sister could be a bit mischievous, she treated him as if he were family. That it was true that she diligently assisted him in capturing bees for cultivation and encouraged his progress. Although her gaze sometimes seemed to carry a hint of disdain, her actions were filled with genuine care. As for his master, despite moments of seeming frivolity and instability, he possessed an extraordinary charisma that rendered him somewhat out of place in this realm of cultivation, yet remarkably convincing. Except for that peculiar, unorthodox alchemical technique he had seemingly learned from an unknown source. As for Xingtian, he had nothing but praise. From the moment they met, his master had selflessly relinquished opportunities that had already been within reach. And rather than contributing anything substantial, it felt as if his master had been the one making unreciprocated sacrifices. Initially, he might have been bound by the obligation of gratitude, hesitant to offend his benefactor. Yet as time passed, Xingtian found himself willingly integrated into this small, familial sect. From cultivation techniques to divine abilities, all that Xingtian had acquired felt like a treasure beyond compare. Though the high quality of the divine ability also implied significant difficulty in mastery. After all, not everyone possessed the kind of extraordinary comprehension that his senior sister did. However, by simply borrowing some of the momentum and combining it with the divine abilities from his past life, his combat prowess should still be considerable, but he certainly did not believe that the 6 robed figures before him possessed any divine abilities. After ensuring the surroundings were secure, Xingtian adhered to his strategy: strike first and revel in the spoils. Delay and suffer the consequences. He suddenly tightened his grip on the pickaxe, Pivoting to return to the altar, a vigilant disciple from the Qingfeng sect immediately noticed Li Xingtian, barking, "What are you doing?" Li Xingtian feigned a hint of trepidation, slowly approaching the reprimanding disciple, as if his legs were weak to eye. "I need to use the restroom. The work schedule is tight. You have to keep working even if you're in a bind." "Go back." Once he had distanced himself adequately, Li Xingtian erupted into action, appearing before the Qingfeng disciple in an instant. Unleashing a surge of spiritual energy, he invoked the Nine Heavens Xian Luo blade from his previous life, combining it with the roughly studied technique of the Lu Xian Hua Han Jiuyu blade. Both being sword techniques, he was able to adapt them accordingly. The pickaxe in Li Xingtian's hand morphed into a formidable blade, the dark red energy surging with immense power as it swung towards the disciple's head. The Qingfeng disciple was caught off guard, especially facing such a rapid assault infused with divine ability. He felt as if his entire being was immobilized, his spirit shaken by the overwhelming aura. All he could do was display terror before Li Xingtian's strike shattered his skull. With that single blow, Li Xingtian cursed under his breath. Damn, that was quite the expenditure, but he felt as though nearly half of his spiritual energy had been squandered in that one strike. It was unexpected that merely borrowing a bit of momentum and trajectory would consume twice as much energy in practice compared to the divine ability he had previously wielded. Nonetheless, the effectiveness was undeniably impactful. To his surprise, as he summoned his internal spiritual energy, he seemed to vaguely perceive the energy from the pool. Before he could delve deeper into this perception, the six robed figures abruptly rose, their gazes fixating on Li Xingtian. One of the figures, with a rasping voice that was ambiguous in gender, roared, "Which impudent brat dares to cause trouble here? A foundation establishment, you say? Today, you shall become our blood feast. Let us show you the true essence of cultivation. Master, has the second junior brother been inside for too long?" Li Yingling glanced at Chu Xingchen, a hint of worry creeping into her demeanor. Ever since Li Xingtian sent the signal and infiltrated the mine, there had been no further word. "Let us wait a bit longer," Chu Xingchen replied, his brow furrowing slightly. With the thousand-li transmission talisman in Li Xingtian's possession, he should be able to escape even if he was outmatched. Perhaps, if the situation turned dire, he could utilize it to flee. Receiving this response, Li Yingling sighed deeply, ultimately acquiescing to her master's wisdom and deciding to hold out a little longer. However, 10 minutes later, a violent explosion reverberated from within the mine, followed by a surge of fierce, malevolent spiritual energy erupting from its depths. There was no need for Li Yingling to speak further. Li Xingtian anticipated that the golden core elder from the Spirit Stone warehouse, a middle-aged man, had emerged. Regardless of the situation within, he had to obstruct that golden core. Chu Xingchen decisively retrieved a spirit sword from his spatial ring. Before proceeding, he handed a transmission talisman to Li Yingling, instructing, "If you encounter danger, use this without hesitation, then find a place to hide until I come for you." "What is this?" Li Yingling inquired. Gazing at the talisman adorned with golden patterns in her hand, "It's a random teleportation talisman. Infuse it with spiritual energy to activate it, but don't be foolishly curious and use it prematurely." Chu Xingchen donned a mask, then added, "Stay calm and prioritize your safety. What should I do now?" "Follow Li Xingtian's plan and attempt to assist him, but ensure your own safety first. Especially if you encounter someone you cannot defeat, do not hesitate to flee. Li Xingtian has this talisman as well. Do not worry about him." Subsequently, Li Yingling beheld as Chu Xingchen's figure instantaneously vanished from sight, transforming into a radiant arc of light as he departed. Without hesitation, Chu Xingchen unleashed his most formidable technique, the 3,000-week water sword, which manifested as tendrils of sword energy coiling around the blade like water dragons. He aimed at the elder poised to return to the source mine and struck with a decisive swing. The technique he had just mastered was indeed formidable, and coupled with Chu Xingchen's unparalleled evasion skills, he initiated a stealthy assault. The elder, anxious to provide assistance, understood that their plan had reached a critical juncture. This was a moment vital to the very survival of the Qingfeng sect. There could be no misstep at this juncture. He had already shattered the urgent jade talisman, and with just a brief delay, other elders from the sect would surely arrive to reinforce him. However, the formations and rituals laid out inside the mine must not falter. His heart raced with urgency. Faced with Chu Xingchen's sudden lethal strike, he turned to glance, only to find there was no time left for resistance. The elder could only draw upon the essence of his golden core, struggling to conjure a protective barrier. Yet it seemed even that was an impossible feat, as the sword strike sliced through the fabric of space and time in an instant. The chilling aura of death accompanying the boundless intent of the sword swiftly approaching. The elder's gaze fell upon the swordsman, clad in tattered garments and donning a mask resembling a malevolent spirit, his eyes betraying neither joy nor sorrow. With no option for evasion, the elder was forced to turn his head, narrowly avoiding a decapitating strike. However, he could not escape entirely, for the long sword pierced his heart. A torrent of spiritual energy mingled with the ferocity of the sword intent ravaging his insides. In one devastating blow, half of his body was obliterated into a mist of blood. Yet, through sheer will, the elder managed to free himself from the attack's range, retreating hastily. Chu Xingchen made no attempt to pursue. Instead, he halted, his gaze fixated on the elder before him. The golden core should not survive a shattered heart. Yet this elder appeared unharmed. Exhibiting an unsettling vitality, he decided to examine the details with the system first. M.O. Chun Cultivation. Mid-golden core, blue attribute. Postnatal demon body, white attribute. Thick skin and tough flesh, white attribute. Cunning, black attribute. Heart demon infestation, a postnatal demon body. Chu Xingchen furrowed his brow. It seemed there were deeper secrets within the Qingfeng sect. The elder stood still, a hint of relief crossing his face, as a surge of black-red spiritual energy erupted from within him. Swiftly devouring the unsuspecting qi refining miners around him, he hastily absorbed their lifeblood, transforming it into energy to replenish the half of his body that had been obliterated in the attack. The previous strike had pierced through his golden core's defenses, and the sword technique, clearly a divine ability, was a stark reminder of the divide between cultivators with and without such powers. Moreover, this individual's cultivation level was likely superior to his own. At this moment, the plan was to buy time, awaiting reinforcement from other elders within the sect. Emotion quickly interjected, "Friend, perhaps there has been a misunderstanding. This is the mine of the Qingfeng sect." Chu Xingchen replied with calm indifference. "This is a mine of a heretical sect. I act in the name of righteousness, without hesitation." Upon hearing Chu Xingchen's words, Mo Chun exhaled in relief. Being able to engage in dialogue provided a moment's respite. Even if the person before him was a fool, and no matter how advanced in the golden core stage, or how proficient in divine abilities, the elders of the sect would soon arrive. Mo Chun hastily clasped his hands together, saying, "Our Qingfeng sect is a legitimate sect recognized by the Southern Danzhou Immortal Alliance. How can you claim we are a heretical sect?" Seeing Mo Chun bow, Chu Xingchen felt a surge of delight. It seemed the archetype of the villain truly perishes due to verbosity. What kind of mind would think to continue futile dialogue? Slicing through flesh might not suffice. Perhaps it was time to target the mind. "But you—" Chu Xingchen began, his sword unwavering, his figure darting forward in an instant to stand before Mo Chun, the sword energy entwining the blade like flowing water. Without a moment's hesitation, he aimed to strike directly at Mo Chun's head. Yet, unexpectedly, the blow found only a eye. Mo Chun suddenly unleashed a dark red mist, enveloping the surroundings. The energy that Chu Xingchen had locked on vanished, replaced by the thick blood mist. Chu Xingchen quickly erected a barrier of spiritual energy to isolate himself from the mist. Uncertain of its nature, this moment, he could not afford to be concerned about the depletion of his spiritual energy. The spirit's sword in his hand erupted in radiant light, streams of energy cascading from the blade into the blood mist. Cleaving through the connections with ruthless precision, "I at you, who is the heretical cultivator?" Launching a sneak attack, Mo Chen's enraged voice pierced through the mist. Had he not been cautious, that last strike could have severed his head. "I'll walk in the light. What need is there for further words?" Chu Xingchen replied simply, as the strands of spiritual energy erupted forth, flooding the blood mist like a torrential deluge. Realizing he could no longer maintain the blood mist, Lest it lead to his slow demise, Chun hastily solidified his form at this moment. His crimson eyes were fixed intently upon Chu Xingchen. This young man was taking advantage of his lack of divine abilities to bully him. Chu Xingchen remained unfazed, considering it unacceptable for a mid-golden core to be unable to contend with a late golden core, especially when he possessed divine abilities. Failing to achieve a resounding victory would be tantamount to disgrace. The spirit sword in his hand shimmered anew, the essence of flowing water rapidly coalescing around the blade, intending to resolve this golden core encounter within 2 moves. However, a sudden commotion erupted from within the mine. Several grotesquely mangled figures burst forth, shattering all structures in their path, crashing into the surrounding stone walls of the mine. Chu Xingchen could not suppress his worry and turned to glance. Emerging from a mine were figures shrouded in a tempest of demonic flames, their dark red aura reeking of blood, their scarlet eyes brimming with unquenchable murderous intent. Some malevolent blood, imbued with an otherworldly aura, seemed to be under the control of Xingtian, swirling around him in a sinister dance. Is he possessed? Why does he appear so demonic? As Xingtian stepped out of the mine, he spied his master and called out with a tone that was both frenzied and reverential. Master! Chun stared in disbelief at Xingtian. He had never encountered this individual before, and the master he referred to could not possibly be himself. That it had to be the masked figure who proclaimed himself as the one who walks in the light. No, among everyone present, your disciple is the most sinister, yet you dare to call yourself the one who walks in the light. Chun seethed, pointing an accusatory finger at Xingtian. You lot are the true heretics. In response to the elder's furious rebuke, Chu Xingchen unleashed an even more ferocious divine ability. The torrent of sword intent surged forth like a cascading waterfall, crashing towards the elder like a tsunami. The situation of his second disciple appeared dire. From any angle, it seemed time was not on his side. After all, his disciple was merely at the foundation establishment stage, even with a life-saving talisman. It was hardly a foolproof guarantee. Thus, a swift resolution was the only viable strategy. Chen's heart sank, feeling as if all energy had been locked onto him. Faced with that overwhelming sword strike, he sensed the ominous portent of death looming above. Master, wait, spare him a life. Xingtian suddenly called from the mouth of the mine. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Xingchen relented, just as the sword stroke was about to descend. The blade veered slightly, narrowly missing the elder's terrified visage. Upon witnessing his master show mercy, Xingtian breathed a sigh of relief and dashed toward the elder, his blood-colored spiritual energy surging forth, pressing down upon the elder's head. Though Chu Xingchen's strike had not claimed the elder's life, the force of it left him gravely injured. Facing the oncoming Xingtian, Chun found himself utterly powerless, unable even to raise a hand. He could only submit as Xingtian pressed his palm against the elder's head. To his horror, the elder soon realized that the blood essence within him was being voraciously siphoned away by this brash young disciple at the foundation establishment stage, absorbing a golden core's essence. Such an occurrence was unheard of. Though it was partly due to his own injuries, Chun distinctly felt that this was a suppression stemming from the very cultivation technique itself. This young man was practicing a demonic art more sinister than even his own. Watching his disciple drain the elder's blood essence with the fervor of a heretic, Chu Xingchen furrowed his brow and asked, "What on earth is happening?" Xingtian could only slightly tilt his head to glance at his master and explained, "There exists a malevolent cultivation array here. They have been siphoning the blood essence of those miners to cultivate their sinister arts." Chu Xingchen, gripping his sword tightly, glared at Xingtian and retorted, "I was inquiring about you. What is your situation?" "What about me?" Xingtian was taken aback by the inquiry, and upon lowering his gaze, he noticed the abundant spiritual energy within him, leading to a sudden realization that I am fine. However, it appears your cultivation method can interact with those blood pools that at this point, Xingtian's expression grew somewhat abnormal. After all, he had never heard of any orthodox sect's cultivation method being able to interact with the malevolent arrays of evil cultivators. Moreover, the cultivation method he was currently practicing even took precedence over those of the evil sections. Would he henceforth be destined to unleash a torrent of blood and corpses? Nonetheless, with time of the essence, it was neither the moment for probing deeper. Chu Xingchen hastily interjected, "As long as you are unharmed. That is sufficient. The reinforcements should be arriving soon." "What is the situation?" Li Xingtian quickly sensed the rapid replenishment of spiritual energy within him, and his cultivation levels surged as the technique operated. "I just saw my senior sister heading into the mine. I've already eliminated all the Foundation establishment cultivators inside. She should be safe. Master, you should gather your belongings from the warehouse and retreat immediately." "I will handle this matter." Chu Xingchen nodded slightly and then hurried toward the warehouse. The remaining Foundation establishment disciples of the Qingfeng sect had long fled when their elder was struck down by a single sword strike. At this moment, no one obstructed Chu Xingchen, who kicked open the warehouse door. What greeted his eyes made Chu Xingchen momentarily stunned. The number of spirit stones within the warehouse was considerable, but there was an array that utilized the blood essence from the mine to nourish these spirit stones. The spirit stones before him were no longer the usual pale blue, radiating a gentle spiritual glow. Instead, they were a faint red, exuding a foul stench. If these spirit stones were taken out for trade, would they not be immediately labeled as evil cultivators? What a disgraceful act to tarnish the spirit stones. However, there was no time to dwell on such matters. With the mindset of having come this far, Chu Xingchen hastily stowed all the spirit stones before him into his spatial ring. The ring soon filled to the brim, leaving only a few trivial spirit stones. After casually pocketing 2 more, he refrained from further greed. Upon exiting, Li Xingtian had already dealt with Elder Emochan. At this moment, Elder Emochan resembled a desiccated corpse, merely skin stretched over bones. Chu Xingchen observed that Li Xingtian had already reached the mid-foundation establishment stage, catching up to Li Yingling's progress. Now, Li Xingtian was preparing his initial plan, setting up a rudimentary teleportation array, simplistic to the point that its destination was uncertain, and the distance it could cover was equally unpredictable. Chu Xingchen tossed a few blood-red spirit stones from his spatial ring to Li Xingtian to empower the array. Just then, Li Yingling emerged from the mine, dragging a person behind her. She wore a ghostly mask and was holding Ning Qianqian's father. Ning Kun, Li Yingling stepped out. A number of miners followed closely behind. "You all have witnessed it. Remaining here is tantamount to certain death. Just a matter of time," Li Xingtian stated, his hands moving swiftly as he constructed the teleportation array. "The range and destination of this array are uncertain. It is highly likely that you may still be captured by the Qingfeng sect. You may choose to stay. I do not impose, but this opportunity is singular. Think it over carefully. Those willing may step into the circle." Li Xingtian's voice, amplified by spiritual energy, resonated clearly in the ears of the miners. All the miners looked at the scene before them with a hint of confusion. However, among them were some quick-witted individuals. Following Li Xingtian's earlier battle within the mine, spiritual energy had surged and shattered the illusion array. As the illusion faded, the miners naturally beheld the blood-soaked pools and the blood essence being extracted from their bodies. It was clear that toiling here as beasts would ultimately lead to being drained of every last drop of marrow by those Qingfeng sect members. A miner among the group spoke up excitedly. "Thank you, benefactor, for saving our lives. We are at a loss for how to repay you." Li Xingtian remained silent, his focus directed toward completing the final details of the array, placing the spirit stones into the array's foundation. The array suddenly burst forth with brilliant light. Taking a deep breath, Li Xingtian stated, "No need to thank me. When the opportunity arises, do not be a bystander." For some inexplicable reason, seeing those people reminded Li Xingtian of his childhood friends back in his village. Brothers who had shared everything. One of them had perished here. He couldn't help but give a self-deprecating smile, pondering why he felt inclined to save them. However, isn't the essence of cultivating immortality about fostering one's intentions? Whether it be for personal solace or in memory of his fallen comrades, it ultimately stemmed from a desire within his heart. He then glanced at his master, who merely nodded gently in acknowledgement. At the mine, the Qingfeng sect members, despite hastening their pace, ultimately arrived a moment too late. When the group of Golden Core elders led by Shangwan Hong reached the mine, it was already nearly deserted. The 5 Golden Core elders hovered above the mine, their divine senses rapidly scanning the area. It was evident that the teleportation array Li Xingtian had mentioned was indeed unstable, as their divine senses detected several miners still within their range. One elder quickly spoke up, "There are miners who have yet to escape the vicinity. You all pursue them. I will search here." Shangwan Hong's brow furrowed, his voice calm. Understood, the other elders comprehended that for Shangwan Hong, this was his sole chance to break through to the nascent soul stage, that he likely appeared composed on the surface. Yet his heart was likely ablaze with fury. He was the least eager for anything to go awry here. And relinquishing the situation to Shangwan Hong was perhaps the best course of action. Shangwan Hong descended, and upon stepping onto the mine's soil, his gaze fell upon the desiccated form of Elder Mo Chen. He slowly extended his hand, carefully examining Elder Mo Chen's condition. Before long, Shangwan Hong arrived at a swift conclusion. Elder Mo Chen had been drained of his essence while still alive, completely powerless to resist. Only a late-stage Golden Core evil cultivator could achieve such a feat useless. Shangwan Hong suppressed the fury within him, refraining from reducing the corpse to ashes. After all, at this moment, he relied on the sect and could not afford to make things too messy. Taking a deep breath, Shangwan Hong could only advance with his last glimmer of hope into the depths of the mine. He could only hope that everything within remained intact, that the array forged over many years remained stable, and that the blood pool still contained its essence. For these were his greatest reliance in breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Time was not on his side. Shangwan Hong's innate talents were not particularly exceptional. Now, having clawed his way to the position of elder in the Qingfeng sect, he had expended immeasurable effort, endured countless glares, and suffered many humiliations. How could he accept being brought to a halt at this juncture? In truth, he need not step into the mine itself. Once Shangwan Hong swept his divine sense over the cavern, he understood that everything was lost. Yet he remained obstinate and ventured deeper. The once abundant blood essence pools had long since dried up, and even the carefully crafted array had been shattered at one corner. Shangwan Hong gazed downcast at the scene before him, feeling as though he had stepped into a fleeting dream. Just a little farther. Just a little farther. Even the lowest tier of nascent soul would suffice for him. Uncertain of how long he had stood there, Shangwan Hong was roused from his reverie by the sound of the other 4 elders returning with 6 captured miners. One elder scanned the sacrificial array before him, secretly sighing, and then tossed the 6 miners before him, saying, "These are all we could capture for now." Shangwan Hong's crimson eyes suddenly lifted, resembling a soul-devouring beast. The miners, unable to withstand the oppressive aura of the Golden Core, also could not bear that terrifying, soul-stirring gaze. "I will speak. I will speak." Shangwan Hong paid no heed and directly seized one of the miners. Commencing the soul-searching technique, one elder, witnessing this, was about to speak but was interrupted by another elder's shake of the head. This soul-searching technique not only inflicts grave damage on the victim's soul, but also imposes a heavy burden on the caster. Ignoring his own condition, Shangwan Hong proceeded to extract the souls of all 6 miners. As he completed the soul extraction of the last miner, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. As a top-tier evil cultivator capable of manipulating the blood food pool, Shangwan Hong gently wiped the blood stain from the corner of his mouth. There are also a masked man and woman. The man possesses at least late-stage Golden Core cultivation and a certain supernatural ability. The methods of this supernatural man do not appear to be those of an evil cultivator, but one cannot rule out the possibility of trickery. Shangwan Hong took out a brush and swiftly sketched the only face that had emerged from the miner's memories. In the drawing was a middle-aged man, bearded and expressionless. When Li Xingtian infiltrated the mine, he had already taken precautions to conceal his identity with a human face disguise. Their actions were swift and their intentions clear. Shangwan Hong added, "This visage may not even be his true appearance." Late-stage Golden Core, and with supernatural abilities? One elder furrowed his brow. Currently, the nascent soul ancestor is in closed-door cultivation, and the Qingfeng sect lacks supernatural powers. Even if we find them, we might not be able to do anything. Furthermore, they have 3 members. If the other 2 are also Golden Core cultivators with supernatural abilities, even we 5 would find it difficult to contend with them. According to your soul searching, they are merely likely evil cultivators, probably seeking to gain some advantage, rather than intent on our utter destruction. To act so ostentatiously would be counterproductive, given that we cannot afford to attract attention. Shangwan Hong's blood-red eyes suddenly fixed upon the elder who spoke. After a long pause, Shangwan Hong slowly declared, "You are correct, but what we must do cannot end here. The damage to this formation base is not severe and can be easily repaired, as for those blood sacrifices. We shall seize them. From this moment onward, all 5 of us elders shall guard this place and summon the sect's disciples to construct a grand formation, even if they possess supernatural abilities. We must ensure they come and do not return." In response to Shangwan Hong's proposal, the other 4 elders fell into silence. Previously, they had been cautious in their small maneuvers, but they had still been caught by other evil cultivators who acted swiftly. Now, to capture people so brazenly would inevitably lead to exposure. They merely wished to leverage Shangwan Hong's plan to assist their cultivation, hoping to ascend to the nascent soul realm, but they did not want to stake their lives and names on this endeavor. Unlike Shangwan Hong, who was nearing the end of his days, they at least had the prospect of living longer. However, in the face of Shangwan Hong's evident fury, their silence served as the most profound rebuttal. "Brother Pei, have you forgotten that I saved your life? Brother Zhao, your innate talent is not as good as mine. Is becoming an elder in the early Golden Core your ultimate aspiration, on the path of the Tao? Do you not wish to advance further? Brotherly, my young daughter." Shangwan Hong's gaze swept over the 4 elders, his expression a blend of mirth and mockery. "Do you truly believe that halting now will ensure your safety? Little do you know, the path of cultivation is fraught with life and death. Only by taking a step further can one transcend fear during the midnight hour." Elderly could no longer restrain himself and spoke first. "From now on, these matters must be meticulously planned, taking a long-term view. As for the future of the mine, it has no connection to the distant Chu Xingchen." Day and night, they hurried on this moment. Chu Xingchen had already returned to the dilapidated temple with his disciples. Hearing the commotion, Enchantress hurriedly exited the temple, spotting the 4 individuals, especially noticing the man carried on Xingtian's back. Although Xingtian was clad in tattered clothing and had lost considerable weight, Enchantress recognized her long-cherished father at first glance. She promptly knelt before Chu Xingchen, unable to suppress her tears. "Thank you, great immortal, thank you." Xingtian gently laid the man he carried before Enchantress. Xingtian was currently in a state of unconsciousness, having been deliberately rendered so by Chu Xingchen, who did not have the time to explain during their escape. Chu Xingchen raised his hand to cast a spell, awakening Xingtian. With a soft cough, Xingtian slowly opened his eyes, the first sight being his daughter's tear-streaked face. Upon seeing Xingtian awaken, Chu Xingchen quickly interjected, "I do not have time to listen to your sentimental reunion." These words caused Enchantress and Xingtian to halt their numerous sentiments, both turning their gazes toward Chu Xingchen. "I do not expect any repayment from you. Let this be my good deed. If by any chance you are captured by the Qingfeng sect in the future, do not implicate me." As Chu Xingchen spoke, he retrieved a water flask, provisions, and some scattered silver coins from his spatial ring. "You possess the cultivation of the 2nd layer of qi refinement. Head east from here, and you will find civilization. With this food and water, you should have enough to sustain your journey. Use this silver to forge your own path, but be sure to run far for safety. Consider it that I have seen this matter through to the end. No further words are necessary. Take these items and leave now. You two can converse on the road." Enchantress understood Chu Xingchen's meaning. Once this matter settled, the Qingfeng sect's retaliation would surely follow. Naturally, Chu Xingchen could not guard her and her father for eternity. Nevertheless, having rescued her father, Enchantress felt immense gratitude. She bowed 3 times to Chu Xingchen before helping her still-dazed father to his feet. "Rest assured, benefactor, even if it costs me my life, I will never utter a word." Chu Xingchen turned away, not responding to her statement, effectively issuing a dismissal. "Father, let us go," Enchantress whispered. "We will discuss everything on the way." Xingtian hesitated, then suddenly bowed deeply to Chu Xingchen before rising to leave with Enchantress. Enchantress and Xingtian distanced themselves, Chu Xingchen abruptly turned to his eldest and second disciples. Let us go. We must relocate. This place is no longer safe. Li Yingling was not particularly surprised by her master's command. To be honest, the moment she saw her master return with Ning Qianqian, she understood that after this matter concluded, her master would surely move the entire sect. One must admit, a small sect has its advantages. With 3 people packing their bags, it is akin to moving the entire sect to the ends of the earth. They could go anywhere. She cast a lingering glance at the small wooden house she had just built and the freshly dug formation base. Pit. One had been built in vain, the other dug for nothing. Sighing softly, Li Yingling approached the small wooden house and began packing her belongings. Xingtian stood in place, having little to take with him, as he had come with very little. Chu Xingchen shot him an exasperated glare. If you have nothing to take, then go help your master pack. Do not let any of the pots and pans remain. I spent a considerable amount on those. Understood. Hearing this, Li Xingtian obediently entered the dilapidated temple to gather the pots and pans. Chu Xingchen swiftly began to leave misleading traces behind. Previously, he had resided here simply to evade the ire of the minister of Xuanwu Kingdom, seeking refuge. Now, with no fear of the minister, he knew that the latter could not summon a nascent soul expert. And below the nascent soul realm, with Li Yingling's painstakingly cultivated supernatural powers and his own flawless golden core, it was not an exaggeration to claim invincibility below the nascent soul. Now, the Qingfeng sect posed a threat. One feared that the nascent soul ancestor of the Qingfeng sect might come after him. Although Chu Xingchen was confident in his ability to escape the pursuit of a nascent soul. However, it is indeed impossible to guarantee the absolute safety of one's own disciples. It is prudent to take precautionary measures rather than to gamble with fate, especially when aware of potential dangers. After all, Chu Xingchen had already devised an escape plan when he decided to undertake this venture, intending to flee immediately upon completion. He had long since grown accustomed to the dilapidated temple, which was far from ideal due to its unpropitious location and the waning spiritual energy. Chu Xingchen never intended to establish this as a permanent sect location. It was merely a temporary refuge. In this desolate place, where human presence was scarce, the arrival of Li Xingtian was akin to a stroke of fortune from the heavens. One could not simply remain idle, waiting for the next blind hare to stumble into their trap. Thus, when he brought Ning Qianqian back to the dilapidated temple, he had already made up his mind. After all, the information regarding his sect was nothing but a fabricated account of the Zhongzhou sect. Even if Ning Qianqian were captured, the Qingfeng sect might not pursue the matter further. Despite the intimidating reputation of the Zhongzhou sect, why not trade a derelict temple for a substantial sum of spirit stones? Li Yingling carried minimal belongings, merely a small package as she arrived. Master, where shall we go this time? After briefly disguising their tracks, Chu Xingchen turned his gaze toward Li Yingling and inquired, Where do you wish to go? Li Yingling suggested, How about a picturesque place with clear waters and lush mountains? Excellent suggestion, my dear disciple, that I shall keep that in mind. Chu Xingchen replied nonchalantly. Li Yingling, discerning her master's dismissive tone, realized her proposal had been subtly rejected. At that moment, Li Xingtian emerged, burdened with a large sack. Master, I have brought all the valuable items, but it will be somewhat inconvenient to carry the less valuable ones, since Chu Xingchen's spatial ring was already filled with blood spirit stones. The remaining items had to be carried by his disciples. Thus, carrying a little less was of no consequence. Chu Xingchen scanned his disciples, all of whom looked at him with eager anticipation. Unable to suppress a smile, he recalled how he had fled numerous times in the past. After all, to deceive others into seeking his tutelage, one had to make some sacrifices. Previously, he had always run away alone, but now, he was accompanied by the entire sect. Chu Xingchen proclaimed, Good disciples, let us flee. Li Xingtian's face beamed with delight as he responded, Yes, master. Li Yingling, filled with excitement, echoed, We are off. In Yuzhou City, a middle-aged real estate agent extolled, Young master, this house is splendid. Situated by the Chuanyu River. In a few days, the Lantern Festival will commence, and the lanterns will float downstream, passing right by here. You'll be able to witness the beautiful lanterns drifting gracefully at your doorstep. The agent gestured toward a wide river nearby as he opened the door to a courtyard house. His gaze fell upon the three individuals looking to rent. Point one was an exceptionally handsome young man. Though his attire appeared somewhat worn, it was clear he was the leader, as the other two followed suit. The second was a remarkably beautiful young woman, adorned in a splendid silk gown, carrying a small yellow package. Her curious expression scanning the surroundings, reminiscent of a noble woman who had never ventured beyond the confines of her estate. The last individual, while not as striking as the first two, was taciturn and exuded an aura of intimidation. Carrying a large bundle that hinted at cooking utensils, the agent, piecing it together, surmised that this young master was taking his sister out to experience the world, accompanied by a formidable bodyguard for safety. Thus, he endeavored to be particularly obsequious, recognizing that this was indeed a prime location with picturesque scenery, not far from bustling streets. The area was frequented by patrolling constables, ensuring a relatively safe environment. With few drawbacks aside from the higher costs, pleasing these esteemed guests could yield a commission sufficient to cover a month's wages for him. As the agent opened the door, he noted that these houses were costly and routinely cleaned by women, ensuring that tenants always found a pristine abode upon arrival. Dust and cobwebs would certainly lead to a price reduction, and in these times of hardship, many would gladly accept a few copper coins for such work. The courtyard featured a small garden with a stone table and chairs beneath a tree. It was well maintained, free of fallen leaves or weeds. We call upon cleaners every now and then to maintain the hygiene, the agent said, bending slightly to usher them inside for a closer look. Yingling stepped inside first, surveying her surroundings. While the house could not compare to her own in scale, it was infinitely superior to the dilapidated temple. It was at least clean and tidy, and she wouldn't have to patch up any drafty doors. Approaching the stone table, she gently brushed her hand across its surface and found it devoid of dust. She casually opened the door to the side room, which was also tidy, though lacking a mattress and bedding on the bed. However, the desk and chair were present. Chu Xingchen entered the courtyard, scanning the area before asking Xingtian beside him, "What do you think?" "As long as master finds it satisfactory, that is all that matters," Xingtian replied indifferently, unconcerned about the living conditions, or else he would not have chosen to sleep behind the dilapidated temple. The agent was momentarily taken aback. "Master, their relationship seems different from what I had presumed." "Master, this place is truly wonderful." Yingling emerged from the side room, her expression radiating satisfaction. The agent quickly chimed in. "Naturally, in all of Yuzhou City, this location and the house itself are top-notch." Seeing the contentment on his eldest disciple's face, Chu Xingchen promptly produced 20 taels of silver. "Let us rent it for 6 months. You can handle the paperwork and then pass it to me." The agent's eyes brightened instantly as he eagerly accepted the silver and respectfully handed over the keys to Chu Xingchen. "Here are the keys. I will deliver the rental agreement to you tonight." After receiving the keys, the agent promptly excused himself and departed. Observing his master's acquisition of the property, Xingtian decisively carried his belongings inside. Placing the kitchenware where it belonged, "Master, what brings you to Yuzhou City?" Yingling inquired curiously, having initially thought her master would take her to a mountain retreat. Her eldest disciple posed an insightful question. And Chu Xingchen had his reasons for coming to Yuzhou City. "Good question. I shall explain everything to you tonight. For now, let us see what we lack. You should head to the market and buy some supplies. As we may be staying here for a while." As he spoke, Chu Xingchen untied the silver pouch from his waist and tossed it to Yingling. "All right, master," Yingling exclaimed, her eyes shining as she caught the pouch. "Junior brother, let us hurry to the market." Coming, Xingtian emerged from the side room after setting down his bundle, but his first glance was directed toward his master. Chu Xingchen nodded, "Go," and returned with some necessities. "Yes, master," Xingtian affirmed. With that, Yingling energetically led her junior brother out for shopping. Yingling anticipated a substantial haul, prompting her to ask Xingtian to carry the recently unloaded bundle once more. As their footsteps faded into the distance, Chu Xingchen closed the outer door and discreetly set up concealment formations in several hidden spots. The formations were not particularly powerful. They merely served as alerts to notify him if anyone entered, allowing him to use his spiritual sense for a quick glance. Thus, they did not require spirit stones to activate. Chu Xingchen left behind a few strands of his own spiritual energy to ensure he would have enough upon his return. Having completed everything, Chu Xingchen's figure suddenly vanished in the center of the courtyard. When one speaks of the finest places in Yuzhou City, naturally, one must mention Manshan Courtyard, which resembles a maiden of spring, embodying the very essence of springtime itself. With gentle breezes and delicate rains, it boasts an elegant atmosphere that is truly comprehensive. However, if one were to inquire about the most refined establishment, one must undoubtedly refer to Xingtian. Although Manshan Courtyard offers a wide array of experiences, from extravagant to modest, anything easily attained lacks true sophistication. After all, what can be resolved with monetary expenditure is merely superficial for wealthy young gentlemen. Spending money is hardly a challenge. Xingtian, in stark contrast, maintains an entirely different standard, wherein even the servants serving tea are untouchable and impervious to reprimand. Not to mention the courtesans responsible for the arts of music. Chess, calligraphy, and painting within Xingtian are increasingly aloof and haughty. Even if one were to lavish 1,000 taels of gold, a mere glance would be denied. The prospect of peering through a veil of white silk is utterly impossible. Those fortunate enough to have glimpsed the courtesans of Xingtian without their veils are exceedingly rare, yet every individual who has encountered them speaks of their beauty in celestial terms. Moreover, the power behind Xingtian appears to be immensely formidable, as no one in Yuzhou City has been seen to compel the courtesans to meet with those they do not wish to see. Hence, this unattainable pinnacle of refinement represents the ultimate aspiration for men. Anyone who has beheld the visage of a courtesan beneath her veil could boast of their experience throughout all of Yuzhou City. Strictly speaking, Xingtian is divided into two parts. The first, where guests are entertained with songs, is known as Xingtian itself. Beyond that, the residence of the courtesans is referred to as Baiyu Tower. At this moment, Chu Xingchen finds himself in the chamber of the courtesan Yaoqin within Baiyu Tower. This is an exceedingly simple room, devoid of any extraneous decorations, with not even a trace of rouge or powder. The tea table. Chu Xingchen sips for the delicately flavored tea before him. Opposite him sits a charming young maid with a round face and large almond-shaped eyes, pouting as she gazes at him with an expression of indignation. The maid is busy brewing tea. Although he claims to be tasting it, in truth, Chu Xingchen merely knows that the tea is expensive. He likely cannot afford it, so he takes advantage of the opportunity to drink as much as he can without cost. TSK. Chu Xingchen finishes his cup in one go, still unable to discern what makes it exceptional. Nevertheless, he feels free to offer his critique. It's rather bland. Next time you brew tea, do not be stingy. Add more leaves. It lacks flavor. The maid nearly chokes in disbelief, wanting to hurl the teapot at this audacious man before her. Does he not understand the true value of this tea? Does he not know that such a small amount is something their young mistress hesitates to consume? Just being able to inhale the fragrance of this tea is akin to celebrating the new year. The maid huffs in annoyance, retorting, "If you cannot appreciate it, then do not drink. Do not be rude." Shouting that a cool female voice emanates from outside the door. Upon hearing this, Xiaoling instantly straightens up, hurrying to stand obediently to the side. Chu Xingchen lifts his gaze toward the entrance that a tall woman clad in a flowing white dress, adorned with a white veil, and with her long, lustrous black hair held back by a white jade hairpin, appears. Though her beauty is concealed by the veil, her slightly frosty eyes are exceptionally captivating. Even without witnessing her full visage, one can infer that the lady before him must be extraordinarily beautiful. She cradles a guqin in her arms, her gaze fixed intently upon Chu Xingchen, who is seated. Long time no see. Yaoqin. Chu Xingchen takes the initiative to greet her. Yaoqin, however, does not respond immediately. She enters the room, placing the guqin on the table before finally taking a seat and saying slowly, "Indeed, it has been a while that I thought you had perished." Chu Xingchen picks up a clean cup that is yet to be used and pours tea for Yaoqin, offering it to her. Just as he is about to explain, Yaoqin interjects, "Ah, I had forgotten tea. Oh, use your words. A calamity such as you is destined to endure for a millennium. It is not so easy to perish." The maid, Xiaoling, who is standing respectfully nearby, cannot stifle her laughter at this remark. However, As Yaoqin casts a disapproving glance in her direction, she quickly suppresses her amusement. Yaoqin gestures for the maid to leave. "You may step outside." Xiaoling hesitates for a moment, looking up at her mistress. Her mistress is often easily deceived by this scoundrel. If she leaves without warning her mistress, she might fall victim to his tricks once more. It is indeed peculiar. Despite her mistress's intelligence, she appears to grow foolish in the presence of this man. Reluctantly, Xiaoling speaks up. "Mistress." Yaoqin remains unyielding, simply waving her hand once more. Sighing inwardly, Xiaoling realizes that if she persists, her mistress may indeed become angry. Though filled with reluctance, she ultimately exits the room. With Xiaoling's departure, only the veiled Yaoqin and Chu Xingchen remain in the chamber. Yaoqin does not lift her gaze, instead lowering her eyes to the guqin on the table, gently adjusting the strings. "Now, having said that, what brings you here this time?" Chu Xingchen lets out a sigh, his tone tinged with indignation as he replies, "Why is it that Yaoqin speaks so coldly? It makes it seem as though I come to you only when I require a favor." "Coldly? Who has been calling me Yaoqin for all this time?" Yaoqin retorts, still refusing to look up, her tone growing even icer. "When have you sought me out without asking for my assistance?" This statement leaves Chu Xingchen momentarily taken aback. Upon reflection, he realizes that Yaoqin's assertion holds water. Every time he approaches her, it is indeed for a request. Furthermore, he has not repaid her in any manner. Considering this, it seems he has taken advantage of her goodwill on multiple occasions. This time, he has come seeking her help once more. Yaoqin waits patiently, but seeing that Chu Xingchen remains silent, she prompts, "What? Are you at a loss for words?" After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xingchen realizes he must be more tactful this time. Lest he find himself unable to gain her assistance in the future, he raises his gaze to Yaoqin. "I wish to entrust my heart's matters to Yaoqin. This." Yaoqin is momentarily taken aback, her hands pressing down on the guqin strings as she coldly inquires, "What do you wish to say?" Faced with her icy demeanor, Chu Xingchen appears genuinely saddened, letting out a sigh as he responds, "I yearn to confide my heart to Yaoqin. True confidants are rare. Who will heed the strings when they break?" The allure of Xingtian lies not merely in the ability to spend lavishly. It is the art of eloquence and sophistication that lends one a fighting chance. Moreover, if one possesses striking good looks, the odds become even more favorable, relying on his own wit and humor. As well as drawing from the classical poetry of his past life, Chu Xingchen can effortlessly charm these proud courtesans with a few exquisite verses, at least. That has been the case with Yaoqin thus far, despite not yet having touched her hand. This time, by incorporating Yaoqin's name, he hopes to convey his sincerity. Chu Xingchen feels confident that Yaoqin will undoubtedly be moved, yet it seems reality does not align with his expectations. Instead of a shy response from Yaoqin, he is met with a fierce wave of sound. Yaoqin raises her hand, unleashing a powerful sonic wave. The sharp sound cuts through the air, jolting Chu Xingchen into clarity as he hastily rubs his ears. "Scoundrel!" Yaoqin exclaims in anger. You believe that after having seen me a few times, you can toy with me? Wait, how am I a scoundrel? I have not even touched your hand. Is this not an unjust accusation?" Yaoqin swiftly retracts her hand, casting a disdainful look towards Chu Xingchen. "Consider my mistake," Chu Xingchen sighs. Had he known, he would have kept matters strictly businesslike. That he retrieves a blood essence spirit stone from his spatial ring. Placing it on the table, Yaoqin's gaze immediately sharpens, fixated on the stone. After a couple of glances, she suddenly looks up at Chu Xingchen, her consciousness probing him swiftly, only to find her efforts thwarted by his protective barrier. "You have reached the golden core stage?" Yaoqin's brows furrow slightly. Chu Xingchen leans back his chair, responding, "Indeed, did I startle you?" The exceptional talent of Chu Xingchen is not lost on Yaoqin. After all, he is indeed a prodigy. Having consumed so much fine tea, he has long understood its effects and recognizes how well she treats him. Yet, this person drinks tea as if it were mere well water, having imbibed it countless times without grasping its essence. His aptitude cannot be deemed particularly impressive. The last time she saw him, he was merely at the peak of foundation establishment, and in just about a year's time, he has astonishingly reached at least the mid-stage of golden core cultivation. Yaoqin lowered her gaze towards the blood-chi spirit stone on the table, and an unsettling thought crossed her mind. In indignation, she questioned, "Have you turned to the dark path of cultivation?" Chu Xingchen hastily retorted, "Do not spread rumors. Who in Yuzhou City does not know that Langley Bailong embodies noble righteousness?" Yaoqin pressed, "Then how do you explain your cultivation level and this spirit stone?" Chu Xingchen recounted, embellishing the tale of his encounter at the Qingfeng sect's mining site and the presence of dark cultivators within. "This blood chi spirit stone is one I obtained from that very site." He lightly tapped the stone before him. Upon hearing this, Yaoqin gently grasped the spirit stone, and upon probing with her consciousness, indeed detected the ominous blood chi contained within. It was a trick of extreme dark cultivation. Yaoqin asked, "So, are you here to seek my assistance in addressing the issues at Qingfeng sect?" Chu Xingchen shook his head. "Not quite. I merely wish to know if there is a method to purify this spirit stone." Yaoqin regarded him with suspicion. "Do you possess many of these spirit stones?" Chu Xingchen replied sincerely, "Just two. I merely wish to be prepared with some means of restraint should I encounter similar dark cultivators in the future." Yaoqin nodded lightly. "It will take some time. I cannot guarantee a solution. Come back to inquire again in a few days. In Onid," he replied, "I will be residing in Yuzhou City for a while, so you can send someone with a sealed letter to this address when you have results." Chu Xingchen picked up a nearby brush and wrote down his current address. Yaoqin glanced at the elegant calligraphy and the location within Yuzhou City. This was the first time she could accurately ascertain where to find Chu Xingchen. She reached out to take the paper and tucked it into her sleeve. "Is there anything else?" Chu Xingchen rose. "Nothing further. I shall await you good news." With that, he made to leave. "Wait. You must leave behind the words you just spoke." "What words?" Chu Xingchen. "All right. I will write it now." Upon returning to his modest courtyard at the sect, Chu Xingchen found that his disciples had yet to return from their shopping. He wondered where his eldest disciple had gone to procure goods, as they had been gone for quite some time. However, the pressing issue of the spirit stones was now entrusted to the familiar Yaoqin. With this matter laid out clearly, he felt that the primary objective of his visit to Yuzhou City was well within reach. He believed the chances of a successful resolution were quite considerable. After all, based on Chu Xingchen's deductions, the entire Zhu Yuding was likely connected to a cultivation sect. When he first encountered Yaoqin, she was already at the golden core stage in this remote area. Such a level could easily earn one the title of ancestor and a position of elder. Yet here she was merely playing the zither. This configuration strongly suggested ties to a sect from Central Plains. Hence, Chu Xingchen felt a reasonable confidence in Yaoqin's ability to resolve this matter. After all, at present, the spirit stones within his spatial ring were all of this blood chi variety. Should he attempt to use them as currency, he would undoubtedly be dealt with by righteous cultivators on the spot. Moreover, aside from dark cultivators, no one else would accept such blood chi spirit stones. Thus, while Chu Xingchen appeared to be quite wealthy, he was unable to produce a single usable spirit stone. That he had the money, but could not spend it. Chu Xingchen retracted the small formation he had set before heading into the main room, left open by his disciples. As he surveyed the space, he found it reasonably tidy, furnished with tables and chairs. Sitting down, he took out the blood chi spirit stone to begin his examination. He considered himself sufficiently qualified, being at least a flawless golden core cultivator, to investigate this further. However, the more he studied, the more he realized the stone's truly sinister nature. The blood chi seemed to exhibit a tendency to blend with the spiritual energy within the stone. In some respects, this was rather remarkable. Spirit stones are formed when spiritual energy moves along a spiritual vein, with high-density energy attracting and coalescing over time. During this process, the energy gradually stabilizes, becoming unable to accommodate anything beyond its own essence. Once the transformation into a spirit stone is complete, this property becomes even more pronounced. Thus, to manipulate a spirit stone in such a manner is indeed a skillful endeavor. It is not impossible, but rather exceedingly difficult. The technical proficiency demonstrated by the blood chi spirit stone before him seemed far beyond what one would expect from such a remote location. Just as Chu Xingchen furrowed his brow in contemplation, he heard the call of his eldest disciple. "Master!" He tucked the spirit stone away and stepped outside, only to be momentarily taken aback Yingling entered with a large pack, her face beaming with joy. Following her was Xingtian, who bore a package nearly 2 to 3 times his size, to the point that Chu Xingchen felt it exceeded the definition of a mere package. Noticing no one paying him heed, Xingtian suddenly hurled the massive bundle over the courtyard wall. He then swiftly dashed into the courtyard to catch the package he had thrown. Chu Xingchen raised his hand slightly, controlling the airborne package, allowing it to descend gently to the ground. Glancing at the enormous bundle before him, he inquired of Li Yingling, "Have prices in Yuzhou City dropped so drastically, with such a small amount of silver? You managed to acquire all of this?" Li Yingling, upon hearing this, proudly lifted her chin and, after setting down her pack, raised an eyebrow at her fellow disciple, urging him to recount his glorious exploits to their master. "This was not purchased by my senior sister," Li Xingtian remarked, a hint of nostalgia in his expression that a new vendor has set up shop nearby, offering a ring toss game with random prizes for those who win. Chu Xingchen paused at this revelation. Was this the result of his disciple's fortuitous luck? Li Yingling triumphantly produced a set of pristine, elegant white garments from her pack, saying, "Master, I specifically chose this for you. That old outfit of yours is far too shabby." As she spoke, she unfurled one of the garments, showcasing golden thread embellishments along the cuffs and light blue trim at the collar, adorned with exquisite patterns. "This is the shop's premier offering. It is said to automatically adjust a fit and is crafted by a renowned artifact master to repel dust and stains." With a smile, Li Yingling neatly folded the attire and handed it, along with matching trousers, to Chu Xingchen. Upon receiving the garments, Chu Xingchen felt the fabric's extraordinary softness. "Excellent," he said with a gentle nod. "Thank you, my dear eldest disciple." Meanwhile, Li Xingtian opened his own massive package. The contents were a chaotic assortment, seemingly lacking any significant items. Fortunately, among them were 3 sets of bedding, indicating that Li Yingling had not forgotten the essentials. That night, he would no longer need to sleep on a wooden plank bed. Chu Xingchen approached, sporting a curious expression as he examined the items closely. Among the collection were some cooking pots and utensils, strikingly unique in design, as well as oddly shaped ancient coins, talismans, and even a shattered longsword. There were rattles, large drums, a sword made of woven coins, and even a set of wooden fish used by monks for chanting. Picking up the wooden fish mallet, he scrutinized it, but found nothing particularly special. "Is this a consolation prize?" "Master, this wooden fish is special," Li Yingling exclaimed, taking a few steps closer to explain. "According to the shopkeeper, this wooden fish contains all the merits that a high monk infused into it before their passing. It is indeed an extraordinary treasure." Chu Xingchen, holding the mallet, turned and lightly tapped Li Yingling on the head with it, saying, "What makes it so extraordinary? It doesn't even sound as resonant as your head when struck." Clearly, this was merely a sales pitch from the vendor. He could not believe his eldest disciple was gullible enough to fall for it. Li Yingling, lightly struck on the head, felt no pain but still found the action insulting. She pouted, exclaiming, "If you don't believe me, just ask our second junior brother. Indeed, this is the wooden fish that merges with the merits of a high monk at the moment of his passing." Xingtian affirmed Li Yingling's words, yet his expression seemed to teeter on the edge of speech, as if he wished to explain, but ultimately shook his head in resignation. Chu Xingchen cast a peculiar glance at his second disciple, wondering if this disciple had lived a pointless life in his previous incarnation, so naively akin to the eldest disciple. "How can you be certain that what that vendor said is true?" Chu Xingchen inquired of the two. "That we both witnessed the high monk's passing firsthand," Xingtian replied with unwavering tone, though his expression betrayed his astonishment. He had never anticipated such an extraordinary occurrence. Chu Xingchen was taken aback. "He passed on the spot?" "Yes, he was a monk of the Qi refinement stage who practiced bitter Zen. After my senior sister drew that wooden fish, he disregarded her objections and immediately attained enlightenment, merging all his cultivated merits into that wooden fish. He even entrusted my senior sister to use it wisely, insisting that she possessed great fortune and would surely make waves in the realm of cultivation in the future." "Which vendor has such audacity? Take me to see him." "No need to go. After my master and senior sister finished drawing lots, they packed everything up and scurried out of the city of Yuzhou, cursing their bad luck as they went. Looking back now, They must have already left Yuzhou. Though there were many items, most appeared utterly useless in the present context, especially those peculiar pots and bowls. Chu Xingchen feared they might be crafted from the ashes of a high monk. He had no inclination to use someone else's skull as a bowl. Thus, under Chu Xingchen's directive, those oddly shaped utensils were strictly prohibited from entering the kitchen. As for the other items, Yingling took what she wanted back to her room, discarding the rest into an unoccupied side room. Regarding the wooden fish associated with the high monk's passing, Chu Xingchen remained uncertain whether it was a boon or a bane. He allowed Yingling to handle it. For every time he laid eyes on it, he felt an urge to hammer it against her little head. Consequently, although there was an abundance of items, few were deemed practical after careful selection. Fortunately, the blanket was merely an ordinary silk one, not something sacrificed by a high monk or transcendent being. Otherwise, Chu Xingchen might have felt as though someone were pressing down on him while he slept at night. After sorting through the multitude of items, they were mostly stored in the side room, and with no cleaning required, the three soon gathered in Chu Xingchen's bedroom, preparing for a sect-wide meeting. Chu Xingchen placed the blood-infused spirit stones from her spatial ring upon the table. These spirit stones from the mine have all been tainted by blood energy. Xingtian furrowed his brow. The spirit stones he used for teleportation at the mine were of this very kind. He had initially thought there were only a few, believing his master had taken these to use first. What is the matter? Yingling picked up a blood-infused spirit stone, inspecting it closely, seemingly finding nothing amiss. Being somewhat naive in the ways of cultivation, she had not practiced for long and relied solely on her innate talent to gradually increase her cultivation level. Her knowledge of cultivation derived primarily from novels and tales. This spirit stone was merely a change in color, and she could feel that its spiritual energy content had not diminished. At worst, it was merely an unappealing hue. Chu Xingchen illustrated, "Imagine if you brought this thing to the entrance of the Demon Suppression Division. If you manage to crawl out, it would only mean those fools are living off soft rice." Upon hearing this, Yingling instantly understood. "So, Master, our trip to Yuzhou City is to resolve the issue with the spirit stones?" "Yes, I've already requested assistance to resolve it." Chu Xingchen nodded gently. "For now, you both should focus on your cultivation. Once the spirit stone issue is settled, we shall seek a more favorable location." Xingtian nodded in understanding that Yingling had her own little idea and, pouting slightly, looked at her master with pleading eyes. "Master, the Lantern Festival is approaching, and I have never participated in one my entire life. Coming from a prominent family, yet being a lesser-born child, she had often been by her ailing mother's side, rarely leaving the estate, let alone enjoying festivities. While at the estate, she could only gaze at the tall walls and listen to the sounds of merriment beyond. Perhaps only Yingling herself understood the depth of her yearning to witness the vibrant dragon dances outside. "Let us go out together for a day of festivities during the Lantern Festival." Chu Xingchen nodded in agreement. Well aware of his eldest disciple's circumstances and the less-than-ideal childhood she had endured. Moreover, spending a day at the Lantern Festival was hardly a significant matter. Yingling was no fool and had never caused trouble for herself, proving to be thoughtful and reliable at critical moments. "Thank you, Master." A radiant smile broke across Yingling's face. Her master was the best in the world. With Yingling's heartfelt gratitude, the meeting drew to a close. These blood-infused spirit stones were not suitable for Yingling's cultivation, as the blood energy within could easily disrupt a cultivator's practice. Those with a higher level of cultivation might manage, but Yingling certainly did not belong to that category. Thus, she was assigned to practice her divine abilities diligently, striving for further advancement. Xingtian, on the other hand, could utilize the blood-infused spirit stones for his cultivation, as his current method of practice seemed somewhat sinister. After all, being able to absorb the blood energy of others was inherently linked to the path of dark cultivation. Xingtian did not inquire further about the cultivation techniques, and Chu Xingchen had no intention of elaborating. The techniques provided by the system were beyond her comprehension. Regardless, having cultivated them, the methods produced by the system should harbor no adverse effects, and she hoped he would not end up as a great demon. Although the cultivation might possess a hint of darkness, fundamentally, it should not be too nefarious, right? Due to Xingtian absorbing the blood energy of a golden core cultivator, his cultivation had now risen to the mid-foundation stage. catching up to his senior sister's level. With the waiting period in Yuzhou City ahead, Xingtian had the opportunity to cultivate with the blood-infused spirit stones, making it likely that he would soon surpass his senior sister. As for Chu Xingchen, she was content to leisurely enjoy her time. After all, her eldest disciple possessed exceptional talent, and the divine abilities she comprehended were as if she had grasped them herself. The diligent efforts of her second disciple translated directly into her own cultivation. Through the system's rewards, a single spirit stone could effectively be treated as two, making it utterly wasteful for her to utilize spirit stones for her own cultivation. Thus, she set up a shielding formation in Xingtian's room to ensure that no fluctuations in spiritual energy would attract unwanted attention during his training. With that accomplished, she could finally cease the once necessary task of cooking to satisfy her disciples' appetites. Now that they were within Yuzhou City, they could eat whatever they desired. While lacking spirit stones, she still possessed a fair amount of silver and gold. As a celestial being, she was desperately impoverished, whereas as a mortal, she was affluent beyond measure. Such was the true depiction of Chu Xingchen that a few days later, having nothing to occupy her time, she resolved to engage in a meditative fishing expedition. Since fishing was prohibited within Yuzhou City, she had to venture outside the city to indulge in her pastime. Therefore, not far from Yuzhou City, by the bank of a great river, Chu Xingchen reclined in a chair, rod in hand, leisurely fishing. Occasionally, pure spiritual energy surged into Chu Xingchen's body as a result of Xingtian's cultivation progress, allowing her to engage in automatic cultivation. Moreover, thanks to this feedback, she could gauge Xingtian's degree of idleness that day. Akin to remote monitoring.it was a delightful prospect to be able to catch her slack-off disciples at a distance, though both of her disciples proved rather diligent. Xingtian, in particular, dedicated nearly all his time to his cultivation, leading Chu Xingchen to frequently receive rewards from the system. Alas, another day of futility, as the sun began to dip in the west, Chu Xingchen decided to reel in her line and head home. Having caught not a single fish during her fishing endeavors in her past life, she had rarely fished, and in this world, her preoccupation with finding a disciple had left little room for such leisure. However, she could not bear the thought of returning empty-handed. Just as she prepared to reel in her line, intending to astonish the ungrateful fish with the presence of a golden core master, she suddenly felt a weighty tug on her rod. Chu Xingchen's eyes brightened, and with a forceful lift of her rod, she finally succeeded in catching a fish as the fishing rod arched above the water's surface. A colossal figure leapt from the depths. Chu Xingchen cast a glance and was taken aback by the enormity of the creature. Upon a closer inspection, his brows furrowed in disbelief. Good heavens! It was not a fish at all, but rather a sizable corpse. This was undoubtedly the fault of Li Yingling. That wooden fish must have been cursed. What a load of nonsense about the merits of high monks, whose merits would result in fishing for corpses instead of catches. Upon returning, he would demand that Li Yingling burn that wretched wooden fish. The term big is relative. If the creature had indeed been a fish of such size, it would be considerable, but if it were a human, then it was hardly large at all. What made the situation even more ominous was that the unfortunate individual bore the garb of the Demon Suppression Division, though merely a basic uniform. Any connection to the Demon Suppression Division could only spell trouble. Chu Xingchen's spiritual sense swept over the person he had inadvertently hooked. The individual was at the 7th level of Qi refining and, astonishingly, still alive, not yet entirely lifeless. Chu Xingchen had initially planned to treat the man as deceased, casting him back into the river if that were the case. However, since he was still breathing, such an action was out of the question. Reluctantly, Chu Xingchen took a couple of steps forward, his gaze fixed on the seemingly fortunate member of the Demon Suppression Division. That IT was a relatively young man, decent-looking, yet still lacking in comparison to Chu Xingchen. Perhaps having been in the water for only a short while, his complexion was pale but not yet swollen. His eyes were tightly shut, yet dark red energy coursed through his veins. Chu Xingchen's brow furrowed slightly. Was he poisoned? Exercising caution, he retrieved a silver needle from his waist and, channeling his spiritual energy, pierced it into the man's meridians. After the dark red energy flowed around, the needle showed no reaction. IT was not poison. Chu Xingchen felt a bit relieved, then directly scanned the man's meridians with his spiritual sense, discovering that the dark red energy was actually a frenzied force. Like a tea that moment, it continued to surge through the man's body. If aid were not provided, he would likely not survive much longer. With a sigh, Chu Xingchen inserted several silver needles into the man's primary acupoints, sealing his heart meridian to ensure he would not perish from the energy's assault on his heart. As for whether the energy would rupture other meridians, that was beyond Chu Xingchen's guarantee. Having completed the insertion of the needles, he carefully manipulated his magical power to place the young man on the reclining chair he had been using for fishing. Throughout the process, he refrained from directly touching the young man. Grasping one corner of the chair, he carried both the chair and the unconscious youth toward the distant city of Yuzhou, like the city gates of Yuzhou. Guards were stationed. The unusual sight of a reclining chair with a person adorned in the attire of the Demon Suppression Division among the crowd caught their attention, before Chu Xingchen could reach the entrance. Two guards swiftly approached him. Their eyes quickly scanned the pale, dripping wet figure on the chair, who was still impaled by several sizable silver needles. They hesitated for a moment, not immediately inquiring, but reaching out to check the young man's neck. Upon feeling a pulse, they breathed a sigh of relief. One of the guards, evidently experienced in such matters, shouted towards the gates of Yuzhou. "There's a severely injured member of the Demon Suppression Division here. Send a swift horse to summon help." Soon, a swift steed was seen galloping into the city. This seemed to be a prudent choice, rather than rushing the injured person to the Demon Suppression Division. It was far more sensible to have someone from the division come to provide aid. The guards glanced at the silver needles and then spoke kindly. "Thank you for your assistance. Brother, please wait here. The Demon Suppression Division rewards those who save their members." Chu Xingchen sighed and nodded in resignation. While the promise of reward was likely genuine, he feared being mistaken for a murderer who would be prevented from leaving. The predicament of saving a life was indeed cumbersome. Seeing Chu Xingchen comply, the two guards felt relieved. After all, anyone capable of saving a member of the Demon Suppression Division was likely also a cultivator. And given the willingness to cooperate, it seemed to be a fortunate coincidence. Fortunately, the response from the Demon Suppression Division was swift, certainly faster than the horse's gallop. A figure, also clad in the attire of the Demon Suppression Division, dashed towards the gates with remarkable speed. Chu Xingchen looked up to see a petite girl, appearing rather youthful, with her hair tied into two small braids that swayed as she ran. The little healer, carrying a medical kit, sprinted with her short legs at great haste. She likely possessed a cultivation level around 6 or 7 in chi refining. The little healer quickly zeroed in on Chu Xingchen, rushing forward and immediately fixing her gaze on the young man, as well as the silver needles sealing his acupoints. She first checked his pulse and, upon confirming its presence, noticed the dark red energy surging violently through the meridians sealed by the needles. A soft glow of spiritual energy emanated from her hands as she reached out to touch the chaotic energy, attempting to discern its properties. "What a fierce energy!" she exclaimed, her voice carrying a childlike sweetness yet tinged with an accent reminiscent of the Sichuan Chongqing dialect, rather than that of Yuzhou, suggesting she hailed from another region. Despite the gravity of her tone, there was an oddly endearing quality to her words. "Did you apply these silver needles?" the little healer asked. Looking up at Chu Xingchen, he nodded. "I did. Is there a problem?" "No, quite the opposite. Without your needles, this child likely wouldn't have made it this far," she replied, inquiring, "Are you also a healer? Can you lend a hand?" "I am not a healer, but if it is something simple, I can certainly attempt to assist." "Come on. It's not a good time to call for help now, and this child can't hold on much longer. Those clumsy men will only get in the way. Just follow my instructions from here on out." The current situation, while somewhat stabilized by the silver needles, still posed a grave threat as the internal energy continued to erode the meridians. Though small, the little healer was resolute, her large almond eyes fixed on Chu Xingchen. "Your spiritual power must be quite formidable. When you remove the needles, just suppress that energy and I'll guide it out." Chu Xingchen nodded in agreement. The little healer then retrieved a piece of plantain root from her medical kit, breaking it and forcing it into the boy's mouth, then took out a small gourd from her kit and uncorked it, releasing a medicinal aroma that he's unconscious and unable to swallow on his own. "This method works well," she explained. After administering a bit of the medicinal liquid through the plantain root, she turned to Chu Xingchen and said, "You can remove the needles now." Her cue. Chu Xingchen gently nodded, extending his hand. Channeling his spiritual energy through the silver needles sealing the meridians, he swiftly pulled them out. Seizing the moment, the little healer's hands glowed with radiant light as she pinpointed the acupoints, attempting to guide the ferocious energy out. However, she soon sensed something amiss. While she could only gauge the energy's general nature from the surface, direct contact with its malevolent aura revealed it was suffused with endless bloodlust. Rapidly entwining with her guiding spiritual energy, as this aura broke through the surface, the familiar scent of blood caused Chu Xingchen's brow to furrow in alarm. Why does this resemble the blood energy found within a bloodstone? The little healer felt the blood energy fiercely gnawing at her spiritual essence, while simultaneously beginning to corrupt the surrounding flesh. Frowning, she instinctively exclaimed, "Oh no!" This predicament hardly required further elaboration. Chu Xingchen had already discerned what was unfolding. The blood energy swiftly latched onto the little healer's spiritual power, beginning to entwine and assault her. While this energy may not have posed a significant challenge to Chu Xingchen, it was indeed troublesome for a chi-refining practitioner like the little healer. Her expression grew grim, and the delicate hand resting on the acupoint began to tremble slightly. Noticing her distress, Chu Xingchen reached out and grasped her arm, carefully controlling the output of his spiritual power. He adjusted his cultivation level to that of a novice in Foundation establishment, concealing his true power. Sometimes, downplaying one's abilities could avert a multitude of troubles. With Chu Xingchen's assistance, the blood energy was ultimately subdued by the little healer. She was now sweating profusely, her expression one of relief as she turned to Chu Xingchen with gratitude. "Thank you so much. Without you, I would have been in serious trouble. That's not necessary. However, I fear these silver needles may not be easily removed." Chu Xingchen admitted, a trace of guilt in his tone. "Why cultivation is insufficient. I may not be able to extract all the needles." The young physician cast a lingering glance at Chu Xingchen, initially believing him to be merely handsome, only to discover that his cultivation was quite commendable, likely at the Foundation establishment staged in Yuzhou City. Such a cultivation level is already a formidable presence. Even the team leader of the Demon Suppression Bureau possesses only this level of skill. However, the young physician did not dwell on this thought for long, as the fact remained that this individual had indeed saved a life and had acted decisively in a critical moment. As for the intricacies of solving the case, such matters were beyond her purview as a mere young physician. If she could restore the child to health, all would be revealed upon his awakening. "Very well then," she said, shaking her head slightly. "Even if you are capable, I am not at it would be too taxing. I shall take him back and treat him my own pace." "Thank you. And should you find a time, do visit the Demon Suppression Bureau to claim your reward. My name is Anian." Upon concluding her instructions, Anian bestowed a kind smile upon Chu Xingchen. "Understood, Miss Anian," Chu Xingchen replied with a slight bow. Hearing him refer to her as Miss, Anian's smile widened. After all, it was customary for those meeting her for the first time to regard her as a child, often addressing her as little sister. Yet, this young man was refreshingly different, displaying great potential. "Thank you once again, and no need for thanks. Since I have nothing pressing, I shall take my leave. Miss Anian, do carry on with your duties." "Very well, you may go," she replied. With her approval, Chu Xingchen bowed slightly before turning and departing without hesitation. The chair he had used was of little value. Thus he left it for the Demon Suppression Bureau. As for the fishing rod, he could not be bothered to carry it back and forth, having hidden it directly at the fishing spot. This time, the outing had not been overly troublesome. He had also managed to bolster his reputation with the Bureau. Should they encounter any future troubles, it might prove advantageous. It was hardly a loss. "What are you two waiting for? Are you hoping this child will breathe his last? Hurry and assist in taking him to the Demon Suppression Bureau." From behind, Anian's voice commanded the attention of her two guards. Setting that aside, it was evident that Miss Anian possessed quite the distinct personality. However, Chu Xingchen had no desire to involve himself further. It was merely fate that he had caught the boy while fishing, making this connection somewhat of a twisted bond. After navigating a few streets, Chu Xingchen reached the rented accommodation, he pushed open the door, revealing the courtyard where Li Yingling was playfully wielding a small wooden sword, making random slashing motions. However, Chu Xingchen, having gained some insight into Li Yingling's abilities, quickly discerned that she was internally contemplating the essence of swordsmanship. This was rather unusual. Typically, she would meander along the river by the entrance before venturing to the market to procure whimsical trinkets. "Master, you have returned?" Li Yingling remarked, glancing at her master and retracting the wooden sword. She scrutinized him for a moment, only to realize he was empty-handed. "Did you not catch any fish today?" With a sigh, Chu Xingchen replied, "Today, I did not catch any fish, but I did catch a person." "A person?" Li Yingling asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. "What does it mean to catch a person?" Chu Xingchen briefly recounted the day's events, explaining how he had fished a person from the lake. As expected of a master, fishing took on a different meaning altogether. Yingling erupted into laughter upon hearing the story. "Master, you say it was the wooden fish that hindered you. Quickly, let us dispose of that wooden fish to alleviate your grievances." She jested. "Yingling, did you not hear me say that a fisherman can catch anything but fish? Surely, catching a person is not too excessive, is it? What does that wooden fish have to do with this?" Chu Xingchen lamented. "Why is it that you remember my quips so well, yet forget the more important lessons?" "Because your quips are always so amusing," Li Yingling replied with a smile. After a brief pause, she added, "By the way, master, do you have any free time tomorrow?" "What is it?" "The Lantern Festival is still a few days away." "Rest assured, I remember." "Not that," Li Yingling interjected, taking hold of her master's hand. "There's a small temple fair before the Lantern Festival. I hear it will be quite lively, starting tomorrow evening. Will you accompany me? You wouldn't let me go alone, would you? Surely, your heart would not permit it." Chu Xingchen remained impassive. "To be honest, I would not mind at all." "Master," Li Yingling whined, elongating the last syllable as she played the role of the adorable disciple. "You are the best master in the world." Having spent considerable time together, Li Yingling had come to understand her master somewhat. Regardless of the situation, whether concerning herself or Li Xingtian, her master would instinctively show concern, especially when it came to reasonable requests from his disciple. He generally had little resistance. Moreover, her master did not put on airs, making such a combination exceedingly rare. For Li Yingling, her master's favor undoubtedly ranked first. Chu Xingchen disdainfully shook off her hand, exclaiming, very well, very well. From now on, this sect may very well be under your command." Seeing her request granted, Li Yingling could not suppress her delight and proclaimed, "Yingling will always stand by Master's side. Master's word is law." Chu Xingchen remained unfazed. In truth, their sect consisted of only 3 members, including himself. If she didn't side with him, she would merely align with Li Xingtian. Li Xingtian was indeed a reliable disciple, a source of great ease, and naturally would be on his side. Thus, even if Li Yingling chose not to support him, the logic dictated that she would have to side with him anyway. Therefore, her declaration held little significance. Within the Demon Suppression Bureau, Anian wore a solemn expression as she gazed at the youth who had been fished up by Chu Xingchen. This was truly troublesome. The complication did not lie with the boy still lying unconscious on the bed. Although his condition had not improved, as long as he had made it to the Bureau alive, Anian was confident she could salvage the situation. Moreover, the youth's injuries were not a significant concern for her. They merely required some effort to mend. The true dilemma was the presence of a certain squad leader from the Demon Suppression Bureau standing beside the youth. Good heavens, how could this boy possibly be the younger brother of that female demon? Are you saying he stands a chance of having his meridians completely severed, becoming a cripple? Anian observed the woman clad in the black uniform of the Bureau, her tall stature complemented by a short blade at her waist. Currently, Anian stood behind her, able only to see her silhouette and the long, sleek black hair that bore an unsettling resemblance to that of the female demon. Merely viewing her back exuded an intense pressure. "Cough, cough," Anian stammered, struggling to find the right words. He is not exactly a cripple. Just, in that moment, Anian felt acutely aware of her limited vocabulary, unable to conjure suitable terms to soften the reality that this youth might well become a cripple. After all, the boy before her might find it impossible to use both hands to eat in the future. Anian withdrew a silver needle from the boy's left hand. Even with the needle removed, his meridians were on the brink of collapse, but if he could manage to lift his hands to eat, it would be a testament to Anian's medical prowess, as for the other acupuncture points still bearing needles. It would likely be a struggle for him to even move. The blood energy had begun to disturb his meridians, and it was not just his limbs that were immobile. The lower half of his body was likewise immobilized by the silver needles. Theoretically, this young man, whom Anian had never encountered before, must have been a newcomer to the Bureau. That female demon was notoriously unsociable and had never introduced herself to anyone. If she knew that Anian had removed the needles from his lower half, it would surely create a problem. Furthermore, she was unaware of the nature of the task at hand, which bore considerable risk. At the very least, the boy was still alive, wasn't he? Ultimately, Anian could only offer this consolation to the female demon of the Bureau. Zhao Wanqing instinctively placed her hand on the short blade at her waist. She did not turn to face Anian, and the comfort seemed to have an adverse effect. Her tone remained icy as she inquired, "Did you place these needles?" "Not exactly, but do not overthink it. Without these few needles, he would likely have already passed." Anian hastily clarified, "I observed that these needles were only recently inserted." Zhao Wanqing nodded gently, signifying her agreement with Yan's words. Subsequently, she drew the short blade from her waist and delicately pried open the meridian, causing the boy's internal blood energy to surge towards the newly arrived spiritual energy. Zhao Wanqing's expression remained unchanged as she retrieved the talisman from her waist, swiftly affixing it to the blade. After absorbing a portion of the blood energy, she promptly stowed the talisman away. Thereafter, Zhao Wanqing carefully sealed the incision once more. Although she was not a professional healer, she struggled with the intricacies of the already damaged meridian. Managing the blood energy was not particularly arduous for Zhao Wanqing. However, doing so without harming the meridian proved to be exceedingly challenging. She merely required a small amount of blood energy. Taking one last glance at her unconscious brother, she swiftly turned to leave, saying, "I appreciate your assistance, Yin, physician." "Just fulfilling my duties," Yin replied with a gentle shake of his head. After Zhao Wanqing exited the medical room, she made her way directly to the archives. Her brother had been assigned to the second team, and she had not exchanged greetings with anyone from the demon-subduing division. Could it be that someone sought to take revenge on her? Zhao Wanqing quickly rummaged through her brother's attendance records, soon locating the file pertaining to his current mission, investigating the disappearance of individuals from Wangjia village. The team was led by a competent veteran member whom Zhao Wanqing had heard of. Ever since her brother had been lured back, the demon-subduing division had dispatched personnel to recover bodies from the river, attempting to ascertain if anyone else had fallen in, while also sending another team swiftly to Wangjia village to search for survivors. The demon-subduing division was indeed prompt in their response. Zhao Wanqing dismissed the possibility of revenge. After all, the fate of the veteran member was uncertain, while her brother at least still had his life intact. Yet, Zhao Wanqing understood that relying solely on the demon-subduing division would likely lead to an unsatisfactory resolution. Even if the investigation were thorough, the efficiency would probably be lacking should beastly calamities arise. The demon-subduing division would certainly bolster their ranks. However, this was evidently a man-made disaster, a malicious attack, which would inevitably elongate the investigation process. After all, humans are far more cunning than beasts. Coupled with the fact that the demon-subduing division was quite busy, there would not be an abundance of investigators. Thus, she had to embark on her own inquiry. With the file in hand, Zhao Wanqing swiftly turned and headed towards the bustling streets. Zhu Yuding sat before a plethora of books. An ominous red blood energy spirit stone elevated by a formation. She cradled a book in her hands, reading intently, all the while cautiously manipulating the formation in an attempt to reverse the process of blood energy corroding the spirit stone. However, the spirit stone suddenly erupted with a dark red radiance, shattering the controlling formation. Yao Qin appeared somewhat disheartened, exclaiming, "Damn it," standing nearby. The maid Ling quietly advised, "Miss, perhaps you should take a break. You haven't rested in quite a while. And that scoundrel's matter isn't of such urgency." Yao Qin lifted her delicate, pale hand to gently massage her forehead, replying, "All right, I understand. You may leave for now." Ling understood the implication. It was not that Yao Qin wished to rest, but rather that she was eager to dismiss her, so she could continue her research undisturbed. Mississippi, please step outside. Yao Qin's tone remained unchanged. With a resigned sigh, Ling exited the room. Once the maid left, Yao Qin closed her eyes to regain her composure before once again setting up the formation. IT must be said. As Chu Xingchen's cultivation level advanced, the tasks he entrusted to her also grew increasingly challenging. This spirit stone was not easily resolved for Yao Qin. Even with numerous references available in the sect's library, it was still a responsibility she had taken on. After yet another failed attempt, the formation was once again disrupted, causing the blood energy spirit stone to clatter onto the table. Although she felt a tinge of frustration, progress had been made, however slight. Yet, having faced multiple failures, Yao Qin quickly adjusted her mindset, preparing to continue her study earnestly when a voice from outside interrupted her. "Miss, Zhao girl wishes to see you." Yao Qin casually replied, "I'm busy. I can't meet her." After a brief pause, the maid's voice returned. "Miss, she says it's urgent." Taking a deep breath, Yao Qin tucked the spirit stone in her sleeve. Stating, "Let her I," as the words left her lips, the door swung open. Yao Qin raised her gaze to see Zhao Wanqing standing at the threshold, her countenance somewhat despondent, the confidence typically reflected in her features notably diminished. "I am quite busy at the moment, that if you have matters to discuss, please be quick." Zhao Wanqing took a couple of steps forward and clasped her hands in greeting, saying, "I require your assistance." "I am busy," Yao Qin responded almost instantaneously. Did these people presume she was at their beck and call? Unable to solve their own problems? Zhao Wanqing seemed undeterred by her dismissal, producing a talisman sealed with blood energy and placing it upon the table. "I need you to investigate the nature of this blood energy. IT has attacked personnel from the Demon Subduing Division. In the future, should you require anything, I will not refuse." Blood energy? Initially uninterested and intending to let Zhao Wanqing finish her speech before sending her off, Yao Qin instinctively focused her gaze on the talisman. Surely not? After a moment's hesitation, Yao Qin reached out to touch the talisman. As spiritual energy flowed into it, she immediately sensed the violent blood energy contained within. Gripping the talisman tightly, her eyes narrowed in anger. "I understand. I will notify you once I have results." Zhao Wanqing's face displayed surprise. She had not anticipated Yao Qin's prompt agreement. Before her arrival, Zhao Wanqing had mentally prepared herself for a cold reception. What puzzled Zhao Wanqing was Yao Qin's expression, which suggested she possessed some insider knowledge regarding this blood energy. Nevertheless, Zhao Wanqing trusted the sect that supported Yao Qin. "Thank you." After offering a respectful nod, Zhao Wanqing did not linger. Swiftly departing, there remained much for her to accomplish. Yao Qin lowered her gaze to the crumpled talisman she held. The blood energy contained within was exceedingly violent and highly aggressive. Yet, fundamentally, it seemed similar to the blood energy spirit stone Chu Xingchen had provided her. The difference being that the blood energy within the talisman had clearly been employed as a means of attack, while the spirit stone remained relatively stable. Furthermore, given Chu Xingchen's rapid advancement, her trust in him had prevented her from probing further. The Qingfeng sect was quite distant from Yuzhou City. What motive would they have to risk extending their influence so close to Yuzhou City? Surely, they would not wish for their lives to be cut short. Such actions would not align with their interests unless they were tracking Chu Xingchen. Yet, Chu Xingchen was comfortably residing within Yuzhou City, clearly confident that he had managed affairs without leaving any loose ends. Chu Xingchen was certainly no fool. If he were being followed, he would have noticed quite swiftly. Otherwise, considering the perilous situations he had previously navigated, he should have long since perished. This indicated that Chu Xingchen must be concealing something from her. Or perhaps he had simply turned to the path of dark cultivation. Yao Qin clenched the talisman tightly. "I will change my attire and step out. Any matters can wait until my return." The maid immediately inquired, "Miss, are you not taking me with you?" "Not taking you," Yao Qin decisively replied as she picked up a garment nearby. The maid Ling, wanted to say something, ultimately could only watch as her mistress hurriedly departed. Once more, Yao Qin lowered her gaze to the note in her hand. It was given to her by Chu Xingchen, indicating his current residence. Confirming the address, she realized that this secluded courtyard was indeed where Chu Xingchen resided. Yao Qin gently knocked on the door, that a voice quickly responded. "Coming." It was not Chu Xingchen's voice, but rather that of a woman. The heavy door swung open, revealing a youthful, radiant girl with a beaming smile, who, upon seeing Yao Qin, froze momentarily before retracting her smile. "You must be at the wrong door." Yao Qin furrowed her brow at the girl before coldly inquiring, "Does Chu Xingchen reside here?" Yingling, taken aback by the presence of this graceful and composed woman who boldly mentioned her masteress name, pondered who this person could be. Could she be a former acquaintance of her master, or perhaps an adversary? More critically, how was she to respond to such a question? "Master, does he truly reside here?" It is evident that the woman before me possesses remarkable cultivation. My foundational strength in the Qi refinement stage is insufficient to discern her true capabilities. This name seems somewhat familiar. What is your purpose in seeking him? Yingling attempted to navigate the conversation delicately. "I have matters to discuss with him." "What matters?" Yao Qin's brows furrowed slightly. "What concern is this of yours? Does he or does he not live here?" A warm smile graced Yingling's face as she replied, "I cannot recall this name clearly, but my brother has an excellent memory. He will surely know whether Chu Xingchen resides here, but I shall inquire with him. So please wait." With that, Yingling quickly closed the door behind her. She hurried to her second brother's door and knocked urgently. It wasn't long before Xingtian opened the door, looking at his senior sister with concern. "What is it? Has something happened?" Yingling whispered, "There's a woman at the door seeking Master. I'm unsure of her intentions. Quickly, go outside and find Master. Tell him a strikingly beautiful woman with an icy demeanor is looking for him. If she is here to cause trouble, return and give me a signal, and I shall say Master is not home. If she is someone important to Master, urge him to return swiftly." Xingtian frowned slightly, wondering if his senior sister was overthinking the situation. However, seeing the seriousness etched on her face, he nodded in agreement. "After all, caution is never a vice." Yingling instructed. "All right, you take the back door, while I keep her occupied." "Be careful, senior sister," Xingtian added, before swiftly making his way to the rear exit. As for where Master had gone, Xingtian had a fair idea. Master always informed his disciples of his whereabouts before leaving, making it easier to find him should any issues arise at this moment. Master was most likely at the brothel, enjoying music. Ever since he had fished out a corpse, he had decided to adopt a different method to temper his mindset. Yet Xingtian could not comprehend how listening to music could foster such resilience. What was so enlightening about listening to women sing? He cautiously slipped out the back door, ensuring no one noticed his departure, and made his way toward the brothel Master had mentioned. It was not far. A few streets away was but a stone's throw for a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the establishment. Several scantily clad women leaned suggestively against the doorway, holding pipa and other instruments, softly singing suggestive lyrics. The atmosphere was unmistakably disreputable. Was no one in Yuzhou City concerned about this? Master was a fool. Such women were nothing but deceitful seductresses. Xingtian's expression turned icy. He had long seen through the superficial allure of such frivolities. However, entering the brothel required payment. A servant stationed at the entrance quickly approached him. "Sir, here to enjoy the music?" Without the inclination to engage in conversation, Xingtian casually tossed some silver coins to the servant and stepped inside. His gaze swept across the room, where nearly every patron was entangled with a brothel girl, engaging in scandalous activities. Soon, his eyes locked on a Master, who was seated in a corner. To his surprise, Master was not behaving like the common folk. Instead, he sipped tea while conversing amiably with a woman holding a pipa. Without further thought, Xingtian hurried over. Chu Xingchen was savoring his tea, while the woman beside him regarded him with admiration. "Sir, your talents and profound insights are truly remarkable. I am in awe." The brothel girl, unlike those who merely sang to lure customers, had been groomed from a young age to be the best, studying poetry, music, and dance diligently, mastering every nuance of her craft. Her perspective and abilities far exceeded those of the average person. She could appreciate true talent. Ordinarily, she encountered only those who were captivated by mere beauty, lacking in intellect and refinement, their greed evident in their demeanor. But this gentleman was different. Every word and gesture exuded the grace of a true gentleman, and he was undeniably handsome, his eyes sparkling like stardust. While her profession entailed charming customers, she felt as though she were the one being enchanted by him. Engaging with this striking young man felt like a refreshing spring breeze. Just then, Chu Xingchen gently set down his tea. Noticing the woman's eyes glimmering with admiration, he realized his charm had not faded. To thrive in the realm of cultivation, one must possess eloquence and charm. In the past, lacking sufficient cultivation, he relied on his wit. Now, it seemed he had not lost his touch. Do not linger. I am but a fleeting legend, he remarked, turning to leave without hesitation. For Chu Xingchen, this encounter was merely a means to exercise his long-neglected rhetorical skills, and it seemed he still possessed his former flair. As he departed, he left the woman, Wan Yun, stunned, clutching her pipa, softly murmuring, "Must we not know each other to meet again?" Unbeknownst to them, a young man clad in white, who had been listening intently, was captivated by their exchange. Upon hearing the final line, his eyes brightened, observing Chu Xingchen and Li Xingtian's retreating figures with delight. He suppressed his excitement, exclaiming, "Wonderful, wonderful!" Chu Xingchen soon returned to the rented courtyard with Li Xingtian. However, upon reaching the entrance, they overheard the Yingling's somewhat sycophantic tone, "Sister, how could I possibly deceive you?" followed by Yao Qin's suspicious voice. "From the moment you started speaking, I suspected you were lying." As Chu Xingchen stepped inside, he saw Yao Qin seated on a stone bench, while his eldest disciple was cheerfully pouring her tea. Their footsteps were muffled, and both Li Yingling and Yao Qin turned their gazes towards them simultaneously. Upon seeing her master return, Li Yingling breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the visitor was not an adversary. Yao Qin, however, leaped to her feet. Swiftly appearing before Chu Xingchen, reaching out to grasp his hand, that a surge of consciousness rushed toward Chu Xingchen's being. He looked at Yao Qin, perplexed, as his golden core instinctively resisted the intrusion. "What are you doing?" With an icy demeanor, Yao Qin retorted, "Let me see. Isn't this rather inappropriate? There are so many people here." Yet, under pressure, Chu Xingchen acquiesced, allowing her consciousness to enter his body. A Yingling watched in astonishment, bewildered by the unfolding situation. Li Xingtian quietly glanced over, inwardly considering it a rather tedious affair of romantic entanglements. While his master was indeed commendable, it was a pity that he had yet to transcend this layer of understanding. As Chu Xingchen released the protective golden core within him, Yao Qin's consciousness smoothly entered. She immediately fell into a stupor. The spiritual energy circulating within was remarkably pure, of exceedingly high quality, and exuded a calm and harmonious aura. The flow of spiritual energy was astonishingly swift, with the golden core's inhalation and exhalation occurring at an impressive pace, indicative of an exceptional golden core standard. Furthermore, the level of this spiritual energy was at least that of the late golden core stage, was it not? However, Yao Qin carefully observed for a while, confirming the absence of any sinister aura from the talismans and spiritual stones. Before finally relaxing and releasing her hand, the very least, Chu Xingchen was genuinely not practicing sinister cultivation. This was a fundamental concern. Chu Xingchen inquired curiously, "Why is today so peculiar?" Yao Qin produced the talisman Zhao Wanqing had given her and handed it directly to Chu Xingchen, saying, "Take a look at this talisman. The sinister aura is fundamentally consistent with the blood aura from the spiritual stone you provided." Upon receiving the talisman, Chu Xingchen slightly activated it, and the sinister aura surged forth. "But this blood aura, is it from the demon suppression division?" he asked. "How do you know?" Yao Qin questioned suspiciously. "The person targeted by the demon suppression division was someone I fished out from the Yuzhou River outside the city. I suppose I saved his life," Chu Xingchen remarked, feeling that no matter the world, it resembled a vast, chaotic stage. "You fish him out?" Yao Qin found it hard to believe. With a sigh, Chu Xingchen succinctly recounted how he had hooked that fortunate soul and aided the nearly doomed young man, saving his life. Yao Qin remained silent, but Li Yingling, who had been listening attentively, spoke up first. "Master, next time you go fishing, please take me along." Li Yingling had initially thought that her master merely brought someone up with ease, but was astonished to discover such a story within it. She had assumed fishing was simply a matter of wielding a rod and waiting idly for a catch, but this tale was far more engaging than wandering the streets. Chu Xingchen shot an irritated glare at his eldest disciple, who merely smiled sheepishly in response. "Master, are these two your disciples?" Yao Qin asked, her brow slightly furrowed. Chu Xingchen shrugged, appearing somewhat helpless. "Yes. Two rather leaky cotton jackets." "Master," Li Yingling pouted in discontent that it was acceptable to describe Li Xingtian as a leaky jacket, given his usual reticence and apparent indifference towards his master. However, she considered herself quite different. She frequently listened to her master and actively assisted him with matters within her capacity. How could she be deemed a mere tattered jacket? She was undoubtedly a splendid and resplendent 18-layer down coat. Chu Xingchen reached out to ruffle Li Yingling's small head as a form of comfort, then turned to Yao Qin, asking, "You didn't come solely to suspect my involvement, did you? Has the blood aura stone been resolved?" Yao Qin was taken aback by his inquiry, her previously cold demeanor faltering as her gaze drifted to the side. Observing her expression, Chu Xingchen understood immediately. The issue remained unresolved. "Since you're here, let's have a meal before you leave." He said no more, grateful for her willingness to assist, which was far better than floundering about with the spiritual stones aimlessly. Those stones were taking up valuable space in the ring. "No need." Yao Qin instinctively began to refuse, but her words halted abruptly as the next statement exceeded her expectations. "That I will cook today," Chu Xingchen continued, then paused to look at Yao Qin. "What do you mean, no need?" Yao Qin quickly adjusted her response. "Just don't prepare too much." Although Yao Qin had long reached the golden core stage and practiced fasting, having not consumed anything aside from the tea provided by the sect for some time, the prospect of Chu Xingchen cooking was still quite enticing. It was hard not to be captivated by someone of such literary prowess and gentlemanly demeanor personally preparing a meal. Not to mention, in Yao Qin's eyes, Chu Xingchen radiated a certain aura. "All right," he nodded in agreement, "but the kitchen is rather bare. So, Yingling, please take your junior brother to buy some of your favorite ingredients." "Will do, Master," Li Yingling readily replied, having not savored her master's rabbit dish in quite some time. This time, she planned to buy 2 rabbits for her master to prepare a spicy rabbit dish. To buy ingredients was to wield the power to dictate the chef's culinary creations, a task Li Yingling relished. After watching his 2 leaky jackets head out to procure groceries, Chu Xingchen turned back and pointed to the tea that Li Yingling had brewed. "Shall we enjoy some tea first?" Yao Qin readily agreed. "Yes." Chu Xingchen picked up a new cup nearby and poured Yao Qin another cup of tea, asking, "How have you been lately? I notice you seem a bit fatigued." "Don't overexert yourself." Yao Qin was momentarily startled, hastily lowering her head. Indeed, she had not rested much recently, having been engrossed in studying the blood aura stone. Could it be that her countenance appeared somewhat haggard at this moment? Sensing her thoughts, Chu Xingchen continued. "However, you've lost some of that chilly demeanor, appearing more approachable in the past. I always felt you kept others at arm's length," he recalled. "I still remember the first time I visited Juyu Pavilion to hear you play. I couldn't even see your figure." Yao Qin took a delicate sip of her tea. Though it was not of exceptional quality, it felt exceptionally smooth upon entry. "Did you think Juyu Pavilion was merely a brothel?" The couplets at the entrance are seldom deciphered correctly. Merely being able to enter and listen to a piece in the hall is already quite an achievement. Chu Xingchen nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it took me half a month to decipher the couplets before I could glimpse your silhouette through the gauze window. Suddenly, I turned around, and there you were, amidst the flickering lights." Yao Qin's expression remained unchanged. "I initially thought you were an ambitious genius. It was only after that conversation that I realized you were a mere good-for-nothing." Chu Xingchen, intrigued, asked, "Then why did you agree to meet with me again?" "I suppose I simply don't mind the company of rascals," Yao Qin replied, glancing down at the teacup in her hand, where a single tea leaf was slowly swirling in the center. Raising her gaze once more, she inquired of Chu Xingchen, "I observe that your spiritual energy is pure and abundant, at least at the late golden core level that a year ago. You were merely at the peak of foundation establishment. Why have you progressed so rapidly? Were you deceiving me all along?" Typically, cultivators would refrain from questioning others about their sudden advancements. This was considered a rather presumptuous inquiry, as it could stem from significant fortuitous encounters or the accumulation of one's own cultivation method. The former could provoke envy, while the latter risked exposing one's vulnerabilities. Thus, in the realm of cultivation, it was an unwritten rule to avoid questioning others about their rapid progress. Chu Xingchen sighed softly. I suppose you could call it a stroke of fortune. I can't quite explain it. But indeed, a year ago, I only possessed the strength of peak foundation establishment. Yingling refrained from asking further questions, merely nodding gently. The primary inquiries had been satisfactorily addressed. Chu Xingchen engaged in light conversation with Yingling, discussing various topics as they meandered through the year's events and his recent escapades. By the time Yingling returned with the groceries, a considerable amount of time had passed. Chu Xingchen invited Yingling to entertain Yingling for a while he himself took the fresh produce to the kitchen. Yingling had procured quite an assortment of ingredients, many of which were her favorites. Chu Xingchen casually selected a few items to prepare a meal that in this world, the pursuit of culinary excellence was never particularly high. After all, once one reached the foundational stage, they could subsist without food, and those in power were primarily cultivators. Consequently, the culinary standards were rather modest, allowing Chu Xingchen's skills to stand out remarkably in any case. It sufficed to impress Yingling. Observing her astonishment after tasting the sweet and sour pork, he was confident that his culinary prowess was more than capable of captivating her. Yingling, who typically maintained a refined eating manner, found herself influenced by Yingling's unabashed enthusiasm as she devoured her food with abandon, almost as if she wished to lick the plate clean. Yingling always exhibited a sense of familiarity in front of her master, especially since she detected that Yingling seemed to harbor a certain fondness for Chu Xingchen. Unable to resist, Yingling's speed in selecting her food noticeably increased, although she still maintained an air of elegance. Her habit of savoring each bite led her to occasionally puff out her cheeks like a hamster, chewing earnestly, which contrasted amusingly with her usual frosty demeanor. Xingtian was not particularly demanding when it came to culinary delights, having been dubbed by Yingling as someone who could consume bathwater without flinching. Thus, his dining was merely a formality, occasionally taking a bite or two for the sake of participation. Chu Xingchen, on the other hand, would occasionally vie for some of the dishes, enjoying the reluctant yet endearing expressions of Yingling, who ultimately always yielded to him. Overall, the meal was pleasantly relaxed. Yingling's greatest concern did not materialize. The striking young man before her remained unchanged from their initial acquaintance. He had not been submerged by the overwhelming malice of the cultivation world, still radiating his unique brilliance in his own manner. Everyone understood that wandering cultivators faced the greatest hardships. The first time she encountered him, he had appeared rather disheveled. Yet he had maintained his principles, which was a rarity. However, he could no longer be considered a wandering cultivator, for he had now become a sect leader, possessing late-stage golden core cultivation, sufficient to establish a sect in this small locale. Moreover, his sect was quite diminutive, comprising merely 3 individuals, including the sect leader himself, who was known to snatch food from his own disciple. Small as it was, it radiated warmth. After the meal, Yingling did not linger, bidding farewell to Chu Xingchen as the sky darkened, knowing that to remain any longer would necessitate an overnight stay. Upon returning to her room, she was greeted by her maid's slightly anxious tone. "Miss, you've finally returned." Yingling shrugged off her outer garments. What could possibly happen in a place like Yuzhou City? Little Ling pouted. What could happen? Of course, I worry you might be deceived by that young man. However, Little Ling kept that thought to herself and instead brought up another matter. Miss Zhao has been waiting for you downstairs for nearly 2 hours. Yingling frowned slightly. Didn't I inform her that I would notify her once I had news? She seems to have some important lead, and she appeared quite injured when she arrived. Injured? Yingling glanced at her maid. Little Ling, and after a moment's contemplation, sighed. Let her in. Yes, Mississippi. The maid stood and walked toward the door. Yingling returned to her chair and poured herself a cup of tea. She shared a certain rapport with Zhao Wanqing, having partaken in tea and met a few times. After a while, there was a knock at the door, and upon Yingling's consent, it was slowly opened. What greeted her eyes was Zhao Wanqing, covered in blood, bearing several severe knife wounds that nearly exposed the bone, her attire as an enchantment command department official in tatters. She appeared utterly exhausted, having evidently undergone a fierce battle. Given Zhao Wanqing's mid-foundational stage cultivation, she was considered a formidable figure in Yuzhou City. Yet, how could she have sustained such injuries in the time it took to have a meal? This level of injury was indeed severe for someone at the foundational stage, and it did not align with her usual demeanor. Yao Qin sipped her tea, which, despite its previous pleasantness, now seemed to lack flavor. How did you end up like this? I don't recall you being the type to risk your life for official duties. Zhao Wanqing's expression reflected some inner conflict, but she spoke truthfully. It was my younger brother who was gravely injured. Her younger brother? No wonder Zhao Wanqing was so concerned. Yao Qin raised her gaze to Zhao Wanqing, her tone unchanged. So why have you come to me now? The talisman matter 1T be resolved quickly. Zhao Wanqing's previously haughty demeanor diminished. Her head bowed as she spoke softly. I need someone with at least golden core cultivation to assist me. Making such a request in Yuzhou City was quite excessive. After all, the head of the Enchantment Command Department only possessed golden core cultivation in this region. That level of cultivation was sufficient to hold an elder position within a sect. Who would willingly assist the Enchantment Command Department with an investigation, especially alongside a foundational stage cultivator? I encountered a group of evil cultivators while investigating this afternoon, though they appeared to be at the initial foundational stage. Their techniques were powerful enough to rival those at the mid-foundational stage. Bolstered by their bloodlust, the department head has been dispatched to the main river task, and without a golden core cultivator to overpower the situation. Zhao Wanqing's head lowered further. Since maturing, she had never asked for assistance from anyone. Now, even forced by necessity, she found it difficult to voice her request. The adversaries were formidable, and she could not command the Qi refinement stage agents to gather intelligence, as that would be tantamount to sending them to their doom. As for the other foundational stage team leaders, everyone had their own pressing tasks, and with this mission's high danger level, even they were overwhelmed. Yet if they delayed the investigation, it would be too late once the culprits fled Yuzhou City. This was not merely anxiety. It was a conclusion drawn from Zhao Wanqing's years of experience in handling cases. However, she was prepared for Yao Qin's refusal, acknowledging that her request was indeed excessive. Still, apart from Zhu Yuding, she had no idea where else to seek a golden core master in Yuzhou City. Surely, she could not approach the elderly Zhao family patriarch, who was merely awaiting his demise. Zhao Wanqing's visit was merely an attempt, and if it failed, it was still better than inaction. Yao Qin listened attentively to Zhao Wanqing's plea, and it just so happened that her timing was impeccable. Had she not accepted Chu Xingchen's commission, she would likely have had to decline Zhao Wanqing's request. After all, Yao Qin had come to Yuzhou City merely for a sect trial, and there were elders overseeing her actions. Indeed, the timing was fortuitous. Yao Qin inquired, "How many spirit stones can you offer?" Zhao Wanqing hesitated but eventually replied, "I can manage up to 300 spirit stones. That will suffice. That as long as Chu Xingchen can be persuaded, he should be the easiest golden core cultivator to engage in Yuzhou City, and he even happens to be in the late stage. It is curious how his cultivation has advanced so rapidly." Yao Qin produced paper and pen, meticulously detailing the situation, allowing Chu Xingchen to decide whether to assist based on the information provided. After all, he was also intertwined with the matter, and any discoveries might prove beneficial to his commission. "Include my letter." Yao Qin handed Zhao Wanqing a piece of paper bearing Chu Xingchen's address, advising, "Remember, if he declines, you might try offering more spirit stones." Zhao Wanqing quickly extended her hand to accept the note. Yao Qin added, "Oh, and remember, whether he agrees or not, you owe me a favor. I understand." "Thank you, that I in the city of Yuzhou." Night had already descended. Zhao Wanqing first returned to tend to her wounds and change into a clean attire. After all, she was about to meet a golden core cultivator, specifically one recommended by Yao Qin. Being a member of a prestigious family, Zhao Wanqing was well aware of the importance of etiquette. Arriving covered in blood to seek assistance would undoubtedly give the impression that her situation was dire. Zhao Wanqing was intimately familiar with every street in Yuzhou, able to navigate even with her eyes closed. With her gaze cast downward, she felt a sharp pain with each step, a result of a vicious gash on her right thigh. To prevent her trousers from becoming stained with blood, she had wrapped her leg with several layers of bandages. as well as her arms. Although she could have used her spiritual energy to dull the pain, she chose not to do so. Zhao Wanqing and Zhao Xingyang were siblings of direct lineage within the Zhao family. Their parents had succumbed to a dreadful illness shortly after Zhao Xingyang's birth. Zhao Wanqing still remembered her mother holding her hand in her final moments, her voice barely a whisper. There were too many words for Zhao Wanqing to grasp, perhaps drowned out by her own sobs. Yet, she distinctly recalled her mother's plea for them to take care of one another, for the siblings to remain well. Zhao Wanqing could not recall how many promises she made to her mother, but she felt she had let her down. She lifted her gaze to the luminous moon above. Her contact with her brother had been infrequent. Shortly after their mother's death, she immersed herself in her cultivation. It was only in recent years, upon returning to take up a position at the Demon Suppression Bureau, that she reconnected with her now-adult brother. Their correspondence had been limited to occasional letters. Zhao Xingyang may not have had exceptional talent, but he was diligent and possessed a commendable character. Zhao Wanqing had initially intended to recruit him into her small team, but he had declined. Thus, he had joined the second team instead, suppressing a tide of emotions. Zhao Wanqing recalled her mother's admonitions. As the elder sister, she felt she had failed in her duties at this moment. Her only capability was to seek vengeance for her brother. Restoring him to his former self, or even back to an ordinary life, seemed a distant hope. The only thing she could rely on was the dagger at her waist. Zhao Wanqing halted her steps upon reaching the address written on the note. Standing before a closed door, taking a deep breath to steady herself, she gently knocked. "Coming!" A clear female voice responded from within. Zhao Wanqing quickly composed herself as the door swung open to reveal Li Yingling, who regarded the tall beauty before her with a look of suspicion. "Who are you looking for?" "Hello, may I ask if Senior Chu Xingchen resides here?" Zhao Wanqing inquired. "Another one looking for the master?" Li Yingling's gaze swept over Zhao Wanqing, sensing her aura, which seemed to be on par with her own. Could she be another associate of the master? Li Yingling stepped aside, not fearing confrontation from someone of similar cultivation level. "Come in. I'll fetch the master." "Thank you," Zhao Wanqing replied hastily. A Yingling gestured towards the stone table and chairs nearby. "Please have a seat while I call for him." "All right," Zhao Wanqing complied, settling onto the stone bench. Li Yingling approached the master's quarters and lightly knocked on the door. "What are you doing up at this hour?" Chu Xingchen's irritable voice came through. "Master, another woman is here to see you." "Another one? Since when did I know so many people in Yuzhou?" Chu Xingchen opened the door, his gaze following Li Yingling's gesture towards the stone table that a woman with long black hair and a cold demeanor stood there, visibly tense. This face was unfamiliar. He had never seen her before. What could she possibly be anxious about? Had he committed some misdeed in the past that had come back to haunt him? Chu Xingchen swiftly scanned her profile with his system. Zhao Wanqing cultivation level. Mid-foundation establishment blue attribute. Calm and composed white attribute. Adequate talent white attribute. Slightly strategic temporary black attribute. Unstable mind, not up to the standards for discipleship, but still acceptable. As long as she wasn't here to cause trouble, he had no reason to be concerned. Zhao Wanqing also quickly rose respectfully, her gaze fixed on the youthful, handsome man before her. It was hard to imagine that someone so young could possess golden core cultivation. Could he also be from the Central Plains? "Are you Senior Chu Xingchen?" Zhao Wanqing asked respectfully. "And you are?" "I was recommended here by Senior Yao Qin. She entrusted me with this." Zhao Wanqing promptly presented the envelope Yao Qin had given her, slightly bowing as she did so. Upon hearing her words, Chu Xingchen relaxed. As long as she wasn't here to cause trouble. However, he was curious as to why Yao Qin had recommended her, knowing he disliked complications. Yet, given the debts he owed her, he couldn't refuse assistance at this juncture. Chu Xingchen descended the steps, reaching out to take the envelope from Zhao Wanqing's hands, tearing it open. His eyes swiftly scanned the contents of the letter, which were concise and clear. The letter stated that you could provide spirit stones? Chu Xingchen looked up at Zhao Wanqing. "Yes, I can immediately offer you 300 spirit stones." Zhao Wanqing continued that if you feel that is insufficient, I should be able to gather another 100 spirit stones in due time. You can't expect me to assist you until the case is resolved for just 400 spirit stones, can you? Chu Xingchen frowned slightly. 3 days, at most 3 days. Regardless of the outcome, the spirit stones will be delivered in full. Very well, considering Yao Qin's standing. Chu Xingchen nodded lightly. Would you like to begin the investigation now? Seeing that Chu Xingchen agreed, Zhao Wanqing exhaled with relief. If it is convenient for you, then speed is of the essence. This was the very reason she had come to visit at night. Those culprits were vicious and malevolent cultivators, not mere beasts that slept after a meal. If they achieved their goals, they would surely flee quickly. The longer they delayed, the less likely they would be to capture anything. Chu Xingchen nodded and called out to his side room. Xingtian, who had been deep in meditation, quickly opened his eyes upon hearing his master's call. Hastily rising to open the door, his gaze swept across the courtyard, a hint of confusion in his tone. What do you need, master? Chu Xingchen wrapped the letter in spiritual energy and flicked it towards Xingtian. Yawning as he did so, read this. Tomorrow morning, or rather noon, meet me in my fishing spot. For now, take her out to investigate. His own disciple's cultivation method was more sinister than that of the evil cultivators. Even at the foundation establishment stage, he could absorb golden core energy. With such a technique, he was well equipped to handle those minor evil cultivators. It would allow Xingtian to level up while conserving spirit stones. Moreover, the talisman capable of defending against golden core cultivators was still with Xingtian, along with the teleportation talisman. Even if the situation turned dire, they could make a swift escape. Xingtian caught the flying letter, quickly scanning its contents before confirming the key information. Understood, master. Turning to Zhao Wanqing, he asked, Miss Zhao, do you have a target in mind? Zhao Wanqing hesitated. She had merely come to request the golden core cultivator's assistance. Yet if he was willing to come at noon, that would suffice. Moreover, Xingtian's cultivation was also at the foundation establishment level, and his aura was robust. Likely in the later stages, he was far stronger than an average team leader, making him more than adequate for tracking down leads. In any case, he was the only golden core cultivator she could enlist at present. With no other options, she resigned herself to the situation. Zhao Wanqing clasped her hands in a bow. Yes, I discovered traces of evil cultivator rituals near the crime scene. We can investigate from there. Xingtian nodded in response. Lead the way. Let's go. As Chu Xingchen observed the two preparing to depart, he cautioned, Xingtian, be careful. If anything goes awry, remember to use the talismans. Rest assured, Master Yingling watched the two depart, turning her gaze to Chu Xingchen. Master Chu Xingchen, having already deciphered what his eldest disciple wanted to say, bluntly interrupted, Go to bed. Don't follow your junior brother. You might hinder them. Yingling, upon hearing this, was infuriated. What do you mean by dragging the junior brother down? I am the senior sister. My cultivation is no less than his. Upon hearing her, Chu Xingchen couldn't help but chuckle. While her cultivation was indeed commendable, in her absence, no one could restrain this curious little one. When they began the investigation later, it would likely be Zhao Wanqing directing Xingtian instead of the other way around. The senior disciple only appeared obedient before him, without his presence, as Xingtian would put it. She was quite independent-minded. This was perhaps the only commendation Xingtian could muster, which, when translated into layman's terms, meant she did whatever she pleased. However, when it came to managing his senior disciple, Chu Xingchen had considerable experience. Would you prefer to take a nap and join me tomorrow at noon, or do you plan to accompany them now? Then I shall take a nap. Master, do remember to take me with you tomorrow. The village mentioned in the files was not particularly far from Yuzhou City, certainly within the jurisdiction of the Demon Suppression Division of Yuzhou. If two Foundation establishment cultivators exerted themselves, they could reach it in no time. Xingtian followed, closely behind Zhao Wanqing for a while, sensing something peculiar about her pace. It appeared that her right leg was injured, as there was an unnatural quality to her every step. This resulted in her speed being rather slow in Xingtian's eyes. Yes, your right leg injured? He inquired. Zhao Wanqing glanced at him in surprise. How did you know? You instinctively relieve pressure when your foot touches the ground. Xingtian explained before continuing. Are you sure you can manage with a leg like that? Time was of the essence. Xingtian maintained a calm demeanor. Is it urgent enough that you haven't even taken a healing pill? I did, but the blood energy cannot be expelled quickly, which is why my recovery is slow. Could you please stop for a moment? Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing halted, her gaze filled with confusion as she looked at Li Xingtian. I have a method to resolve this. Please cooperate, that if we encounter an ambush, I cannot guarantee your safety. Li Xingtian elaborated, swiftly scanning the surroundings, indeed sensing a faint aura of blood energy surrounding Zhao Wanqing. Do you have quite a few injuries? He noted, slightly intrusive. Please bear with me. Li Xingtian also paused, manipulating spiritual energy to quickly envelop several wounds that contained blood energy. His spiritual energy made contact with the blood energy. It seemed to recognize its master, swiftly submitting to Li Xingtian's control. With a slight tug, the blood energy surged forth from Zhao Wanqing's wounds in a rush. Zhao Wanqing was momentarily stunned, feeling as if the fierce and entangling blood energy, which threatened to bind her for a lifetime, was effortlessly drawn away by that spiritual energy. It was akin to a daughter raised for 18 years being taken away with a mere beckon from a mischievous boy. Zhao Wanqing hesitated, her curiosity piqued. Why was Li Xingtian's spiritual energy able to suppress the blood energy so effortlessly? It's a matter of cultivation technique. Li Xingtian understood her expression, noting that the reason she called him master and not senior sister was quite intentional. Thank you. Zhao Wanqing expressed her gratitude. In any case, the absence of that entangling blood energy indeed alleviated her pain significantly. Xingtian nodded lightly in response. For his eyes, having a hindrance while working was always a foolish endeavor. Experience from his past life taught him to avoid teaming up with imbeciles. Currently, Zhao Wanqing was already bordering on that classification in his eyes if she failed to showcase her talents during the upcoming investigation. Li Xingtian would consider taking over her command and proceeding in his own way. This is where I discovered the traces of the ritual formation. Zhao Wanqing pointed to a completely unmarked patch of land. They moved quickly. We must hurry. Li Xingtian's gaze swept across the area, and if Zhao Wanqing's claims were true, the ground was indeed meticulously cleared, leaving no useful traces behind. Zhao Wanqing kicked the spot where the original formation was located, but found no energy fluctuations. Their ritualistic practices are so brazen. They must have reached a critical juncture or encountered unexpected developments to act so recklessly. Therefore, we need to anticipate their next target. Xingtian nodded slightly in agreement with Zhao Wanqing's plan, realizing that she was not merely acting impulsively. Having a plan and ideas was sufficient, and it appeared that Zhao Wanqing had already identified a destination. Zhao Wanqing's destination was to head north from there. Yuzhou City was bordered by water to the south and mountains to the north. Zhao Wanqing reasoned that since the Demon Suppression Division of Yuzhou City had discovered the group of heretical cultivators engaging in sacrificial rituals, they would no longer act so openly. They were heretical cultivators, after all, not suicidal. It was highly likely they would target hidden villages nestled within the mountains. Such concealed villages were difficult to investigate, and the proximity to the mountains provided cover. Even if the Demon Suppression Division did manage to track them down, the heretics could quickly disperse and escape, making it challenging for them to be caught. Thus, under the cloak of night, Zhao Wanqing led Li Xingtian at a swift pace towards the nearest northern village. Before setting off, Zhao Wanqing had already reviewed the surrounding terrain and maps. After about half an hour, they were nearing the village Zhao Wanqing had mentioned. Wait! Li Xingtian suddenly halted, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the surroundings. Zhao Wanqing promptly stopped. What's wrong? We've entered a maze formation. Xingtian's gaze swept through the dense forest. We've circled at least 3 times. Zhao Wanqing was taken aback. 3 times? She had no awareness of this. Exiting the maze was not difficult, but they would likely be exposed. Xingtian's gaze scanned the area before quickly detecting a point of spiritual energy fluctuation. Although he had been reborn with his cultivation reset, his knowledge and experience remained intact. From the outset of their mission, Li Xingtian had been keenly aware of his surroundings. His vigilance towards heretical cultivators was always heightened, for he had encountered many who shared an alarming lack of boundaries. Li Xingtian cautiously approached the source of the spiritual energy fluctuation. Zhao Wanqing swiftly followed his lead, soon witnessing Li Xingtian parting the underbrush and retrieving a small stone from the ground. After examining it thoroughly, he carefully returned the stone to its original position. This is a stone bead maze formation. Follow me. T's instruction. Zhao Wanqing closely followed Li Xingtian, observing as he turned left and right, seemingly wandering in circles. After a few rounds, he actually managed to find his way out. Then, Zhao Wanqing was left in stunned silence. Before her lay a village that had been completely ravaged. All the houses had been reduced to ashes, and the scent of blood assaulted her senses as the cold night wind blew. In the trees at the village's entrance hung headless corpses. Xingtian looked down at the formation traces still visible at his feet, which had not even been properly dealt with. How dare they? Zhao Wanqing's voice trembled slightly. The concepts of abducting people from the village for sacrifice and annihilating an entire village were worlds apart. The heretical cultivator sacrificial rituals were merely aimed at refining blood, energy, and human souls to enhance their own power. However, both blood, energy, and souls from adult males were deemed the most effective. The contributions of women, children, and the elderly were negligible, often tainting the blood energy instead. Thus, even the most heinous heretics would refrain from committing such self-destructive acts. Moreover, this was an entire village, not a single elder, woman, or child had been spared. This was nothing short of slaughter. Li Xingtian spoke. They were in such a hurry that they didn't even clear the formation traces. I will take these traces back for further investigation. You go inside and see if there's any useful information left behind. He cast a glance at Zhao Wanqing's expression and immediately discerned that she had lost her composure. Thus, he made arrangements. Zhao Wanqing stepped into the heart of the village. The bloodstains on the ground had long since dried, yet the acrid scent of blood still lingered in the air. The houses that had been burned lay in disarray, reduced to mere ruins. Along the path, traces of the sacrificial ritual's formation were evident on the ground. It was clear that this group of malevolent cultivators had intended to conduct a blood sacrifice of the entire village from the very beginning. No corpses were visible along the way, except for the body hanging from a large tree at the village entrance. It was apparent that the bodies had all been moved to the formation's focal point. Zhao Wanqing took a deep breath, suppressing the indescribable emotions within her. The location most likely to yield useful traces left by the malevolent cultivators was undoubtedly the focal point of the formation. Her gaze swept the surroundings in search of traces, yet her footsteps hastened towards the village center, where it would be simplest to cover the entire settlement. Everything unfolded precisely as Zhao Wanqing had surmised. In the center of the village, a heap of bones lay strewn across the ground, all belonging to the drained villagers. However, there was an unexpected turn. The malevolent cultivators had not entirely retreated. Upon the pile of bones sat a malevolent cultivator clad in a simple black robe. Casually perched atop the remains, beside him lay a dark red blade, exuding an endless aura of bloodlust. The efficiency of the Demon Suppression Division had evidently plummeted. The black-robed figure spoke in a hoarse voice, his tone dripping with dissatisfaction. And only 2 of you have come. How do you expect to maintain order among mortals with such a meager force? Is this your doing? Zhao Wanqing inquired icily, her hand instinctively reaching for the short blade at her waist. Not my doing, but surely it was not you, the captain of the Demon Suppression Division, who orchestrated this. The black-robed figure scoffed, suddenly grasping the dark blade at his side. Beneath the moonlight, a flicker of dark red light glimmered ominously. The black-robed man lunged towards Zhao Wanqing, the long blade in his hand radiating a sinister crimson glow. Zhao Wanqing's reflexes were swift. She drew her short blade to parry the attack. A resounding clash echoed through the now silent night sky. Zhao Wanqing felt the force of the strike reverberate through her arms, nearly rendering them powerless. She strained to channel her spiritual energy, barely managing to hold her ground. The black-robed figure's cultivation level was likely at the late Foundation establishment stage. Yet, what troubled Zhao Wanqing even more was the malevolent cultivator's blood energy. It surged forth from the long blade, rapidly converging and attacking her with overwhelming force. This compelled Zhao Wanqing to divert her focus, controlling her spiritual energy to fend off the onslaught of blood energy. Should she allow it to approach her, it would surely spell her doom. However, the black-robed man was a creature born from a sea of corpses and blood. He suddenly lifted his foot and delivered a brutal kick to Zhao Wanqing's abdomen. With no space to evade, she could only condense her spiritual energy to absorb the impact. As the kick landed, she felt her internal organs shift violently. Unable to maintain her balance, she was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground with such force that a small crater formed beneath her. With great effort, she swallowed the metallic taste of blood rising in her throat and swiftly rolled to her feet. Retreating, simultaneously, she gripped her short blade tightly, unleashing a flurry of blade energy to prevent the black-robed figure from pressing the attack. Yet, contrary to her intentions, the black-robed man darted forward, using his blade to deflect her energy before unleashing a surge of blood-red spiritual power, aimed directly at Zhao Wangqing's head. The black-robed figure seemed to genuinely advise, in your next life, don't pursue a career in governance. Gritting her teeth, Zhao Wangqing raised her short blade once again to block. Seeing this, the black-robed man felt a surge of delight. His blood energy erupted violently, forcing the blade's trajectory downward. What was initially aimed at Zhao Wangqing's head now turned to slice towards her waist. Since gaining control over his blood energy, the black-robed man had claimed the lives of numerous Foundation establishment cultivators with this very technique. Zhao Wangqing watched as the blade transformed into a streak of rainbow light. Suddenly, an old iron sword intercepted the rainbow light, and in the next moment, Zhao Wangqing felt someone tugging at her collar, pulling her out of the reach of the devastating blade. Almost instantly, the iron sword shattered into pieces under the force of the rainbow light. Xingtian observed the destruction of the short sword, realizing that his senior sister had truly put his junior brother in a precarious situation. Zhao Wangqing turned to glance back, seeing Xingtian's expression remain unfazed. With genuine concern for his employer, Xingtian inquired, "Are you all right? Be cautious." Zhao Wangqing initially intended to express her gratitude, but quickly noticed the black-robed figure advancing once more and hurriedly warned him. Xingtian slightly raised his gaze, and with a sudden surge of profound energy emanating from the remnants of the shattered sword, he faced the blood-soaked, murderous blade without a hint of trepidation. Wielding merely the hilt of the broken sword, it appeared as if Xingtian was merely extending the broken sword with a light touch. Zhao Wangqing's eyes widened in disbelief at Xingtian's seemingly reckless act. Yet, to her astonishment, it was the black-robed man who chose to evade the impending clash. The black-robed figure abruptly raised his long blade, retreating several dozen meters in a wild dash, his tone shifting unpredictably. Are you from Zhongzhou?" That previous aura was unmistakably that of a divine ability. Only Zhongzhou possessed such capabilities, allowing its disciples to cultivate divine abilities even at the Foundation establishment stage. The black-robed man found it hard to believe that any other place could wield such power. That was divine ability. Had he not been a malevolent cultivator with some inherent skills, he would have suffered a severe setback from that seemingly innocuous strike. Xingtian remained silent, merely condensing his spiritual energy within. Gripping the broken sword and stepping forward, executing a strike across the distance of several dozen meters, a dark red light flickered as the broken sword cut through the air. Boom! As the dark red light surged forth. A tremendous energy rapidly obliterated everything in front of Xingtian. Zhao Wangqing gazed in shock as the slender dark red light effortlessly annihilated all in its path. This was no mere act of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Dust and debris billowed upwards as Xingtian swung his sword once more, dispersing the dust with an overwhelming pressure. The black-robed figure had long since vanished from sight. "He has fled," Xingtian declared. Opting not to pursue, he turned to face the weakened Zhao Wangqing. "How are you holding up?" "I am fine," Zhao Wangqing began to reply, but the repercussions of the earlier blow manifested, and she violently coughed up a significant amount of blood. Xingtian remained speechless. "Let us retreat for now. There may be other malevolent cultivators lurking about. With your current injuries, I cannot guarantee your safety." Zhao Wangqing understood that her situation was indeed dire and acquiesced to Xingtian's plan. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, another bout of blood surged forth. "That I will assist you, but please refrain from speaking," Xingtian instructed seriously. Zhao Wangqing took a deep breath and nodded gently. What a disgrace! That previous strike from Xingtian was merely a feint, and its overwhelming force came at a cost. It had drained half of his spiritual energy. remain vigilant against potential ambushes from other malevolent cultivators. Xingtian had to withdraw, with Zhao walking at a slower pace, preserving his spiritual energy for unforeseen circumstances. Perhaps genuinely intimidated by Xingtian's strike, they encountered no ambushes on their way back. As they neared Yuzhou City, Xingtian did not heed Zhao Wangqing's suggestion to return to the Demon Suppression Division, but instead took her to a courtyard first, before the tightly shut door. Xingtian grasped the collar of Zhao Wangqing's garment and leaped inside. Before he could report to his master, Chu Xingchen opened the door, her gaze swiftly locking onto the pale-faced Zhao Wangqing, who was spitting blood. What happened? Senior Zhao Wangqing spat out a mouthful of blood once again. Chu Xingchen, well, now I understand what is going on. Zhao Wangqing's injuries are, in fact, quite severe, just looking at her pallor. She must be suffering from anemia. On the way back, Zhao Wangqing had also consumed an emergency healing pill to prevent her condition from deteriorating. There was a reason why Xingtian chose to bring Zhao Wangqing back to the courtyard first. The array formation there is fundamentally consistent with the one inside the Qingfeng sect's mind, that it is highly likely they share the same origin. Xingtian had that instinct when he saw the formation in the corner of the village. Thus, he proposed to bear the formation for Zhao Wangqing to investigate for clues that it would be wise to inform the master about this news first, to see if there are any hidden dangers or if the Qingfeng sect is involved. Alternatively, it could be a scheme to frame the Qingfeng sect, prompting the Demon Suppression Division to eliminate them to prevent future troubles. But this plan would require careful plotting, lest the investigation lead back to their own sect. Whether it was Zhao Wangqing's commission or the investigation by the Demon Suppression Division, in Xingtian's heart, they were ultimately not as significant as the small sect of only 3 individuals that existed now. The commotion within the courtyard was noticeable, and Yingling had not yet fallen asleep. Upon hearing the noise, she opened the door. Her gaze quickly locked onto Zhao Wangqing. After all, with her feeble aura and pale complexion, it was evident she was gravely injured. "Are you badly hurt?" Yingling inquired. Zhao Wangqing took a deep breath, suppressing the chaotic energy within her. "It's nothing serious. There are professional healers in the Demon Suppression Division." Yingling spoke earnestly, even fearing that Zhao Wangqing might refuse her offer, as she hurried forward to grasp her hand. "Now that you're here, my master's alchemical skills are unparalleled, especially in healing elixirs that it's too troublesome for you, Senior. You needn't bother. No need. My master is currently adjusting the taste of the elixirs, and having you taste it on his behalf would be a great help," Yingling said, turning her gaze to her junior brother. "Junior brother, don't you agree?" Xingtian felt somewhat speechless at her words, but it was clear that supporting his senior sister at this moment was not an option. If his master happened to concoct some peculiar elixir next time, his senior sister would have an excuse to have it first. Recalling the flower-based elixir his master had created, Xingtian ultimately went against his better judgment and said, "Senior sister is right. Very well, I happen to have some new ideas." Chu Xingchen did not decline, as both of his disciples currently regarded the elixirs he concocted as if they were poisons. Now was indeed the perfect time to prove himself. Yingling continued to hold Zhao Wangqing's hand, directing her junior brother. "Junior brother, go fetch a pot. Zhao Wangqing furrowed her brows slightly. What could they possibly do with a pot? However, she soon witnessed Chu Xingchen produce several strands of spiritual herbs from his spatial ring. Are they going to concoct elixirs on site? Xingtian also retrieved a special iron pot for alchemy from the kitchen. Zhao Wangqing felt a sense of foreboding rise within her. Were they really planning to use an iron pot for alchemy? She had never seen an alchemist use an iron pot before. As it turned out, good intentions often falter, while bad thoughts tend to be spot on. Zhao Wangqing quickly found herself witnessing a remarkable performance of iron pot alchemy. A large pot of water and spiritual plants was swiftly refined into a small dark green water sphere, exuding the unique natural fragrance of the herbs. Zhao Wangqing's eyes widened in astonishment. Could they truly concoct elixirs in an iron pot? Seeing Zhao Wangqing's expression, Yingling assumed she was frightened and comforted her. "Don't be afraid. The true cause for concern lay ahead." Zhao Wangqing uttered in confusion. Yet this time, Chu Xingchen had indeed given it careful thought. First and foremost, bitterness is a relative sensation if one cannot manage the bitterness. There are alternative ways to address the taste. As long as one cannot taste the bitterness, then it isn't bitter, is it? There are many methods to dull one's sense of taste. And this time, Chu Xingchen selected a herb that also had blood-replenishing properties. Thus, healing and blood replenishment could be achieved in one go. Given Li Xingtian's aversion of flour, Chu Xingchen decided to forego it this time. It's done. Try it out. Chu Xingchen enveloped the dark green water sphere in spiritual energy and presented it to Zhao Wanqing. Zhao Wanqing observed the entire alchemical process. She recognized the spiritual plants used, all of which were for healing. Theoretically, what they produced should be consumable. However, looking at the dark green water sphere before her, Zhao Wanqing steeled herself and swallowed it whole. The initial bitterness was indeed present but quickly dissipated. However, as the green medicinal liquid traveled down her throat, a violent reaction ensued. It was a sensation difficult to articulate, a visceral resistance from her body against the liquid, from the moment it was swallowed. Her body reacted fiercely in opposition. Yet the medicinal effect seemed to disregard her body's resistance, boldly entering her system, akin to a thief kicking down a door. Moreover, the efficacy was indeed remarkable. Zhao Wanqing could distinctly feel her internal organs recovering. Yet her organs were also rejecting this medicinal power, resulting in a simultaneous sensation of comfort and discomfort. It was as if someone were tickling her left foot with a feather while someone else scratched her right foot incorrectly. The sensation was irritating yet oddly pleasurable. This moment, Zhao Wanqing could only think, why does this medicine feel even more sinister than that group of evil cultivators? Li Xingtian glanced at Zhao Wanqing's peculiar expression and addressed his senior sister beside her. Senior sister, please keep an eye on her. I have matters to discuss with the master. No problem. Li Yingling promptly replied that it was evident that her junior brother had something he could not let the Demon Suppression Division know about. Such cooperation was naturally something Li Yingling would agree to. In the room, Li Xingtian said, Master, the involvement of that group of evil cultivators with the Qingfeng sect is debatable. However, their methods seem to share a common origin. He picked up a pen and paper from the table and meticulously sketched the formations from the mine and the village. The method of using blood energy differed slightly from that of the Qingfeng sect. While the Qingfeng sect leaned towards defense, that group of evil cultivators was primarily offensive. The blood energy of the evil cultivators was highly corrosive. If the people from the Qingfeng sect were indeed being manipulated, it was likely that a larger force was pulling the strings behind the scenes. Chu Xingchen nodded gently at his words. What are your thoughts? To take risks is unwise, Li Xingtian replied earnestly. Today, the ambush in the village was merely against a Peak Foundation establishment evil cultivator, and their methods were not particularly strong. Therefore, I believe the Qingfeng sect is the real prize, if we were to report them. Li Xingtian's words trailed off as he meticulously completed the drawings of the two formations, marking their differences. The Qingfeng sect had indeed engaged in actions akin to evil cultivators, and reporting them could be seen as a good deed. However, the Qingfeng sect was protected by a nascent soul ancestor. It would be difficult for the Demon Suppression Division in Yuzhou City to take on such a formidable opponent. After all, while the Qingfeng sect had committed misdeeds, they did so discreetly and without fanfare. However, now that an entire village had been sacrificed, if the Xuanwu Kingdom were willing to intervene, many sects would likely be eager to act. Chu Xingchen turned to his second disciple, who at this moment was staring intently at the formation he had drawn, his expression unreadable. Li Xingtian, sensing his master's gaze, raised his head. Opportunities must not be missed. Decisive actions must be taken. The following morning, in the medical hall of the Demon Suppression Division in Yuzhou City, what kind of miraculous elixir did you consume? The effects are remarkable, Yin exclaimed as she unwrapped the bandage on Zhao Wanqing's hand. Discovering that the once deep knife wound had healed by about 80%, Zhao Wanqing responded with a slightly peculiar expression. I consumed a liquid elixir crafted by a senior. Extend your hand. Let me take your pulse, Yin said, not giving much thought to what kind of pill Zhao Wanqing had taken, as long as it hadn't poisoned her. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing placed her hand on the table. Yin placed her small hand on Zhao Wanqing's wrist, and after a long moment, she looked at Zhao Wanqing with a puzzled expression. Did you not sustain severe internal injuries recently? Zhao Wanqing frowned slightly. Yes, why? The pulse seems a bit unusual. It appears to be recovering rather quickly, likely due to the elixir you consumed. And Yin remarked lightly, withdrawing her hand. I've checked. There's nothing wrong. You recovering quite well and are not poisoned. Just rest for a while, and you'll be lively again soon. Thank you. Before Zhao Wanqing could finish her sentence, someone called from outside. Captain Zhao. There's someone named Chu Xingchen at the door looking for you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing swiftly rose to her feet, a hint of apology in her voice as she said, I'm sorry, but I must take my leave. Anian, observing Zhao Wanqing's hasty departure, called out loudly, Don't forget to rest for a while. You wouldn't want to come back lying down. It would only be a burden on yourself. Regrettably, Zhao Wanqing did not respond to Anian's reminder. She hurried out of the gates of the demon subduing division and spotted Chu Xingchen standing under a tree not far away, quickly making her way towards him. Chu Xingchen was the first to inquire, Have you reported the situation in that village to the demon subduing division? I have, and I'm following the expedited procedures, Zhao Wanqing replied. Expedited? How long will that take? Zhao Wanqing responded with a wry smile. Approximately half a month, I suppose. That is indeed quite urgent. What about now? Do you plan to continue investigating on your own? Chu Xingchen asked Zhao Wanqing, adding, even if you don't investigate. The promised spirit stones should not be diminished out of course. The investigation must continue. After all, if we wait for the half-month process to conclude, the culprits will have long vanished, Zhao Wanqing replied, her tone laced with uncertainty. However, why hasn't the individual who was with me yesterday shown up? Are you referring to Li Xingtian? Chu Xingchen asked with a curious tone. You spent 400 spirit stones and still intend to hire a few people? Zhao Wanqing quickly clarified. No, it's just that Brother Li is exceptionally skilled. The brilliance of that single strike from Li Xingtian had left a profound impression on Zhao Wanqing, as it was a power unbecoming of someone at the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, he had remained remarkably composed throughout the investigation process. Chu Xingchen refrained from probing further into the matter, and, with a serious expression, asked, Do you have any objectives at present? At this, Zhao Wanqing fell silent. The Peak Foundation establishment evil cultivator from yesterday was likely left behind by that group of evil cultivators to monitor the investigation progress of the demon subduing division and to adjust their plans accordingly. Furthermore, since that evil cultivator had not been killed by Li Xingtian, they had probably already raised alarms. Continuing to investigate according to the previous plan would likely lead them in circles, resulting in wasted efforts. It was imperative that the direction of the investigation be altered to keep pace with that group of evil cultivators. Yet, this was no simple task, as the clues were already scarce. Chu Xingchen, smiling, suggested, If you're lacking direction, why not come with me? Zhao Wanqing, taken aback by Chu Xingchen's offer, hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. After all, she was at a loss for ideas, and since Yaoyin had recommended him, it seemed prudent to follow this senior and see if he had any clever strategies. Moreover, as the master of Li Xingtian, this senior ought to possess more intricate thoughts than his disciple. Seeing Zhao Wanqing acquiesce, Chu Xingchen turned and headed towards the outskirts of Yuzhou City, remarking, In truth, investigation can sometimes be quite simple. One must look beyond the surface to discern the essence, or not become fixated on rigid clues, but rather allow your imagination to flourish. Zhao Wanqing furrowed her brow at his words, finding them quite reasonable. However, imagination must be grounded in reality. Otherwise, it would merely be daydreaming. Noticing Zhao Wanqing's silence, Chu Xingchen understood that she did not place much importance on his advice. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Soon enough, Zhao Wanqing would grasp the meaning of thinking outside the box. The south of Yuzhou City, the Yuzhou River flowed inland, reaching the coast with a thriving network of waterway trade. In such terrain, smuggling was a prevalent activity. Ordinary merchants smuggled salt, hoarding grain to manipulate prices, while those with more sophisticated tastes dealt in foreign antiques and exotic items. Yet, smuggling was not limited to mere commoners. Cultivators also engaged in it, for their pursuits of immortality were hardly meant for delivering packages. Boats traveling downstream were not particularly slow, either. many cultivators whose talents were subpar yet sought the path of transcendence, resorted to smuggling herbs, elixirs, or other illicit goods to earn a profit from the price discrepancies that are in this world. Everything revolves around supply and demand. Where there are needs, there are sellers. To label these individuals as evil cultivators might be an exaggeration, but they were certainly no paragons of virtue, existing in a gray area. For a person of Zhao Wanqing's status, such moral dilemmas were trivial, unable to manage the more formidable evil cultivators and beasts. She had little time to pursue the most despicable of cultivators. Furthermore, these lower-tier cultivators were hardly united, each safeguarding their own small territories, incapable of stirring any significant trouble. However, what Zhao Wanqing perhaps did not realize was that those who could maintain their small domains in such places might not be the strongest, but they were certainly the most well-informed. Had Zhao Wanqing understood the characteristics of this region, she would not have worn such an expression. Currently, Chu Xingchen and Zhao Wanqing stood at a secluded unloading dock belonging to the Chaobang. Not far away, individuals on an old cargo ship were busily moving large crates. Zhao Wanqing frowned as she surveyed the dilapidated dock, where several Qi refinement cultivators brandishing rusty knives were glaring at her with ill intent. She genuinely could not comprehend the purpose of their visit. Did they intend for her to apprehend these lowly smugglers? The dock guards, with a hostile tone, questioned the two. "What are you here for?" Chu Xingchen gestured. "Show them your badge as the squad leader of the demon subduing division." Despite her confusion about the purpose of their visit, Zhao Wanqing complied and retrieved her badge from her waist. Without her needing to say a word, Chu Xingchen stepped forward, stating, "We are from the demon subduing division. Summon your leader for questioning." Upon realizing they were officials, the dock guard quickly changed his demeanor, bowing and nodding. "Oh, it's an official. Please wait a moment. I'll go call him." The badge of the demon subduing division held significant weight in this area. After all, these individuals lacked the daring of desperate evil cultivators. Essentially, they were merchants who dared not provoke the demon subduing division. Thus, they could only be easily subdued by the division. Before long, a pompous foundation establishment cultivator adorned in gold and silver hurried over. Speaking in a supremely humble tone, "Esteemed officials, our little business is not illegal. You should go after that Wang Ermatzi at the neighboring dock. That rascal is trafficking in people. Moreover, he engages in usury, coercing virtuous women into the trade. His heinous acts are simply appalling. If you wish to apprehend him, I would gladly guide you." In response to the shameless claims of the Foundation establishment cultivator, Chu Xingchen wasted no time in assessing his attributes. Target: Guan Quan blue attribute, flexible bottom line white attribute, somewhat intelligent white attribute, ruthless black attribute. Poor talent seeing the attribute labels. Chu Xingchen smiled with satisfaction. A flexible bottom line was precisely the type of person he sought. Fortuitously, he had made a good choice. Chu Xingchen remarked, "You are clearly a talent. Securing a dock for yourself here is no easy feat." "Is it?" Guan Quan smiled genuinely. "Thanks to the blessings of the two officials, I managed to scrape, but we have come to seek your assistance regarding a case," Chu Xingchen said, patting Guan Quan on the shoulder. "You must have some free time, right? Of course, whatever the officials require, everyone at my dock will do their utmost to assist. There's no need for so many. Just you alone will suffice." Guan Quan was taken aback. Just him? Given the recent activities he had been involved in, he was no better than the recently reported Wang Ermatzi. Who in their right mind would dare accompany the squad leader of the demon subduing division to handle a case? Were they not merely setting a trap for entrapment, claiming to assist with a case? Were they not actually here to pin something on him? Guan Quan, feigning difficulty, attempted to decline. "Esteemed official, many hands make light work." "Indeed." "Captain, we should summon more personnel from the demons subduing division," Guan Quan interjected, nodding in agreement. Chu Xingchen initially nodded in understanding, but then abruptly changed his expression, glaring fiercely at Guan Quan. "You had better call for more. Don't let it be said that we in the demons subduing division bully others." The threat was palpable in his tone. In the face of Chu Xingchen's intimidation, Guan Quan quickly knelt. He had no choice. These two were evidently looking for trouble, and this dock represented all his savings. He could flee, but the dock could not run away with him. With a pained expression, he pleaded, "Esteemed official, Is there anything you wish to investigate that cannot be discussed here? I will cooperate fully. Seeing the near-tearful expression on Guan Quan's face, Chu Xingchen decided to delve into the matter at hand, lest he truly scare the man off. Recently, there have been reports of individuals purchasing a significant quantity of ritual foundation stones at high prices. Correct. Guan Quan was momentarily taken aback, a sense of unease creeping in. As he contemplated how to respond, he caught a glimpse of Chu Xingchen's enigmatic smirk. Taking a deep breath, Guan Quan forced a smile. Indeed, there has been a group buying a considerable number of ritual foundation stones, and they are quite unconcerned about the markup. Zhao Wanqing's eyes instantly brightened upon hearing those words. If she were still oblivious at this point, she would indeed be a fool. She hurriedly pressed on. Who bought it? What is their name? Guan Quan cast a peculiar glance at Zhao Wanqing, his expression caught between speaking and holding back. How could such a foolish girl become a team leader? One must wonder why someone would spend a hefty sum here instead of going to the reputable treasure pavilion. IT was undoubtedly due to an unseemly identity, or perhaps their face was plastered on a bounty notice. Upon noticing Guan Quan's strange expression, Zhao Wanqing quickly grasped the underlying significance and realized that she had just acted rather foolishly. Chu Xingchen, his expression serious, interjected, "All right, you should now understand what that group intends to do with the foundation stone. Right?" Guan Quan, sounding aggrieved, replied, "That's something we—" Chu Xingchen coldly interrupted, "Think carefully before you respond. You have only one chance." Seeing the icy demeanor and tone of Chu Xingchen, Guan Quan understood that failing to provide some information today would not bode well for him. He glanced at the numerous underlings around him, feeling helpless. Guan Quan quickly raised both hands high, exclaiming, "Sir, I truly do not know." Chu Xingchen directed Zhao Wanqing beside him, saying, "Take him away." Zhao Wanqing paused, wondering what good it would do to take him away. Did they plan to bring him back to the demon subduing division for interrogation? By the time they pried his mouth open, wouldn't it be too late? Nevertheless, she obediently began to escort Guan Quan out. The nearby underlings watched their leader being taken away, none daring to intervene. Guan Quan complied fully, offering no resistance. Yet he shouted, "Officer, I genuinely do not know." Chu Xingchen paid him no mind and turned to leave, with Zhao Wanqing closely following, still holding on to the increasingly vocal Guan Quan. After walking a short distance, Chu Xingchen suddenly turned into a corner. Zhao Wanqing promptly followed suit, but this corner led to a dead end. Chu Xingchen stood nearby, observing them. Guan Quan ceased his shouting and, with a fawning tone, said, "Officer, could you please loosen your grip?" Zhao Wanqing glanced at Chu Xingchen, and upon receiving a nod of approval from him, she released her hold. Chu Xingchen inquired, "Can we speak now?" They appear to be a group of malevolent practitioners, and the recent blood sacrifice was likely their doing. Guan Quan hurriedly stated, "Sir, I only sold a little of that stock. And once I learned what they were doing, I never sold to them again." Zhao Wanqing regarded Guan Quan, who had recently appeared defiant, now acting like a sycophant. Chu Xingchen, displaying a hint of impatience, urged, "Provide some useful information. They must be planning to set up a grand ritual, and it's a very large one." Guan Quan quickly added, "I have news. They purchased a Taixian stone to serve as the core for the formation." Chu Xingchen asked, "Who sold it to them?" Without hesitation, Guan Quan blurted out, "It was sold by Wang Ermatzi." This time, it was Zhao Wanqing who instinctively reached for her dagger at her waist. Chu Xingchen, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "What has Wang Ermatzi done to offend you so much?" "No, it really was Wang Ermatzi who sold it. I originally spent a great deal to acquire a piece, but that Wang Ermatzi snatched the business from me. I lost quite a bit on that stone." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing fell silent, realizing the situation was as such. Guan Quan, with a pleading expression, implored, "Officers, that's all I know. You are not being truthful." Chu Xingchen said, patting Guan Quan's shoulder, "Do you think we came here at random, hoping for luck? Guess who sent us to find you?" At this, Guan Quan's expression shifted dramatically, and he cautiously asked, "Wang Ermatzi?" Chu Xingchen abruptly summoned his spiritual sword, placing it directly against Guan Quan's neck, coldly declaring, "It was your great-grandmother. She visited me in a dream yesterday and warned that if you dared to conceal anything, I would send you to meet her." Faced with the sword at his throat, Guan Quan's demeanor instantly crumbled, and he quickly exclaimed, "It really was Wang or Matzi who sold it. I only know that this group of malevolent practitioners calls themselves the Xingtian sect. I truly do not know their specific plans." Chu Xingchen sneered. "Do you not know? Yet their people are still at your dock?" Guan froze at this remark, his gaze suddenly shooting towards Chu Xingchen. Yet all he could discern from Chu Xingchen's eyes was a teasing glint. Was he bluffing, or did he genuinely possess information? However, the sword at his neck was certainly no bluff. The chilling aura from the spiritual sword was continuously piercing his skin. Taking a deep breath, Guan admitted, "They are from Zhongzhou." Zhao Wanqing's expression shifted dramatically. The name Zhongzhou resonated profoundly in the southern Danzhou. In this world, there were essentially only two regions, Zhongzhou and everything else beyond it. The fundamental reason being that the spiritual veins of the heavens and earth originated from Zhongzhou, subsequently branching out to other continents. Thus, the concentration of spiritual energy in this realm was highest in Zhongzhou. And the foundation of cultivation was spiritual energy. More spiritual energy meant the emergence of higher value spiritual plants and items. Even the spiritual roots of individuals born in Zhongzhou naturally surpassed those of cultivators from other continents. Zhongzhou exerted an irresistible dominance over the other continents. Moreover, the sect from Zhongzhou often did not bother to expand to other regions, as they found other continents too impoverished to yield any worthwhile gains. Rarely did cultivators from Zhongzhou venture to other continents. Those who did were either unable to thrive in Zhongzhou or were simply giving up. Yet once one embarked on the path of cultivation, who wouldn't he wish to witness the grandeur and paths that top-tier cultivators could behold? Thus, malevolent practitioners from Zhongzhou were particularly imposing. However, for malevolent practitioners from Zhongzhou, as long as the matter was reported to the Zhongzhou Immortal Alliance, cultivators for Zhongzhou would naturally come to handle it. Yet all of this required the one thing Zhao Wanqing lacked: time. Chu Xingchen continued to inquire, "Is there more?" This single question could not be easily dismissed by Chu Xingchen, for he had also mingled in Zhongzhou before his rebirth, and it was said that he had thrived there. To be frank with you, Guan's expression darkened, and his tone turned serious. "They are definitely not just buying things from us. Ever since the rumors of the malevolent practitioners' blood sacrifices emerged, I have been suspicious. I initially thought they would flee to other places after the incident. However, they did not. In fact, they increased their purchases. From my speculation, their blood sacrifices of mortals are merely a cover. Sacrificing mere mortals could not satisfy the appetites of those Zhongzhou individuals. Their true target should be the sects in this vicinity. Only by sacrificing cultivators could they be appeased. If given a choice, Guan would prefer not to get entangled in these matters. Selling goods for some spiritual stones was sufficient. Yet circumstances always pushed one forward. Engaging in this line of work inevitably carried risks. Had it not been for the arrival of the demon subduing division, he would likely have remained silent. The blood sacrifices of sects had nothing to do with him. Moreover, he could still earn a good deal of money. But the handsome man before him was not someone to be easily deceived. Guan had no doubt that the sword at his neck would not hesitate to fall if necessary. At this juncture, rather than returning and attempting to placate those malevolent practitioners, it would be wiser to completely betray them. Eliminate those wretched malevolent practitioners entirely, ensuring they would never dare to return. In this way, he could alleviate his concerns. With a fierce expression, Guan declared, "If you truly intend to investigate this matter, you should look into those sects. Perhaps there will be unexpected gains." Chu Xingchen slowly retracted the spiritual sword, turning his gaze toward Zhao Wanqing, who had been listening intently throughout. Zhao Wanqing furrowed her brow, her hand resting on her dagger, and after a long moment, she finally spoke, "You may leave for now." Upon hearing this, Guan visibly relaxed. Immediately drawing a short dagger from his waist, to Zhao Wanqing's astonishment, he proceeded to stab himself in various parts of his body. Then he turned and fled towards the dock. Zhao Wanqing watched his retreating figure, perplexed. Is this a ploy of self-harm? Isn't that a bit too obvious? Chu Xingchen chuckled softly, offering an explanation. Many matters cannot be clarified through mere words, regardless of how one explains. Those who are meant to be suspicious will remain so. What matters now for him is his attitude. Zhao Wanqing turned to Chu Xingchen, inquiring, "Do you believe his words to be the truth?" "What do you think?" Chu Xingchen replied. Zhao Wanqing lowered her head, her expression grave, and, after a long silence, she finally said, "What he said should be the truth." "Then do you still intend to continue investigating?" Chu Xingchen asked, his tone neutral. Zhao Wanqing cupped her hands respectfully, saying, "I won't trouble you further with the ensuing matters, and I sincerely thank you for your assistance. After all, concerning the Central Plains, the most formidable among that group of malevolent cultivators must possess at least golden core cultivation. Compounded by their terrifying blood aura expect a golden core practitioner to embark on a perilous venture for a mere 400 spirit stones is truly absurd." Chu Xingchen inquired, "Is that so? But do you intend to investigate this matter alone?" Zhao Wanqing responded with unwavering determination. "Indeed," Chu Xingchen jested, "you're far too foolish to manage this on your own. Even if you cannot uncover the truth, you must still try to decide. Oh, you really are dim-witted, failing to comprehend my words." Zhao Wanqing, perplexed, asked, "What do you mean, senior?" "Offer more money." Guan Quan, drenched in blood, dashed back to his dock, pushing aside those who attempted to express concern for him. He made a beeline for a small room and forcefully flung open the door. Inside, a figure clad in black robes sat calmly in a chair, rasping, "Back already?" This single utterance momentarily stunned Guan Quan. Yet he quickly regained his composure, his tone urgent. "The Demon Suppression Office has discovered us. I plan to flee to Liangyang City for safety. You should hurry as well. What is there to panic about?" The black-robed figure chuckled lightly. "And what if the Demon Suppression Office has come?" The relaxed demeanor of the black-robed figure caught Guan Quan completely off guard, as if he were the one in charge of the Demon Suppression Office. Guan Quan, bewildered, questioned why this malevolent cultivator was so brazen. "They know you are here. Soon enough, they will come to capture you. Even if you are unafraid, shouldn't you retreat?" The black-robed figure lightly tapped the table. "Do not rush. Let us wait a moment longer." Guan Quan, astonished, asked, "Wait? For what?" To await the arrival of those from the Demon Suppression Office, a sense of unease gripped Guan Quan, realizing that the malevolent cultivator before him resembled a madman. He hastily declared, "What are you plotting? I refuse to accompany you on this madness. I shall take my leave. You handle the goods here." As he attempted to turn away, the black-robed figure reached out, gripping Guan Quan's shoulder. "You will wait with me." Guan Quan's eyes flared with rage. "What exactly are you waiting for? For them to arrive?" The black-robed figure replied, just as a surge of dark red blood aura erupted from his right hand, lunging toward Guan Quan's head. Anticipating this, Guan Quan swiftly evaded. "What use is it to attack me?" The black-robed figure remained silent, his dark red spiritual energy exploding forth with an overwhelming stench of blood. He lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Guan Quan's head. Guan Quan instinctively raised his hand to block, but with a resounding impact, he found the blow to be immensely heavy, the blood aura violently swirling within his meridians. Wreaking havoc on his spiritual energy, Guan Quan's aptitude was lacking. His foundational cultivation was merely a crude construct achieved through the forced use of medicinal pills. In contrast, the black-robed figure not only possessed blood aura enhancement, but was also at the pinnacle of foundational cultivation. Furthermore, Guan Quan had already inflicted injuries upon himself upon his arrival, rendering him no match for this opponent. The black-robed figure glanced aside, noticing Zhao Wanqing had arrived not far off. He then unleashed an even more ferocious surge of blood aura. Seemingly eager to ensure Zhao Wanqing's awareness, before her very eyes, he unleashed a series of punches, each one smashing into Guan Quan's head, reducing it to a pulp. Not far away, Zhao Wanqing witnessed the black-robed malevolent cultivator relentlessly pulverizing Guan Quan's head into a bloody mush. The senior's predictions were indeed accurate. That group of malevolent cultivators had dispatched individuals to the dock, and surely Guan Quan harbored secrets he had yet to divulge. To maintain confidentiality, the malevolent cultivator had resorted to silencing him. At this moment, Zhao Wanqing turned back, seeking the assistance of Chu Xingchen, who was still willing to help apprehend this potential malevolent cultivator. After all, there was nothing more convenient than prying open the mouth of this nefarious being. Though Zhao Wanqing was still at a distance, she served merely as bait to attract attention. This moment, Chu Xingchen had already circled around. All hope rested upon him. Soon, the highly anticipated Chu Xingchen emerged from the side, his spirit sword radiating an intense brilliance. Even from a distance, Zhao Wanqing could distinctly feel the oppressive aura unique to a golden core practitioner. That sense of pressure was at least indicative of a late-stage golden core cultivator. Truly, a recommendation from Yao Qin was not to be underestimated. With the sword transforming into a streak of rainbow light, Chu Xingchen aimed it at the black-robed malevolent cultivator, striking down with great force. Boom! The impact was immense. Dust soared into the air, obscuring Zhao Wanqing's view. Following this, a furious and chaotic blood aura erupted forth. It seemed they exchanged several blows amidst the swirling dust. The fierce brilliance of their spiritual energy pierced through the haze. With a series of tremendous explosions, the dust was kicked up once more in a violent frenzy. The mere shockwaves from the clash of these two top-tier cultivators left Zhao Wanqing in awe. The violent aftermath made her acutely aware that this was a battle far beyond her capability to influence, perhaps even beyond her qualification to partake. Presently, a hint of worry crept into Zhao Wanqing's heart. Due to the dust cloud's concealment, she was left in the dark regarding who held the upper hand. However, this concern did not linger for long. From within the dust, the black-robed, malevolent cultivator was the first to retreat, fleeing frantically towards the southeast. Following closely behind, Chu Xingchen, sword in hand, pursued with great speed. Observing this scene, Zhao Wanqing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Chu Xingchen relentlessly trailed the black-robed figure for approximately a quarter of an hour. Suddenly, the black-robed figure halted, turning to remove his hood, revealing a ghastly mask beneath his robe. His raspy voice transformed. "Master, this is far enough." Hearing this, Chu Xingchen also came to a stop, extending his consciousness to confirm no one else was present. Before sighing and retracting his spirit sword, he then found a large stone and casually sat down. Xingtian stepped forward, removing his ghastly mask, and approached his master. He inquired, "Was everything smooth? Did she harbor any suspicions?" "Smooth, at least she did not suspect anything," Chu Xingchen replied. "Regarding Xingtian, your acting skills are quite commendable in the world of cultivation. One can never have too many skills at Xingtian maintained a calm demeanor. Then clasped his hands. "Then I shall head off to assist my senior sister in wrapping things up. There are still arrangements that require completion, and time is of the essence." Chu Xingchen nodded lightly. Rising to his feet, "Very well, but be sure to keep your actions measured. Do not go overboard." "Rest assured," Xingtian affirmed with a nod. Watching Xingtian's departing figure, Chu Xingchen sighed and made his way back to the dock where Zhao Wanqing had been. This entire venture had commenced with the intent to find Zhao Wanqing, part of a well-crafted plan. However, it was not solely to frame the Qingfeng sect. All the clues Zhao Wanqing possessed were, in fact, genuine. The purchase of Taishan stones was authentic, the malevolent cultivators' origins from the Central Plains were true, and even their intention to sacrifice to their sect was no fabrication. Ever since Zhao Wanqing returned severely injured, Chu Xingchen and Xingtian had reinvestigated the matter together. After all, if individuals at the late stage of foundational cultivation were left to wrap things up, it was highly probable that among those malevolent cultivators, there existed practitioners at the golden core level. Although his disciple possessed protective talismans, the uncertainty of the situation made it too perilous to allow his disciple to wander about. Moreover, his disciple's suggestions were quite prudent. It was only natural to investigate the circumstances before formulating a plan of action. The formation and instruments crafted by Xingtian unavoidably required a vast quantity of foundational stones. Thus, Chu Xingchen's initial focus had been directed toward the docks frequented by spirit stone smugglers. Xingtian's cultivation technique allowed him to manipulate blood aura, making it relatively easy for him to masquerade as a blood aura malevolent cultivator. Chu Xingchen, in turn, ensured Xingtian's safety from the outside. With an established identity, it was not difficult to ascertain several names and subsequently stage a performance while leveraging that identity. After all, Guanquan had brought this upon himself. In summary, everything was proceeding rather smoothly. Chu Xingchen returned to Guanquan's dock at 8 this moment, The scattered Qi-refining cultivators had long since fled following Guan Quan's demise. Only Zhao Wanqing appeared to be searching the dock for any remaining clues. Chu Xingchen spoke. Apologies, there were others who came to assist. I was unable to capture him. Zhao Wanqing, however, did not seem overly disappointed. As long as you are unharmed, that is sufficient. Did you uncover any clues? Chu Xingchen inquired. I have found some leads. Zhao Wanqing produced a blood-red spirit stone from her waist pocket, stating, I found this while rummaging through his corpse. Chu Xingchen furrowed his brow as he gazed at the spiritual stone in Zhao Wanqing's hand, extending his fingers to lightly touch it. This particular spiritual stone was not arranged by Chu Xingchen and Li Xingtian. It belonged to Guan Quan. This blood-red spiritual stone was quite similar to those found within the Qingfeng sect's mining site, albeit with a more refined essence of blood. The Qingfeng sect stones were composed of the blood essence condensed from cultivators of the second and third levels of Qi refinement. Even so, the blood essence was still of a lower quality compared to the blood-red spiritual stone in Zhao Wanqing's possession. Chu Xingchen, with a frown, remarked, they have likely succeeded at least once. A sect has probably been sacrificed. This might also be one of Guan Quan's concealed secrets. He must have utilized the methods of the heretical cultivators to reach the foundation establishment stage. And oh wonderly Xingtian trusted him so quickly during their interaction. However, that group of heretical cultivators moved swiftly and were exceedingly greedy. Even after achieving success once, they did not withdraw, continuing to act under the pressure of the Demon Suppression Division. The current situation had changed drastically. This time, the heretical cultivators were likely truly formidable. Zhao Wanqing, gazing at the blood essence spiritual stone before her, nodded gravely. We must return to the Demon Suppression Division and send people to investigate the situation in various smaller sections. Chu Xingchen sighed and cautioned, exercise caution and act within your means. Given the current developments, he realized he needed to re-evaluate his plans. Zhao Wanqing clenched the blood essence spiritual stone tightly, her heart growing heavier with each inquiry. Initially, they believed the heretical cultivators were attacking members of the Demon Suppression Division, only to discover that they intended to perform a blood sacrifice on an entire sect. Moreover, they had at least succeeded once. Even the smallest sects had a golden core cultivator to safeguard them. The rapid progression of events far exceeded Zhao Wanqing's capacity to manage. The mere battle between the seniors and the heretical cultivators was beyond her reach. At this moment, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness weighed heavily on Zhao Wanqing's heart. In response, she could only softly affirm, I understand. You can rest assured, senior, at the Four Harmonies courtyard. Not long after Chu Xingchen returned, a visitor arrived, and even Li Xingtian had yet to return. Yingling was also absent from the courtyard, likely still with Li Xingtian, wrapping up their tasks. If they were to return, they would do so together. Was this arranged by you? Yao Qin inquired, seated on a stone chair, sipping the tea brewed by Chu Xingchen himself. Chu Xingchen maintained a stoic expression. Which matter are you referring to? Yao Qin set down her teacup, her demeanor serious. The Qingfeng sect. Chu Xingchen sighed. It was initially so, but upon further investigation, it became apparent that it would not be long before the Qingfeng sect ceases to exist. Upon seeing the blood essence spiritual stone, Chu Xingchen understood. The Qingfeng sect was likely just a main dish on the heretical cultivators' banquet. However, this dish was particularly thorny, given the presence of a nascent soul elder, necessitating the heretical cultivators to scheme cautiously. Chu Xingchen then inquired, did Zhao Wanqing show you the blood essence spiritual stone she brought back? She did, Yao Qin replied, her expression growing grave. We have already reported this matter to Zhongzhou, and in approximately half a month, specialists will come to address it. This situation is far too perilous. You should refrain from getting involved until the specialists from Zhongzhou have resolved it. Chu Xingchen chuckled lightly at her words. Choosing not to respond, Yao Qin held her teacup firmly. I have also advised Zhao Wanqing to cease her involvement. Her brother has passed the danger period, and it is merely a matter of time before he awakens. Chu Xingchen sighed, seemingly losing interest. I understand. Yao Qin nodded in acknowledgement, her beautiful eyes turning toward the azure sky. She remained silent, cradling her teacup. Chu Xingchen cast a curious glance at Yao Qin, who was typically quick to dismiss others after a conversation, wondering why she was so tranquil, gazing at the sky today. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly realized, "Are you yearning for the meals I cook?" Yao Qin turned her gaze toward him, still silent, although she did indeed have a slight craving. It was not her primary reason for being here. Unconsciously, Yao Qin twirled her teacup. "Are you free tonight?" Chu Xingchen rested his chin on his hand. "Tonight? I have some time later. I promised my disciple that we would go to the temple fair together." Then that S settled. Upon receiving his answer, Yao Qin stood up and turned toward the door. As she reached the entrance, she turned back, expressing her concern. "I will pay you for Zhao Wanqing's spiritual stone. Do not involve yourself in this matter any further." After all, in the past, when Chu Xingchen was destitute, he had undertaken countless perilous tasks for spiritual stones. If this young man thought there was profit to be made, it was highly likely he would venture out again. Chu Xingchen, who had been feeling downcast, instantly perked up upon hearing her words, unable to hide his delight. "All right, rich lady sister, I promise I won't get involved." Yao Qin furrowed her brows in dissatisfaction. "What do you mean by rich lady sister? That sounds dreadful. Do not address me like that." Chu Xingchen argued. "What is dreadful about it? In my hometown, everyone appreciates someone like you, beautiful and generous rich lady sister." "I don't care. I don't like it. Do not address me like that." Yao Qin shot a cold glare at Chu Xingchen, then huffed, turning to leave. With Yao Qin's departure, tranquility returned to the courtyard. Chu Xingchen lowered his gaze to the teacup before him and then suddenly downed the contents in one gulp. Although the direction of events had shifted somewhat, it remained within his control. "Master, I'm back." The door swung open as Yingling burst in, a shovel in her hand and a beaming smile on her face. "The task has been completed flawlessly." Following closely behind her was Xingtian, who entered with equal enthusiasm. "Master, everything went smoothly." Chu Xingchen enthusiastically clapped and praised. "Excellent, truly deserving of being my beloved disciples." Yingling, upon hearing this, proudly raised her little head. After offering his praise, Chu Xingchen pivoted. "However, let us set those matters aside for now. Tonight we gather for the temple fair." Yingling promptly reacted, asking, "Did something happen?" Chu Xingchen shrugged. "It seems that the situation is indeed significant. Yao Qin has advised us not to participate." Hearing this, Yingling sighed. "So it was all for naught?" "Well, having Master accompany us to the temple fair isn't so bad." Xingtian merely nodded nonchalantly. Chu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction. "Wonderful. The sect's first team-building event is about to commence. The temple fair could be considered a prelude to the Lantern Festival." The venue was at the largest Buddhist temple in Yuzhou City, the Chanlin Temple. To be honest, the initial Lantern Festival had little to do with the temple. There had originally been no temple fair, since the Lantern Festival was about making wishes inscribed on lanterns and letting them float down the Yuzhou River, symbolizing wishes flowing smoothly as for the wishes on the lanterns. They were typically about seeking promotions, wealth, or romantic partners, emphasizing simplicity and humility. However, the existence of the temple fair must be attributed to how Chanlin Temple developed into the foremost Buddhist temple in Yuzhou City. In this world, as the path to immortality was decidedly tangible, most beliefs were held by mortals who could not cultivate. Moreover, the number of followers was rather mediocre and hardly abundant. What cultivator would not assert that their fate was in their own hands? Thus, unlike the previous world where monks were exempt from taxes, here the monks also had to pay taxes. After all, monks are human. Furthermore, monks need to eat, and eating requires money. Even the creation of golden statues of Buddha requires funds. Solely relying on the incense offerings from followers would barely suffice for sustenance. Create a golden statue for the Buddha or Bodhisattva was merely a pipe dream. It has been proven that even impoverished monks would abandon their doctrines. The monks of Chanlin Temple had set their sights on profiting from Yuzhou City's most popular festival, the Lantern Festival. Lanterns were originally meant for wishes, but one need not use lanterns alone. Buddha could also suffice. Spending money on lanterns is one way. Offering a stick of incense is another. Moreover, the cost of a stick of incense is significantly lower than that of a lantern. Regardless of the world in question, the impoverished are always numerous. There are always those who cannot afford to buy lanterns to make wishes, but the much cheaper incense becomes a viable alternative. Thus, the Buddha, who teaches the renunciation of greed, began to bestow blessings upon those seeking wealth. Furthermore, within the Zen monastery, there are individuals of great skill. The Zen temple has deliberately widened the road outside its premises, renting it out to merchants in exchange for as long as they do not bring skewers of grilled meat into the temple. The Buddha is willing to endure everything else, which indeed attracts many vendors. They even understand the art of hunger marketing, hosting their stalls only in the days leading up to the Lantern Festival, ensuring they do not overextend themselves, thus maintaining the excitement. The Zen temple has profited immensely from capitalizing on the Lantern Festival. The statue of the Buddha grows ever larger as a result. Naturally, organizing the temple fair is not merely about expanding the road for vendors to set up their stalls. After all, why should one only set up at the temple's entrance? And why should they pay you for that? The organizers, the Zen temple, must host events that are sufficiently enticing to draw crowds. On the 15th, the Water Forest Dharma assembly takes place, where a group of monks chant sutras for the deceased, allowing anyone who pays to have their ancestors' spirit tablet displayed prominently. This has led to jest in Yuzhou City. The golden flowers are worth millions. While the Buddha's head sits atop the ancestors' tablet, those who are vain and wealthy naturally wish to see their ancestors' tablets elevated above the rest. This can be considered the most lucrative project for the Zen temple. Even though they are ridiculed annually by the citizens of Yuzhou City, they have never ceased this practice. On the 16th is the Buddhist martial arts competition, followed by the Lantern Festival on the 17th, and a Buddhist pilgrimage on the 18th. In summary, for the sake of festivity, the Zen temple can be said to be capable of anything. They could even parade the Arhat statues around. The only reason they do not carry the Buddha is simply that he is too heavy to bear. They even grandly name it a divine pilgrimage for peace. Although the Zen temple is affluent and renowned, such worldly behaviors have drawn the unified disdain of other temples. Today marks the first day of the temple fair, featuring the Water Forest Dharma assembly. Along the fair's path, Yingling, adorned in a light yellow embroidered dress, with 2 bags hanging at her waist, one black for copper coins and one silver for small silver pieces, holds a candied hawthorn on a stick in her left hand and a small round fan embroidered with white lotuses on a blue background in her right. Gently fanning herself, countless gazes are unwittingly drawn to this striking young woman. Yet, no one dares to approach her, primarily due to the imposing figure of Xingtian, who trails behind her. This man, with a cold demeanor, can intimidate anyone with just a glare, causing those with ulterior motives to retreat in an instant. As a late-stage foundational cultivator, his mere gaze is enough to instill fear in the hearts of mortals. Clad in black robes, Xingtian carries a sugar stall for his senior sister. Apologies, but these candied hawthorns are not for sale. He gently declines a child wishing to purchase one. Yingling turns her head, noticing the child, no older than 6 or 7, and generously waves her fan, saying, "It's all right, junior brother, give her a stick." The little girl beams with joy as she accepts the candied hawthorn, exclaiming, "Thank you, uncle and sister." Xingtian, upon hearing this, feels somewhat exasperated. Why must she call him uncle while referring to his senior sister as sister? Is there really such a significant age gap? Yingling, with a satisfied smile, replies, "See, isn't that little girl quite adorable? If only she were mute." To which Xingtian responds with a resigned tone. Watching the little girl joyfully run off to find her parents, Yingling nods in approval, saying, "That remark was very much in line with our master's style. Though if it were our master, he would have likely snatched the candied hawthorn back. Xingtian interjects, "You are being rather dismissive of our master." Yingling, upon hearing this, pouts in displeasure and subtly raises an eyebrow, signaling him to look aside. Xingtian glances over. Among a throng of beautiful young women surrounding a striking young man clad in white. The sounds of their flirtations are audible, even from a distance. Where does the gentleman reside? Surely he is not from Yuzhou City. I have never seen him before. Sir, could you take a look at this pain I have been experiencing? Xingtian shakes his head in disbelief. Did you not insist on our master wearing that outfit you gifted him before he left? He did warn that wearing it would attract a throng of women. I thought he was exaggerating, Yingling retorts. Who would have thought those girls would be so shameless, clinging to him? What was supposed to be a team-building event for the sect has turned into their master associating with others. Xingtian withdraws his gaze, saying, "Then it would be best for you to bring our master back. I wouldn't dare. Just look at how happy our master is smiling. He will come looking for me to settle the score later." Yingling protests, but then her eyes suddenly light up. She spots Qin gracefully ascending the slope, dressed in a simple white dress adorned with lotus motifs, her flowing black hair held in place by a white jade hairpin, and a beautifully crafted white round fan in hand. Decorated with fireflies, her exceptional grace and beauty should have made her the center of attention at the fair. Yet, the bustling crowd seems oblivious to her presence, parting instinctively as she steps forward. Our master's unacknowledged love interest has arrived. Yingling secretly chuckles to herself, noting that it is not the disciples' fault for failing to shield their master. Rather, it is their master who has abandoned his disciples. Xingtian's gaze quickly shifts to Qin, and he turns to alert their master. "Junior brother," Yingling calls, halting him. Xingtian turns, his expression puzzled as he regards his senior sister. Yingling covers the lower half of her face with her fan, speaking in a persuasive tone. "You must help our master understand that beauty is like a double-edged sword." Yingling knows her junior brother, speaking in their master's words, is somewhat of a straight man when it comes to matters of the heart. Though she is unaware of his experiences, he is particularly wary of women. Every time he sees their master conversing with a woman, he displays a look of pity, as if regretting their master's potential missteps. Xingtian, momentarily taken aback by her words, contemplates before ultimately stopping in his tracks. If it were anyone else, he likely would have ignored them. However, as it is his senior sister's suggestion, it seems to carry some weight. In any case, if their master truly becomes angry, he could always use his senior sister as an excuse. With that thought in mind, Xingtian ceases his movement. That Qin's gaze quickly locks onto the notably conspicuous figure of Xingtian. Being a robust man carrying a sugar stall is indeed hard to miss. Casting her glance aside, she spots Yingling waving at her from a distance. Qin gently waves her fan in acknowledgement, then notices, with some confusion, that Chu Xingchen is not nearby. Yingling, seemingly understanding her puzzlement from afar, points in a particular direction with her fan. Qin, intrigued, looks over to see the back of a young man dressed in white. This silhouette is strikingly familiar, and with Yingling's indication, Qin instantly recognizes the owner of that figure. How amusing! He claims to accompany his disciple to the temple fair. Yet this is how he spends his time. Qin tightens her grip on the handle of her white jade fan and quickens her pace towards Chu Xingchen. As she draws closer, she can hear the words spoken by the group of women surrounding him. "Indeed, Master, your predictions are always so accurate. Could you take a closer look at my figure and tell me how it appears?" One particularly voluptuous woman in a dress nearly leans against Chu Xingchen, her hand hovering in an ambiguous manner, leaving it unclear who is taking advantage of whom. Chu Xingchen glances down at the woman's hand and chuckles. The true measure of one's figure is not determined by the hand. Then where is it measured? A voice, icy and laced with annoyance, interjects. Chu Xingchen, assuming it is another newcomer, pays little mind, jesting guess. The woman's youthful face flushes slightly as she playfully covers her face. "Pouting, Master, you are so naughty, so that is how you assess one's figure?" The sharp, familiar voice echoes again, and Chu Xingchen quickly turns to the source. He finds Qin staring at him, her smile not quite reaching her eyes. Upon catching her gaze, Chu Xingchen quickly averts his eyes. First and foremost, one must remain calm in any situation, even if Qin, with her seemingly friendly demeanor, appears somewhat intimidating. However, in truth, there is no formal relationship between him and Qin. She has no reason to interfere with him, as long as he remains composed. He has done nothing wrong. The most crucial point is that sycophants have no good end. It is better to die than to flatter. Admitting fault is out of the question. However, it is apparent that Qin harbors a different perspective. As she steps forward, the women encircling Chu Xingchen instinctively part to grant her passage, with a piercing gaze fixed on Chu Xingchen. Qin inquires, "Did you not say you would accompany your disciple to the temple fair today?" As Qin approaches to speak, the surrounding women suddenly realize that an exceptionally beautiful woman has also arrived nearby, seemingly familiar with a handsome young man before them. Yet, familiarity matters little. The woman in the skirt clinging to Chu Xingchen is reluctant to relinquish her position, softly stating, "The master said he would teach us palmistry. We are all his disciples." Upon hearing this, Yaoqin's icy gaze shifts toward the woman in the skirt. The latter feels an overwhelming chill wash over her, as if a chasm separates their very souls. Yaoqin coldly commands, "Leave." The woman, intimidated by that beautiful gaze, dares not retort and hastily gathers her skirts, pushing through the crowd to flee. The remaining women, sensing the gravity of the situation, recognize that while gentlemanly behavior is commendable, their lives are paramount. The woman before them is likely a cultivator. How could mere mortals like themselves provoke those soaring cultivators? Even if they feel reluctant, they quickly disperse that a sudden void encircles Chu Xingchen. Yaoqin's gaze once again fixes upon him as she reiterates her question. "Did you not say you were visiting the temple fair with your disciple today?" Chu Xingchen points to the ground, declaring, "This is the temple fair." He then gestures toward two of his rebellious disciples nearby, who do not even greet him. "And with those two disciples over there, is this not a visit to the temple fair with your disciples?" Yaoqin regards Chu Xingchen's bold demeanor, tightening her grip on her jade-handled fan. "What brings you here?" Chu Xingchen chuckles lightly. "I recall you do not enjoy mingling in such crowds. Have you come to seek me?" "Bah, who would seek you?" Yaoqin turns away. "Do you think so highly of yourself?" "Of course, I consider you an old friend," Chu Xingchen replies, waving his sleeve and placing his hands on his hips. "How do I look in this attire?" Yaoqin inspects him from head to toe, conceding that one's appearance does indeed rely on attire. Compared to his previous disheveled self, this new outfit imbues him with a distinctly refined air. "Who bestowed this garment upon you?" "Naturally, it was my eldest disciple," he responds. Yaoqin scoffs. "In this outfit, you almost resemble a person." "Thank you for the compliment," Chu Xingchen retorts nonchalantly. A Yingling approaches from afar, her small fan in hand, her face beaming with delight as she calls out, "Master!" Chu Xingchen shoots a disapproving glare at his ragged disciple, then turns his attention to Li Yingling's companion, Li Xingtian, questioning why he had not informed him of this. Li Xingtian, with an innocent expression, gestures with his eyes, indicating that his senior sister had not permitted him. Although Yaoqin's tone is frigid, she is not genuinely angry. She understands Chu Xingchen's nature. In his shameless words, how could they expect to enjoy the benefits without paying? Before Yaoqin met Chu Xingchen, she was already aware of his frequent visits to the brothels, where he relied on his looks to indulge without cost. Thus, the current scene is hardly surprising. What vexes her, however, is that despite being at the Golden Core stage, he lacks any semblance of a cultivator's demeanor. Which Golden Core cultivator will be found mingling with ordinary mortals? Engaging in palmistry, Yaoqin gently waves her fan, stirring a light breeze. "The Water Forest Dharma Assembly is worth attending today." Yingling, naturally familiar with the situation, links her arm with Yaoqin's and curiously asks, "Sister Yaoqin, could it be that the Water Forest Dharma Assembly truly holds something of value?" Chu Xingchen interjects playfully, "What are you calling her sister for? You should address her as Master Yaoqin." Without hesitation, Yaoqin raises her fan and lightly strikes Chu Xingchen, coldly retorting, "Have you no desire for spirit stones?" At her words, Chu Xingchen instantly feigns forgetfulness, adopting an innocent tone. "Sister Yaoqin, could today's Water Forest Dharma Assembly possibly have some significance?" Now, Chu Xingchen finds himself with nothing but silver and gold, devoid of any spirit stones. Should the bloodstone be irreversible, the spirit stones Yaoqin promised are his only hope for the gathering spirit array. In the face of spirit stones, what is pride worth? "Master, I implore you, grant your disciple some dignity." Li Yingling sighs. "At this rate, I shall never dare venture out with you again." A Yingling feels her master's standards are alarmingly flexible, particularly when it comes to matters involving spirit stones. Chu Xingchen retorts, "Good disciple, in the future, do not ask me for spirit stones." "Master, I was wrong." Li Yingling quickly concedes upon hearing this. Xingtian silently sighs within, pondering that his senior sister has learned this shamelessness from her master to perfection. One might wonder if, in the future, she would reveal their sect's secrets, leading to bewildered fellow cultivators remarking, "You are that shameless disciple from that sect." Yaoqin observes the two lively characters with a hint of exasperation, realizing that like master, like disciple indeed, she explains the Water Forest Dharma assembly is not merely for merriment. The Zen Forest Temple also seeks to gather the collective will of sentient beings. Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen and Xingtian show no enthusiasm. They do not even desire the will of others offered freely. In this world, cultivation is singular and absolute, a grand highway. Yet, this vast world also contains a few minor paths, such as the martial path of self-cultivation and the scholarly path of the erudite. Willingness is one such path, arguably a unique form of spiritual power. However, this power is scorned even by those of the dark arts. Any benefit gained without cost carries a price, a fact that is particularly evident with willingness. Perhaps it is true that willingness does not require innate talent or spiritual roots, allowing even wild spirits to partake. Most wild spirits occasionally awaken their intelligence, but possess no cultivation methods, only understanding how to breathe in the spiritual essence of the world. Even with exceptional talent, without a means to cultivate, they cannot advance beyond the foundation establishment stage, no matter how long they breathe. Hence, willingness becomes the clearest path available to them. However, the costs are glaringly apparent. Once one's cultivation has been elevated through willingness, they become perpetually bound to it. Should they cease to absorb willingness, the cultivation gained will inevitably decline. Moreover, this decline is nearly irreversible. Once one falls from the golden core stage back to foundation establishment, ascending back to golden core becomes exceedingly difficult. Ultimately, reliance on willingness can lead to entrapment within its confines. Furthermore, ensuring a continuous supply of willingness necessitates fulfilling the desires of followers, who would continue to trust someone who offers nothing in return. Thus, this path is fraught with complications and unreliability. Yingling possesses considerable cultivation. Yet her foundational knowledge of cultivation is quite lacking. It is not that Chu Xingchen neglects her. He has provided her with some basic materials to study. However, Yingling seems utterly disinterested in that purely educational tome. After all, those texts are merely foundational tutorials, far less engaging than tales of cultivation. Moreover, that book is excessively thick, with the monster classification index alone spanning 4 or 5 pages, not to mention the rest. After flipping through the book for 2 days, Yingling felt it offered little value and quickly cast it aside to gather dust. Chu Xingchen did not insist she finish it. Cultivation, after all, is a journey that one learns along the way. Thus, Yingling currently does not grasp the concept of willingness. Yet, upon observing the slightly disdainful expressions of her master and fellow disciple, she infers that whatever elicited such reactions cannot possibly be of good quality. However, Yaoqin's special visits suggest that it must be more than meets the eye. Chu Xingchen glances at his disciple's somewhat bewildered expression and sighs, offering a casual explanation. You might liken it to counterfeit cultivation pills. Once one ceases to use them, their cultivation plummets. Yingling's eyes light up with understanding. Yaoqin shakes her head slightly. If it were merely that, I would not have come. It appears at this time. The Zen Forest Dharma assembly serves as an experiment. They seem to have discovered alternative applications for willingness. Chu Xingchen interjects, a blind guess. Perhaps they intend to condense willingness onto artifacts. Xingtian ponders briefly before offering his thoughts. Even if willingness can be condensed onto artifacts, it offers little enhancement. It would be better to capture a spirit beast and nurture it with willingness for guarding purposes. Yingling, unconcerned with the details, eagerly exclaims, "Why not go take a look? I heard this year's contributions are the highest ever." They could place a spirit token atop the Zen Forest Temple head. Chu Xingchen exclaimed in shock, "My goodness, how utterly shameless is this host? How much has this cost?" This time, the offering is spirit stones. Yaoqin, concealing the lower half of her face with a fan, could not entirely suppress her amusement, as it was said that the spirit tablet this time was quite large and should be exceedingly conspicuous. Xingtian, upon hearing this, was equally a loss for words. He had never encountered such a brazen display in his previous life. It seemed that amidst the company of his master, there were hardly any individuals with a sense of propriety. Could it truly be said that one becomes tainted by the company they keep? If Chu Xingchen were to discover how his second disciple disparaged him in thought, he would undoubtedly administer a thorough lesson on respecting one's teacher. Ultimately, the spectacle of the host's folly proved far more captivating than the discussion of how to utilize one's will. The four of them thus reached a consensus and made their way to the Zen Forest Temple. Despite the throngs of people along the path to the temple fair, Yingling skillfully cleared their way. Ensuring their passage was uninterrupted, Yingling, perhaps truly fond of such vibrant gatherings, constantly beamed with delight as she surveyed her surroundings. Along the way, she purchased numerous items that caught her fancy, including a small bag embroidered with lotus flowers and a uniquely shaped hairpin. Even acquiring 4 masks, Yingling donned a small fox mask, purchased a cute little rabbit mask for Yingling, a monkey mask for her master, and a pig mask for her junior brother. Yingling examined the masks. Though the craftsmanship was subpar, they appeared quite adorable at first glance. Without further consideration, she graciously placed one upon her own face. Chu Xingchen, looking at the monkey mask with discontent, declared, "No way. The fox is far more appealing. I want the FOX." Yingling burst into laughter and promptly donned the fox mask herself, exclaiming, "No, master, you resemble a monkey. You should wear the monkey mask." Xingtian glanced at the pig mask in his hand and then regarded his master, saying, "Master." Chu Xingchen cast a sidelong glance at his second disciple's mask and resolutely refused. "No, I want tea trade with you." Yingling turned around, her eyes sparkling with joy as she looked at the other 3. Her master, wearing a face of disdain, had put on the monkey mask, while her junior brother, under his master's insistence, reluctantly donned the pig mask. That Ying's face was obscured by the charming rabbit mask, yet her unique and aloof aura remained intact. However, it was apparent that she too was pleased. Watching the two unwillingly wear their masks, Yingling, observing this scene, found herself inexplicably compelled to shout out. Perhaps it was because she had never experienced such a lively temple fair before. Or perhaps it was the warmth she felt from others in this sect. She called out, "Master!" Chu Xingchen turned to his eldest disciple, noticing her fox mask and a slight tremor in her voice. He curiously asked, "What is it?" Yingling laughed heartily and replied, "I am the best with master in the world." Chu Xingchen, responding in a rather perfunctory tone, said, all right, master is also the best with you in the world." Satisfied with this, Yingling turned away to Xingtian, feeling somewhat redundant in their small sect, mused that if the two of them were the best in the world, what did that make him? Chu Xingchen, determined not to neglect his second disciple, patted his shoulder with a mix of exasperation and affection. "Originally, you were the best with me, but due to your failure to report, you have now been demoted to second place." Xingtian felt a twinge of resentment, but maintained a fade of gratitude. "Thank you, master. Second place is sufficient." Chu Xingchen, with a teasing tone, added, "Given your lack of ambition, you have dropped another rank. Now De Huang stands above you." To Yingling, puzzled, inquired, "De Huang? Why does that sound like a dog's name?" Chu Xingchen confirmed, "Indeed, your junior brother is now ranked behind ADOG. Xingtian exhibited little reaction. His master's peculiar manner of speaking was always a source of amusement, yet it was true that his master had a heart of gold beneath his sharp tongue. Meanwhile, Yingling, hidden behind her rabbit mask, pondered the implications. If the dog was second, then her rank must be quite low. Had all her efforts been in service to a dog? Sensing a looming crisis, Chu Xingchen quickly reassured her. "You are the best with me in the heavens." Pleased by his words, Yingling nodded but retorted, "You're only my 200th best in the world." Yingling, witnessing her master's witty response, gave him a thumbs up. Truly, he was a master from whom she had much to learn. She sidled up to Chu Xingchen and whispered with a laugh, "Master, you are the most shameless in the world." Chu Xingchen replied in kind, "What do you mean by shameless? This is all part of the craft. She is currently holding the spirit stones of our entire sect." Yingling nodded in agreement, her laughter ringing like silver bells behind her mask. "Rebellious disciple. This is undoubtedly a rebellious disciple." After this brief interlude of masked antics, the four continued their cheerful journey towards the Zen Forest Temple. Along the way, they encountered not only vendors but also numerous street performers and storytellers showcasing their talents. Yingling's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she observed the performers, particularly those who breathed fire. Applauding vigorously at their stalls, Chu Xingchen felt somewhat bemused. Although Li Yingling was a water element single-root cultivator in the foundation stage, she could also manipulate flames with her elemental spells. Were she to perform in place of those artists, she would undoubtedly be far more impressive. Perhaps it was merely the allure of novelty. The Zen Forest Temple, with its grand entrance, welcomed them as they effortlessly squeezed through the gates with Yao Qing's assistance. Li Yingling lifted her gaze towards the center of the temple, her expression one of astonishment as she seemed to lament, "Master, forgive me for speaking too soon. The most shameless in the world must surely be him." With 2 days until the Water Forest Dharma assembly commenced, the temple had already begun preparations, as the event was to be held at night, and the majority of participants were common folk. The temple required an abundance of lanterns to adorn its surroundings. The statue of Guanyin in the center had to be repositioned, temporarily moved closer to the Buddha, so they could engage in earnest discussions about the sutras. This space would be temporarily surrendered to the monks for their sustenance. Humanity is often drawn to beauty. A visually appealing setting is essential to attract visitors, hence the floral wreaths and arrangements had to be perfectly placed, ensuring an exquisite first impression. Although it bore a resemblance to a funeral setting, in essence, the activities were not dissimilar from those of a funeral, as they ostensibly served the purpose of transference. The monks of the Zen Forest Temple approached this task with utmost sincerity, striving to arrange the flowers in a manner that was both beautiful and clever, particularly in the area designated for the wealthy patron's spirit tablets. This aspect required meticulous attention, ensuring that the patrons could readily perceive the value of their contributions. After all, those affluent patrons, with their substantial wealth, were unlikely to comprehend the sutras being recited. Even if the monks were to recite the sutras beautifully, the patrons would not grasp their meaning. Yet, they were always attuned to grand displays that it was crucial to strike a balance between elegance and simplicity, aiming for a style that was neither overly refined nor too commonplace. The abbot of the Zen Forest Temple, an elderly man adorned in a bright yellow robe, leaned leisurely against a pillar outside the main hall. Beside him stood a young novice monk, his bald head gleaming. Clad in a small yellow robe, with thick eyebrows and bright eyes that lent him an endearing appearance, the young novice, unable to contain his curiosity, finally inquired, "Master, have you truly agreed to participate in this year's Water Forest Dharma assembly?" Monastics do not speak falsehoods. Once a commitment is made, it stands. The abbot turned his head, smiling warmly at the young novice. Why fear embarrassment if you are not the one to go up and perform? The novice lowered his head, feeling disheartened. "Master, the outside world already labels us as greedy monks because of your participation." The abbot chuckled. "Is greed a matter of the heart? If it is for oneself, it is indeed greed. But if it is for others, can it still be considered greed?" He reached out to gently ruffle the novice's head. "If I do not act for myself, what reason do I have to be greedy? If you do not act for yourself, it is not greed either. But master, why do you need so much money?" The novice protested. "The Buddha said that all 5 aggregates are empty." The abbot, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "If you are already empty, what does it matter what others say? The Buddha may be empty, but I am not. Of course, I care," the novice countered. The abbot burst into laughter, clearly delighted, and continued to ruffle the novice's head. "Good, good. The Buddha may be empty, but I am not a Buddha. Thus, I am half empty and half full." The novice was about to retort, but was stopped by the abbot's raised hand. With a cheerful demeanor, the abbot proposed, "What if we make it just for this year?" The young novice displayed a palpable skepticism, clearly indicating that such assurances had been given more than once before. The abbot lightly tapped his own forehead, saying a monk must not utter falsehoods. "Very well then," the novice sighed. "This time there must be no deceit. One cannot attain Buddhahood through a plethora of lies." The abbot chuckled heartily. "You must take the lead in reciting the sutras at this Dharma assembly." He began, but merely raised an eyebrow mischievously, implying to the novice what his current duty entailed. With a sigh reminiscent of an adult, the young novice turned and strolled towards the main hall. The abbot watched the novice's retreating figure, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he joined his palms together, silently reciting the sutras. As the novice entered the Buddha hall, The monks who were busy tidying up the space paused their tasks. Quickly bowing with their palms together in unison, "Greetings, revered Uncle Master." The novice nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then seated himself on the mat beneath the Buddha, quietly reciting the Heart Sutra, a text he had memorized long ago. Though he was young, he was notably astute. At least, that was the consensus among the others. He understood that whether he recited the sutra correctly or not, the onlookers would not grasp its significance. However, in both life and in the pursuit of enlightenment, one must adhere to a principle of being true to oneself. As he reached the fifth recitation, a cacophony erupted from outside the hall. As the only disciple of the Zen Forest Temple, the novice possessed an extraordinary gift, allowing him to hear the commotion without letting it penetrate his mind. Yet upon hearing a certain monk's exclamation, "Abbot, someone sent over the plaque you requested for the Dharma assembly. Just look at this. It's utterly disgraceful. We might as well smash it." The novice's ears perked up instantly. A monk must not speak falsehoods. An agreement is an agreement. The abbot's slightly troubled voice reached the novice's ears. "Forgive me, O Buddha. My heart itches at this moment." The novice halted his recitation and cautiously turned around to behold a conspicuous plaque. Inscribed in clear, standard script, as if to ensure no one could misinterpret it. The plaque bore no sacred title. Upon seeing the plaque, the novice was momentarily taken aback before he broke his vow. "What in the world?" he exclaimed. Yingling was left speechless, and even the Reborn Xingtian had never witnessed such a spectacle, feeling as though his reincarnation had not been in vain. Chu Xingchen laughed uncontrollably, declaring, "Truly, the foremost temple in Yuzhou City knows how to generate buzz." Yaoqin, equally incredulous, hastily removed her rabbit mask, doubting whether the mask had been tampered with or if it was indeed the abbot who was willing to bear this plaque. However, even without the mask, the scene remained unchanged. The venerable abbot Yuanjing, his beard white and age evident, stood prominently within a floral wreath, holding the plaque aloft. The inscription read, "Do not contend with this old monk." Shirtai, penned in fine script. With the abbot parading this plaque, the monks of Zen Forest Temple appeared downtrodden and despondent. Surrounding devotees struggled to suppress their amusement, pointing and whispering. Nevertheless, the abbot remained serene, seemingly indifferent to the ridicule and mockery directed at him. The Zen Forest Temple's Water Forest Dharma assembly was not a novel affair. Everyone was well acquainted with the proceedings. Clearly, someone had invested a considerable sum to humiliate the temple. After all, it was hard to believe that an abbot, who appeared incapable of lifting a spear, would willingly hoist such a plaque, thereby tarnishing his reputation of a lifetime. Yet for the sake of wealth, this act would undoubtedly tarnish the temple's standing, ensuring that the reputation of Zen Forest Temple as a money-loving institution would endure. Anticipation lingered for the next year's Water Forest Dharma assembly, eager to see what sort of plaque the renowned abbot would bear then. 2 days prior, the novice, having broken his vow, approached the crowd and made his way to Yaoqin and her companions, inquiring politely, "Are you Yaoqin, benefactor?" Yaoqin turned her gaze toward the bowing novice, who, at that moment, still bore no traces of spiritual energy, appearing quite ordinary. This novice likely possessed the ability to see through illusions. It seemed he was the proclaimed disciple of Zen Forest Temple, known as Yuan Kong. Yuan Kong led the four into a side hall of Zen Forest Temple. While the main hall was entirely open to the public, the side hall was off limits to devotees, primarily to provide space for distinguished guests. No other monks were present in the room, and Yuan Kong personally brewed tea. After Yaoqin took her seat, she asked, "Are you the Yuan Kong of Zen Forest Temple? Have you heard of me?" "Benefactor?" Yuan Kong replied, a hint of confusion in his tone. Yaoqin nodded. "The temple's disciple has garnered some renown, but why have you not yet practiced the temple's teachings?" Yuan Kong poured the brewed tea for the four before explaining. "The abbot said the time is not yet right." Yaoqin nodded gently. After all, he was not her own disciple, and her curiosity was merely fleeting. Yingling, uninterested in matters of discipleship, eagerly queried, "Little monk, doesn't your abbot feel somewhat?" Yuan Kong sighed heavily. "He is the abbot. Naturally, his word is final. If my words held any weight, he would be under house arrest today." Chu Xingchen nodded in agreement. "Indeed, The disciple speaks wisely that I believe our sect should also establish a confinement room for those disobedient apprentices. The rebellious Li Yingling countered, Master, such words should not be spoken. True doctrine lies in transforming others through love. As she spoke, she shot a glance at the second rebellious disciple, Li Xingtian, who promptly pretended to focus intently on his tea, ignoring the signal from his senior. Very well, you can discuss your sex matters amongst yourselves later. Yaoqin turned her gaze towards the door. The side hall faced the expansive courtyard in front of the temple, where the abbot raised the plaque. This area was also off-limits to standing spectators. Only specially invited guests could enjoy a broad view. Tea must be said, in terms of hospitality towards distinguished guests. Zen Forest Temple hardly resembled a temple, but rather an institution eager to please superiors. Yaoqin withdrew her gaze and, maintaining a dignified posture, asked, when will today's Water Forest Dharma assembly officially commence? In about half an hour. Yuan Kong replied. Having finished brewing the tea, he rose, hands clasped together, and said, Today, I shall lead my junior in reciting the sutras, so I must take my leave. Please feel free to make yourselves comfortable. Yaoqin nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Yuan Kong bowed with his palms together to each person in the room before exiting. Chu Xingchen, having suppressed his amusement, sipped his tea and remarked, This disciple possesses a certain charm. Yaoqin inquired, intrigued. Oh, you can discern that? Chu Xingchen replied leisurely. When have I ever been wrong in judging character? Faced with this assertion, Yaoqin found herself unable to retort. Chu Xingchen was indeed astute in his assessments, often seeing through one's essence even at first glance, never having erred, as though he could read the thoughts of others. Yaoqin lightly waved her jade fan and asked, Then tell me, what makes this disciple so intriguing? Born a disciple, Chu Xingchen stated solemnly, initially eager to hear his master's insights. Li Yingling lost all interest upon hearing this. Yaoqin, too, remained unfazed, casting her gaze back outside, given that he was already a disciple of Zen Forest Temple. Such a statement seemed utterly redundant, in light of their indifference. Chu Xingchen chose not to elaborate further, merely taking another sip of the temple's distinctive bitter tea. Tea must be acknowledged. This tea was extraordinarily bitter. Chu Xingchen, utilizing the system, inspected Yuan Kong's attributes. Target: Yuan Kong golden attribute. Born a disciple purple attribute. See-through illusions blue attribute. Astute blue attribute. Compassionate heart black attribute. Restricted in cultivation conditions for accepting disciples. Met. Not met. This young novice Yuan Kong certainly held some intrigue. The golden attribute alone bore substantial weight. The other attributes appeared commendable as well, yet the system experienced a momentary glitch. Met and not met. It seemed the issue lay with the black attribute regarding his cultivation restrictions. Was the system determining that his current self was insufficient to resolve this matter? Cultivating the forbidden body, it seems that the Zen Forest Temple does not prohibit this young monk from practicing. Rather, it is likely that he is fundamentally incapable of doing so. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xingchen suddenly spoke. I believe today wish power is certainly intended for Yuan Kong's use. Yaoqin glanced at him and explained, the disciples of Zen Forest are recognized by Zhongzhou. With that status, they can wander and train in the Buddhist temples of Zhongzhou that wouldn't cultivating through wish power undermine their future. Chu Xingchen clicked his tongue twice and retorted, Your view is rather superficial. You fail to perceive the essence. Yaoqin scoffed lightly, saying, Oh, does the esteemed Chu have some insight that I am unaware of? Chu Xingchen seized the shoulder of Li Xingtian beside him and declared, It is the unfailingly accurate intuition of A.M. the same time. He extended his foot to kick Li Yingling's calf. Li Yingling was momentarily taken aback, glancing at her master's signaling gaze, and then suddenly comprehended, beginning to play along. Master, it is actually the intuition of a woman that is precise. Chu Xingchen's expression turned disdainful. It appears you two are rather unconvinced. Shall we place a wager? Yaoqin's sister, Li Yingling grasped Yaoqin's arm, exclaiming, My master is too arrogant. Teach him a lesson. After a brief contemplation, Yaoqin responded, All right, what do you wish to wager? How about spirit stones? If I lose, you shall forego the spirit stones owed to me. If you lose, the spirit stones shall double. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Yaoqin cast a skeptical glance back and forth. She was well aware of Chu Xingchen's nature. He had previously treated a single spirit stone as a treasure, reluctant to part with it. How could he now be willing to risk such a considerable amount for what appeared to be a gamble with such slim chances? Did he possess some insider information? However, that seemed implausible. The invitation from Zen Forest Temple had been exceedingly discreet, extended only to a few branches of Zhongzhou sections. Most of these branches were merely offshoots of the Zhongzhou sects, tasked with gathering intelligence from other states. After all, higher-level secret realms occasionally manifested in other continents, and possessing timely information would naturally afford them an advantage. Furthermore, maintaining these branches incurred no costs. The Zen Forest Temple could also be considered a branch of the Zhongzhou Buddhist sect. The allure of wish power had been the very factor that successfully attracted several sections. Surely, they wouldn't go to such lengths only to witness the Zen Forest Temple undermine its own disciples. Would they? That would be utterly ludicrous. Chu Xingchen should understand this reasoning. What could possibly instill such confidence in him? Alas, it was merely a handful of spirit stones. If the Zen Forest Temple were to ruin its own disciple, then the expenditure would be worth it. After all, the competition in Zhongzhou was fiercer than in other continents, and the absence of a disciple would benefit other major sections. This was especially true for Yaoqin's sect. Yaoqin nodded in agreement. Very well, I accept. With the resounding chime of the Zen Forest Temple S-bell, this year's Water Forest Dharma assembly commenced officially in the temple's center. Yuan Kong, clad in a yellow robe and holding a Vajra pestle, was the first to stride out from the hall, followed by a throng of monks. Two elderly monks with white beards flanked Yuan Kong, with one on his left bearing a jade purity vase, which was likely ceremonial rather than a genuine treasure. The monk on his right held an ornate umbrella adorned with golden threads, for which hung 8 colorful glass beads. With steady steps, Yuan Kong grasped the Vajra pestle and chanted sutras, while the monks behind him echoed the verses in unison. The 2 white-bearded monks, both at the Foundation establishment stage, seemed to employ a unique technique as they chanted, swiftly calming the previously raucous atmosphere. Chu Xingchen furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is the Buddhist sect still employing such theatrics?" Yaoqin coldly chuckled. "If not, why does Zhongzhou still regard the Buddhist sect with such disdain?" Noticing her sister's puzzled expression, Li Xingtian explained, "Those 2 white-bearded monks utilized Buddhist techniques that possess a profound effect on the mind." Yingling nodded in realization. The ceremony continued. This moment, Yuan Kong's countenance was solemn as he approached the arranged meditation cushions. The cushions were set directly before the spirit tablet, and Yuan Kong took his seat first, raising his gaze to behold his senior brother standing amidst an array of flowers and spirit tablets, wearing a warm smile as if he were attending his own funeral. The plaque he held aloft, proclaiming "Do not compete with the old monk for the master," only deepened Yuan Kong's dismay. No matter how many times he had witnessed this, it never failed to unsettle him. "Abbot, you have utterly disgraced the Zen Forest Temple." Yuan Kong inhaled deeply and resolutely closed his eyes. Yuan Kong settled. All the monks quieted down, finding their respective positions to resume their seated or standing postures. The 2 Foundation establishment monks took their places beside Yuan Kong. All awaited Yuan Kong's address. Under the gaze of the assembly, Yuan Kong did not hastily speak. Instead, he first calmed his thoughts. After a lengthy pause, he finally closed his eyes and proclaimed loudly, "Thus have I heard," as Yuan Kong spoke. The other monks instantly followed suit, responding in unison like the tolling of bells. "Thus have I heard." In a side hall, upon hearing the content of the sutras, Yaoqin abruptly stood, her gaze fluctuating as she looked toward Yuan Kong, who was chanting. Observing Yaoqin's intense reaction, Chu Xingchen quickly turned his attention to Yuan Kong. Yet he still could not discern anything amiss, and thus questioned, "What is it? Is something wrong?" What Yuan Kong is chanting is not a sutra for the deceased, but rather a secret Buddhist technique. "You understand sutras?" "Of course, I have heard of the Buddhist sutras for the deceased," Yaoqin retorted before striding toward the exit, her expression grave as she focused on Yuan Jing, who stood amidst the floral tributes. "The Buddhist sect possesses certain methods that are eerily similar to those of heretical cultivators. Could this be an ambush? Are they targeting us?" Do they have some ulterior motive? As if sensing Yao Qing's gaze, the abbot of the Zen forest temple also turned to her, his smile unwavering as he silently chanted, Umeba. At this moment, several figures emerged from the other side halls. Joining Yao Qing in the corridor, presumably other esteemed guests invited by the Zen Forest Temple Point, one middle-aged man in a Taoist robe abruptly spoke, Does anyone understand what these bald heads are up to? A young man in white holding a scroll casually speculated, Perhaps the secret techniques of the Buddhist sect are simply being chanted aloud. Are they planning to silence us? Chu Xingchen also stepped forward, his tone serious. Friends, I have something to say. The stunning woman in a yellow robe turned her gaze towards him. Upon seeing Chu Xingchen's remarkable presence, her eyes sparkled as she spoke with a tender tone. Please, fellow Taoist, go ahead. Chu Xingchen clasped his hands to either side and resolutely suggested it would be wise to act first. The Taoist, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement. I wholeheartedly concur. Consequently, the others turned their gazes toward the Taoist, seemingly anticipating his intervention. However, the Taoist would never truly act. While he had a distaste for the Buddhist sect, it was still a publicly recognized orthodox faction. He could hardly justify attacking someone simply for mispronouncing a sutra. Could he? Yao Qing interjected to alleviate the Taoist's awkwardness. There is no need for such haste. Let us first observe the situation. The Taoist lightly cleared his throat. Very well. I shall heed your advice and extend a modicum of courtesy to those bald heads. At this moment, Xingtian and Yingling also emerged from the side hall. Xingtian observed for a moment before speaking. It does not resemble a secret technique. Rather, it seems akin to the Buddhist sutras. The young scholar in white looked over. Brother, do you understand this? Xingtian nodded slightly. I have had some dealings with the Buddhist sect. If it were indeed a secret technique, with so many people participating, there should be a Buddhist lotus at this moment. The young scholar nodded in agreement. If that is the case, let us see what tricks these bald heads have up their sleeves. With that, the scholar turned and returned to his room. The Taoist followed closely behind, and the others also began to retreat. Only the beautiful woman in yellow gazed affectionately at Chu Xingchen, saying, I have fine wine. Would you care to join me for a drink? Yao Qing's expression turned frigid as she glared at the woman in yellow. Perhaps next time, my good sir, faced with the icy gaze of Yao Qing. The beautiful woman in a yellow robe forced a smile and turned away. Yao Qing let out a cold snort and also turned to re-enter her room. Chu Xingchen, feeling helpless, shrugged and followed Yao Qing's pace. Inside the room, everyone resumed their original positions, waiting for Chanlin Temple to unveil some significant event. However, it appeared that there was still plenty of time. Yingling curiously inquired of her junior disciple. What dealings do you have with the Buddhist sect? Li Xing responded nonchalantly. The art of weaponry and martial arts, isn't that akin to fighting with monks? Li Yingling retorted. Otherwise, should I sit and listen to their chants? Li Yingling nodded in satisfaction. As expected of my junior. Chu Xingchen ignored his elder disciple's antics and instead accessed the system to check the entry for the abbot of Chanlin Temple. Target, Yuanjing, cultivation level, late foundation establishment, blue entry, my heart is as his heart. White entries, compassion, kind-hearted. Black entry, growing old and frail. Judging by the entries alone, this abbot seemed to be a good person. Moreover, it appeared that his time was running short. As the sutras were chanted, the sound grew increasingly louder. Suddenly, the abbot, standing at the center, bellowed, May the Buddha be compassionate. The two white-bearded monks flanking Yuan Kong seemed to receive a command, as they abruptly emitted a golden Buddhist light, reaching out to grasp Yuan Kong's arms. Yuan Kong felt a surge of warmth racing up his arms, yet it dissipated after only a brief advance. It was pleasurable, but it seemed insufficient. While Yuan Kong continued to chant the sutras, he found it strange and was about to open his eyes to see what was happening when a familiar hand covered his eyes. This hand had caressed Yuan Kong's head countless times. He had long memorized its texture and warmth. Haven't you always wanted to learn the esoteric arts? Today, your senior brother will teach you. The gentle voice of Yuanjing echoed in Yuan Kong's ears. In the midst of heavy snowfall, within the main hall of Chanlin Temple, the statues of Buddha appeared somewhat worn, with the gilded palm of the Buddha already losing its luster. Yet, in the depths of winter, Chanlin Temple could scarcely afford a meal, let alone attend to the peeling pain of the Buddha. The 5-year-old Yuan Kong sat beneath the meditation mat in the hall, sniffling as he flipped through a Buddhist scripture. He had been reading this scripture for half a year, and with his clever little mind, he could recite it fluently by now. Nevertheless, his senior brother, the abbot, remained by his side daily, reciting without pause. Yuan Kong found it perplexing what the abbot was thinking. After a few sniffs, he realized that his little nose could no longer contain mucus and cautiously glanced at the abbot, who appeared to be half asleep. Yuan Kong decisively wiped his nose on the sleeve of his robe, reasoning that it wasn't his responsibility to wash his clothes. Just as he finished wiping, the abbot's voice floated softly from the depths of the room. "You will wash your own clothes today." Yuan Kong felt deceived. Pouting, "Senior brother, you weren't asleep? No need for prolonged slumber in life. One shall rest in peace after death," Yuan Jing replied, opening his eyes, a kind smile gracing his aged face. "You rascal, if you have no guilty conscience, why bother if I am awake or not? You have your own cultivation, impervious to the cold and heat," Yuan Kong protested, "but you won't let me cultivate. In this bitter winter, I have barely any clothes to wear. It's worse than a dog." At this, Yuan Jing seemed to suddenly go deaf, hurriedly reaching for a wooden fish and lightly tapping it. Yuan Kong understood that he could not win this argument, when his senior brother was shameless. He was truly shameless. Usually, when asked, he would either respond as he did now, or claim that the time was not ripe, refusing to teach at all. Thus, Yuan Kong chose not to dwell further on the topic, instead firmly placing the thick Buddhist scripture on the offering table, stepping outside the hall with careful strides. Yuan Jing listened to the sound of the wooden fish and the retreating footsteps of Yuan Kong. As Yuan Kong's steps faded from earshot, he ceased tapping the fish. Yuan Jing opened his eyes and gazed at the scripture on the offering table. That very scripture, which Yuan Kong had read for over half a year, was the Supreme Heart Sutra of Chanlin Temple, originating from the central region. Without a doubt, Yuan Kong was a child of Buddha. He was naturally intelligent and comprehended Buddhist teachings at a mere touch. Even if Yuan Jing were to debate with Yuan Kong, he might not prevail. Most importantly, visitors from the central region had confirmed that Yuan Kong was a naturally gifted child of Buddha. Such a child would typically be highly prized. Sought after by major Buddhist sections yet, Yuan Kong remained at Chanlin Temple, not taken to the great Buddhist temple in the central region. The reason was simple. Yuan Kong was a natural child of Buddha. Yet he could not cultivate any heart methods that in fact, Yuan Kong inherently rejected any energy not belonging to him, whether it be Buddhist or celestial. An O temple in the central region would desire a child of Buddha who could only discern scriptures. Reflecting on this brought a smile to Yuan Jing's face, amused at how they had taken their cultivation to absurd extremes. What truly mattered was whether one cultivated the heart of Buddha or the methods of Buddhism. Nevertheless, remaining here was better than suffering elsewhere. They may not treasure Yuan Kong, but he would treasure him. That scripture, which Yuan Kong had read for a full 6 months without any reaction, confirmed that the assessment from the central region was indeed accurate. Yuan Jing reached out to touch the scripture, a smirk playing on his lips, before ultimately putting it away. After all, the Buddha said that even mortals could cultivate the art of transformation, and no need to force it. No need to force it. Yuan Jing gazed out at the heavy snow, pondering that the little fellow might be disappointed. Bowing his head, he turned away and continued tapping the wooden fish in the empty hall. The only sound remaining was the crisp rhythm of the wooden fish. Yuan Jing was unaware of how long he had been tapping when suddenly he heard hurried footsteps and an urgent shout from a monk. "Abbot, the elder disciple has fainted while washing clothes. You must come and see." Yuan Jing calmly set aside the wooden fish. "This child is becoming increasingly outrageous. Is it not enough to catch him once? How dare he feign illness to torment himself? This time, I must give him a proper lesson." Yuan Jing replied with a calm demeanor. "Do not panic. Lead me to see." The abbot's composed manner reassured the previously anxious monks. "Please follow me." The monk guided Yuan Jing to a side hall. Within the side hall, a few monks were using warm towels to wipe down Yuan Kong's body. Upon witnessing this scene, Yuan Jing felt an immediate sense of foreboding and rushed forward to grasp Yuan Kong's hand. The moment he held it, he was struck by an overwhelming cold, as if all warmth had fled. Yuanjing looked incredulously at the nearby monk. How could this happen to him? The monk, looking perplexed, replied softly, I saw the elder disciple washing clothes. I intended to assist him, but he claimed it was your order to make him do so. And then, Yuanjing, it was pointless to investigate whose fault it was at this moment. For any force entering Yuan Kong's body would automatically dissipate. Thus, Yuanjing could only rely on the simplest method of pulse checking to ascertain Yuan Kong's condition. After a prolonged examination, he could only conclude that Yuan Kong, lying unconscious and icy cold, was in excellent health. If not for the fact that he had become a monk, he would have indulged in a few fine spirits. Yingjing's expression darkened like water. After a while, he spoke, You all tend to him. I will go summon help. The monks in the side hall promptly replied, Understood. Yuanjing rose swiftly and made his way to the main hall, hastily stepping onto the offering table to retrieve a golden relic from the right ear of the Buddha. Then, without hesitation, he crushed it. The shattered relic erupted into radiant light, and after silently reciting Amitabha, he quickly returned to the side hall. Pushing open the door, Yuanjing instructed the monks inside, You all leave. Regardless of the situation, do not re-enter. Abbot, go. The monks exchanged glances, ultimately retreating helplessly. Once the monks had all departed, Yuanjing closed the door, approached Yuan Kong, and took up the warm water and cloth that had been set aside, personally tending to him. After about half an hour, a commanding voice unexpectedly resonated within the room. You should understand when the relic is to be used. Yuanjing turned to glance back. Before her stood a middle-aged man, lean and muscular, his bald head gleaming in the biting winter. He wore a half-draped kasaya, exposing his upper body, adorned with a dark golden flame totem between his brows. Yuanjing maintained an expression of indifference, showing no concern for the fact that the man before her was an arhat of nascent soul cultivation. I understand, yet it seems the arhat does not, in response to her words. The arhat displayed no anger. Understanding is the matter of the teaching hall. Did you summon me here for him? Yuanjing nodded. I humbly request the arhat's assistance. The arhat arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. In that moment, the room was left with only the silent Yuanjing and the unconscious Yuan Kong. On that day, the monks of Chanlin Temple had waited outside for quite some time. As night descended, the abbot finally emerged from the side room. A look of ease graced his face, and he gently waved to the concerned monks at the entrance, signaling that all was well. The monks, seeing Yuanjing's calm demeanor, exhaled in relief. Yuanjing reassured them, You may all return. He has merely caught a chill and requires a period of quiet rest. The monks of Chanlin Temple believed this was but a minor episode in the growth of their esteemed master. After all, the following day, they indeed witnessed their master, nose running, chastising the abbot for his unreliability. In the past, when faced with such audacious remarks from the master, the abbot would typically respond with a series of arhat punches. Yet today, the abbot merely gazed at the master with a warm smile. The master, feeling a shiver down his spine, promptly admitted his wrongdoing. Though the master had returned to normal, the abbot seemed transformed. Previously, the abbot would only descend the mountain for work if the monks were on the brink of starvation, as he cherished tranquility. The sounds of gongs and drums during funerals were simply too disruptive. In his own words, the abbot lamented that the chanting he had recited for hours was drowned out by the cacophony of Swana. However, ever since the master fell ill, the abbot frequently descended the mountain to take on various tasks. He accepted any job, even assisting young women in matters of romance. Furthermore, the abbot actively sought work, rising early and returning late, his face a canvas of fatigue as he sat alone on the meditation mat before the Buddha in the main hall, meticulously counting the earnings of the day, sighing as he did so. Some monks inquired of the abbot why he was accumulating money. The abbot would cheerfully point to a dilapidated Buddha statue and say, The statue is too worn. It needs restoration. Yet, despite the substantial earnings, the abbot never seemed to spend the money on the statue's refurbishment. Nonetheless, there was no questioning the abbot's character within the temple. Though many were puzzled, none dared to press the matter further, until the abbot suddenly crossed a line. Previously, he would take on jobs alone, but eventually, he began bringing the master along. The reason was that the master offered significantly higher pay. That master was emaciated, skin stretched tightly over bones, with sunken eyes that made him resemble a corpse. Standing in the spirit hall, one could scarcely tell who was alive and who was dead. Some thought he might just rise from the coffin. Even more perplexing was that, for reasons unknown, the master, who had long prepared to enter seclusion, willingly accompanied the abbot daily to take on work. Come rain or shine, it was during this period that the renowned Xingtian Temple Fair commenced. Events such as the Water Forest Dharma Assembly, flower purchases, and merchant rentals all began to take shape during this time. The abbot indeed earned a great deal from the fair. Yet, in reality, he hardly spent any of the profits. The larger Buddha statue in the main hall was actually made of stone, coated with a layer of copper paint to obscure its true nature. The original copper statue had been dismantled and sold off piece by piece, allowing the abbot to profit from the stone statue. The daily meals did not improve with the newfound wealth, prompting the question, where did the money truly go? As time passed, some monks could no longer contain their curiosity and asked the abbot about his actions. The abbot would respond like a child caught in wrongdoing, mumbling incoherently and gazing at the inquiring monks with eyes filled with sorrow, repeatedly apologizing without offering any explanation. Eventually, the master stood up to support the abbot. From that moment on, the abbot and the master, leveraging their long-held prestige, quelled all doubts among the monks. As time flowed by, during the Water Forest Dharma Assembly, Yuanjing trembled as she covered Yuankong's eyes with her hand, a look of relief washing over her face, as if she had finally let go of a heavy burden. She softly spoke, "Suffering is inherent to all beings. Only then do they harbor wishes. Child, you were born a child of the Buddha. Yet you must understand that today, it is the beings who will guide you to Buddhahood." Upon hearing her words, Yuankong suddenly reached out to grasp Yuanjing's hand that shielded his eyes. Yet, with just a word from Yuanjing, he let his hand fall again, that he merely whispered, "Child, do not fear." Yuanjing's gaze swept over the two white-bearded monks flanking Yuankong, and she smiled gently, nodding in acknowledgement. The monk on Yuankong's left, holding a pure vessel, abruptly raised his arm and poured the contents of the vessel out, that a surge of dark yellow energy gushed forth, cascading towards Yuankong. Yao Qin, witnessing the spectacle, rose in astonishment. Chu Xingchen and Xingtian also stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Only Yingling stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend their reactions. Chu Xingchen exclaimed in disbelief, "Is that the power of wishes? How much wish power must that be to flow out like water from the jade vessel?" However, it was not merely that. The monk on Yuankong's right, holding the 8 treasures umbrella, raised the canopy above Yuankong's head and began to gently shake it. 8 multicolored glass beads released streams of wish power. The 2 streams of wish power rapidly merged together. Beneath the canopy, the wish power transformed into vivid scenes. In times of famine, Yuanjing dispersed 1,000 taels of silver, purchasing food for the suffering. Before a flood, Yuanjing devoted all he had to seal a breach in the dam, rescuing the afflicted. Yuanjing and the master ventured out daily, saving lives and healing the sick. They held the pure vessel, collecting the scant wish power bit by bit. They distributed all the wealth they earned without reservation. All the monks in Xingtian Temple trembled as they beheld the scenes woven from wish power. Yuanjing softly began, "Thus have I heard." The wish power trembled violently, swirling rapidly around Yuanjing. The atmosphere fell into silence, and suddenly, 2 foundation-building monks wielding Dharma implements called out in unison, "Thus have I heard." The remaining monks, realizing the moment, followed suit in reciting, "Thus have I heard." Yuankong, his voice trembling, began to chant the familiar Buddhist scriptures. As Yuanjing continued to recite the scriptures, the wish power entwining him surged into Yuankong's body. First, it shattered the seal that had suspended his life within. This overwhelming wish power surged into Yuankong, filling him with an indescribable strength, although the power would still gradually dissipate after entering his body. The sheer magnitude of the wish power was overwhelming, inching its way into Yuankong, filling him slowly. Given the rapid consumption of wish power, what had once been a fog-like essence now dwindled to a mere mist. Yet fortunately, the wish power proved sufficient. Yuan Kong sensed that the strength entering him would no longer vanish suddenly, but would instead accumulate gradually. He quickly absorbed the remaining wish power. When all was said and done, Yuan Jing exhaled in relief, a smile breaking across his face as he released his hand from Yuan Kong's eyes. However, at that moment, Yuan Kong was still busy absorbing the power within, making no move. Yuan Jing regarded Yuan Kong before recalling the words of the Arhut. The seal would last at most 10 years. If you cannot save him, that is fate that moment. Yuan Jing had countless retorts ready for the Arhut, yet he uttered none in that instant. Yuan Jing spoke to himself in a low voice, as if rebutting years of delay. If everything is fate, why practice Buddhism at all? Yao Qin's expression turned grave as she observed the unfolding events, though she did not grasp the underlying principles. Such immense wish power focused on a single individual, with such a conspicuously low rate of cultivation increase, must surely involve some arcane secret. Could this be another application discovered by Chanlin Temple? Perhaps there was an additional enhancement at play. If so, it would likely incite a wave of wish power competition across Zhongzhou. Yet, how could the monks of Chanlin Temple so generously reveal such secret arts? Was this a technique solely for the Buddha's children, unafraid of imitation by others? A show of strength? What is happening? Li Yingling grasped Chu Xingchen's sleeve, urgently inquiring, Master, what is going on? Did you not say that willpower is of little use? Why does it seem that everyone else is in the know while I remain in the dark? The good news is there is something to savor, and it is right here. The bad news is this delicacy is incomprehensible, and I alone cannot grasp it, that if everyone else were equally bewildered, it would be one thing. But to be left in ignorance while others understand is particularly unsettling for Li Yingling at this moment. Chu Xingchen furrowed his brow and hesitated, stating, theoretically, it is of no significance. However, the infusion of such immense willpower into Yuan Kong's body should, in theory, result in a substantial enhancement of his cultivation. Yet, why does it feel as though his aura is not particularly strong? It almost seems as though he is still on the brink of foundation establishment. Could it be that willpower has other applications? Perhaps refining one's roots? Once more, Chu Xingchen directed the system scan towards Yuan Kong. Target: Yuan Kong cultivation level. Late stage Qi refinement golden attribute. Born Buddha child purple attribute. Penetrating illusions blue attribute. Astuteness blue attribute. Compassion gray attribute. Willpower cultivation due to limitations in his cultivation. He does not meet the requirements for accepting disciples. Seeing the system attributes, Chu Xingchen was momentarily taken aback. The black attribute of cultivation restriction had been replaced by the gray attribute of willpower cultivation. Could it be that the vast amount of willpower just now merely resulted in this? In the end, one must resort to willpower cultivation. What was thought to be grand turned out to be this. The only plausible explanation seems to be that the cultivation restriction is not merely an inability to cultivate, but likely carries other side effects, compelling the abbot of Chanlin Temple to act in such a manner. This system is flawed precisely in this regard. Cannot it elaborate on the attribute descriptions? After reviewing the attributes, Chu Xingchen sighed. It seems to truly serve little purpose. Yao Qin did not turn around but questioned skeptically, are you suggesting that the overwhelming surge of willpower that just flooded into one person's body has no effect, and yet their cultivation remains at the Qi refinement stage? Indeed, that appears to be the case that if this is true, then the Buddha child must continue to rely on willpower for cultivation. It is highly likely. Yao Qin laughed in exasperation. Do you believe the abbot is unwell, or that you are? Chu Xingchen replied earnestly. That Buddha child is the one who is unwell. Upon hearing this, Yao Qin turned around, intending to give Chu Xingchen a playful swat with the fan she held. However, she found that his expression was not one of jest, but rather one of grave seriousness. This expression indicated that Chu Xingchen was not merely toying with her. He genuinely believed what he said. Yao Qin inquired, what do you know? Chu Xingchen shook his head. Do not rush. Since the abbot summoned us, there must be an explanation forthcoming. Upon hearing this, Yao Qin could only suppress her curiosity as her master's discourse seemed to draw to a close. Li Yingling hurriedly asked, Master, have you finished your discussion? Can you now enlighten me about the situation? She was determined to partake in this revelation. Chu Xingchen sighed and looked towards Li Xingtian, Please, explain the situation to your sister. Li Xingtian nodded gently and began to elucidate the recent events to Li Yingling. Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin both turned their gazes towards Yuan Jing at this moment. The abbot of Chanlin Temple first pressed his palms together and addressed the surrounding faithful. In an exceptionally relaxed tone, he proclaimed, "Thank you all. This humble temple has nothing to repay you with, and today, all the income from Chanlin Temple will be entirely donated. Moreover, this marks the final edition of the Chanlin Temple Fair. I hope all benefactors enjoy today to the fullest." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted with cries of, "Abbot, do not leave. Organize another event. We are willing to contribute incense money." The imagery created by willpower enveloped those nearby, prompting them to call out in unison. Yuan Jing listened to the multitude of pleas, remaining silent as he bowed once more before turning towards the side hall. Due to the presence of martial monks maintaining order, those attempting to surge forward were effectively restrained. 2 Foundation stage monks with white beards also turned to uphold the peace. As Yuan Jing approached, all the invited guests in the side hall rose and stepped into the corridor. "Greetings to all benefactors." Yuan Jing smiled as he addressed them. "I am grateful for your presence today." A Taoist, bearing a solemn expression, remarked, "No need for thanks. It has indeed been an eye-opening experience, and I also admire the abbot's efforts for the people." Yuan Jing pressed his palms together and replied hastily, "I dare not claim any credit. I merely acted out of willpower, feeling unworthy to accept such accolades. Actions speak louder than words, regardless of intention." "The abbot need not be so modest," spoke a young man in white robes. "Today, it seems the Buddha child of Chanlin Temple has taken a momentous step. Congratulations are in order." Yuan Jing let out a wry smile. "How can this be considered a step to heaven? I merely saved my junior brother's life." Yao Qin, upon hearing this, cast an involuntary glance at Chu Xingchen, pondering whether he had once again spoken the truth. He always seemed to possess an uncanny sense of insight during such critical moments. Yuan Jing continued to explain, "My junior brother suffers from a peculiar ailment and has little time left. This method is his only opportunity. Henceforth, his cultivation will always be intertwined with willpower." The beautiful woman in a yellow gown frowned and inquired, "So you summoned us merely to witness how the abbot would save your junior brother?" "Today, I ask everyone to bear witness. The salvation of my junior brother is solely the work of Chanlin Temple and has no connection to the Buddhist sect of Zhongzhou." Yuan Jing's words caught everyone off guard. However, those invited by Yuan Jing were not without wit, quickly catching the underlying implications of his statement. Was there discord brewing within the Buddhist sect of Zhongzhou? Yet Yuan Jing had not finished. He paused to allow everyone to absorb his words before continuing. "From this day forth, Yuan Kong is expelled from Chanlin Temple and no longer a monk of our order, severing all ties with Chanlin Temple. Our karmic bond has reached its end." After this proclamation, Yuan Jing pressed his palms together in a bow and elegantly turned to leave, leaving the gathered crowd in a state of stunned silence. A Taoist queried, "What does this monk mean?" The young man in white robes regarded Yuan Jing's departing figure, as if grasping some understanding, chuckled softly, and then turned to exit as well as the young man in white departed. The esteemed guests who had witnessed the grand spectacle began to disperse, for their role was not to decide but to report. Soon, only the 4 of them remained in the side hall corridor. With the absence of outsiders, Chu Xingchen remarked, "To call him a senior brother is perhaps more akin to calling him a father." Yao Qin gently nodded in agreement with this sentiment. Yuan Jing's succinct remarks conveyed that Yuan Kong was saved by the Chanlin Temple in Yuzhou and had no ties to the Buddhist sect of Zhongzhou, indicating that Yuan Kong bore no gratitude towards them. However, Yuan Kong had also been expelled from Chanlin Temple, signifying that he henceforth had no further association with a branch of Zhongzhou's great Buddhist sect. Chanlin Temple naturally fell under its control. Yet with the abbot's words, the hold over the expelled Yuan Kong was irrevocably broken. The only shackles that had bound him were now undone by Yuan Jing himself. Though it remained unclear why Yuan Jing was so concerned about the Buddhist sect of Zhongzhou's interference with Yuan Kong, his compassion for Yuan Kong was abundantly evident. Yuan Jing approached Yuan Kong once more, gazing at him with a hint of mirth. "Have you awakened only to pretend otherwise?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Kong slowly opened his eyes and spoke in a subdued tone. "Why? senior brother? He had indeed heard the abbot's words regarding his expulsion from Chanlin Temple. What do you mean, why? Yuan Jing reached out a hand to gently pat Yuan Kong's head, smiling. You little monk from afar, do you wish to sleep with this old monk today, or return to your little room? Yuan Kong, surprised, lifted his gaze to the abbot, only to find a joyful expression on his face. Like a tea that moment, he comprehended everything. He had been chased away, yet not entirely. With a relieved smile, Yuan Kong retorted, Who would want to sleep with you, old man? In the courtyard, Li Yingling sat upon a stone chair, engrossed in a hefty tome laid out on the stone table. Like a tea this moment, she was deeply absorbed in her studies. Aside from the final revelation at Chanlin Temple, she had comprehended nothing about the common knowledge of the cultivation world, relying solely on others for explanations, most of which were provided by her own junior brother. How could he possibly know so much? Was he secretly studying while she was out shopping? That infuriating junior brother, diligently toiling away behind her back. In summary, Li Yingling found no solace in the revelation she had gleaned. Li Yingling could hardly believe that in the realm of cultivation, only those with expertise could truly appreciate the gossip surrounding it. She realized she needed to catch up, and catch up she must. Just as Chu Xingchen finally awoke from a restful slumber and pushed open the door to his room, the first sight that greeted him was Li Yingling, diligently engrossed in her studies. He expressed his surprise. Yingling, are you all right? After turning the page of her book, Li Yingling responded, I am perfectly well. Chu Xingchen, unable to contain his disbelief, rubbed his temples and remarked, If you are well, then it must be I who is unwell. For I see you buried in your books. Upon hearing this, Li Yingling could no longer hold back her frustration. She stood up and faced her master, exclaiming, Why do you speak as if I am a fool who despises reading? Chu Xingchen chuckled. Whether or not you love reading remains to be seen, but you must accept the fact that you are indeed foolish. Foolish, since the dawn of her memories. That term had never been associated with her. In her youth, Li Yingling was often praised with two compliments, beautiful and genius. Defiantly, she retorted, If I am a fool, then there is no such thing as intelligence in this world. Suppressing his laughter, Chu Xingchen replied, Very well. Oh, great genius, that I am off to explore the town now. Would you care to join me? Great genius. It sounded complimentary, yet why did it carry a tone of mockery when uttered by her master? Li Yingling hesitated, then, feeling slighted, retreated to her stone seat and resolutely stated, I shall not go. I must study. In the future, you must consult me on any matters. Chu Xingchen shrugged, respecting his eldest disciple's wishes. After all, learning never hurt anyone. Where should he go today? To indulge in free drinks at the tavern, or to fish? Perhaps it would be wiser to listen to music at the tavern. Fishing might lead to unwanted catches. As he pushed open the door to the courtyard, Chu Xingchen made his way toward the tavern. Soon, however, he sensed something was amiss. It was nearly noon, and normally, the streets would be bustling with people at this hour. Why did it feel so deserted? There were no sounds of festivities either. With a sense of curiosity, he approached the tavern's entrance and gained entry by scanning his face. Upon entering, his confusion deepened. The usually vibrant tavern was nearly empty, save for a few musicians idly passing the time on the stage due to the lack of patrons. Wang Yun, dressed in a light blue corseted dress, hurriedly approached, clutching her pipa, and upon seeing Chu Xingchen, lamented, Young master, you finally remembered Wang Yun. Chu Xingchen inquired, Why is there such a lack of people on the streets and here today? Do you not know what transpired at Chanlin Temple last night? I am aware. I watched it all unfold from the side hall. Upon hearing this, Wang Yun's eyes brightened. Who could claim to have witnessed the temple fair from the side hall without being wealthy? It was unexpected that the young master before her was not only talented, but also affluent. She explained, the news of last night's events at Chanlin Temple has spread. It turns out the benevolent benefactor who secretly funded aid for the disaster-stricken areas surrounding Yuzhou City was none other than the abbot of Chanlin Temple. She paused, then sighed. Now, everyone with free time is flocking to Chanlin Temple. I can only lament that I am not free to join them and must remain here, singing alone. Chu Xingchen suddenly understood, yet pretended not to grasp Wang Yun's implication. He was merely seeking leisure, not to be entertained. With a gentle smile, he said, What can one see in a crowd? Allow me to share with you the events that transpired at Chanlin Temple yesterday. Wan Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she eagerly nodded in agreement. Indeed, gossip was a universal trait. Shortly after Chu Xingchen departed, a knock sounded at the courtyard door. Yingling sighed softly, rising to open it. As the door swung open, she was met by the anxious visage of Zhao Wanqing. "Excuse me, is Senior Chu here?" Li Yingling furrowed her brows and replied, "Master, he just stepped out." Zhao Wanqing pressed on. "Where did he go? I urgently need to find him. My apologies, but may I inquire as to the nature of your urgency?" Zhao Wanqing, breathless, exclaimed, "My brother's condition has suddenly worsened. Senior's alchemical skills are extraordinary, and the efficacy of his medicine is exceptional. I have come to implore him to save my brother." Extraordinary alchemical skills? Are you certain that phrase applies to my master? However, seeing Zhao Wanqing's distressed expression, Li Yingling, well acquainted with her master, replied, "He is either fishing outside the city or enjoying music at the tavern that I know where he fishes, so I will seek him there. You go to the tavern to find him." Grateful, Zhao Wanqing expressed, "Thank you. I appreciate your help." With that, she dashed toward the tavern, while Li Yingling headed toward the outskirts of the city. Zhao Wanqing sprinted to the tavern, swiftly pushing open the door and barging in. Her eyes scanned the hall, and soon she spotted Chu Xingchen, engrossed in storytelling with Wan Yun, and hurried over. "Senior, this is urgent. May I trouble you to accompany me?" "What?" Zhao Wanqing interrupted. 100 spirit stones. Immediately, Chu Xingchen rose and declared, "Let us go swiftly." Watching the two depart in haste, Wan Yun was momentarily stunned. They were leaving just as the story reached its most crucial point, at the Demon Suppression Office's clinic. Yin applied several needles to Zhao Xingyang, who had succumbed to unconsciousness once more. The situation was dire. The blood qi was embedding itself within the flesh. Once Zhao Xingyang regained consciousness and attempted to regain control, the blood qi would start to stir violently. There was little blood qi left, and Zhao Xingyang's life hung by a thread. Cursed fate! He had not even divulged any information before he had coughed up blood and lapsed back into unconsciousness. It had already been a day, and things were looking bleak. Zhao Wanqing had suddenly declared her intention to seek out an alchemical master. Did those alchemists in Yuzhou City not know how to concoct medicine? Yin was well aware that while they could treat minor injuries, they were futile in the face of a life-threatening condition. Alas, this young man was truly unfortunate. Before Yin could finish her lament, hurried footsteps echoed. Turning, she saw Zhao Wanqing entering with the handsome young man she had encountered at the city gate. Before Yin could inquire about the situation, Zhao Wanqing pushed her aside with urgency, exclaiming, "He has both internal and external injuries. The only hope lies in your medicinal concoction." After greeting the still-dazed Yin, Chu Xingchen approached the empty pot meant for brewing medicine. A pot was still a pot. It did not hinder his alchemical process. Quickly heating water, he retrieved spiritual herbs from his spatial ring to begin the concoction. Yin watched in awe as she witnessed an alchemical process unlike any she had ever seen. Alchemy can be performed this way. As Chu Xingchen continued his work, Li Yingling, who had been fruitlessly searching outside the city, wisely made her way to the Demon Suppression Office to be by the time she arrived. The alchemical process was nearing completion. She stood quietly to the side, not wishing to disturb Chu Xingchen. Moments later, Chu Xingchen enveloped the freshly concocted emerald green liquid in spiritual energy and instructed, "All right, open his mouth." Zhao Wanqing quickly pried open Zhao Xingyang's mouth. Chu Xingchen poured the extracted medicine directly into his mouth. Given that the recipient was unconscious, he opted to forego the herbs that would numb the taste. Surely, one in such a state could not discern flavors, could they? Just as everyone anxiously awaited the effects of the medicine on Zhao Xingyang, the moment he swallowed the liquid, his face contorted as if he had tasted something extremely foul and bitter. Li Yingling observed this scene, feeling a profound admiration for her master's unparalleled skills in alchemy. Even in unconsciousness, his methods proved effective. Just as Yin prepared to check Zhao Xingyang's pulse, he suddenly began to convulse violently. Zhao Xingyang's only movable limb, his left hand, shot up and began to claw at his throat frantically. Chu Xingchen, witnessing this, asked in bewilderment, "Are you all certain he is unconscious?" His words caused Yin to question her earlier diagnosis. It was difficult to fathom that a person on the brink of death could react so vigorously to a medicinal pill. It was as if swallowing that pill was more terrifying than death itself. Zhao Wanqing reacted swiftly, rushing forward to restrain her brother's only functioning hand. This medicine was their last hope. Even if he would perish today, he must do so with the medicine in his system. Li Yingling sighed and shook her head as she observed the scene before her. It appeared that her master's alchemical prowess had ascended to yet another level. She was not referring to the efficacy of the elixir, but rather to its unpalatable nature, given that the man before her might only partake of it this once. As a disciple, she resolved that in the future, her master's concoction should first be tasted by her junior brother. Zhao Xingyang, his only functional left hand pinned down, could only tremble in place, his countenance twisted in agony. Yin hurried forward, swiftly assessing Zhao Xingyang's condition. She soon exhaled in relief. The medicinal liquid was indeed effective. She could distinctly feel the injuries within Zhao Xingyang gradually mending, and it was likely that he would soon return to a state where she could attend to him properly. Apping him down. He's getting better, Yin urged. Chu Xingchen lightly raised his hand, casually unleashing a stream of spiritual energy that enveloped Zhao Xingyang entirely. Thank you, Senior, Zhao Wanqing said gratefully, releasing her grip. Chu Xingchen, his expression devoid of joy, merely nodded coolly. It's nothing. Zhao Wanqing reassured him. You needn't worry. After all, good medicine is often unpalatable. Chu Xingchen interrupted. No need. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. He felt fatigued. The reaction of this young man had truly embarrassed him. Today's events had been witnessed by Li Yingling, and he could only imagine that this wayward disciple might even bestow upon him the title of doomed alchemist. Forgive me, Senior. The spirit stones will be sent to your residence shortly. Zhao Wanqing hastily escorted Chu Xingchen and Li Yingling out of the demon suppression division. Yin, watching their departing figures, trotted over to the pot where Chu Xingchen had just concocted the elixir. Her curious gaze scrutinized the remnants of the spiritual plants within, carefully distinguishing the various ingredients used. All the spiritual plants were familiar to Yin, and while they were not particularly precious, she wondered why the potency of this concoction seemed vastly superior to that of ordinary methods. Perhaps this new technique was something she could experiment with herself. Unlike Zhao Wanqing, who had tasted the elixir, Yin assumed that the intensity of its effects had provoked Zhao Xingyang's extreme reaction. She reached out her small hand, preparing to sample the leftover dregs of the concoction to discern its pharmacological properties. Just as Zhao Wanqing, having just seen Chu Xingchen off, stepped through the entrance of the medical hall, she caught sight of Yin's reckless act and cried out, "Stop!" Yin, puzzled, turned her head, but her finger had already ventured into the pot. Zhao Wanqing approached slowly, her expression grave. "Whatever you do, don't taste it." "Why not?" Yin exclaimed in confusion. "This alchemical method is unlike any I have seen. The effects are astonishing." Zhao Wanqing pondered for a moment, finding it hard to articulate that it was not merely the bitterness that was intolerable, but rather an overwhelming sense of repulsion that accompanied it. "This medicine is somewhat sinister." "Sinister?" Yin, never one to succumb to superstition, without hesitation plunged her finger in her mouth. Every spiritual plant she recognized was harmless. How could it be that sinister? After all, it wouldn't kill her. In no time, Yin grasped the true meaning of sinister. A wail erupted within the Demon Suppression Division's medical hall. "Mom! Help! I'm going to die!" On the way back, Chu Xingchen remained blissfully unaware that his single alchemical endeavor had driven two individuals to the brink of despair. That moment, he was deep in thought, troubled by how to improve the flavor of his concoctions. Li Yingling, with a gentle demeanor, gazed affectionately at her master. Chu Xingchen, feeling displeased, retorted, "Why are you looking at me like that? It's to encourage you." "Master," Li Yingling praised enthusiastically. "Encourage what? Did I not cure their ailments?" "Of course you did. Master is truly amazing." The tone of her voice bore an uncanny resemblance to how he had teased Li Yingling earlier. Chu Xingchen shot her a glare. "You ungrateful disciple. How dare you mock your teacher?" Li Yingling could not admit to it, replying earnestly, "Even if you were my master, I wouldn't dare to jest. I wouldn't dream of mocking you." Chu Xingchen seized the opportunity, In that case, splendid. Given your unwavering trust in me, congratulations, Li Yingling, my esteemed disciple. Henceforth, you shall be the first to sample any elixirs I concoct. Upon hearing this, Li Yingling's expression plummeted. This was a matter of life and death. She quickly pleaded, I was wrong. Master, I was wrong. Chu Xingchen ignored her pleas, his smile contagious. This time, it spread from Li Yingling's face to his own. Likewise, joy was infectious. Ignoring his disciple's desperate cries for mercy, Chu Xingchen strode happily towards the courtyard. Surely, the world's finest master would forgive his disciple's thoughtless words, right? At the entrance of the courtyard, Li Yingling continued to struggle, realizing that this was no laughing matter. If her master was serious, her future appeared bleak. The effects of her master's elixirs were something that could only be understood by those who dare to taste them. After pushing open the door, Chu Xingchen chuckled, Guess what? Guess what? The response came not from Li Yingling, but from Yao Qin, who sat on a stone bench in the courtyard. Chu Xingchen turned to her. Puzzled, what brings you here? Am I not welcome? Yao Qin replied, tossing a spirit stone lightly in her hand. Chu Xingchen's eyes lit up. Could it be that she had come specifically to deliver spirit stones? Of course you're welcome. I was simply concerned about being a poor host. He quickly settled onto the stone bench. Are you here to settle the spirit stones? Yao Qin shook her head. The spirit stones I owe you still require some time. Chu Xingchen glanced at the spirit stone in Yao Qin's hand. Then why are you waving it around here? Yao Qin retorted, This is the bloodstone you entrusted to me. Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen's eyes gleamed. If the spirit stones Yao Qin owed him were indeed comparable to those within his spatial ring, the disparity was significant. You succeeded? Indeed, Yao Qin replied proudly. The events at Chanlin Temple yesterday inspired me, and after some experimentation, I was pleasantly surprised to find success. She held her head high, seemingly awaiting Chu Xingchen's praise. Inspiration from Chanlin Temple? A troubling suspicion suddenly seized Chu Xingchen. He quietly inquired, Could it be that you utilized wish power to resolve this? Yao Qin nodded in affirmation. Indeed, wish power works remarkably well with this blood energy. Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen felt a wave of despair wash over him. Was there truly no difference from having achieved nothing? How could he possibly gather enough wish power to purify such a large quantity of spirit stones? Clinging to a shred of hope, he asked once more, How much wish power is consumed to purify a single bloodstone? About half, though the wish power required is somewhat less, Yao Qin explained. Chu Xingchen's expression rapidly shifted to mirror that of Li Yingling behind him, as if this news were not merely disappointing, but akin to a thunderclap. Yao Qin, perplexed, asked, What's wrong? A bit of wish power should suffice. If one were to consider the spirit stones within his ring, should he truly rely on wish power for purification, Chu Xingchen would certainly be branded a paragon of virtue. This was utterly unrealistic. If he had to toil for wish power just to purify spirit stones, what would be the difference from being a laborer? He was a cultivator, yet he would have to work like a commoner, and even pay himself with his own money. Chu Xingchen could only implore, Could you possibly think of other methods apart from wish power? Yao Qin suddenly caught on, her gaze scrutinizing Chu Xingchen. Do you have a batch of these bloodstones? Is your true intention to purify them for use? Chu Xingchen, somewhat embarrassed, admitted, I do have a few. How many? 200 or 300. If it's just that many, I can trade with you. My sect should be interested in researching these bloodstones. Chu Xingchen lowered his head, his expression slightly awkward. 1 or 2,000. Yao Qin initially gasped in shock, then sighed. That shouldn't pose a major problem. Other sects would likely be interested in researching them as well. I'll see if I can help you make some connections. Chu Xingchen still did not lift his head. Yao Qin took a deep breath, remarking that it was no wonder Chu Xingchen could so effortlessly shatter her composure. Chu Xingchen, unabashed, retrieved a bloodstone from his ring and placed it on the table. All right, Yao Qin, please look into it further. Yao Qin hesitated, then sighed, picking up the bloodstone from the table. If we avoid using wish power, the process might be quite slow, and there's no guarantee of success. You must prepare yourself mentally. Upon hearing the words, Chu Xingchen was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Yao Qin's swift acquiescence. Yao Qin tossed the purified spirit stone to Chu Xingchen, stating, I shall return this to you, for now. As he reached out to accept the stone she had thrown, Chu Xingchen gazed at Yao. Her expression bore no trace of anger. Her exquisite visage merely reflected a hint of distress as she regarded the blood energy spirit stone in her hand. Chu Xingchen spoke. Will you stay for a meal today? Perhaps another time. Yao gently shook her head in refusal. I have other matters to attend to today. Very well. Then let us arrange another meal when you are free. Yao nodded softly and turned to bid farewell to Li Yingling before departing. After Yao left, Chu Xingchen sighed, realizing he had incurred yet another favor. However, he thought it best to dismiss the matter. He was already in debt, and an increase in obligations would not weigh him down. Upon returning to her room in Zhu Yao was promptly handed a sealed letter by her maid, Xiaoling. Miss, the reply you sent to the sect has arrived. Taking the letter, Yao glanced at the pale yellow envelope encircled by magical seals, a unique means of confidentiality employed by her sect. After confirming that the seals had not been tampered with, she opened the envelope. Xiaoling, understanding the situation, discreetly exited the room and closed the door behind her. As the magical seals dissipated, the words on the envelope became visible. To my beloved disciple, Xingtian. Yao gently caressed the name Xingtian, as if lost in nostalgia, before unfolding the letter within. I have received your correspondence. Regarding the issue of the malevolent cultivators in Zhongzhou, the sect has reported it to the Zhongzhou Immortal Alliance. As instructed, you are to take full charge of this matter for the sect, merely ensuring that the situation does not escalate while awaiting reinforcements. You are in command of Zhu for this operation. Once the task concludes, you will be free to return to the sect. Regardless of past events, let us put them aside for now. You have wasted several years in that remote place, which pains me greatly. However, there is no need for concern. I will seek justice on your behalf. May you remain safe, and I shall await you in Zhongzhou. Should you encounter danger, remember to use the jade pendant I gifted you. The letter was signed in the elegant script of her master, by Yingling. After carefully reading the letter, Yao infused it with a trace of spiritual energy. As she did so, the letter gradually transformed into a wisp of spiritual light, dissipating into the It had indeed been a long time since she had seen her master. After a prolonged moment, Yao sighed softly, calling out. Xiaoling's voice came from outside the door. What is your command, miss? From today onward, Zhu shall be entirely closed. Inform all cultivators above the foundation establishment stage to assemble. Xiaoling's voice, noticeably more spirited, responded, Understood. Listening to the sound of Xiaoling's retreating footsteps, Yao retrieved the blood energy spirit stone that Chu Xingchen had given her. After scrutinizing it closely, she silently stored it away. It appeared she had unwittingly misspoken in her response to him. Not dwelling on the matter, Yao rose and pushed open the door, stepping outside. Her room was located on the highest 7th floor, and the central corridor was intricately designed. In just a few strides, she reached the railing and looked down 17 cultivators at the foundation establishment stage, along with a female cultivator at the golden core stage, were assembled below, standing at the ready. Yao issued her orders. By the decree of the sect, we shall first prevent the malevolent cultivators from gaining ground while awaiting support from the sect. Form teams of 5 to search the surrounding villages. Should you encounter any malevolent cultivators, retreat regardless of the circumstances. The remaining 2 foundation establishment cultivators and the golden core cultivator shall form a separate team. I will liaise with the demon suppression division to deal with any suspicious sections. Remember, your safety is paramount above all else. The assembled female cultivators responded in unison, Yes, thank you, Sure Shu. In the courtyard, Li Yingling was deeply engrossed in a comprehensive tome on the fundamentals of cultivation, while Chu Xingchen reclined in a rocking chair, resting his eyes at the same time. Li Xingtian was in the courtyard, practicing with a wooden sword, pondering the divine technique bestowed upon him by his master. After all, incessantly meditating could become rather monotonous. A change in training was a welcome relief for Li Xingtian. Knock, knock. The sound of someone knocking at the door interrupted him. Li Xingtian set aside the wooden sword and went to answer it. After a moment of waiting, Chu Xingchen noticed that Li Xingtian remained silent, and the person at the door did not speak either, prompting him to rise and glance over as expected. It was Yao. However, She had changed into a different outfit, a blue, fitted attire that replaced her previous dress. Her long, sleek black hair was tied back, giving her a more polished appearance, holding a long sword. Her gaze was sharp as she spoke in a calm tone. "It seems you are free today? Why the change in attire? Your tone appears different as well." It seemed she had grown more confident and assertive. Though puzzled, Chu Xingchen replied, "Yes, I am freed. Yes, there's something amiss. I have aided you numerous times. Now it is your turn to assist me. And what assistance do you require to capture those detestable malevolent cultivators together?" In Yuzhou City, Chu Xingchen and Yaoqin walked side by side on their way to the Demon Suppression Division, the streets feeling somewhat desolate. Chu Xingchen pondered for a moment before curiously asking, "What prompted you to suddenly wish to pursue the malevolent cultivators?" "They deserve punishment," Yaoqin replied succinctly. I asked the honest truth. At this, Yaoqin turned her calm gaze toward Chu Xingchen, and he instinctively responded, "Indeed, they truly deserve it." Well, it was only fair. When Yaoqin had assisted him, she had not inquired too deeply into the reasons. Thus, Chu Xingchen decided to remain silent as they continued their journey. After walking a short distance, Yaoqin suddenly spoke, seemingly out of nowhere. "The great rock rises with the wind." Chu Xingchen turned to look at her. Her expression remained unchanged, and she did not glance in his direction. After some contemplation, he replied, "Soaring straight up for 90,000 miles? That was what you said when we first met." Yaoqin tightened her grip on the sword, her gaze fixed straight ahead as she stated, "This verse inspired me at that time. I consider myself the great rock. What about you? Must I even elaborate?" Chu Xingchen replied with a confident smile, "Naturally, I am as well." Yaoqin glanced at him, "Then let us meet again after reaching 90,000 miles. Chu Xingchen paused for a moment, then smiled. "That is certainly the case." From that point onward, their conversation dwindled. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Demon Suppression Division, Chu Xingchen was recognized by the guards. Having been escorted out by Zhao Wanqing earlier that day, the guard did not impede their entry. They were neither fools nor blind, merely stating, "You may enter. Captain Zhao should still be in the infirmary." Using his familiarity, Chu Xingchen successfully led Yaoqin into the Demon Suppression Division. They headed straight for the infirmary, as it was always easier to approach familiar faces when undertaking any task. As Chu Xingchen stepped into the infirmary, he was momentarily taken aback. He saw a small physician with tear-streaked cheeks licking a large block of ice, several silver needles protruding from his face. Zhao Xingyang had already regained consciousness, lying in bed as his sister sprinkled white sugar into his mouth. Confused, Chu Xingchen asked, "What are you all doing? What exactly is in your medicinal pills?" Yingyen's silver needles trembled slightly as she expressed her indignation. "Why did those spirit herbs appear normal, yet became so bizarre after you refined them?" At this, Chu Xingchen felt displeased and retorted, "Bizarre? That is perfectly legitimate alchemical practice. Did you not witness the efficacy? It is remarkably effective. Yet why does his body reject that medicinal force so vehemently? It feels as if it is both saving him and telling him to leave it be. Let me ask you, how is the efficacy?" "Wait a moment. Let us discuss this later. Senior, what is wrong with my brother? He claims to have an unusually bitter mouth." Zhao Wanqing inquired anxiously. "I just want to know." Chu Xingchen realized, stepping closer to Zhao Xingyang, who appeared eerily still, as if gazing beyond life and death. His mouth was agape, stuffed with white sugar, yet it seemed to have no effect. After observing for a moment, Chu Xingchen concluded, "It's normal. He woke too early, and the bitterness in his mouth has yet to dissipate completely. It seems that the elixir crafted by my senior did not possess such qualities during my last consumption. On that occasion, I had included herbs capable of masking your taste." Zhao Wanqing breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. As long as there were no issues, all was well. Yaoqin furrowed her brow, her gaze sweeping over the chaotic scene before her. Puzzled by the disarray, she addressed the matter at hand. "Zhao Wanqing, prior to the arrival of the individuals from Zhongzhou, we shall have Zhu Yuding collaborate with the Demon Suppression Division to enforce regulations and prevent the situation from escalating. I require intelligence regarding the surrounding sects and their reconnaissance reports." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing set down the bowl of sugar in her hands and turned her attention to Anian, who was still licking the ice to relieve the heat. She entrusted, "Anian, could you please keep an eye on him for me?" After seeing Anian nod in agreement, Zhao Wanqing turned to the two and said, "Please follow me." "Wait." Zhao Xingyang forcefully expelled the sugar from his mouth. "I have some intelligence." Yao Qin halted her steps and looked at Zhao Xingyang, who seemed to have regained his senses, and inquired, "What do you know?" Zhao Xingyang struggled to speak. "They purchased." Chu Xingchen attempted to interject. "They bought Taishian stones at the black market dock?" Zhao Xingyang paused in surprise, turned his head slowly to Chu Xingchen, and, after a gentle nod, continued with difficulty. "Their true goal is—" Chu Xingchen pressed on. "The true aim is to perform a blood sacrifice on the sect, rather than on mortals." "How do you know all this?" Zhao Xingyang asked, bewildered. Yao Qin, slightly exasperated, shook her head. It would have been better to remain silent, as it only wasted time. With a resigned tone, she said, "Zhao Wanqing, let us proceed." "Wait." Zhao Xingyang coughed heavily twice before continuing. "They should have a final objective known as the Immortal Seed." Intrigued by this new information, Yao Qin asked, "Immortal Seed? What kind of plan is that?" "I do not know," Zhao Xingyang replied. Without hesitation, Yao Qin turned and declared, "Zhao Wanqing, let us go." Zhao Wanqing glanced down at her slightly aggrieved brother, sighed in resignation, and followed the two as they made their way outside. Under Zhao Wanqing's authorization, the two easily entered the archives room. Zhao Wanqing extracted the sect's intelligence, stating, "Most of the dispatched individuals have yet to return. For now, we only have this sect information to reference." As she spoke, she retrieved reports from two nearby sects that had returned information, indicating that everything was normal. Instead of picking up the two reports, Yao Qin chose a hefty tome containing detailed records of the sect's elders, their cultivation levels, and the sect's address. With a swift sweep of her divine sense, she concluded, "Indeed, Qingfeng sect is the most suitable, but it is certainly not the only one, since the emergence of the evil cultivators." With the information provided by Chu Xingchen, Qingfeng sect had become a well-known target. However, the individuals at the Qingfeng mining site remained oblivious to this. Naturally, Yao Qin's primary focus was also Qingfeng sect, yet before proceeding, it was essential to gather precise intelligence and ascertain if there were any clues in the vicinity. Zhao Wanqing, taken aback, remarked, "Qingfeng sect is quite distant from Yuzhou City." Yao Qin, noticing Zhao Wanqing's confusion, casually responded, "There is intelligence from Zhongzhou." Zhao Wanqing's expression shifted to one of realization. Yao Qin elaborated, "I have arranged for Zhu Yuding's people to investigate the surrounding areas. They will subsequently report their findings to the Demon Suppression Division. Your cultivation is too low. Remain here to receive intelligence while I and he investigate Qingfeng sect." The Supreme Elder of Qingfeng sect is at the nascent soul stage, Zhao Wanqing quickly reminded. "Isn't that too dangerous?" Yao Qin's demeanor remained calm. "Their ultimate trump card is merely at the nascent soul stage. I am not." Faced with such assertive words, Zhao Wanqing found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Yao Qin's efficiency in handling matters was remarkably swift. After a brief explanation, she intended to set off directly for Qingfeng sect. Chu Xingchen had no objections, as he was merely accompanying her on the case. Yao Qin was also clear with herself, intending only to conduct a simple intelligence probe to prevent irreparable losses. Before the arrival of individuals from Zhongzhou, it was imperative to keep the situation within manageable limits. The difficulty of resolving an issue compared to understanding it could be described as worlds apart. Although Qingfeng sect was relatively far from Yuzhou City, it was indeed distant for foundation-building cultivators. However, for Golden Core cultivators, it was not considered far, as those at the Golden Core stage could soar through the skies without needing external aids. Chu Xingchen did not possess any artifact that allowed him to fly. When he traveled to Yuzhou City, he could only carry his two disciples. Additionally, considering the potential for an ambush from Qingfeng sect, he chose to accompany his disciples, thus slowing his pace. Nevertheless, Li Yingling remained quite cheerful throughout the journey. Now, circumstances had shifted, and this could be regarded as a search for trouble. The two hurried forth, and they would reach Qingfeng sect in half a day's time at most. In the air, nearing Qingfeng sect. Chu Xingchen inquired, "Do you intend to visit the sect first or check the mining site?" Yao Qin replied, "There is no need to alert the snake in the grass. Let us first observe the situation at Qingfeng sect and determine whether the entire sect is in disarray or if it is merely a few individuals. Chu Xingchen nodded in agreement. The entrance of Qingfeng sect was situated along the path of the largest spiritual vein in the vicinity, rich in spiritual energy. It was said that this mountain was originally known among the locals as Nyodo Mountain due to the exceptionally high peaks on both sides that resembled bull horns from a distance. Following the principle of naming things based on their appearance, the mountain was called Nyodo Mountain for a long time. However, after the founding of the sect by Qingyan Taoists, the name was changed to Qingfeng Mountain, as it would not be appropriate to inform others that one belonged to the Nyodo Mountain Qingfeng sect. Regardless of how grand the sect's name was, its location on Nyodo Mountain would lead others to perceive it as a lesser sect. However, a spiritual mountain with an unclaimed spiritual vein was indeed a rarity. Thus, even though it was Nyodo Mountain, Qingyan Taoists seized it first and established the sect there. As time passed, and Qingfeng sect became firmly rooted, Nyodo Mountain had successfully undergone a name change. Before the gate of Qingfeng sect stood a towering archway made of white jade, adorned with 3 gilded characters, Qingfeng sect. Behind the archway, opulent structures rose from the rugged cliffs. As Chu Xingchen and Yaoqin sped towards the entrance, the aura of the golden core cultivators was evident and unrestrained. The disciples guarding the gate of Qingfeng sect quickly noticed the 2 golden core cultivators approaching from the air. Chu Xingchen swept his gaze over the entrance of Qingfeng sect, then lowered his head to the disciples on guard, stating, "Notify someone in charge from Zhongzhou to come here." "Please wait, esteemed cultivators." The disciple quickly cupped his hands in greeting before rushing into the sect. Yaoqin communicated telepathically with Chu Xingchen. "I'll leave the rest to you." After all, when it came to seeking trouble, Chu Xingchen was clearly far more formidable in combat than she was, and in terms of efficiency, Yaoqin held Chu Xingchen in high regard. Chu Xingchen nodded lightly in response. Soon, a middle-aged golden core cultivator clad in black arrived. Approaching them in mid-air, he cupped his hands and inquired, "May I ask what brings the 2 esteemed cultivators here?" Target: Zheng Xiaofeng Cultivation, early golden core blue trait, resourceful white trait, adequate talent white trait, composed black trait, short-sighted after scanning the information of the golden core cultivator before him, which included the trait of being resourceful. It was no wonder he was chosen to receive them. Chu Xingchen spoke in a calm tone. "We are here to handle a case and require your full cooperation from Qingfeng sect." Zheng Xiaofeng continued to bow and inquire, "May I ask what matter requires our cooperation?" Chu Xingchen retrieved the token given to him by Yaoqin and displayed it to Zheng Xiaofeng, stating coldly, "Everything." Upon hearing such an audacious proclamation, Zheng Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback, then scrutinized the token presented by Chu Xingchen with great care. Soon, a name of the sect surfaced in his mind. Oh, it turns out these were esteemed guests from Tianyin sect. A smile instantly graced Zheng Xiaofeng's face as he replied, "No problem. Anything can be discussed. Would you 2 like to step inside for a cup of tea? We can discuss everything at our leisure." Observing Zheng Xiaofeng, whose expressions shifted as swiftly as a changing mask, Chu Xingchen truly comprehended the essence of being versatile. However, since Chu Xingchen had never ventured to Zhongzhou, he remained unaware of the true prestige of the Tianyin sect that could prompt such rapid changes in Zheng Xiaofeng's demeanor. Contemplating this, Chu Xingchen discreetly glanced at Yaoqin by his side and conveyed through thought, "Is your sect's reputation truly that formidable?" Yaoqin quickly responded, "Among the sects in Zhongzhou, those that are regarded as significant are indeed considered titans in the eyes of this assembly." This reply was, in fact, quite truthful. Naturally, both Chu Xingchen and Yaoqin accepted Zheng Xiaofeng's invitation. With a beaming smile, Zheng Xiaofeng led the 2 into the resplendent main hall. Flanking the main hall stood disciples on either side. As Zheng Xiaofeng passed one, he instructed, "Go summon the sect master and call forth any elders who can be gathered." The disciple, having received his orders, promptly departed. This exchange was not conducted via thought, and both Chu Xingchen and Yaoqin heard it clearly. Zheng Xiaofeng clasped his hands together and said, "Please, esteemed guests." The main hall featured seating on both sides, and Chu Xingchen casually chose a seat on the left. Yaoqin occupied the chair beside him. Just as they settled, 2 female disciples entered from the hall's entrance, each carrying a teapot. They placed the pots beside the 2 and subsequently withdrew. Zheng Xiaofeng seated himself on the chair to the right. smiling as he said, "This is the unique Qingfeng tea of the Qingfeng sect, nourished by spiritual essence that IT may not compare to what esteemed guests are accustomed to, but it should possess its own distinctive flavor." In response to Zhang Xiaofeng's promotion of the tea, neither Chu Xingchen nor Yao Qin exhibited any interest, appearing entirely indifferent. Zhang Xiaofeng could only manage an awkward smile, though the discomfort was short-lived. Soon, an elderly man with flowing white hair entered, followed closely by 3 similarly attired golden core elders. The elders' gaze swiftly fixed upon Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin, a smile gracing his face as he inquired, "Are you two the esteemed guests from Zhongzhou?" "I am the sect master of the Qingfeng sect." Chu Xingchen's gaze briefly swept over the white-haired elder before focusing intently on one of the elders behind him. Shang Wanhong's expression darkened under the weight of Chu Xingchen's piercing stare. "Damn it, this fellow is indeed from Zhongzhou. Is he here to settle a score with me?" As the crowd gathered, Zhang Xiaofeng quickly rose to introduce the sect master and the elders. These two are representatives from the Tianyin sect in Zhongzhou. The sect master of Qingfeng's sect, with an affable smile, remarked, "So, you are esteemed disciples of the Tianyin sect. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit to the Qingfeng sect?" In response to the sect master's inquiry, Chu Xingchen remained utterly unresponsive, his gaze fixated on Shang Wanhong. The sect master displayed a hint of discomfort, glancing towards Zhang Xiaofeng with a questioning look, as if to ask what was amiss. Zhang Xiaofeng felt a sense of helplessness. What a predicament this was. After years of playing the humble role, he found himself in a situation where every issue seemed to fall on his shoulders. "If I were privy to all this, would you even need to be the sect master?" But despite his irritation, Zhang Xiaofeng had no choice but to maintain his composure, with a familiar humble smile. He cautiously inquired, "Do you and Elder Shangwan have an acquaintance?" "Indeed, there has been an encounter at this." Chu Xingchen finally smiled, wondering if Elder Shangwan still remembered him. After a brief pause, Shang Wanhong responded, "Naturally. I remembered T then," with a hint of confusion, added, "Yet at that time, did you not claim to be affiliated with the Zhongzhou Tiandao Alliance?" Propping his chin with his right hand, Chu Xingchen spoke with a tone of playful disdain. "Oh, are you suggesting that you harbor doubts about my identity, Elder Shangwan?" "Of course not. Merely," Shang Wanhong's words trailed off, leaving an air of ambiguity. The sect master shifted his gaze back to Zhang Xiaofeng, his expression still demanding clarification on the matter. Exhausted, Zhang Xiaofeng longed to hurl the token hanging from Chu Xingchen's waist at the sect master's face. After all these years of playing the humble role, could he truly not discern the authenticity of the Zhongzhou token? He attempted once more to mediate. "Elder Shangwan, do you believe there might be a misunderstanding?" Shang Wanhong remained silent. "That a misunderstanding?" Chu Xingchen continued with a light, flippant tone. "It is merely a matter of past grievances." Without waiting for the sect master's gaze, Zhang Xiaofeng quickly interjected, attempting to lighten the atmosphere. "Esteemed guest, you certainly have a sense of humor. Did you not mention a task that requires our cooperation from the Qingfeng sect?" Hearing Zhang Xiaofeng's somewhat stiff attempt to redirect the conversation, Chu Xingchen calmly remarked, given Elder Shangwan's tone, "It is evident he suspects my identity as a false disciple of the Tianyin sect. Shall we not take a moment to clarify this?" Chu Xingchen paused, then added leisurely, "Or perhaps let Elder Shangwan personally verify?" Just as Zhang Xiaofeng prepared to further ease the situation, Shang Wanhong's aged voice cut through. "That would indeed be preferable." This statement rendered Zhang Xiaofeng momentarily speechless. Disbelief etched across his face as he regarded Shang Wanhong. What on earth is this man thinking? Ignoring the incredulous gazes of the others, Shang Wanhong had his reasons for this course of action. If this person had not come, it would have been one thing. But upon arrival, Shang Wanhong found the situation increasingly peculiar. To be cautious, he had investigated Li Xingtian's background on his return. Records indicated that Li Xingtian had initially worked at the mine, but was later transferred to the outer sect due to a lack of herbalists. Though Shang Wanhong harbored concerns, he felt powerless, as he could not compete with the individual, and being rescued only served to amplify his own helplessness. Initially, when the mine was attacked, he had suspected this individual. But upon reflection, Chu Xingchen's spiritual essence was remarkably clear, devoid of any traces of dark cultivation. Furthermore, at that time, Shang Wanhong genuinely believed that Chu Xingchen was likely a true inhabitant of Zhongzhou. However, now that Zhongzhou individuals could form factions and knew of the mind, if he were indeed a disciple of the Tianyin sect, why would he deceive others by claiming to be part of some nonsensical Tiandao alliance? If the intention was to rescue someone, why not simply present a token and act without pretense? Something was undoubtedly amiss. It was entirely possible that the assailants of the mine were led by this individual. With the Qingfeng sect's protective formations and the presence of numerous Golden Core elders, if this person were indeed an impostor from Zhongzhou, it would be a matter of simple humility to apologize or accept punishment. The potential gains outweighed the risks. Why not proceed? Shang Wanhong swiftly formulated a plan, advancing without hesitation as he spoke. Since you are from the Tianyin sect, I presume you possess other means of proof besides the token? The sect master, initially intent on halting Shang Wanhong, found himself pausing at these words. Shang Wanhong noted the sect master's subtle gesture and understood that the sect master, at least for the moment, was in agreement. A faint smile appeared on his aged face. Yao Qin, who had remained silent, suddenly drew the sword resting beside her. Exuding an aura of unparalleled sharpness, it seemed capable of effortlessly shattering stars. As the fierce sword intent surged forth from her hand, the tumultuous spiritual energy coalesced perfectly, and in an instant, the opulent hall was cleaved in two by her strike. The violent waves of spiritual power shattered all objects within the room. The several Golden Core elders hurriedly erected barriers of spiritual energy to withstand the somewhat exaggerated aftermath. As the spiritual energy settled, the grand hall lay in ruins, the terrifying sword mark having reduced the walls to rubble. With residual force flattening the mountains behind the hall, boulders tumbled down, and the nearest Shang Wanhong was forced to retreat several paces, despite the sword intent not being directed at him. Yao Qin slowly sheathed her sword, placing it back beside her chair. With the Tianyin sect's divine ability, the Taiping sword of transformation, Yao Qin cast a cold gaze at the shaken Shang Wanhong and asked, "Do you wish to verify anything further?" At this, Shang Wanhong held his breath, realizing that further verification was entirely unnecessary. This divine ability, exclusive to the true disciples of the Tianyin sect, carried far more weight than any token. Yet, was this individual not being a touch excessive? Observing the grave expression on Shang Wanhong's face, Chu Xingchen feigned confusion as he turned to Yao Qin. "Sister, why did you hold back?" Yao Qin replied coolly. "This is, after all, the sect of others. We must afford them some semblance of dignity." Zhang Xiaofeng cast a glance at the hall, which had nearly turned into a ruin, feeling a profound embarrassment. Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen nodded lightly, then rose to his feet, casually picking up the long sword beside the Yao Qin and stating, "My senior sister has confirmed that he is a member of the Tianyin sect, and now it is my turn to provide proof to all of you." As he spoke, Chu Xingchen faced Shang Wanhong, making a move as if to draw his sword, seemingly intending to execute the Yinshin Tai Ching sword technique and cleave Shang Wanhong in two. The sect leader quickly intervened, exclaiming, "Wait, esteemed guest, wait. There's no need for such verification. With such power, if you strike again, will there be any good place left in Qingfeng sect?" The leader's gaze turned fiercely toward Shang Wanhong, reprimanding, "Elder Shang Wan, apologize to our esteemed guests at once." It was uncertain how Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin would react, but Zhang Xiaofeng felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Finally, he was not the one bearing the blame. Confronted with the sect leader's admonition, Shang Wanhong's face flushed slightly with shame. He had indeed faltered when Chu Xingchen prepared to draw his sword. Just standing beside Yao Qin while she wielded that sword made Shang Wanhong feel as though ominous stars were flashing ominously above his head. In this moment, he could only lower his head and admit, "I sincerely apologize, esteemed guests. It was my overthinking." As Yao Qin swung her sword, all doubts dissipated into nothingness. Chu Xingchen, displaying a hint of regret, urged, "Don't be in such a hurry. I truly am not a disciple of the Tianyin sect." Upon hearing this, the sect leader swiftly turned to Zhang Xiaofeng. Zhang Xiaofeng found it hard to contain himself. "It was you who tacitly allowed Elder Shang Wan to court disaster, and now I must clean up the mess?" This elder's position truly felt suffocating. Esteemed guests, the matter at hand is of utmost importance. Zhang Xiaofeng pressed on, forcing a smile and bowing. Your identities are beyond question. Whatever is needed, Qingfeng's sect will certainly cooperate. Chu Xingchen, hearing this, wore a regretful expression as he returned the long sword to Yao Qin, slowly resuming his seat with a serious demeanor, stating, "There are two matters. The first is the main purpose of our visit. We have received a commission from Yuzhou City regarding evil cultivators conducting large-scale blood sacrifices, suspected of preparing for significant actions, and they have been spotted here that I request that you conduct an investigation." Hearing this, the sect leader immediately breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that they were not here to cause trouble, and quickly replied, "Since it concerns righteousness, it is our duty to act. May I ask what the second matter is?" Chu Xingchen's gaze turned icy as he looked at Shangwan Hong, saying, "The reputation of my Tianyin sect is not something that just anyone can question." The sect leader remained silent, redirecting his gaze back to Zhang Xiaofeng. "Very well, I suppose I must tackle this perilous issue myself." Zhang Xiaofeng sighed inwardly, bowing his hands as he continued. "Elder Shangwan, he paused, finally formulating an excuse. "I was merely concerned that someone might be using the Tianyin sect's name to deceive others." Chu Xingchen's tone suddenly turned frigid. "Are you implying that even with our tokens, my sister and I do not resemble disciples of the Tianyin sect, but rather look like frauds?" Zhang Xiaofeng hastily replied. Of course not. Before Zhang Xiaofeng could elaborate further, Chu Xingchen abruptly raised his hand, interrupting him. "I do not care what rules Qingfeng's sect follows, but must be conducted according to the regulations of the Tianyin sect. As long as I am investigating in Qingfeng's sect, I request that Elder Shangwan be placed in confinement for 1 day." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaofeng could only look to the sect leader, for this matter was beyond his authority. Elder Shangwan's seniority in Qingfeng's sect far surpassed his own. "Very well, I shall acquiesce," the sect leader responded without hesitation, then turned to the other two elders, stating, "You shall personally escort Elder Shangwan to the confinement chamber." The two elders complied with a bow and led Shangwan Hong away. As Shangwan Hong departed, Chu Xingchen's expression softened instantly, as if his ire was solely directed at Shangwan Hong. Observing this scene, the sect leader also felt a sense of relief. Realizing that the issue was personal rather than procedural, he then inquired, "May I ask how Qingfeng's sect can assist you?" Chu Xingchen smiled confidently, as if he had a brilliant plan. "You should send people centering on Qingfeng's sect to conduct a thorough search, driving those evil cultivators out." The sect leader thought to himself, "Is this truly a viable method? Such a grand search, and before we even encounter the evil cultivators, they might already have fled. Moreover, conducting such a search would render the area difficult to estimate." Nevertheless, from the events that had just transpired, it was evident that the visitors were merely attention-seeking disciples. Whether or not they captured the evil cultivators was inconsequential to Qingfeng's sect. It might be better to humor the child to avoid further trouble. After a moment's contemplation, the sect leader smiled and replied, "Truly, as expected from a distinguished disciple of the Tianyin sect. This is indeed a foolproof plan, and we at Qingfeng's sect will arrange for personnel to execute it." Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen wore a delighted expression, then pointed to Zhang Xiaofeng, stating, "This individual speaks in a manner I find pleasing. Let him accompany me and assist in this matter." Zhang Xiaofeng, wanting to protest, found his sect leader's agreement came swifter. "No problem, Xiao Zheng. You shall accompany this esteemed guest of the Tianyin sect." With no authority of the elder to rely upon, Xiao Zheng could only nod in agreement. "Excellent. I shall return should any matters arise." Chu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction, then cast a glance at the now ruined hall, asking, "We will not be expected to compensate for this damage, will we?" The sect leader, eager to see the two esteemed guests leave promptly, quickly assured, "Of course not." Hearing this, Chu Xingchen stepped confidently out of the hall, declaring, "All right, Xiao Zheng, let's be on our way." Yao Qin followed suit without hesitation. With a sigh, Zhang Xiaofeng hurried to catch up. With Chu Xingchen leading the way, they proceeded directly towards the mountain gate. At that moment, numerous disciples along the corridor cautiously observed Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin. That previous sword strike had indeed astonished the entirety of Qingfeng's sect. Furthermore, The fact that the two emerged unscathed signified that they not only possessed formidable strength, but also held significant backgrounds. Zhang Xiaofeng trailed closely behind them. Chu Xingchen's actions were certainly calculated. It was evident that within Qingfeng's sect, the evil cultivators performing sinister rituals were not solely confined to the mines. One person alone could not orchestrate such grand schemes. As the elders and sect leader entered, Chu Xingchen had scanned the panels of those individuals using the system. The other elders appeared to pose no immediate threat based on their panel entries. Yet Shangwan Hong was an exception. The black entry of haunted by inner demons from his last scan had been replaced by postnatal demonic body, a term associated with the evil cultivator's gold core. This indicated that Shangwan Hong had undoubtedly become involved with the evil sect during this period. Now that the initial lead was established, it was time to delve deeper into the matter. The first step would be to eliminate one of their eyes, creating confusion among them, thereby facilitating the investigation that a direct assault on the mines would not suffice to lure out all the significant players. Thus, Chu Xingchen's deliberate provocation of Shangwan Hong aimed to confine him, inciting unease among the slippery figures, prompting them to cautiously emerge and assess the danger. Furthermore, the short-sighted Zhang Xiaofeng behind him was not only a useful tool, but also quite easily swayed. Chu Xingchen conveyed his thoughts to Yao Qin through a mental transmission, to which she succinctly responded with a single word, agreed. After walking a considerable distance from the entrance of Qingfeng's sect, Chu Xingchen suddenly halted. Zhang Xiaofeng followed suit, inquiring with confusion. What is it? Chu Xingchen turned to him, expressing as if in reflection, is it not challenging to play the role of a sycophant? Zhang Xiaofeng was taken aback by the bluntness of his words. Just as he pondered how to respond, Chu Xingchen smiled and added, Now, there's a better path available to you. Pausing for effect, Chu Xingchen enticed, Do you hold an affinity for the Tianyin sect? Zhang Xiaofeng's initial reaction was not one of joy. His first instinct was to wonder who would have such a fondness for the Tianyin sect. However, upon seeing the ambiguous smile on Chu Xingchen's face, he suddenly snapped back to reality, his heart racing. If that is indeed the case, then who wouldn't like it? Even if it meant becoming a sycophant in the Tianyin sect, it would be acceptable. Why you mean me? Zhang Xiaofeng stammered. Chu Xingchen confirmed. Yes, it is you I speak of. Zhang Xiaofeng quickly replied. Naturally, I would be delighted. Upon catching a glimpse of the visibly excited Zhang Xiaofeng, Chu Xingchen elongated his tone slightly. Inquiring, is the affection you speak of akin to the kind I envision? Facing such an irresistible temptation, Zhang Xiaofeng affirmed confidently, is undoubtedly the kind you desire. Hearing this unequivocal response, Chu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction, subsequently retrieving a blood qi spirit stone from his spatial ring and tossing it towards Zhang Xiaofeng. Instinctively raising his hand to catch the soaring stone, Zhang Xiaofeng lowered his gaze to inspect it. An unsettling premonition stirred within him. With a tone of wistful reflection, Chu Xingchen remarked, Little Zhang, can you guess why I did not present this spirit stone in the Grand Hall? Zhang Xiaofeng, adept at receiving elders, swiftly comprehended the implication that it was likely a matter concerning the sect. However, understanding did not equate to the ability to articulate it. He feigned ignorance, stating, It must be that you have your own plans. Is that so? Chu Xingchen lightly nodded, summoning his spiritual energy to retrieve the blood qi spirit stone back into his spatial ring. Turning away, he continued onward, expressing his dissatisfaction. Your affection is of no consequence now. The Tianyin sect has lost interest in you. Zhang Xiaofeng observed the receding figures of the two, feeling as though he had missed an opportunity that could have altered the course of his life. With a resigned sigh, he acknowledged that he still did not know the names of the two Tianyin sect disciples. Merely 2 sentences were insufficient to compel him into such perilous circumstances. Alas, he could only resign himself to being toyed with by them. Zhang Xiaofeng hurriedly stepped forward to catch up with the two. Yet, the brief encounter had enlightened him. The seemingly nonchalant and handsome youth before him was likely not an inexperienced disciple of the sect. Zhang Xiaofeng promptly steeled himself, affirming that he must remain steadfast and unyielding in the forthcoming actions, that he sought not to excel, but at the very least, to avoid being questioned by the sect leader upon his return. However, the subsequent developments took him by surprise. Chu Xingchen merely strolled leisurely around the vicinity of Qing Feng's sect with Yao Qin, and the inquiries posed to Zheng Xiaofeng were far from sensitive. In fact, they bore no relation to any sinister cultivations whatsoever. Chu Xingchen casually inquired, "Little Zheng, are there any delicacies at your Qing Feng sect?" Zheng Xiaofeng quickly clasped his hands together and replied, "I have abstained from food for many years. So I am indeed unaware. Are there any scenic spots nearby?" The area offered little in terms of scenic beauty. Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen turned back in dissatisfaction. "Little Zheng, you've narrowed the path." Just as Zheng Xiaofeng was about to decline, he felt the icy gaze of Yao Qin upon him. Recalling the fearsome sword she wielded, Zheng Xiaofeng hastily exclaimed, "There is a little stream nearby. The scenery there is rather pleasant. Lead the way." Zheng Xiaofeng promptly advanced a few steps, guiding the two esteemed individuals. The stream was not far from their current location, and the three Golden Core realms arrived shortly. A gently rippling stream, barely a yard wide and not knee-deep, lay before them. On either side, the landscape opened up, adorned with vibrant wildflowers dotting the lush green grass. Gazing into the distance, the view was indeed delightful. The water of the stream was particularly clear, revealing small fish no larger than a thumb, frolicking within. Chu Xingchen, satisfied, patted Zheng Xiaofeng on the shoulder, then removed his shoes to soak his feet in the stream. This is quite the vacation, senior sister. Yao Qin stepped forward, opting not to soak her feet like Chu Xingchen, but choosing instead to sit beside him. "Little Zheng," she called, "what can I do for you?" Chu Xingchen languidly reclined on the grass, his tone relaxed. "Go catch a couple of wild rabbits." Without a hint of hesitation, Zheng Xiaofeng turned and departed to hunt rabbits for Chu Xingchen. For a Golden Core Realm cultivator, capturing 2 rabbits was a trivial matter. In no time, Zheng Xiaofeng returned, cleverly carrying 2 live rabbits, ready to meet any demand, be it for their lives or otherwise. Chu Xingchen glanced at them and nodded approvingly. Wild rabbits are rather adorable. Let them go to tea that moment. Zheng Xiaofeng realized this was a deliberate ploy to provoke him. However, he remained unperturbed. After years of playing the fool, he had mastered the art of maintaining composure. Today, he would ensure that this Tianyin sect lad learned a lesson in attitude. Zheng Xiaofeng maintained a courteous demeanor. "Very well. Where would you like them released?" Chu Xingchen casually responded, "Release them to the west. Let those rabbits hop that way." Upon receiving the directive, Zheng Xiaofeng unhesitatingly released the 2 rabbits, even utilizing his spiritual energy to compel them to bound westward. In the time that followed, Chu Xingchen languidly reclined on the grass, occasionally exclaiming, "Little Zheng, don't you find that tree somewhat annoying? Little Zheng, do you see that blade of grass staring at me? Oh, Little Zheng, look at that bird, how audacious!" For an entire afternoon, Zheng Xiaofeng's ears rang with the refrain of "Little Zheng." Now he comprehended the adage, when a superior speaks, the subordinate must run until their legs are weary. As the sun began its descent, Chu Xingchen, thoroughly content, declared, "Little Zheng." Instinctively, Zheng Xiaofeng responded, "Yes, you called? It has been quite a delightful day. Does your Qing Feng sect have accommodations for me and my senior sister?" "Certainly," he replied. "Are you planning to return directly? Then I shall rest a bit longer. But don't overexert yourself. Even a fool has their limits." Zheng Xiaofeng quickly interjected, "You may first check to see if anything is lacking in the rooms I prepared for you." "Senior sister, shall we?" Chu Xingchen turned his gaze towards Yao Qin, who had accompanied him all afternoon. Yao Qin nodded in agreement. "Let us go." Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin leisurely made their way back to Qing Feng sect. Zheng Xiaofeng promptly arranged the finest guest rooms for the 2 esteemed individuals, a Qing Feng sect, in a first-class guest room. Yao Qin settled into one of the accommodations in the other room. Chu Xingchen surveyed the opulent decor with satisfaction. "Quite splendid. I am glad it meets your approval." Zheng Xiaofeng sighed in relief, hoping for no further trouble. With a casual wave of his hand, Chu Xingchen dismissed him. "You may take your leave. Be sure to wait for me and my senior sister at the sect entrance tomorrow morning." The relief he had felt earlier resurfaced. The events of today would repeat themselves tomorrow. Alas, circumstances were beyond his control, and Zheng Xiaofeng could only nod in resignation as he exited the guest room, burdened with an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Zheng Xiaofeng spotted the sect leader standing at a distance. Regarding him with that familiar discerning gaze, in the leader's eyes, Zhang Xiaofeng discerned the unspoken inquiry. Little Zhang. Is it time to explain? In the conference hall of Qingfeng's sect, Zhang Xiaofeng stood in a submissive posture, facing the leader's scrutinizing expression. The leader, with an air of skepticism, questioned, "Are you suggesting that they merely lounged by the stream, issuing commands to you, and did nothing else?" Zhang Xiaofeng, both earnest in his gaze and tone, replied, "Sect leader, that is indeed the truth." The leader eyed him with palpable doubt. They did not discuss anything regarding sinister cultivations or any other matters. They simply toyed with you? With a tone steeped in indignation and a touch of tragedy, Zhang Xiaofeng asserted, "Sect leader, I have been with Qingfeng's sect since my youth. Surely you understand my unwavering loyalty to the sect." This impassioned declaration seemed to resonate with the leader, who nodded slightly, signaling for Zhang Xiaofeng to take his leave. Zhang Xiaofeng exhaled in relief. Having successfully navigated the situation, he dared not mention the blood-chi spirit stone. Fully aware that anyone involved in that affair, regardless of their status, was a force he could not confront. Having barely managed to ascend from Foundation Establishment to Golden Core, he had earned this subordinate elder position at the cost of half his life. Furthermore, it was likely that the elders had conspired together, and perhaps even the sect leader was aware of the matter. As someone excluded from the elders' power dynamics, he had no place in such dealings. Zhang Xiaofeng aspired to graduate from the position of a subordinate elder, but not at the expense of his life. Thus, he resolved to feign ignorance, for only by doing so could he safeguard his own existence. A fool must remain a fool to the end. Zhang Xiaofeng hastily turned and strode outside. As he pushed open the door to the conference hall, he caught sight of Elder Li, who was walking closely with Elder Shangguan within the sect. Both he and the sect leader stood at a distance, casting the same scrutinizing gaze upon him. The words "Little Zhang" echoed in his ears once more. Was it not enough to be tormented by outsiders? Now even his own kin had to add to his troubles. Was his mother not considered a person anymore? Alas, one could hardly provoke anyone. Zhang Xiaofeng forced a smile onto his face and approached Elder Li with a humble tone. "Elder Li, do you have any instructions for me?" Elder Li's expression remained stern as he coldly inquired, "What have the disciples of Tianyin's sect been up to today?" Zhang Xiaofeng, wearing a look of grievance, recounted the events of the day. With a gaze filled with skepticism, Elder Li questioned, "Are you suggesting that they did nothing all day except command you to entertain them?" The familiarity of the questioning gaze and words was striking. Yet Elder Li's inquiry was even more offensive. What did he mean by being commanded to entertain? This was utterly insulting. Suppressing his emotions, Zhang Xiaofeng replied in his accustomed tone of grievance, "Indeed, that is the case." Elder Li fell silent for a moment, observing Zhang Xiaofeng before asking, "Did they inquire about any matters concerning the demonic cultivators today?" "No, it seems they merely came to torment me," Zhang Xiaofeng replied earnestly. Their demeanor suggested they were simply fulfilling a sect task. Upon hearing this, Elder Li nodded slowly in contemplation. Refraining from further questioning, he gently patted Zhang Xiaofeng's shoulder before turning to leave. Zhang Xiaofeng stood rooted in place, scanning the surroundings to see if anyone else sought him out. After a lengthy pause, feeling apprehensive, he finally made his way back to his quarters. Inside, he trembled as he gulped down the tea on the table. Recalling all that had transpired that day, he concluded with a sense of indignation that none of the three parties involved had regarded him as a person. In a fit of frustration, Zhang Xiaofeng dedicated the entire night to rigorous cultivation. The following morning, determined not to be late, Zhang Xiaofeng stood at the entrance of Qingfeng's sect, keeping watch alongside the disciples guarding the mountain gate. As time passed, the two esteemed individuals he awaited had yet to arrive, causing the disciples on either side to grow restless, beads of sweat forming on their brows. Was this elder here to oversee the post? Why were they standing together for so long? It was not until the sun had risen high that Zhang Xiaofeng finally saw Chu Xingchen and Yaoqin sauntering toward him. He quickly approached them, asking, "What are your plans for today?" Stretching lazily, Chu Xingchen replied in a languid tone, "Yesterday, night fell too quickly. I didn't have my fill of fun, so I intend to play a bit more." Zhang Xiaofeng forced a smile, saying, "As long as you are happy, of course. As long as I am happy." Chu Xingchen added, before leisurely making his way toward the stream. Upon reaching the stream, Chu Xingchen removed his boots, soaked his feet, and then reclined with ease. Shortly thereafter, a voice called out, "Little Zheng." When Zheng Xiaofeng drifted into a midnight dream, would that voice echo in his ears? Time passed, and the two by the riverside remained unchanged, save for a golden core cultivator endlessly performing peculiar tasks by the riverbank. For instance, he would hoist a large stone onto another or uproot a tree only to replant it beside another, justifying that one tree was too lonely and two trees would alleviate the solitude. As the sun dipped low in the west, Zheng Xiaofeng, worn from an afternoon of toil, completed yet another task and gazed at the sun, feeling a sense of exasperation at how slowly it seemed to set today. Chu Xingchen observed this scene and once again scanned Zheng Xiaofeng with a system assessment. Target: Zheng Xiaofeng cultivation, early golden core blue attributes, resourceful white attributes, adequate talent white attributes, composed black attributes, short-sighted temporary black attribute, anxious upon seeing the anxious attribute. Chu Xingchen realized that perhaps the time had come. He withdrew his feet from the stream and called out, "Little Zheng." Zheng Xiaofeng quickly turned to face Chu Xingchen, instinctively responding, "Yes, what is your command?" Chu Xingchen smiled lightly and asked, "How did you fare last night?" Zheng Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at Chu Xingchen. When one is at their wits' end, it is often difficult to maintain composure. He took a deep breath and softly inquired, "Was that intentional?" He added, "Please do not phrase it so harshly. I believe I have not done anything to put you in a difficult position." Chu Xingchen denied this, stating, "Who is truly making things difficult for you? Me or them?" Zheng Xiaofeng, upon hearing this, suddenly lowered his head, falling silent. Chu Xingchen paid no mind and continued while putting on his boots. A whirlpool does not concern itself with the innocence of those swept within. Since you have been drawn in, your task is not to drift along the current, for that will surely lead to your demise. What you must do is struggle with all your might to save yourself and seek a chance for survival. After fastening his boots, he approached Zheng Xiaofeng and gently patted his shoulder, saying, "As of now, they will not trust you. Your situation is a matter of three choices. Having eliminated two incorrect answers, if you still choose wrongly, it would be foolish indeed." As the sun continued its descent, Zheng Xiaofeng inhaled deeply. Realizing that he had no choice but to resort to that strategy, he forced a wry smile and said, "So, following you will lead to a way out. You are disciples of the Tianyin sect. So Qingfeng's sect naturally would not dare to act against you. And I," Zheng Xiaofeng raised his head, gritting his teeth, "I am merely a cultivator who has clawed my way up from the very bottom. Every step I take is fraught with difficulty." This clumsy excuse failed to sway Chu Xingchen, who interrupted him impatiently. "It is futile to blame fate for an unfortunate birth. There are others who cannot even reach the golden core stage. Why not compare yourself to them? Is our path to a fortunate birth free of competition? Do you think we gained our golden core status merely by drinking water? Do you think it is only you who struggles? Is it any easier for me or my senior sister?" Seeing the complete lack of sympathy in Chu Xingchen's expression and the soundness of his rebuttal, Zheng Xiaofeng realized that his arguments would not sway this esteemed disciple of the Tianyin sect. Who would dare say that those highly protected disciples of Zhongzhou are unaware of the world? Their circumstances are no less challenging than his own. Chu Xingchen, with sincerity, said, "Little Zheng, you have yet to grasp the current situation. Your fear of death is all that holds you back. The solution to not dying is quite simple." Zheng Xiaofeng looked up, puzzled, and asked, "What do you mean?" Chu Xingchen replied earnestly from this moment forth, "You are the designated janitor for the Tianyin sect's mountain gate." Upon hearing this, Zheng Xiaofeng's brows furrowed as he contemplated the implications of being a janitor at the Tianyin sect. It did not take long for him to conclude that this was utterly pointless, merely a role of sweeping the entrance. Seeing through Zheng Xiaofeng's expression, Chu Xingchen clarified, "When you encounter an elderly sweeper at the Tianyin sect's entrance who insults you, would you dare retaliate?" Zheng Xiaofeng quickly concluded and admitted, "I would not dare. After all, anyone who sweeps at the Tianyin sect, regardless of their cultivation level, is backed by the formidable presence of the sect, making them not someone he could provoke." Zheng Xiaofeng continued, "But this is not the Tianyin sect's entrance. Even if I were the commander of the sweeping crew, it would be of no use. Your perspective is too narrow, Chu Xingchen said, placing his arm around Zhang Xiaofeng's shoulders. Think carefully. Are you more afraid of the name Tianyin sect or the cultivators associated with it? Zhang Xiaofeng's expression shifted to one of realization, yet he looked at Chu Xingchen with skepticism. The words sounded appealing, but when conflict arises, those elders are still likely to turn violent, seeking him out regardless. Your words are your own. You may say whatever you wish, but life is paramount. Facing Zhang Xiaofeng's doubtful gaze, Chu Xingchen sighed and said, Little Zhang, you must understand that what you possess now is not the power to choose, but rather the power to be chosen. This is your final opportunity. Think carefully about how to face the sect leader. With that, Chu Xingchen had said all he needed to say and turned to leave without hesitation, accompanied by Yao Qin. Yao Qin followed suit, simultaneously sending a thought to Chu Xingchen. Do you think he will take the bait? The more perfect the guarantee you provide him, the more suspicious he will become. It is often the half-hearted assurances that contain flaws and yet seem reasonable that will hook him, Chu Xingchen communicated back. Moreover, he has long since run out of options. Trust me, in 10 seconds, he will be begging you to let him sweep the floors. Yao Qin nodded with a hint of skepticism, silently counting the seconds in her mind. 1, 2. Before she could reach 3, an urgent voice echoed from behind her. Wait, I surrender. I surrender. Zhang Xiaofeng's voice hastily reached her ears as he stepped forward to stand beside Chu Xingchen, saying, But you must guarantee that I can sweep the floors at Tianyin sect afterward. Yao Qin cast a glance at Zhang Xiaofeng and replied nonchalantly, I agree. Zhang Xiaofeng then shifted his gaze back to Chu Xingchen. From the outset, it was this man who held the authority, despite being his junior in name. It seemed this disciple held a higher position within Tianyin's sect, that it was necessary for him to speak first. Chu Xingchen was amused, thinking it absurd that Zhang Xiaofeng would seek him out, someone who wasn't even a member of Tianyin's sect. Nonetheless, it posed no issue. Chu Xingchen nodded in agreement. Then, with a serious demeanor, warned, But you must understand the consequences of betrayal should you turn against us. Zhang Xiaofeng blurted out, I am utterly devoted to you. Chu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction, affirming, Excellent. Remember, when I communicate something to you later, you must repeat it verbatim. From this moment on, you are a disciple of Tianyin sect. So carry yourself with a bit of arrogance. Arrogance? I can't do that. Do not worry. You will learn quickly. Inside the meeting hall of Qingfeng's sect, as Chu Xingchen entered, he abruptly barked at the disciples present. Go, summon your damned sect leader. The disciples of Qingfeng's sect, visibly taken aback, swiftly turned to find their leader. Chu Xingchen's gaze shifted to the somewhat anxious Zhang Xiaofeng, whom he sought to reassure, Do not panic. Zhang Xiaofeng instinctively nodded. Observing Zhang Xiaofeng's apparent unease, Yao Qin couldn't help but feel that he was unreliable. Would he be able to handle this? He was already trembling at the mere thought of meeting the leader. If they actually encountered him, would he be so frightened that he couldn't even speak? Before Zhang Xiaofeng could gather himself, the sect leader arrived in a flurry, entering the hall with an icy demeanor that surveyed the room. His gaze swept across Chu Xingchen, whose expression was frosty and full of questions, Yao Qin, who lightly caressed the hilt of her sword, and the increasingly flustered Zhang Xiaofeng. The sect leader clasped his hands and inquired, May I ask what urgent matter brings you here? Chu Xingchen snorted disdainfully. We have received intelligence from Zhongzhou indicating that certain members of your Qingfeng sect may be involved in sinister practices. I have come to seek clarification from your leader. Intelligence from Zhongzhou? May I see it? The sect leader replied earnestly, If this is indeed the case, Qingfeng sect will cleanse its ranks. However, before he could receive a response from Chu Xingchen, Zhang Xiaofeng's uncertain voice interjected, You think you could just look at Zhongzhou's intelligence? The sect leader's gaze immediately shifted to Zhang Xiaofeng, his brows narrowing. Zhang Xiaofeng had endured that questioning gaze countless times before. But at this moment, an unexpected surge of defiance welled up within him that he shouted, What are you staring at? I said, Do you have the right to view Zhongzhou's intelligence? With that proclamation, Zhang Xiaofeng felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him, a release of pent-up frustration. The sect leader suppressed his anger, gritting his teeth as he retorted, Xiao Zheng, have you lost your mind? Without hesitation, Zhang Xiaofeng bellowed. I haven't lost my mind. I am now a member of Tianyin sect. You old dog, show me some respect. You? Tianyin sect. Indeed. I am now the one sweeping the floors at Tianyin sect. What do you intend to do about it? Seeing Zhang Xiaofeng, who displayed an audacity that rivaled the sect leader's own, Yaoqin looked at Chu Xingchen in astonishment. What had he told him that had caused him to act as though he had consumed a potent elixir? Yet, she noticed Chu Xingchen subtly shaking his head in response. Yaoqin struggled to believe this was Zhang Xiaofeng's own doing. He stepped forward, facing the sect leader defiantly. What are you looking at? Even if I'm just a floor sweeper, I am still with Tianyin sect. Do you dare to lay a hand on me? The sect leader, suppressing his inner fury, directed his gaze at Chu Xingchen and asked, Is this matter true? Chu Xingchen replied languidly, Naturally, it is true. Even if it is Tianyin sect. Such actions are rather unscrupulous. Are they not? The sect leader questioned. We, Qingfeng's sect, have given your sect face. Is it truly appropriate for you to act in this manner? Chu Xingchen nonchalantly distanced himself from the accusation. This was brought forth by Elder Zheng, not by my invitation. The sect leader could no longer contain his frustration and chastised. This is against protocol. I demand to speak with your Tianyin sect elder. To abduct an elder from his own sect to sweep floors. Is Qingfeng's sect to lose all face? Moreover, how dare a mere newly appointed Golden Core elder speak to him in such a manner? In the past, this elder would have to raise his voice just to address him. Chu Xingchen sneered. And yet, it is acceptable for you to collude with sinister practitioners? The sect leader retorted. Where is your evidence? You cannot slander my Qingfeng's sect without proof. Without hesitation, Chu Xingchen tossed a bloodstone from his spatial ring onto the floor. Are you aware of the accounts from your Qingfeng sect's mines? He scoffed. If you are unaware of the pests in your home, it will be too late when the roof collapses. The sect leader froze momentarily, staring at Chu Xingchen's earnest gaze and the bloodstone now lying on the ground. Do you think Tianyin sect would truly send someone to play games with you? Chu Xingchen chuckled. Did you think I came here merely to pick a fight? Investigate that Elder Shangwan who is currently confined. Do not say Tianyin sect did not grant you opportunities. I only did so because I believed you were unaware. This Elder Zheng has been vetted, and from this moment, he is the representative of Tianyin sect. Here to oversee your self-examination. My sister and I have received intelligence about sinister practitioners that requires verification, which will take approximately 3 days. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaofeng quickly turned to Chu Xingchen. Brother, why was I not informed of this? Are you speaking truth or lies? How do you have such confidence without me knowing? However, Chu Xingchen ignored his inquiry and continued. During these 3 days, make sure your consciousness does not stray from Elder Zheng. If I return and find that he is missing, I will have no choice but to consider your Qingfeng sect as wholly compromised by sinister practitioners, making you the primary target in this crackdown in Zhongzhou. The sect leader, hearing this, clearly expressed his disbelief. Do you think you can intimidate me? Just because you are from Tianyin sect does not mean you can distort the truth. In response, Chu Xingchen shrugged nonchalantly. Of course I can doubt if you do not believe me. You may simply sever this Elder Zheng's head right now to verify my words. Zhang Xiaofeng's heart raced. The sect leader may be oblivious. But did he remain unaware? Even if the leader were to truly decapitate him, he would likely emerge unscathed. Yet, Chu Xingchen's voice echoed in his mind. You were doing splendidly just now. Maintain that energy. You are not foolish. The more confident you appear, the more he will hesitate. Zhang Xiaofeng nearly lost his composure and transmitted back. Are you genuinely going? Or is this all a ruse? The only response he received was a dazzling smile from Chu Xingchen. Chu Xingchen turned to Yaoqin and said, Sister, the sect has urged us. We must depart now. Upon hearing this, Yaoqin rose to follow Chu Xingchen, but as she passed by the sect leader, she cast a cold glance his way. Subsequently, Zhang Xiaofeng and the sect leader watched as the two ascended into the sky and swiftly disappeared into the distance. Once their presences were no longer detectable, the sect leader's gaze turned ominously back to Zhang Xiaofeng. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xiaofeng resolved. To hell with it. He glared at the sect leader and commanded, You old thief! Why are you staring at me? Hurry up and investigate. The sect leader clenched his fists. his gaze fierce as he bore down on Zhang Xiaofeng, as if he were ready to strike and remove the insolent head from his shoulders. Zhang Xiaofeng understood that there was no room for retreat at this moment. He stepped forward, positioning himself before the leader, and wore a brazen smile. "Have I been under your thumb for so long? Is it too much to call you an old thief? If you have any objections, you may sever my head right now." The sect leader took a deep breath. As the leader of the sect, even the slightest possibility would not warrant risking the entire sect's reputation. Suppressing his anger, he declared, "Elder Zheng, let us proceed to the confinement chamber together." Upon witnessing the expression of dismay on the sect leader's face, Zhang Xiaofeng felt an inexplicable thrill coursing through him, rendering his heart and mind utterly invigorated. The inner dread that had once consumed him dissipated entirely in the wake of this exhilaration. With a cold sneer, he commanded, "Lead the way. Aren't you capable of walking? I insist. Lead the way." The sect leader clenched his fists tightly, inhaled deeply once more, and with a flourish of his long sleeves, turned to depart. At last, Zhang Xiaofeng could no longer contain his unabashedly elated grin, his laughter echoing throughout the secluded hall. What a delight! This, indeed, was worth any sacrifice. On the outskirts of the Qingfeng sect, Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin halted in unison. "Sister," Chu Xingchen called casually, then paused, a grin spreading across his face. "Yao Qin, you head east to intercept any messages bound for the mines, while I will block the other route." Yao Qin nodded in agreement, her tone unperturbed as she remarked, "Sister, your plan is quite commendable. It is pleasing to hear." Chu Xingchen replied earnestly, "This is merely an added incentive." Hearing this, Yao Qin shot him a frosty glance before soaring eastward. Truly, she possessed no sense of humor. Chu Xingchen muttered in jest before heading southward. Having studied the routes prior to their arrival, Chu Xingchen recognized that only the east and south were densely forested, rugged, and difficult to traverse, making it easier to conceal their movements. This time, their disturbance would surely provoke a few small insects to reveal themselves. Compared to the more open paths, the probability of encountering ambushes in these two directions was significantly higher. As for why Chu Xingchen was so confident that the Qingfeng sect's leader would refrain from taking action, it was due to a blue attribute that characterized the leader's cautious nature. In uncertain circumstances, he would not act rashly. He would at least endure for 3 days to ascertain the situation. This was precisely why Chu Xingchen had determined that 3 days would be the time frame. Next, they would intercept any small insects attempting to relay messages to the mines, thereby uncovering the current state of the Qingfeng sect. As for the sect's own investigations, Chu Xingchen found it more reliable to trust that when he returned, Li Yingling would not have created any chaos for him. Under the cover of night, Elder Li traversed the mountain from the east, his expression grave. Those disciples of the Tianyin sect were indeed formidable. Their feints were a blend of the genuine and the deceptive. They appeared to be playing the fool, yet were undoubtedly privy to considerable intelligence that in just a single day, they had even managed to sway a golden core elder to their cause. Furthermore, Zhang Xiaofeng had transformed entirely, shedding his previous caution and decorum to brazenly berate the sect leader. Remarkably, the leader had borne this tirade in silence, refusing to counter Zhang Xiaofeng's incessant provocations, even when pressed for specifics. It could only be surmised that Zhang Xiaofeng had secured some form of leverage from the Tianyin sect's disciples. Additionally, there was the matter of the blood essence spirit stone that the sect leader had produced. Following the attack on the mines, they had established a triggering formation atop the existing maze. Any outsider who stepped into it would activate information alerts for both the Qingfeng sect and the elders of the mines. Every disciple within the mines carried a specially crafted token to prevent false alarms from being triggered. Since they had not received any unusual alerts from the mines formations, logically, there should have been no issues there. However, the emergence of the blood essence spirit stone, in direct connection with the Qingfeng sect and the Tianyin sect's seduced elder, suggested an intricate web of problems. Now, although there was a risk of exposure, the situation at the mines had already been negotiated with the group of nefarious cultivators and was in the final stages. Given the circumstances, if he did nothing, it would likely lead to his own demise. Therefore, he resolved to investigate the mines, ascertain the intelligence there, and see if he could either expedite matters or relocate. Once a safe distance from the Qingfeng sect, Elderly employed Earth Escape to head towards the Qingfeng sect mines. Preoccupied with worry, he failed to notice a trace of divine sense that had detected him. However, he did sense the fierce sword energy that abruptly appeared behind him. Swiftly, he burrowed out of the ground, summoned a long sword, and invoked the vibrations of his golden core, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy to confront the somewhat daunting sword energy. The long sword transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards the incoming sword energy. The two forces collided violently, sending shockwaves that uprooted the earth and shattered nearby trees. Elderly's divine sense swiftly scanned the surroundings, soon identifying a figure that emitted no concealed aura. Turning his gaze, he spotted Yingling atop a towering tree, her expression impassive, holding a long sword and gazing at him silently. Elderly's countenance darkened. He had indeed been ensnared. Yingling spoke coldly, "Surrender, and you shall avoid corporeal suffering." Damn it! To avoid corporeal suffering means facing death. Without hesitation, Elderly directed his flying sword towards Yingling, while promptly fleeing westward. At this juncture, he was resigned to the fact that he could no longer reach the mines. Whatever happened next was of no concern to him. His life was his own, and if he could escape, he would be grateful. After all, as a golden core cultivator, one could find a new path to freedom in this realm. But before Elderly could fly too far, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Trembling, he turned to see his prized flying sword shattered, glinting faintly in the moonlight, cascading from the sky like a stream of light. Through the cracks of the broken sword, he perceived a pair of cold, indifferent eyes that regarded him as one would a corpse. "Ah, Yingling, you truly know how to strike hard," Chu Xingchen observed in astonishment as Elderly, bound and utterly incapacitated, his face ashen, was unceremoniously tossed to the ground by Ying's spiritual manipulation. Undoubtedly, this Elderly had been thoroughly subdued. Yingling, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "I've captured him. I conducted a brief interrogation before coming here." But he refused to utter a single word. "Oh, you have any confidence?" Chu Xingchen's face bore a smile that hinted at something unsettling as he replied, "My second disciple has indeed provided me with some insights regarding interrogation." "Oh, he possesses this skill. Strictly speaking, he was the one being subjected to punishment." Huh. Yingling was puzzled, only to see Chu Xingchen retrieve spiritual herbs and a small pot from his spatial ring. Observing Chu Xingchen's preparations for alchemy, Yingling inquired, "Rest assured, I will be measured in my approach. He will not die." Chu Xingchen replied earnestly, "You need not worry. He will wish for death shortly." Unfamiliar with Chu Xingchen's methods, Yingling opted to observe the unfolding events. Chu Xingchen extracted the essence from the spiritual herbs, combined it with flour and honey, and thoroughly infused the elixir into the mixture. Holding the emerald green pill aloft with his spiritual power, he regarded Yingling with a serious expression, saying, "What you witness here must remain confidential. Do not speak of it outside." Chu Xingchen would never admit that consuming the pills he concocted amounted to torture. Understood. Yingling, though curious, nodded in agreement with the assurance given. Chu Xingchen approached Elderly, sincerity etched on his face. "I offer you one final opportunity. Confess, and we shall part on amicable terms." Elderly displayed a trace of disdain, smirking as he thought, "In the end, we all face death. None shall escape unscathed." Confronted with Elderly's obstinate refusal to cooperate, Chu Xingchen sighed, using his spiritual power to pry open Elderly's mouth and force the pill inside. As Elderly could not wield spiritual energy to resist this action, his instinct was to press his tongue against the pill. Chu Xingchen, unfazed by Elderly's small rebellion, wore a gentle smile and forcefully sealed the elder's mouth with his spiritual power. Soon, Elderly experienced the unparalleled bitterness of the flower pill. This pill was wretched. The bitterness surged from his tongue to the roots of his mouth, penetrating deep into his mind that it felt as if the bitterness had invaded his very sea of consciousness, causing him immense discomfort. Yet his mouth was sealed by Chu Xingchen's power. Fine, if death is the only way to escape this torment. With a steely resolve, Elderly swallowed the pill whole. Immediately, he noticed Chu Xingchen's smile growing ever brighter. In no time, Elderly realized that the flower was anything but solid. As he swallowed, much of the flower clung to his mouth, amplifying the assault on his tongue. Immediately, as the elixir consumed began to take effect, Yaxin looked at Elder Li with a gaze filled with confusion as his expressions shifted dramatically. Suddenly, she witnessed Elder Li tremble violently, his eyes widening in shock as he emitted a series of sounds. His tightly bound body began to writhe like a maggot. Within just a few breaths, Elder Li's bulging eyes darted towards Chu Xingchen, filled with an endless plea, as if to convey that he was ready to confess everything. Chu Xingchen revealed a faint smile and remarked, "Do you wish to die?" A slip of the tongue. "Did you mean to confess?" The whimpering from Elder Li continued unabated as he fervently nodded his head. He readily confessed, tears streaming down his face, pleading for death. He divulged all that he knew. His instigator, the members of the organization, and their secret codes. He even provided a clear account of the situation in the mines. The once stoic Elder Li now begged, "I implore you, please give me the antidote. I can't endure this any longer. If it is not poison, then where would the antidote come from?" Chu Xingchen replied earnestly, "Although there is no antidote, I can offer you water to rinse your mouth." Upon hearing this, Elder Li's eyes widened in fury, shouting, "Then kill me. I beg you, in my life." According to Elder Li's revelations, he certainly deserved death, but not at this moment, since he declined the kind offer of mouthwash. So be it. Chu Xingchen casually sealed Elder Li's mouth with spiritual energy and then turned to Yaxin. There he found Yaxin's expression grave, her gaze seemingly filled with murderous intent. Yet this malice did not appear directed at Elder Li. Rather, it seemed as if she were lost in thought. Chu Xingchen waved his hand in front of her, expressing concern. "Are you all right?" "I am fine." Yaxin inhaled deeply and then gently closed her eyes. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Xingchen spoke. "The situation is clear now. That group known as the Evil Spirit Sect aims to create a holy mother through ancient methods. The bloodstone is their primary means, and with such a massive blood sacrifice, they cannot conceal that if we meticulously follow this trail, we are bound to uncover the truth that we can report back to Yuzhou City and clarify the situation with Zhongzhou." Abruptly, Yaxin opened her eyes, interrupting him, her voice cold and slightly trembling. "We cannot simply leave it at that. It has always been this way. Without cultivation, it was like this. Even after cultivating, it remains so." Chu Xingchen stared at Yaxin in astonishment. It was the first time he had seen her lose her composure. "I apologize." Yaxin sensed her own unease, turning her back. "You are right. We should return." Chu Xingchen's tone turned serious. "What is troubling you?" "I was merely recalling events from the past." Yaxin turned back, her expression calm. "Let us take him back to Yuzhou City first and address the matters concerning Qingfeng sect later." Chu Xingchen fixed his gaze on her. "I believe it is wiser to resolve your issue first." "What issue could I possibly have?" "Then tell me the truth. What were you thinking just now?" Yaxin tightened her grip on her sword, remaining silent for a long moment before gritting her teeth and replying, "I was thinking of killing. I was contemplating exterminating those despicable evil cultivators. Those who cannot comprehend the righteous path dare to tread the crooked ones. Are people in this world as despicable as ants? My master always said that there is a distinction between immortals and mortals. Only by becoming an immortal can one find the true path. That I was told to cast aside mundane feelings and forget the past, as the world ultimately leads to predetermined destinies. But was my master born merely to be a cultivator?" Upon finishing, Yaxin seemed unable to contain her fury any longer. She unsheathed her sword and, with a swift strike, severed Elder Li's head. It appeared she had come to a realization, her tone resolute as she declared, "This matter concerns only me. You may return." With that, she attempted to turn and leave. Chu Xingchen called out, "What do you mean it concerns only you? You still owe me spiritual stones." Yaxin halted, lifting her gaze to the moonlight. "I will repay you. I am a true disciple of Tianyin sect, and it is they who should fear." With a sigh, Chu Xingchen approached Yaxin. "You know what I wish to convey." Yaxin glanced at him. The world is vast, and there will always be those who choose to stand by Yaxin's side, supporting her endeavors. Chu Xingchen chuckled lightly, stretching his arms. "How fortuitous. I suppose I can be counted among them, especially since you have helped me so many times." Yaxin pressed her lips together, finally whispering, "Thank you." "What? Speak louder." "Chu Xingchen, Time is of the essence. We must swiftly eliminate the evil cultivators. Two beams of light suddenly surged into Qingfeng's sect's mining area from different directions. One beam landed in the center of the mining yard. The miners, hard at work, looked up to see an extraordinarily beautiful woman emanating dazzling spiritual light, gently raising her hand to control a flying sword that moved with incredible speed. Meanwhile, the disciples of Qingfeng sect guarding the mine merely turned their heads slightly towards the source of the sound. In an instant, a flash of light passed by, and a chill ran down their necks, followed by darkness encroaching upon their vision. A flying sword began to roam freely within the mine, reaping the lives of the Qingfeng sect disciples. Chu Xingchen, undeterred, charged directly into the warehouse. Indeed, the interior had been reconfigured with formations, and a golden core cultivator was seated at the center. Without hesitation, Chu Xingchen summoned his spiritual sword, although Li Yingling appeared to be slacking off. She had never been negligent in her cultivation. Her divine abilities had already ascended to a new level. As for Xingtian, his cultivation primarily focused on spiritual energy, and his understanding of divine abilities had yet to advance beyond the preliminary application stage. Thus, his senior disciple wielded the 3,000-week water sword. Chu Xingchen held nothing back, as a spiritual sword transformed into a water dragon composed of spiritual energy, surging forth with blinding speed towards the golden core cultivator. The cultivator, merely at the mid-golden core stage, rose to counterattack the moment Chu Xingchen landed. However, as the spiritual water dragon leapt forth from the sword, the golden core cultivator felt his own aura swiftly locked in place. In an instant, he realized this was a divine ability. Chu Xingchen moved with lightning speed, unleashing a powerful move without uttering a word, and it bore the attribute of tracking, regardless of what the golden core cultivator attempted in desperation. With a single strike, Chu Xingchen cleaved through everything before him. That force was overwhelmingly dominant, effortlessly shattering the ground and obliterating all obstacles in its path, including the helpless golden core cultivator. A beam of spiritual light shot out from the warehouse, seemingly boundless as it sped away, crushing everything in its wake and turning the surroundings to dust. Yaoqin could not help but glance over, feeling the terrifying wave of spiritual energy. Even with her extensive experience, she was certain that this was undoubtedly a top-tier divine ability. The warehouse could not withstand such spiritual energy, and it quickly collapsed into ruins, scattering debris everywhere. Yaoqin saw Chu Xingchen, sword in hand, and upon noticing her gaze, he smiled lightly, extending 2 fingers towards her. His index and middle fingers? What could this mean? If Chu Xingchen was gesturing, Yaoqin certainly would not interpret it positively. Could it be that he was insinuating she was weak? Yaoqin's sword surged forward even faster, and after dispatching the last Qingfeng sect disciple, the sword automatically returned to its sheath. Then, Yaoqin extended 2 fingers in a similar manner towards Chu Xingchen. You are weak too. Chu Xingchen was taken aback to see Yaoqin mimic his gesture, surprised that she, with her usual aloof demeanor, would make such an amusing gesture.